Chapter 361. Blue Star. Under the watchful eyes of the Supreme Will, a meeting was held in the virtual world. After watching the destruction of the Nibelung civilization, all the new humans put away their complacency. The strength of the Reaper civilization can be seen in seconds, as it can kill a powerful intermediate civilization like the Nibelung civilization. The key is that the Nibelung civilization did not even know the bottom of the opponent, and almost the entire civilization was destroyed. Anyway, from Gu Ye's memory, he tried to find other escaped ships through the quantum communicator of the Nibelung heart, but there were only 5 responses. Among them, they fled together to Gochi, the patrol ship that crashed on the moon. Of the remaining 4 responses, 2 have never responded, 1 responded but without a space gate, wormhole generation core, and the last one was intercepted by other civilizations. In other words, only a few remnants of the Nibelung civilization are left, lingering in the unknown starry sky. This incident has a great impact on all new humans, and it has also made the new humans more united and motivated. If you don't want to be a piece of meat on the chopping board and be slaughtered by others, you must work hard to strengthen yourself and become a harvester with a butcher's knife. It is okay to be a floating organism for a lifetime, but you never know when you will be destroyed by a passing cosmic civilization. Wang Mingzhi and others quickly analyzed the intelligence and found that before the superluminal spacecraft technology was available, the new human control area should not exceed 10,000 light-years. The 10,000 light-year diameter control area is the minimum warning standard. In addition, it is necessary to minimize the excessive extraction of vacuum zero-point energy, which will cause criticality and be alarmed. Before the superluminal spacecraft came out, this period was the dormant period of the new human civilization. Don't do things that shouldn't be exposed, be as low-key as possible, and develop yourself first. After the general meeting, it doesn't mean that things are over. The 4 major committees still have a lot of things to arrange. As the leaders of the new human civilization, every decision they make may affect the future life and death, so they can't do it casually. Wang Dingshu, the chairman of the service committee, put down the documents with a headache. Mingzhi, how is the progress of your artificial wormhole? We have already figured out the wormhole nucleus of the Nibelung civilization, so it won't be a problem to replicate it. Wang Mingzhi told the progress. After all, with a complete wormhole nucleus in hand, and the existence of the Nemesis wormhole, it won't be a problem for the new humans to replicate it. When Zhang Siping heard that there was no problem with the wormhole nucleus, he immediately suggested, "We must make a backup plan." "Old Zhang, are you planning to build a civilization seed spaceship?" Wang Dingshu immediately understood. Zhang Siping nodded. The lesson of Nibelung, if they were not so arrogant, there would not be only these few remnants left. Others certainly understood the meaning of his words. If the Nibelung civilization had paid attention to preparing civilization seed spacecraft and escape plans, it would not have been caught off guard, and the escaped spacecraft wandering in the universe would not have been cut off from the technological inheritance. The painful lesson of the Nibelung people is sad and lamentable. If the new humans do not prepare a backup plan and wait for something to happen before trying to save their lives, their fate will probably be similar to that of the Nibelung civilization. Then what do you plan to do? Wang Dingshu asked. Zhang Siping, who had been prepared, shared a document with everyone. Wang Mingzhi flipped through the seedling plan in front of him. Zhang Siping's plan was very simple. Outside the Milky Way, the base camp of the new human beings, a part of the population was secretly migrated to other quasi-Milky Way galaxies through wormhole jumps. These civilization seeds only occupy a quasi-solar system, hiding and developing secretly. They will not maintain a normalized wormhole channel with the mother star solar system, only retain quantum communication, and both parties agree to communicate regularly. If the civilization seed does not receive communication from the mother planet for a certain period of time, it means that the mother planet may have encountered an accident. At this time, the civilization seeds are activated, they gain the power to develop independently, and automatically inherit the legal system of the highest will of the new human beings. This plan is like sowing seeds to the entire universe. As long as the seed base is large enough and the sowing range is wide enough, it will form an effect of wildfires that cannot be extinguished, and spring breezes will blow and regenerate. No matter how powerful the harvester civilization is, it is impossible to destroy all galaxies. As long as one civilization seed survives, they can spread it to the entire universe. I agree with this plan, but the technology? Wang Dingshu looked at Wang Mingzhi. Wang Mingzhi smiled and said, "To realize the seeding plan, we must have artificial wormhole technology, quantum communication technology, cloning technology, artificial ecological technology, and combat effectiveness. In other words, the only thing we lack now is quantum communication." Wang Dingchu asked. Wang Mingzhe continued, "That's right, this technology has not been mastered, and it is also our key scientific research goal in the near future, but it will not delay other preparations." Okay. I agree. Okay. Everything is for the new humans. Everyone agreed to the seeding plan, which is the last trump card of the new humans. As long as this plan is successfully implemented, it will be difficult for the new humans to perish. After the seeding plan was approved, others also expressed their opinions and made suggestions for the future of the new humans. Among them, the superluminal spacecraft, which Huang Mingzhe believes is one of the necessary technologies for the harvester civilization, was also approved for research. It's just that the curvature engine theory is not perfect. It requires the energy of a Jupiter mass to start. How to obtain such a huge energy, and how to maintain superluminal flight are all problems. If we extract vacuum zero-point energy, it is not impossible to meet the demand, but the vacuum zero-point energy required to start the curvature engine is too large, which is very likely to cause vacuum decay and attract the attention of the harvester civilization. These two problems are what the new humans do not want to see. So the new humans now need to improve the curvature theory to reduce the energy consumption required for curvature flight. To achieve curvature flight with low energy consumption, the best direction is to start from the grand unified theory and gravity, which is the real way. As for why they did not choose wormhole jumping, which is faster than light, it is mainly because of the experience of the Nibelung civilization. The Reaper civilization seems to have the technology to block the generation of wormholes. The wormhole jumping method can be developed, but we cannot hang ourselves on a tree. We need to prepare more backup plans to be prepared for any eventuality. Otherwise, once the wormhole generation is blocked, we will be caught like the Nibelung people. In Huang Mingzhe's view, the technological development of a civilization is best balanced. Each functional technology should have multiple backup plans. Taking a single technical route is very easy to be targeted. The 4 major committees discussed for half a month, listened to the strategic deduction of the think tank, and formulated a series of development plans and targeted arrangements. The think tanks carefully considered all possible situations in the future to ensure that they would not be caught off guard by the enemy. The mistakes of the Nibelung civilization must not be repeated by the new humans. Since April of the 5th year of the new era, the new humans have entered a period of full dormancy. Low-key is the style of this era, struggle is the theme of this era, and caution is the mentality of this era. Facing the powerful harvester civilization, the new humans need to grow slowly. The solar system is busier, but various experiments and outward explorations are also more cautious. The Tianya system is planned to be the first civilization seed base, and has also entered a comprehensive layout. As long as the quantum communication technology is completed, the first seed can be planted. Chapter 362. The meeting is over. Huang Mingzhe went home to rest for a while, and took time to visit the AD relics in Southeast Asia with Wen Na. At this time, the human settlements in Southeast Asia are only 1/5 of those in the AD era, and they are all areas with famous places and historical sites, which are eligible for establishment and preservation. Siam, Bangkok. There are a large number of ancient temples, Buddha statues, and classical relics preserved here. On the streets and alleys, there are also human relics transported from nature reserves, which are maintained by intelligent robots and nano-robots. Walking on the street, the hot tropical climate did not affect him. There are not many new humans living here. The total population of Greater Bangkok is only 240,000, but there are quite a few tourists. After being used to the beauty and perfection of the virtual world, sometimes the incomplete reality can make people more emotional. Just like the 6-handed Buddha statue with no arms in front of him, the new humans can easily repair it, but no one will do it. This is history. Huang Mingzhe glanced at the rows of Buddha statues, some with broken arms and bodies, some sitting headless, and some covered with weathered moss. Everything in the past is in the past, just watch and reflect. They do not represent holiness, evil, morality, or humanity. They are just history, and can only be history. What are you thinking about? Wen Na handed over a green coconut. He took a sip and replied with a smile, I'm reading history. It was a rare week off, and I was back in the office. Suddenly, I felt like I was in another world. He first went through the documents of the scientific committee as a matter of routine, and spent more than 20 minutes to process them. Then he called up some progress reports of cutting-edge science and technology projects and checked them carefully. After harvesting the wreckage of the Nibelung spacecraft on Ice Mars, the Quantum Communication Research Institute, which has 2 Nibelung hearts, is currently concentrating on solving the problem. As for the Life Science Research Institute, the development of gene armor and biological robots is quite good, but the technology of extending human lifespan has not been able to make a breakthrough. The current human lifespan has reached a bottleneck period of 160 years. Fong Gu, Lin Sha, Simbeck and others are stuck at the limit of life. After browsing the progress of various aspects, Wang Mingzhi rubbed his temples. The countless bodies of knowledge in his mind were like towering trees, extending and intersecting from basic knowledge upward. The huge new knowledge brought by the spark of inspiration made him the top of human knowledge. At this time, he was thinking about wormholes. Wormholes, also called Einstein-Rosen bridges, are a special state of space-time distortion that can connect two distant spaces, thereby achieving superluminal cross-traffic. Expand the virtual display screen to simulate a wormhole model, which is a simulation model rebuilt based on the data of the Nemesis wormhole. A lot of useful information can be analyzed from the wormhole generation core of the Nemesis wormhole, and the two wormhole generation cores seized. The technical principle of the wormhole generation core of the Nibelung civilization has been analyzed. Its wormhole generation mechanism is divided into 4 steps: micro-wormhole positioning, local extraction of zero-point energy, excitation of micro-black holes, and wormhole expansion to generate stable cores. The first step is micro-wormhole positioning. This step is crucial. The core of the wormhole generation core will stimulate a quantum wormhole to confirm the situation in the opposite space. After all, anything can happen in the universe. If you open a wormhole without confirming the situation on the other side, the consequences will be disastrous if the other side is a black hole, a neutron star, a blue giant, etc. The second step is to extract zero-point energy locally. After the micro-wormhole is successfully located, select an area and quickly extract vacuum zero-point energy to reduce the zero-point energy density of the area to the critical point. When the vacuum zero-point energy density reaches the critical point, the space in the area will become extremely fragile, and it is extremely easy to destroy the stability of the space structure. The third step is to stimulate the micro-black hole. By stimulating a micro-black hole, a wormhole is formed in the fragile area of space. The fourth step is to expand the wormhole. After the micro-black hole initially forms a wormhole in the fragile area of space, the wormhole is very unstable and may collapse at any time. The wormhole generation nucleus is sucked into the center of the wormhole tunnel, and then the wormhole generation nucleus is transformed into a wormhole stabilizing nucleus, which continuously annihilates antimatter inside and generates negative energy to stabilize the wormhole tunnel. The technology of the Nibelung civilization is very advanced, and so many advanced technologies have been formed inside a wormhole generation nucleus. The new humans are inferior to them in terms of continuously absorbing positive matter and producing antimatter without external antimatter supplementation. A wormhole generating core integrates quantum wormhole technology, zero-point energy siphon technology, micro-black hole technology, antimatter generation technology, positive and negative energy modulation technology, etc. A single technology is enough to make people's scalp tingle, not to mention that they are integrated together, and the volume is so small. Wang Mingzhi came to the Wormhole Comprehensive Research Institute through a stand-in robot, and went directly to the Quantum Wormhole Laboratory. There is a special experiment here today. In the laboratory, an instrument is connected to a sphere, which is silver gray, and has a radius of 0.834 meters. Chairman. An old scientist with slightly white hair greeted him. This person is Zhong Peikai, a former academician of engineering of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He is mainly engaged in space physics, and is one of the few academicians who have not retired since the new era. Old Zhong, take care of yourself. Haha, I can still work for another 30 years. Zhong Peikai, 63 years old, doesn't look old. The two entered the laboratory, where more than a dozen young researchers were working hard. Chairman, let me introduce you to Li Wei, the originator of quantum wormhole communication. Li Wei hurriedly put down his work and greeted him hastily. Very happy to meet you, I am Li Wei. Levi, are you a tester of the deep space? Yes, yes. Li Wei spoke with a slight stutter. Wang Mingzhi patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Don't be nervous, work hard. After a few pleasantries, the laboratory entered a quiet and busy state again. Originally, for the quantum wormhole technology on the wormhole generation core, Zhong Peikai and others still followed the direction of the Nibelung civilization and focused on detecting the situation in the opposite space. However, Levi, who had tested most of the spacecraft of the new humans, keenly discovered another application direction. That is the super time and space communication of quantum wormholes. The first experiment begins. Received. The quantum wormhole generator imitated the Nibelung civilization, and its volume is more than 20 times larger than the original. Levi pressed the quantum wormhole activation button with shaking hands. A moment later, a quantum wormhole appeared in the vacuum of the core of the sphere, which could only allow photons to pass through. The researchers were manipulating the quantum wormhole to sense the situation on the other side. In order to achieve communication, the quantum wormhole on the other side must be located inside another sphere. It was just the first experiment, and the other side of the quantum wormhole deviated from the communication sphere scheduled in the asteroid belt by tens of millions of kilometers. In a tense atmosphere, Levi and others slowly pulled the wormhole back to the asteroid belt and summarized some positioning rules. 2 hours later. It's done. Levi jumped up in surprise. Others were also excited. The quantum wormhole on the other side entered the wormhole confinement cavity of the communication sphere. This marked the success of their first step of the experiment. Chapter 363. As the quantum wormhole on the opposite side is positioned on another communication sphere, the set synchronous moving momentum system makes the quantum wormhole between the two communication spheres constant. The function of the synchronous moving momentum system is to solve the relative displacement of the two communication spheres, so that the communication between the two communication spheres will not be interrupted due to positional misalignment. Therefore, the communication sphere must have a powerful synchronous moving momentum system, otherwise it is difficult to maintain constant communication between the two communication spheres. Zhong Peigai looked at the stable communication ball and said to everyone, "Let's start the next test." Okay. After Li Wei finished speaking, he edited a text message and clicked to send it directly. The photon signal transmitter inside the communicator emitted a large amount of photon streams to the quantum wormhole. At the same time, in the new Constantinople satellite city, in the asteroid belt, the laboratory responsible for coordinating this communication experiment, they connected the instrument of the communication ball and received a photon signal, and the photon signal decoder translated the information into text. "This is the moon, New Constantinople received the message. Please reply time, May 5th, 15/37, 24/21." The researcher in the laboratory took a look at the time display on the side and exclaimed, "Less than a second." Blue star vaping time, May 5th, 15:37, 24:37. The time for the communication to be transmitted was only 0.16 seconds. You should know that at this time, the straight line distance between the New Constantinople satellite city and the asteroid belt and the moon is 570 million kilometers, and it takes 1900 seconds for photons to reach the New Constantinople satellite city in the asteroid belt from the moon. The researcher immediately edited the information and fed back the communication time to the lunar laboratory. Ding! This is the satellite city of New Constantinople. Levi looked at the feedback information, especially after seeing the communication time. His whole body was trembling slightly. Wang Mingzhi, who was on the side, saw this scene and knew that quantum wormhole communication was initially feasible. Suppressing his turbulent mood, Levi tested the information transmission capacity of the communication again. After a test, it was found that the single information transmission could reach the limit of 850 G per second, which was much worse than the current common neutrino communication. But it can support general virtual network meetings and stand-in robot work. The reason why neutrino flow is not used as a communication carrier is mainly because neutrino flow is not easy to pass through quantum wormholes, which will cause communication information loss. In addition, photon communication is not without potential to be explored. You should know that the frequency of microwaves is 0.3 GHz to 300 GHz, and the terahertz communication developed by Wang Mingzhi before is 300 GHz to 1000 GHz. Frequency often represents the information carrying capacity of electromagnetic waves. Microwave communication is at most 300 G per second, and terahertz communication is at most 1000 G per second. However, there are some ultra-short waves in electromagnetic waves, such as the famous X-rays and gamma rays. Although X-rays and gamma rays decay very quickly and are easy to kill organisms, it is a different matter now. Quantum wormhole communication does not require long distances, it only requires electromagnetic waves to be transmitted back and forth within a few meters, and the current materials of the new humans can also realize the frequency modulation, emission, and reception of gamma rays. Naturally, it is necessary to use high-frequency electromagnetic waves with huge information-carrying capacity. The future of quantum wormhole communication is still promising. Compared with quantum communication, it may be on par with quantum communication, and even have some advantages. For example, quantum communication requires the existence of quantum entangled pairs, which means that quantum communication can only be used as internal communication. The other party must have a quantum communicator to communicate with each other. However, quantum wormhole communication does not require a communicator. After experimenting with the transmission speed of communication information, Li Wei and his team entered the third stage of communication testing. Half a month ago, the laboratory had commissioned 3 spacecraft to assist them in the experiment. Of these 3 spacecraft, one is near the Nemesis wormhole, 37.8 billion kilometers away from the lunar laboratory. The second spacecraft is on Saturn's satellite, and the third spacecraft is a Mercury research spacecraft. There is no communication ball on the spacecraft, only a terahertz communication receiver and a laser communicator. Inside the laboratory's quantum wormhole communication ball, the communication constant with New Constantinople was first released, and then the quantum wormhole was stimulated again according to the positioning law just found out. This time, the quantum wormhole appeared near Mercury, with an error of only a few 100,000 kilometers. The quantum wormhole sensed the surrounding gravity and synchronously fed back to the laboratory instruments. Based on the surrounding gravity, the researchers quickly locked onto the Sun, Mercury, and nearby spacecraft, once again bringing the distance between the two sides within 10,000 kilometers. Then Levi activated the photon broadcast, asking the scientific research spacecraft to perform a set of flight maneuvers. In the quantum wormhole synchronous gravitational wave induction, one of the spacecraft made a corresponding flight action. Confirmed successful. The distance between the quantum wormhole and the research spacecraft was rapidly reduced. In less than 5 minutes, the distance between the research spacecraft and the quantum wormhole was only a few 100 meters. Levi sent the edited information through terahertz waves, and the research spacecraft immediately received it. After a while, on the research spacecraft near Mercury, the laser communicator sent a gamma-ray stream to the quantum wormhole. The research spacecraft confirmed the location of the quantum wormhole through gravitational wave sensing, and then accurately shot the gamma-ray stream into the quantum wormhole. In order to ensure that gamma rays enter the quantum wormhole 100%, the cross-sectional radius of the laser flow of the gamma-ray laser communicator reaches 10 centimeters to ensure that the quantum wormhole can be covered. Beep! The gamma-ray alarm of the instrument sounded, and a gamma-ray signal receiver was specially prepared to convert the signal into an electrical signal. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Mingzhi applauded and congratulated them. Congratulations on your successful experiment. There was a cheer in the laboratory. Levi suppressed his excitement and conducted communication tests at the distance of Saturn and near the Nemesis wormhole. Both experiments were very successful. Although the operation of quantum wormhole communication is somewhat troublesome, and it can only communicate in a single channel, that is, only one party can transmit and the other party can receive, and both parties cannot transmit at the same time, it is a breakthrough for the new humans who lack superluminal communication. Especially the fixed quantum wormhole communication ball, which is a device that integrates communication and positioning. Wang Mingzhi gave Zhong Peikai a look, and the two of them walked out of the laboratory, leaving the space for the young people to cheer. In the corridor. Old Zhong, you guys complete the technical integration of the communication ball as soon as possible. The first generation of communication balls can be put into use. Wang Mingzhi ordered. Zhong Peikai patted his chest and said, Chairman, don't worry, we will complete it as soon as possible, so that all spacecraft and satellite cities can use convenient instant communication. That Li Wei is not bad, you can train him more, maybe he can be independent in the future. Wang Mingzhi continued. Zhong Peiguang smiled proudly. Haha, that kid is not bad, but he lacks training and experience. Old Zhong, you just need to take more care. The two discussed some issues about the communication ball, such as reducing the size, using gamma laser communication, how to quickly locate it, etc. After talking for more than an hour, Wang Mingzhi exited the stand-in robot and returned to Lan Xing's body. As soon as he came back, he upgraded the quantum wormhole communication project and sent a letter to the service committee to explain some of the technical overview. Quantum wormhole communication technology is crucial to the new humans at this time. The service committee organized a seminar overnight and quickly passed the project establishment meeting. Chapter 364. New Era Year 5, July 14th. A Huitsubing-class space battleship passed through the Nemesis wormhole and entered the Tianya system. At this time, the spaceship was carrying a quantum wormhole communication ball. Curious Luo Feng watched Xiao Bing operate the communication ball. Due to the passage through the wormhole, the distance between the spaceship and the lunar communication center suddenly increased, and the system is now adjusting the distance on both sides of the wormhole. At the same time, Inside the Lunar Space Communication Center, many correspondents and researchers are analyzing the location of the quantum wormhole of Witzubing. On the three-dimensional holographic star map, the coordinates of the Lunar Communication Center and Witzubing changed greatly, from the previous 37.8 billion kilometers to 57.4 billion light-years. No wonder the coordinates of the Tianyao system have not been determined. It turns out that the distance between the two sides is 57.4 billion light-years, and the coordinate map of the surrounding stars alone is useless. The reason why the Gauchi patrol ship of the Nibelung civilization opened the wormhole to the solar system was an accident. Originally, Gauchi was going to open a wormhole and return to the base camp of the first expeditionary group, but halfway through the wormhole, the base camp was attacked by the Reaper civilization. The disturbed wormhole shifted directly from the base camp to the outer reaches of the solar system, and the Gauchi, which had lost its main power, could only drift into the wormhole and came to the outside of the solar system. In the following period of time, they received information about the destruction of various regions of the Nibelung civilization. They originally planned to cross the solar system and activate the remaining wormhole generation core to leave, but they did not expect an internal fight to occur. Is this thing reliable? Luo Feng asked hesitantly. After all, the Tianyao system must be very far away from the solar system, and he was worried that quantum wormhole communication would not be able to achieve communication. Just as Xiao Bing was about to answer, a communication message popped up on the display. It's connected. Quick, try the communication quality. Xiao Bing sent more than a dozen files to the Moon Space Communication Center, and the Space Communication Center also replied to him with more than a dozen files. These files include video, text, and even holographic files. Then Xiao Bing put on his brainwave glasses and entered the virtual world. After a while, Xiao Bing found a lot of problems. When he browsed, there was a delay of about 0.012 seconds, and he could not download and upload at the same time, and could only do one thing at the same time. However, the flaws did not outweigh the merits. Compared with the previous slow communication, the quality of quantum wormhole communication was already extraordinary. It could span tens of billions of light years and realize instant communication, which was unimaginable before. It seems that our life on the spaceship will not be so hard in the future, Luo Feng said with a smile. Others were also full of smiles. Who knows the life on the warship? Especially after leaving the inner circle of the solar system, the communication delay is extremely depressing. In the outer circle of the solar system, the delay time for communication with the inner circle of the solar system is usually dozens of hours. In this situation, let alone watching the program online, even whether the internal communication can be guaranteed is a problem. Quantum wormhole communication, which can communicate instantly and download at a fast speed, can enrich their life on the spaceship, and they can often meet with their families in the virtual world, which is beneficial to the mental health of the crew. After the communication was successfully achieved, the internal network of Witzubing was immediately connected to the communication ball. As a military warship, Witzubing had two communication balls, one using military lines, and the other using civilian lines. In addition, quantum wormhole communication has another disadvantage, that is, the communication ball can only be one-to-one, so a special area must be established in the Cosmic Communication Center to be responsible for signal transfer. Although it is very troublesome, the advantages of quantum wormhole communication are still obvious. After all, quantum communication, which has not been successfully developed, also requires information transfer. The War Committee also independently built an internal communication center on the Moon. It is better to separate civil and military communications. The board crew members are browsing the Blue Star network with great interest, or sending text messages to their families. Luo Feng handed over a batch of activated communication balls to the outpost satellite city, and asked the satellite city to install them on the spacecraft serving or working in the Tianyao system. After Witzubing handed over the communication ball, he started the engine and continued to fly to the Ice Mars. There is also a satellite city in the synchronous orbit of Ice Mars, the Icefire Satellite City. In the Icefire Satellite City, with the installation of the pseudogravity module, the infrastructure of the satellite city has been basically completed, and the first batch of 100 immigrants are also in the satellite city. These immigrants shoulder the responsibility of seeds of civilization. Once there is a problem in the solar system, it means that this place will become the new home of the new human beings. The immigrants are family units, because the seeding plan is a long-term plan, and they may not return to the solar system for hundreds or even thousands of years, so naturally they have to let their families come together. At the observatory in the satellite city, Ren Wu, who had settled his family, stood by the transparent window. In the distance, There was a red dwarf star in the sky. The small Tianya star can be observed on the ice Mars, but the big Tianya star can never be observed. The Tianya system is a relatively stable star system, and the binary star system has not caused chaos. Moreover, the lifespan of the small Tianya star is very long, estimated to be about 800 billion years, while the lifespan of the big Tianya star is relatively shorter, only about 7 billion years. The lifespan of a star is related to its type. Red dwarfs have slow nuclear fusion reactions, so they have long lifespans. Stars like the Sun have intense internal nuclear fusion reactions, so their lifespans are only about tens of billions of years. Reningwu turned around and met a researcher. Before he could speak, the other person greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Run. I'm Lu Yiming. I'm very happy to meet you. Is there anything?" Reningwu knew that the other person might have something. Lu Yiming smiled and said, "There are indeed some things I want to trouble Mr. Ren with." "What exactly is it? If it is within my ability, I will definitely help." Lu Yiming said straight to the point. "It is to drive the landing spacecraft and escort the 3 scientific researchers to the icy Mars. There is no problem driving the spacecraft, but one driver is not following the rules. Don't worry, I have found another driver." "That's good. When will you land?" "Around 9:20 tomorrow morning. The landing spacecraft will be at berth number 14 in port number 2. As Lu Yiming spoke, he shared a file with Reningwu. Reningwu flipped through the file and confirmed that the formalities were complete, then nodded. "No problem, I will be there on time." "Then please." "You're welcome, it's just a piece of cake." After the two separated, Lu Yiming returned to the office alone. He voluntarily applied to come to the Tianya system. As a Civilization C base, there must be scientific researchers here. He is the chairman of the Tianya system's Ice Mars Science Committee. Lu Yiming's recent mission is to establish a complete scientific research system and study the development of the Tianya system, especially to find out the situation of Ice Mars. That's why the scene just now happened. The Ice and Fire Satellite City must fully understand Ice Mars and all the planets in the Tianya system. This is the seed of civilization for the new human beings, and it must be ensured to be foolproof. Lu Yiming looked through some lists again, which included technical backups, industrial nanorobots, and degenerate material factories. Chapter 365. The next day. At berth number 14 of port number 2 of Binghua Satellite City, Reningwu was checking the status of a 300-ton landing spacecraft. The other pilot was a soldier of the Satellite City's escort team. The two greeted each other, and then went to work. In the passenger cabin, 2 female and 1 male scientific researchers were also preparing for landing. After putting away some professional equipment, the 3 of them entered the anti-gravity life support cabin one after another. The Dragon Rider is ready to depart. Please enter the anti-gravity cabin. The Dragon Rider is ready to depart. The Dragon Rider. After repeating it 3 times, Reningwu checked the internal condition of the spacecraft again and confirmed that there was no problem. Departure. Received. The Dragon Rider is a professional planetary landing spacecraft, and its plasma engine propels the spacecraft toward the icy Mars 24,000 kilometers away. The antimatter energy furnace that replaces the nuclear fusion reactor makes the plasma engine more powerful. The Dragon Rider easily reaches the 83-kilometer Kármán line of the icy Mars, and then the main engine changes direction and lands vertically on the ground. In fact, the Dragon Rider and other improved versions of the Huitsubing are both equipped with 3 main engines mounted in the middle, so the landing method of this spacecraft is different from that of the previous generation of landing spacecraft. This type of landing spacecraft must have a special landing site. 10 minutes later, the Dragon Raptor slowly landed on the spaceport and directly inserted into the berth, which is actually a cylindrical pit that fits the spacecraft. 1/3 of the main hull in the middle of the spacecraft entered the berth, and the 3 central external engines became the spacecraft support frame, and the triangular support frame outside the engine nozzle unfolded downward. This type of spacecraft is generally only suitable for planets that have been developed by new humans. For planets that have not been developed, another type of landing spacecraft is used. An airtight passage extends from the wall of the mooring pit, connecting to the lower half of the main hull of the Dragon Rider. Reningwu helped the 3 scientific researchers carry the materials and equipment down. This simple spaceport is located on the site of the former abandoned ship tribe, and it is also one of the 2 observation stations of the new humans on Ice Mars. After checking the relevant procedures, the 3 soldiers stationed at the abandoned ship observation station arranged dormitories for the 3 scientific researchers and popularized some basic knowledge about Ice Mars. Reningwu and his companions drove the Dragon Robber back to the ice and fire satellite city. In the dormitory of the resident personnel of the abandoned ship observation station, after the luggage and instruments and equipment were placed, the leader of the scientific research team, Pang Dehai, came to the studio in the observatory and met up with the other two scientific research team members. The two female scientific research team members are paleontologist, geologist, ecologist Honda Masami, and terrestrial planetologist, astrophysicist, and mathematician Xiao Jintz. As the leader of the team, Pang Dehai is also a virologist, geneticist, paleontologist, medical scientist, and biological computer engineer. As soon as they arrived at the studio, Xiao Jintz, a tomboy, was checking the database of the observatory. Pang Dehai had just stepped into the studio, and Honda Yami followed closely behind. Everyone is here, so I will arrange the work. Pang Dehai paused. Jintz, you are responsible for the celestial body comprehensive model of Ice Mars and Tianya system. No problem. Xiao Jintz turned the ballpoint pen in one hand and operated the virtual display screen with the other hand. Yame, you and I will complete the Ice Mars gene bank together, and you will take the time to build the Ice Mars ecological model. Hi. Honda Masami nodded slightly, then casually formed a rubber band and tied her long hair into a single ponytail. And Pang Dehai had more work to do, such as establishing a gene bank on Ice Mars, distinguishing genetically modified organisms of the Nibelung people, and studying the characteristics of various organisms on Ice Mars. After arranging the work, the three of them got busy. The front of Ice Mars, where the sun never sets. The Diting satellite system continuously scanned the entire Ice Mars. In the studio of the observatory, countless data on the quantum supercomputer were refreshed. The gene sequences of the Ice Mars creatures appeared in the gene database. Plant kingdom, angiosperms, arborea, cynomorium, evergreen broadleaf, light energy tree species, X genetic modification. Plant kingdom, angiosperms, arborea, cynomorium, evergreen broadleaf, green maple species. Animal kingdom, vertebrata, reptilia, ancient dragon. Among the Ice Mars creatures discovered so far, there are 5,766 species that have been genetically modified by the Nibelungs. Binta Yame said as she looked at the data. Pang Dehai stared at the distribution model of the Ice Mars organisms in front of him, where green represents native organisms on Ice Mars, and red represents X-gene modified organisms. From the perspective of the types of modification, the X-gene modified organisms of the plant and animal types account for the vast majority, with only a few dozen microbial modified organisms. However, from the perspective of distribution, the plant and animal modified organisms are only distributed near the Rek tribe and the Red Sea tribe, while the microbial modified organisms are all over the front and part of the back of Ice Mars. This situation made Pang Dehai frown. There was a way to completely eliminate the animals and plants of the new humans, but if you wanted to completely eliminate the microorganisms of a planet, you had to destroy the entire planet. After thinking for a while, Pang Dehai suddenly thought of a technology that might be able to completely eliminate these microorganisms. If the nanorobots of the new humans were densely spread on the planet, it might be possible to completely eliminate them. The reason for eliminating these modified microorganisms was mainly because the Nibelungs modified these microorganisms in order to transform the ecology of the Ice Mars, and turn this life planet into the second Japheth planet. If the Nibelungs had not experienced a technological gap, they could have completed the ecological transformation of the planet with life in 1 or 2 years. According to Honda Masami's analysis report on the paleontology of Ice Mars, the atmospheric oxygen content of Ice Mars was only 18.6% 200 years ago, but now it has risen to 24.7%. If these microorganisms are not stopped from continuing to work, the atmospheric oxygen content of Ice Mars will rise to 28% in the next 100 years or so. The continuous increase in atmospheric oxygen content has a great impact on protozoa and may cause a mass extinction of protozoa. The new humans are not Nibelungs, so they naturally don't want Ice Mars to become another Japheth. The native organisms on Ice Mars are more valuable than those modified organisms. Pang Dehai checked the conditions of those modified organisms while building a model for using nanorobots to eliminate microorganisms. At present, the fine control range of the new humans' nanorobots has expanded to a radius of 15.6 kilometers. If nanorobots are used to build a screen, these specific modified microorganisms should be able to be removed. He started the supercomputer to simulate this plan. After hundreds of simulations, he finally came up with a complete microbial removal plan. However, he did not blindly promote this plan. After all, these microorganisms have been thriving on Ice Mars for 200 years, and have become one with the ecology of ice Mars. To remove these microorganisms, the ecological impact caused must be considered. As an ecologist, Honda Masami inserted the situation after the transformation of microorganisms was removed into the ice Mars ecological model. Sure enough, there were some huge impacts. A large number of animals adapted to high oxygen environments died, and even some species became extinct. After choosing to retain some microorganisms, this impact was suppressed to the minimum. Chapter 366. While Pang Dehai and others were busy with the ecological issues of ice Mars, Luo Feng's Huitziubing, escorting 6 Kunping-class transport ships, finally arrived near ice Mars after a 13-day-long journey. In the cockpit of Huitziubing. Welcome to Ice and Fire Satellite City. Please follow the instructions. The driver operated the warship and shut down 3 engines, retaining enough inertial power to float over. 10 minutes later, Huitziubing and the 6 Kunping-class transport ships entered the tugboat range of Ice and Fire Satellite City under inertial power. This method is similar to the 10,000-ton giant ship in the 80 era, which used tugboats to assist in mooring. The tugboat driver is familiar with the conditions of the Satellite City port, and the risk of mooring in the port is left to professionals. In particular, the photon engine has the phenomenon of emitting lethal gamma rays. In the vicinity of satellite cities, civilian space facilities, and life planets, the photon engine is restricted from starting. When the tugboat approached Huitziubing, it split into 2 parts, and then connected to the front and back of the main hull of Huitziubing. At this time, the tugboat entered the port for work. The 3 plasma engines of the tugboat kept spewing plasma with the help of supercomputers, allowing the Huitziubing to fly to the port berth according to the predetermined route and force. Only 12 minutes later, the Huitziubing and 6 Kunping-class transport ships were parked steadily in the port of Binghua's Satellite City. Inspection completed. Permission to disembark. Luo Feng took Xiao Bing off the warship. On the Kunping-class transport ship not far away, 1,400 new immigrants got off the spacecraft one after another, and set foot on their new home. Along with them, there are also a large number of equipment, including factory star spare parts, quantum computers, biological robots, communication balls, industrial robots, cloned meat factories, etc. With these populations and technologies, the new humans on ice Mars are enough to create a new human civilization. However, the time has not come for the activation of the Tianya civilization seed, and the new humans hope that these civilization seeds will never be activated. After settling a group of new immigrants, Lu Yiming and the service director of the satellite city began to busy themselves with a large number of equipment again. Next, we need to build a degenerate material factory star, a comprehensive industrial star, establish a Tianya system defense system, and expand the scale of the ice and fire satellite city. Standard civilization seeds. The original immigrants are 10,000 new human citizens, with a complete scientific research system, industrial system, social system, and defense system. Now everything in the ice and fire satellite city has just started. The view returns to the abandoned ship observation station on ice Mars. A flying saucer-shaped spacecraft slowly landed on a piece of grass, with 6 landing support legs unfolded, and the more than 500-ton spacecraft pressed on the grass, and the unfolded triangular claw support leg sank more than 20 centimeters into the ground. The automatic balancing system follows the spacecraft like a shadow, so that the interior of the spacecraft does not tilt at all. The pilot Lu Duanji activated the spacecraft's automatic warning system, then turned to Pang Dehai and Honda Masami and said, "You two, this is the Firefly Forest of the Red Earth Continent." Who gave this name? Red Earth Continent? Firefly Forest? Are there still celestial dragons? Honda Masami asked with a smile. Lu Duanji pointed to the sky. Su Changsheng from Satellite City. It turns out to be the chairman of the city council. Honda Masami shrugged. Choo-choo. Su Changsheng sneezed and thought narcissistically, is there a beautiful woman thinking about me? Honda Masami showed a virtual map of the Red Earth continent. Ice Mars has 3 continents. The distribution is the Gusen continent, 5.41 million square kilometers, where the waste ship tribe was located before, the Red Earth continent, 2.77 million square kilometers, and the ice and snow continent, 11.37 million square kilometers. In addition to the 3 continents, the remaining areas are the 4 seas and 7 archipelagos. Most of the ice and snow continent is on the back of ice Mars, belonging to the life-forbidden land of the permafrost zone. The Nibelung people, who like to have sufficient heat, naturally chose the subtropical and tropical Gusen continent, and the red soil continent near the day-night dividing line, so that they can preserve a relatively complete ecology. The name of Firefly Forest is not groundless. Firefly Forest is located near the day-night dividing line of the red soil continent, and the rotation axis of ice Mars is not completely aligned with the small Tianya star due to the influence of the gravity of the big Tianya star. Therefore, near the day-night dividing line, there is an area with a width of 830 to 840 kilometers, where there is a distinction between day and night. The Firefly Forest is in the day-night zone. Pangdahai removed the light shielding system on the observation deck of the spacecraft, and looked around to see patches of coniferous forests appearing in front of him. The area where they landed now was on a platform plateau nearby, and not far away was a vertical cliff. Gusts of biting southeast wind blew from the floating ice sea to the Firefly Forest, and many coniferous trees tilted to the northwest. The grass and trees grow towards the sun, and the cold wind from the southeast has been blowing for a long time. Under the shaping of the earth and the sky, the trees in the Firefly Forest grow diagonally towards the northwest. The little red star Tianyao gradually sank into the distant horizon, and night fell on the Firefly Forest. Pangdahai took a look at the temperature. 11.23 degrees Celsius. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and the closer to the back of the ice Mars in the south, the faster the temperature dropped. He pressed his eyebrows, and the jean armor quickly covered his whole body, and even a layer of chitinous skin appeared on his face. Behind him, Honda Masami also entered the alien wilderness state. After passing through the sterilized airtight passage of the spacecraft, the negative pressure cabin door was opened, and the two stepped into the Firefly Forest. Under the night sky, the stars were shining. The grass plants on the grassland had already disappeared. Honda Masami exclaimed, "What a strange life! How great the Creator is!" Some of the grass plants on the grassland shrank into a ball, some rolled their leaves from broad leaves to needles, and some even shrunk underground. In order to resist the severe cold of the night that lasted for 9 hours, they were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing the wonder of evolution. As the night deepened, dots of blue fireflies appeared in the forest, and gradually these fireflies became more and more, and appeared in groups. Many fireflies flew around Pangdahai and Honda Yami. Pangdahai, who had been prepared, took out the insect storage box, and the cell robot extended its tentacles, gently rolled up, and captured 10 fireflies, and put them into the insect storage box. These fireflies are the size of a thumb, and look like bumblebees. Their tails emit a faint blue light. Their scientific name is the giant firefly. Many mammals in the forest are preying on these fireflies, and the faint blue light can be seen disappearing from time to time. Fireflies are rich in nutritional value, and contain high calories. They are a source of calories for many animals in the Firefly Forest, but these animals will also pay a price for this. After the giant fireflies are swallowed, the larvae will parasitize in the intestines of the animals, relying on the nutrition of the animals themselves and feces to develop, and will be excreted with feces after half a month. Of course, the larvae of the fireflies will not cause fatal harm to animals, and they will even use their feces to generate heat in the animals' bodies, making the animals feel like they can't stop eating. This is a symbiotic relationship of mutual benefit. Pangdahai and his team collected a large number of animal samples from the Firefly Forest. At midnight, it began to snow in the Firefly Forest. Seeing that the sample collection was almost done, Pangdahai and his team returned to the spacecraft. The two collected tens of thousands of samples, including invertebrates such as insects, as well as blood of large vertebrates. Chapter 367. One night passed. On the northern horizon, the little Tianya star reappeared on the horizon. The morning sun shone on the Firefly Forest, and all the animals and plants woke up. On the grass, the plants felt the arrival of the sun and regained their vitality. The hexagonal carpet grass rolled into a ball, was released from its spherical state, and lay flat on the ground like a carpet. The creeper hidden underground, its vines crawled from underground to all directions, occupying a large area. The variegated chrysanthemum changed from needles to broad leaves, and the broad leaves, like sunflowers, chased the light all their lives. Pangdahai, Honda Masami, and Lu Duanji woke up from deep sleep, washed up, and started to eat breakfast. On the icy Mars with only 18 hours a day, they only slept for 5 hours, and were awake the rest of the time. The professional cooking robot put breakfast on the table. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Pang, Miss Honda, your breakfast is ready." "Thank you." Honda Masami, who had tied her ponytail, picked up a cup of mung bean milk and took a sip first. "You're welcome." The cooking robot was waiting on the side, waiting for the three people's instructions. Lu Duanji came over from the cockpit and took the chopsticks handed over by the cooking robot. The breakfast was the recipe he had said before. Donkey meat fire cake, diced meat fried with sour beans, millet porridge. He picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful of diced meat fried with sour beans onto the millet porridge, then picked up another donkey meat fire cake, took a bite of donkey meat fire cake, and a bite of millet porridge. None of the three people liked to talk while eating, so they enjoyed the food quietly. After breakfast, Lu Duanji continued to guard the spacecraft, while Pang Dehai and Honda Masami continued to collect animal and plant samples from the firefly forest. After advancing more than 10 kilometers in the forest, we came to a lake. The firefly forest was full of vitality during the day, with many animals active in the forest, grassland and swamp. A group of large birds, with a height of nearly 1.5 meters, were catching fish on the shallows of the lake. When they felt the strange smell approaching, the large birds flew away in a hurry. However, someone was faster than them. More than a dozen tentacles caught 10 large birds at lightning speed. Toucan captured. Honda Masami controlled these toucans. Pang Dehai took blood samples from them. For large animals, they usually don't capture the body, just take some blood. The blood samples were stored in the storage box. Pang Dehai picked up the communicator. Duanji, my 4 storage boxes are full. Received. After a while, a drone flew over from the spaceship, put down 4 empty storage boxes, picked up the 4 storage boxes full of blood samples, and returned to the spaceship. The toucan saw that Honda Masami didn't eat them, and they also observed the 2 strange animals curiously. Honda Masami looked at the toucans that still had teeth, and said, thoughtfully, "These toucans are a bit like the moa of the Paleozoic era, and are probably in the transition to the birds of the Cenozoic era. Let them go." Okay. After being untied, the toucans did not fly away, but continued to stand there. Pang Dehai and the others ignored these toucans, but collected biological samples on the shallows of the lake. Suddenly, the group of toucans just now took off in panic. Pang Dehai raised his mouth slightly. He could already sense the malicious guy in the lake approaching. Boom! The bloody mouth burst out from the mud at the bottom of the water. But before the bloody mouth had time to bite, the cell robot paralyzed the nerves of the behemoth. The behemoth fell to the water surface with a bang, a water beast similar to a mosasaur, about 17 meters long. The gravity and oxygen content of the ice Mars have made many animals evolve to become larger in the past 200 years. After drawing some blood, Pang Dehai relieved the nerve paralysis, and the giant beast, which gradually regained consciousness, vigilantly observed the creatures in front of him. Pang Dehai released attack pheromones, and the Yagumosasaur was immediately startled, as if it had encountered a natural enemy, and quickly fled back to the depths of the lake. Let's go! The two continued their gene collection journey. Neutrinos can perform atomic-level scanning, but to truly understand these ice Mars creatures, they still need to obtain their gene samples. With gene samples, the new humans can clone experimental subjects and conduct relevant biological experiments. For 8 consecutive days, the two of them were collecting genetic samples. Of course, they were not the only ones doing this work. There were also a large number of professional intelligent robots helping to collect these genetic samples. A planet with an independent ecosystem has very high value, and it is possible to learn from others. The rapid development of the life sciences of the new humans is inseparable from biodiversity. The biological genetic resources of the blue planet have been explored by the new humans. The biological genes of Mars are very rare, and the genes of the Nibelungs are also unique. Therefore, the biological gene resources of ice Mars are extremely precious. In just these few days, Pang Dehai and Honda Masami have discovered many useful plants and animals. For example, a plant that grows on Yongri Island in Atomy has a natural substance that can inhibit the shortening of chromosome telomeres from its fruit. The reason why the efficacy of this plant was discovered is that some animals on Yongri Island have a lifespan that is 2 or 3 times that of their peers. After an in-depth investigation, Pang Dehai and Honda Masami finally locked the source of the extended lifespan of animals on a plant. The plant is named Source Tree. It is a large tree. Unlike other plants on ice Mars, its leaves always face the little Tianya star and are always photosynthesizing. Now this special plant has been included in the Key Observation Catalog by the new humans, and is also one of the key scientific research projects of the Ice and Fire Satellite City. After all, it can inhibit the shortening of chromosome telomere length, which is the longevity drug that the new humans dream of. The Institute of Life Sciences has organized a 100-person scientific research team to come and support the Ice and Fire Satellite City. If it is confirmed that the extract of Source Tree can really effectively increase human lifespan, it will have a huge impact. Therefore, these days, Pang Dehai and Honda Masami have been busy collecting gene samples in the wild, hoping to find something useful. A living planet contains infinite possibilities. The greatness of biology lies in diversity and adaptability. In the Grand Canyon on the south side of the Firefly Forest, two figures quickly shuttled through the forest. The temperature here was obviously much higher than other areas of the Firefly Forest. Many hot springs formed by geothermal heat are emitting boiling hot water, and the forest is filled with mist, giving people a sense of beauty of a fairyland on Earth. However, under this aesthetic mood, there is a sinister murderous intention hidden. Honda Masami, who had just stepped on a rock, had not yet stood firm. Not far away, a tree suddenly sprayed a dark green gas at the two people, and then the tree moved towards the two people. The two people, who were covered with genetic armor all over their bodies, would naturally not be affected by this biological poison gas. They used cell robots to paralyze the carnivorous poisonous trees and directly extracted samples. Then the two left directly. In the hot spring Grand Canyon, there are many plants that can move and spray venom and poison gas, almost forming a large family. Ordinary animals entering here will soon be poisoned and swallowed by these plants. Chapter 368. New Era Year 5, November 1st. A Quimpan-class transport ship was towed into the port of Ice and Fire Satellite City. The transport ship carried 100 senior researchers sent from Blue Star. These people are senior researchers in the field of biomedicine. The leader of the research team is Huang Fan. Jiang Jiren, who was previously studying the Mars virus on Mars, also came here. Huang Fan hurriedly led the research team to land on Ice Mars. In the abandoned ship observation station, Pang Dehai and Honda Masami, who received the notice, also rushed back. At this time, the abandoned ship observatory has expanded more than 4 times than before, adding advanced biochemical laboratories, cloning factories, researcher living areas and other areas. In addition, the spaceport has also expanded 3 times. Pang Dehai extended his hand. "Welcome to Ice Mars, Researcher Huang." After the two shook hands, Huang Fan asked impatiently, "Where is that kind of fruit?" "Researcher Huang, please follow me." The group entered the biochemical laboratory, and Pang Dehai took out 5 fruits from the storage box. These 5 fruits are the source fruits of the source tree. The outer skin of the source fruit looks like a large purple passion fruit, with a slightly spicy taste similar to garlic, while the internal structure of the fruit is like a peach, but the flesh is dark purple, with a core the size of an ordinary walnut. Huang Fan activated the gene armor, covered his hands with a layer of gelatin, and took a source fruit with care. Put the source fruit into the atomic scanner, and the situation inside the source fruit was immediately displayed layer by layer. Huang Fan, who had read the papers of Pang Dehai and Honda Masami, knew that the special substance that could inhibit the shortening of chromosome telomeres was in the flesh of the source fruit. This substance was called life source. Huang Fan looked at the scanned data and asked, "Researcher Pang, have you ever done any experiments on living organisms?" "Only on living organisms on Ice Mars." Pang Dehai did not hide anything. Huang Fan turned around and ordered, "Ji Ren, let the cloning factory produce some mice and chimpanzees, and we will test the effect of the life source on the creatures on Blue Star." "No problem." Jiang Jiren nodded and immediately arranged the cloning of mice and chimpanzees. Huang Fan in the laboratory continued to learn some details. The source tree is only distributed in the tropical polar regions of the northern hemisphere of Ice Mars, and there are only 3 islands where this tree survives. These 3 islands are actually one island. According to Xiao Jin's geological model of Ice Mars, the sea level in the Atomy Sea area was not as high as it is now 200 years ago. The continental shelves between Yongri Island, Crab Island, and Wei Island are connected together. A total of 3,775 source trees were found on the 3 islands. By studying the age of the source trees, it can be found that this tree is generally very long-lived. One of the source trees has reached 35,000 blue star years. However, Huang Fan frowned quickly and asked Pang Dehai, "Dehai, you said that the living environment of the source tree was affected by the sudden change of climate?" "Yes." Pang Dehai shared a paper with the other party. This is the comprehensive research result they obtained by combining the living environment of the source tree, the climate change of the Ice Mars, the research on X-transgenic microorganisms, and the analysis of the paleontological fossils and humus layer of Yongri Island. The atmospheric oxygen content is affecting the source tree, and it is a negative impact. If the oxygen content in the atmosphere of Ice Mars increases by another 2 percentage points, the life source content of the source tree fruit will drop by 40 to 50%. Huang Fan said seriously, "It seems that we must protect the origin of the source tree as soon as possible and find a way to breed more source trees. We have been working on this aspect. As long as we eliminate some of the X-genetically modified microorganisms, we can suppress the continued increase in the oxygen content in the atmosphere of Ice Mars." Pang Dehai replied. So you have been prepared for this, then I am relieved. After studying for most of the day, Jiang Jiren finally brought over 100 clone mice and 10 clone chimpanzees. Moreover, Jiang Jiren, who was careful, specially divided the mice and chimpanzees into 3 age groups, including infancy, adulthood, and old age. As soon as the experimental live bodies arrived, Huang Fan couldn't wait to start testing the experiment. From the 5 source fruits, the internal life source was extracted. Then it was divided into different doses and injected into the bodies of mice and chimpanzees. The atomic scanner was always turned on. In the atomic scanning screen, with the injection of life source, there was not much change on the surface of the mice and chimpanzees. But at the chromosome level, mutations are occurring. The life essence adds a blank telomere near the chromosome telomere. Huang Fan amplifies these newly created blank telomeres and finds that this is a variant of the life essence, which has undergone new changes after coming into contact with the chromosome. Dehai, is your experiment on the ice Mars creatures also in this state? Pang Dehai nodded, that's it. Pressing the cell acceleration stimulus, the mice immersed in the special solution seemed to be shedding their skin. In less than 15 minutes, the cells in the mice's bodies divided 5 times, and these mice showed different degrees of changes. This is because of the effect of the injection of the dose of life essence. Only when the life essence is combined with the chromosomes of all cells, the body of the mice will not age after cell division. The mice with insufficient doses showed some organs and parts aging, while some did not. The experiment continued. On the other hand, the Ice Fire Satellite City applied to the Supreme Will of Blue Star for the Ice Mars X genetically modified microorganism elimination plan, which was approved by the Supreme Will. Ren Yingwu was assigned to implement the SIP plan. They will eradicate the 4X genetically modified microorganisms that were eliminated in the SIP plan from Ice Mars within the next 3 months. This will curb the continuous increase in atmospheric oxygen content and allow the Ice Mars ecology to maintain its current state. As for restoring the previous ecology, there is no need. Because after more than 200 years of ecological transformation by the Nibelungs, the ecological environment of Ice Mars has already changed. If it suddenly returns to the previous ecology, it may cause a large number of animals and plants to be unable to adapt and become extinct. 8 days later, Huang Fan has understood the purpose of the life essence. The principle of the life essence to prolong the life of organisms is to use pseudo-telomeres to replace real telomeres to be consumed, which is a form of substitution. This means that the effect of the life essence is not permanent, but has a time limit. Once the pseudo-telomeres formed by the life essence are exhausted, either the life essence is re-injected or the chromosome telomeres are consumed. After a one-time injection, the pseudo-telomeres formed by the life essence can withstand 12 divisions, which is equivalent to extending the lifespan by about 31.2 years. Huang Fan finished speaking and looked at another report in front of him. Research on the drug resistance of life essence, which lists the situation after multiple injections of life essence. The first injection can withstand 12 cell divisions, and the second is 11 cell divisions. By analogy, by the 12th injection, the life essence can only withstand 1 cell division. If a person is injected with life essence 12 times, he will get a total of 78 additional damage-free cell divisions, and 78 cell divisions are 202.8 years of life. The emergence of drug resistance is something Huang Fan expected. If the life essence has no drug resistance and can be used all the time, then it can be immortal in disguise. The rules of the universe will not allow life to be immortal. During his research, Huang Fan also discovered another substance. Chapter 369. During the 8-day continuous experiment, Huang Fan discovered a problem that Pang Dehai and the others had overlooked before, or a phenomenon that they had not discovered due to insufficient experimental data. In the cells of organisms, in addition to those types that constantly divide, there are also brain cells and myocardial cells that do not divide. Since cells do not divide, the life essence has no effect on brain cells and myocardial cells. Although benefiting from the youthful vitality of other cells, brain cells and myocardial cells also gained a lot of benefits, extending their lifespan by 20 to 30%. However, this improvement ratio can no longer keep up with the improvement of other cells. The longest plank of a wooden barrel determines the amount of water, not the longest one, but the shortest one. The same is true for the lifespan of an organism. No matter how long other cells in the body can live, if the lifespan of the key cell, the brain cell, is not long, the organism can only die. Pang Dehai and Honda Masami, who did not discover this problem at the beginning, also felt very strange. Logically speaking, If the life source cannot increase the lifespan of brain cells and myocardial cells, it means that animals that eat the source fruit will not get a 2 or 3 times longer lifespan. But the reality is just the opposite. The animals that ate the source fruit on Yongri Island all gained a longer lifespan, and the longest increase was 2.8 times. Those animals did not suffer from brain death or heart failure. This situation is contrary to the experimental results. In this case, it can only mean that there are other things affecting the lifespan of these animals. Huang Fan and Pang Dehai reanalyzed the composition of the source fruit pulp, but found nothing. Until Jiang Jiren reminded that the answer might be in the fruit core. Huang Fan and his companions suddenly realized the truth. After checking the animals, they found a pattern. Among the animals that had their lifespan extended, the small and medium-sized animals generally had no significant increase in lifespan. The animals that had their lifespan extended significantly were all large animals. The characteristic of these animals was that they could swallow a fist-sized source fruit in one gulp. This meant that these animals swallowed the fruit core together. Cut open the purple core of a source fruit. The inside of the core was similar to the kernel of a pecan. Pang Dehai listed all the ingredients of the core and kernel. First, they excluded some of the components that were the same as those of the blue star creatures, and then separated the remaining components separately. After some experiments, they narrowed the scope to 3 types, and then finally determined the substance through live injection experiments. This is an organic substance extracted from nuts, which is called cytokinin. In animals injected with this cytokinin, the young and adult bodies have almost no effect. But in the elderly, the situation is completely different. When cytokines enter the body of the elderly, they will activate the division mechanism of brain cells and myocardial cells, thus causing brain cells and myocardial cells to divide into new cells. This is equivalent to the rebirth of the brain and heart, especially with the cooperation of the life source, which enables the brain and heart to divide new cells almost without damage. It's a pity that cytokines also have drug resistance. Huang Fan sighed. Jiang Jiren shook his head and smiled. Don't be too greedy. It's better to eat one bite at a time. Huang Fan, who was mentally exhausted, was stunned for a moment, and then he relaxed. I am possessed by a demon. Cytokines can only stimulate cells that do not divide, thereby temporarily opening the division restrictions of these cells. Huang Fan called this process temporary cancerization, because brain cells and myocardial cells stimulated by cytokines will be like cancer cells, with the limiter removed. It's just that cytokines temporarily remove the limiter, while cancer cells permanently remove the limiter. The research on life essence and cytokines is progressing rapidly. Not only the efficacy, dosage, side effects, and drug resistance of the two compounds are studied, but also the industrial synthesis process. If life essence and cytokines can really act on the human body, the more than 3,000 trees on Yongri Island alone cannot meet the needs of the new humans, and industrial synthesis processes must be sought. The research progress is very fast, and hundreds of thousands of animal experiments have been conducted alone. The life potion made from the life essence, and the regeneration potion made from the cell activator. The regeneration potion has obvious side effects, which will cause memory loss in the brain after injection. This is a difficult problem to solve. Brain cells themselves store a lot of information. It is very normal for information to be lost during cell division. Huang Fan and his team can only choose a compromise solution, which is to back up the memory through a biological computer, complete the regeneration of brain cells, and then re-inject the consciousness and memory into the brain. Inside the biochemical laboratory of the abandoned ship observatory, Jiang Jiren hurriedly walked to Huang Fan and handed him a document. Good news. Looking at the document, Huang Fan stopped his work. The Science and Technology Commission actually approved it so quickly. Jiang Jiren explained, there is no way. Our other technologies have made great progress, but there has been no good news in life sciences. Now it is probably to boost morale. Then let's prepare for the first phase of clinical work as soon as possible. Huang Fan ordered while the iron was hot. No problem. Jiang Jiren nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Pang Dehai stepped into the laboratory. Jiang Jiren asked curiously, why are you so sad? Did the experiment go wrong? It was very unsuccessful. Pang Dehai said helplessly, and handed a test report to Huang Fan. Huang Fan, who was looking through the experimental data, frowned after a while. He asked in surprise, is there no way to synthesize the life source? Pang Dehai spread his hands and sighed. Whether it is chemical synthesis or forced splicing of nanorobots, there is no way to synthesize it. In the experimental report, the nanorobot splicing method that had been successful before did not work for the first time. There are only 1566 atoms that make up the life essence. Even if it is forcibly spliced together, all the elements are exactly the same. Once the nanorobots are unstitched, the molecular structure will automatically collapse. This is difficult. Huang Fan had a headache. Life essence is different from cytokines. Life essence can solidify biological age, while cytokines only work on old people whose brain cells are at the end of their life. In addition, cytokines can also treat Alzheimer's disease, and there are no other applications. And life essence is something that most people need, except for minors, because their bodies are not fully developed, and they cannot use life essence. Jiang Jiren thought about it and suggested, since it is temporarily impossible to synthesize artificially, let's try cloning. I tried it, but it didn't work. Pang Dehai scratched his head and replied, listen to me. Jiang Jiren knew that the fruit might not be cloned directly, I mean cloning the source tree, and then simulating the living environment for semi-natural production. After thinking for a while, Pang Dehai realized that this was the best way now. Before there was no way to solve the problem of artificial synthesis, semi-natural cultivation should be carried out first. Huang Fan also agreed with this plan. We should be flexible in doing things, and not stick to it blindly. Pang Dehai, who did not succeed in synthesizing the source of life, took on this matter. Leave the cultivation of the source tree to me. Yes. Okay. Huang Fan had no objection. Anyway, he was busy with the first phase of clinical trials recently. Chapter 370. New Era Year 6, January 12th. The Spring Festival has just passed. Blue Moon 1. A Quinpin-class transport ship arrived at the port. The ship transported 300 life potions and 100 rebirth potions. As soon as the potions arrived at the Blue Moon 1 satellite city, they were picked up by people from the Life Science Research Institute. Then, they were quickly transported to the ground of Blue Star, Yangcheng Citizen Hospital. 300 volunteers are in their respective sanatoriums, 100 of whom are young people aged 20 to 60, 100 are middle-aged people aged 60 to 90, and the remaining 100 are all elderly people over 90 years old. Especially these elderly people are more eager for life potions and rebirth potions. Now the biotechnology of the new humans has improved a lot, but what is coming will come. After the body reaches 90 years old, the cell vitality, brain memory, and mental outlook are constantly declining, like a candle that is about to be extinguished in the wind. When the life mark of 120 years old is reached, the dead silence of the end will surround these people like a shadow. Many people can't stand this fear, and have to choose cryogenic hibernation and live in the virtual world. They all took the initiative to apply for the Phase 1 clinical test of the rebirth drug. At this age, many people have already let go of life and death. Fang Ge and Lin Sha came to Yangcheng Citizens Hospital in person. The reason they came in person was mainly because many of the volunteers participating in the Phase 1 clinical test had different identities. Knocked on the door. Come in. A calm and vicissitudes voice came from the sanatorium. Fang Ge was about to turn the doorknob when the door opened automatically. Academician Fang, why are you here? The middle-aged woman was a little surprised. Hello, Ms. Wang. The middle-aged woman took Fang Ge and Lin Sha into the sanatorium. On the bed was Academician Yang, who was working on a paper for submission. He looked up and said, It's Xiao Fang and Xiao Lin. Are you here to persuade me too? Fang Ge nodded helplessly. After all, this is the first clinical test. The rebirth potion may have risks. You should think about it again. Haha, okay, I understand that you all have good intentions, but please allow me to go crazy for once. Academician Yang's eyes are full of thirst for truth. For a man who once stood at the top of the physics world, the greatest pain is to watch the younger generation creating new things while he gradually falls behind and cannot keep up with the trend of the times. If I had met Planck, Einstein, and Bohr earlier, I might not have such troubles. Under the circumstances, I have survived to this new era. After serving as the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Truth, this feeling of depression is deepening day by day. It is not that I envy the achievements of young people, but that I feel sad for my own powerlessness. Faced with the explosion of the new era physics world, he had no way to review many papers. After hearing about the life potion and the rebirth potion, his ambition, which had been extinguished, was rekindled. Rather than lingering on, it is better to give it a try, because he does not want to miss this best era of science. Fang Ge and Lin Sha were also very helpless. They could not understand the unwillingness of these old scientists. Among the elderly group participating in the Phase I clinical test, there were 8 academicians alone and 27 senior researchers, so the two had to come here in person. The sun was setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun penetrated the glass window. The nurse brought the nursing robot, and took the volunteers of the elderly group to the test area. Unlike the youth group and the middle-aged group, the youth group and the middle-aged group only needed to be injected with life potions. The elderly group needed to be injected with life potions and regeneration potions, so they needed to enter the life support cabin. One by one, the elderly volunteers entered the life support cabin, and the life support fluid quickly soaked their bodies. "Chairman, it's ready," the head of the hospital said nervously. "Let's get started." Fong Ge could only respect the choice of the volunteers. The head of the hospital kept praying in his heart that nothing would happen. He was panicked when he thought of so many academicians and senior researchers. The life medicine was first injected into the volunteers, and there were also a large number of auxiliary drugs and nutrient solutions. These auxiliary drugs were mainly used to reduce drug resistance. According to the results of animal experiments, after suppressing drug resistance, pseudotelomeres, it can extend the life of the human body by 360 years. And the regeneration potion that can be used 5 times can theoretically provide brain cells with a life of 450 years. However, this theory is questionable, because to obtain a 450-year life of brain cells, the premise is that the brain cells are supported until they are close to the life limit each time, and then the regeneration potion is used. It is estimated that no one is willing to endure 20 to 30 years of brain decay, so the regeneration potion can extend the brain life by 400 years, which is almost the limit. Combined with the original lifespan of humans, the lifespan has exceeded 500 years, reaching between 510 and 600 years. With the injection of life medicine, academician Yang felt that his body was undergoing a transformation. The nutrient solution in the life support cabin was constantly replaced, and countless old cells in the body were injected with new vitality. On the chromosome telomeres of the cells, the life source generated a section of pseudotelomeres on the original basis. The body that was previously in a state of decline has undergone earth-shaking changes, coupled with the assistance of some other drugs and biological computers. He was no longer the middle-aged man with a superficial appearance, but a real middle-aged man. After 72 hours, all volunteers completed the first stage of transformation with life potion, and then entered the second stage, which was the injection of regeneration potion. This was also the most risky place. First, the consciousness and memory database of all volunteers were stored on the main server of the biological computer. It became a body without soul. The regeneration potion was injected into the body, and the cytokines went straight to the brain and heart. The division shackles in the genes were temporarily released by cytokines, and then with the support of a large amount of nutrients, the heart, brain and other organs that were previously unable to divide began to divide as they had longed for. It's just that this kind of cell division and replacement is not that fast. The person in charge of the hospital stared at the physical data of the volunteers every day, fearing that something might go wrong. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was 12 days later. Many family members were also anxiously waiting for news outside the hospital. Inside the life support cabin, the bodies of 100 volunteers have rejuvenated, and their physical vitality is no less than that of a 20-year-old boy. Fong Ge and Lin Sha came to the hospital again. Looking at the rows of life support capsules, Fong Ge knew that the most critical moment of the first phase of clinical trials had come. Reactivate their biological computers. The biological computers were reactivated, and under the guidance of external staff, they began to gradually inject memories and consciousness into the brain. Academician Yang in the life support capsule closed his eyes, and his mind was reviewing his life. His childhood and youth in the war between warlords, his student days in the war, his study and development in Country B, and his research on the law of parity non-conservation with Tsungdao Li, and his Nobel Prize in physics. He opened his eyes blankly, and as the nutrient solution slowly decreased, a sense of being in another world came with it. Feeling his young and energetic body, it was as if he had returned to his youth after reincarnation. Others were just like him, really like being reborn. They are back again, and their fighting spirit is burning again. Chapter 371. New Era Year 6, February 15th. The Phase 1 clinical trials of Life Potion and Regeneration Potion were a complete success. The Life Science Research Institute plans to conduct Phase 2 clinical trials, 1,000 people, on May 15th this year, and Phase 3 clinical trials, 10,000 people, on October 15th this year. The 100 elderly volunteers, who have regained their youth, are now in the adaptation tracking period after a series of physical tests. The bodies of these volunteers are no different from those of normal young people. There are even some new discoveries. After using the rebirth potion, the volunteer's consciousness returns to the brain, and the body will get back to the consciousness. According to the research of the Quantum Soul Research Institute, the quantum soul of ordinary people, like the body, will weaken over time. The lifespan of the quantum soul is much longer than that of the human body. Generally speaking, after the human body dies, the consciousness will completely dissipate within 50 to 300 hours. However, if the consciousness is transferred to a biological computer, the awake state of the human consciousness can be maintained for about 1,200 to 1,400 years. After being baptized by the rebirth potion, the volunteer's consciousness also showed a rejuvenation along with the body. This was something that no one had expected before. After all, humans in the field of souls have just started, and there is no object to learn from for all research. Even the Nibelung civilization seems to have no research results in this area. The effect of the rebirth potion unexpectedly brought the body back to the soul. This made many scientists happy, but they had to sigh at the mystery of life. The soul and body of life are an organic whole, and the spirit of the ancients is not without reason. On the Mars-Sun-Lagrange point L1 between Mars and the Sun, there is a huge satellite city, Mars-Sun 1 satellite city. At this time, in the gravity zone inside the satellite city, in an area with a gravity that is almost the same as that of Mars, the natural environment of Yongri Island on Mars is completely simulated. Whether it is the light intensity, light source type, soil composition, air pressure and temperature, magnetic field, or even the microbial environment, it is exactly the same as Yongri. After the efforts of Pang Dehai and others, the best growth environment of the source tree was tested. In this environment, the content of life source in the source fruit of the source tree will reach the highest level. The satellite city source tree planting area is 235 square kilometers, more than 4 times larger than Yongri Island, and 10,000 clone source trees have been planted there. It is very simple for the new humans to open up a source tree space plantation, because the gravity layer required by the source tree is different from the planting layer required by the blue star plants, and it will not affect the production of space food, vegetables and fruits. Instead, it can make full use of the satellite city's gravity zone. Huri 1 is the first satellite city approved to plant source trees, and it is also one of the 2 pilot plantations. The clone source trees have entered the fruiting period. Source trees in the natural environment need to grow for 43 to 44 blue star years before entering the flowering and fruiting stage, and each fruiting period takes 570 to 590 blue star days. The single fruiting yield of a single source tree is between 150 and 280 kilograms, and the number of source fruits is between 200 and 350. On average, 0.8 to 0.9 grams of life essence can be extracted from each kilogram of source fruit pulp, and a portion of life potion requires 0.37 grams of life essence. A fruiting source tree can only produce 330 to 700 life potions at a time. All human beings need life potions, and 10,000 source trees can obviously only satisfy 3.3 to 7.7 million people. The population has reached 1.6 billion new humans, and 1 million source trees need to be planted to form a preliminary formulation. Of course, the 2 plantations can now alleviate the urgent need. After all, young and middle-aged people can postpone the injection, and the elderly need 31.2 years after the injection before the second injection. In fact, there is no need to plant too many source trees, as long as the service committee allocates them reasonably. 2 figures appeared in the source tree plantation of Huri 1. Huang Mingzhi was naturally very interested in this magical alien plant, and he came here in person. Now he rarely leaves Blue Star in person, and usually uses a substitute robot to go to the alien planet. If quantum wormhole communication has not been successfully developed, the distance from Blue Star to the moon is almost the limit of the use of substitute robots. Beyond this distance, the uncoordinated lag will make people very uncomfortable. And now through the quantum wormhole, his stand-in robot can appear in all places in the solar system without obvious lag, even on ice Mars. Teacher, why are you interested in the source tree? The other person is Fang Ji's stand-in robot. Others may not understand Huang Mingzhi's attainments in biology, but as a disciple, Fang Ge understands the strength of his teacher, who is truly a man standing at the pinnacle of human wisdom. One can polish jade with the help of a stone from another mountain. Huang Mingzhi carefully observed these source trees. Looking at the flowers of the source trees, which are like deep purple kapok flowers, and exude a slightly pungent garlic smell, Yongri Island has many unique plants and animals. For example, the crystal bees that are collecting honey are tirelessly helping the source trees to pollinate. The source trees are self-pollinating plants, and there is no distinction between males and females. Fang Ge continued, now the infrastructure over there on ice Mars is relatively complete, and the teacher may go there directly to take a look. I go over and take a look at this time. After saying that, Huang Mingzhi continued to watch the source tree. He activated quantum sensing. After many improvements, Huang Mingzhi's quantum sensing ability has become more powerful and insightful. Originally, a mere alien plant would not attract his personal attention, but the life source produced by the source tree could not be synthesized. This matter attracted his attention. As the founder of atomic manipulation, Huang Mingzhi understood better than anyone that all positive matter compounds were within the scope of atomic manipulation. And now there is an exception, so he came here in person. After all, quantum sensing can only be used by the person himself, and there is no way to use a substitute robot. Teacher, what's wrong with the source tree? Fang Ge asked curiously. The Life Science Research Institute has already studied the source tree in depth, but has not found anything. Even the mechanism of generating life source is a bit confusing. Before the source fruit is ripe, the life source will not appear, but exist in a state of sublife source. When the fruit matures, these sublife source will gradually transform into life source. However, in artificial synthesis, no matter whether it is sublife essence or life essence, there is no way to synthesize it, as if these two compounds do not exist in the universe. Huang Mingzhi observed for a while. Suddenly his brows relaxed, and replied with a smile, "Some discoveries." "Oh?" Fang Ge asked. "Teacher, is it convenient to tell me?" "It's not inconvenient. There is a part of the structure of the life essence that is not in the molecular formula," Huang Mingzhi explained. "Not in the molecular formula?" Fang Ge was puzzled. This was a bit beyond her understanding. Seeing Fang Ge's confusion, Huang Mingzhi said as he walked, "This requires you to understand physics, especially astrophysics." "How did biology get involved in astrophysics?" Fang Ge was even more confused. "Xiao Ge, you have to understand that there is not only positive matter in the universe." Fang Ge was stunned. This sentence sounded like a thunder in her mind. Chapter 372. Although Fang Ge is not an astrophysicist, he still knows a little about the composition of cosmic matter. The current universe is composed of dark energy, vacuum zero-point energy, dark matter, and bright matter, matter, antimatter, photons, and neutrinos. Dark energy accounts for 70% of the mass, dark matter accounts for 26% of the mass, and the bright matter we know only accounts for 4%. For the universe, humans are still too small, and their cognition is just a glimpse of the leopard. The existence of dark matter and dark energy is also a mechanism that allows the universe to be maintained today. Without dark matter and dark energy, our solar system and universe would not be what they are today, and even humans might not exist. Teacher, are you saying that part of the structure of the life source is dark matter? Fang Ge asked hurriedly. Let's do a small experiment. Huang Mingzhi turned around and answered irrelevantly. Fang Ge followed Huang Mingzhi to the 5th floor of the inner city of Huri-1, where there was a stand-in robot internet service area. Lying in the life support cabin, Huang Mingzhi smiled and said to Fang Ge, "Let's go to the abandoned ship observation station on Ice Mars together." No problem. Fang Ge was in the state of a stand-in robot. After parking the stand-in robot back in the storage box, she activated a stand-in robot located at the abandoned ship observation station on Ice Mars. Ice Mars Abandoned Ship Observation Station. In the stand-in robot storage room, the storage boxes of the two stand-in robots lit up red lights, and the nano-robots immediately covered the bodies, forming the appearance of two people. "Let's go!" The road was smooth, and Huang Mingzhi, who had the authority of the chairman of the Science and Technology Commission, could naturally enter the Advanced Biochemical Laboratory directly. Peng Dehai, who was busy with the synthesis of life source, did not notice the two people coming in. It was only after his assistant reminded him that he realized that Huang Mingzhi and Fang Ge had arrived. "Chairman, Academician Fang, welcome to the Abandoned Ship Observation Station." Peng Dehai felt a little restrained. In fact, at this time, he was not only restrained, but also felt very nervous. After all, he could not synthesize life source, and he might be worried that the Science and Technology Commission would doubt his ability. Huang Mingzhi saw the other parties panic and waved his hand. "Don't be nervous, I'm just doing a demonstration." Peng Dehai, who was relieved, said quickly, "Chairman, please let me know if you need anything." Equipment 10 grams of life source. Is there a gravitational mass meter here? No problem, there is a gravitational mass meter. Go and prepare. Peng Dehai immediately arranged the experimental materials and equipment. Fang Ge, who was silent on the side, already understood Huang Mingzhi's idea. In less than 3 minutes, Peng Dehai brought over 10 grams of life essence. The purified life essence was a translucent lavender crystal. Through the test tube equipped with life essence, 1 gram was poured into the vacuum to generate bottle, and the gravitational mass meter was activated. First, the neutrino atomic scanner on the side was activated, and the probe was inserted into the degenerate bottle. Soon, the number of atoms in the degenerate bottle and the number of types of atoms appeared on the display. Press the impurity removal button to remove the atoms in the vacuum bottle except the life essence. Following the same pattern, the remaining 9 grams of life essence were placed in vacuum bottles, and other impurities were also removed. Pang Dehai and others were confused, and only Fang Ge understood what the teacher was doing. Press the switch of the gravitational mass meter, and then the weight detection with an accuracy of 1/1000th of a gram will display the weight of 10 bottles of life essence. Then Huang Mingzhi injected the same number of atoms and types into another 10 vacuum bottles, and also removed impurities, and started the gravitational mass meter. He added the mass of the chemical bond binding energy. How is it possible? Pang Dehai wiped his eyes, and looked at the 20 sets of data carefully. He was stunned. The same element type, the same number of atoms, and even the factors of isotopes and chemical bonds were taken into consideration. The data should have the same mass. However, there was a 0.14% error. The life source group had 0.14% more mass than the ordinary substance group. Pang Dehai couldn't help scratching his head and cheeks. What a hell! How can there be an extra 0.14% mass out of thin air? He was worried that there was something wrong with the instrument, so he replaced it with a gravitational mass instrument, but the result was still exactly the same. Teacher, it seems that you are right, Fang Ge said admiringly. Pang Dehai, whose mind was full of confusion, could only look at Huang Mingzhi eagerly after hearing Fang Ge's words, hoping that he could give an explanation to this horrifying phenomenon in front of him. For a scientist, if 2 elements with exactly the same conditions were used, but the masses were different in the end, and there was a huge error of 0.14%, if the reason could not be found out, he would probably doubt his life. It's dark matter, Huang Mingzhi explained. Dark matter? Dark matter? Pang Dehai's eyes widened, and the doubts in his heart suddenly became clear. He ignored the shocked Pang Dehai. Fang Ge and Huang Mingzhi discussed it, and they were sure that the extra 0.14% of the life source was the dark matter component. As for why it was not dark energy, because dark energy is vacuum zero-point energy, the properties of this thing, the new humans have long studied it through the energy siphon effect. Huang Mingzhi actually has a theory about dark matter. It's just that dark matter that can be combined with visible matter was discovered by the new humans for the first time. In the past, human observation technology could not directly observe dark matter. After the new era, the existence of dark matter was detected through precise gravitational wave detectors. As one of the products of the Big Bang, dark matter and visible matter accounted for more than half of the total mass of the universe in the primordial universe. In modern times, visible matter only accounts for 4%, and dark matter still accounts for 26%. More than half of dark matter and visible matter have disappeared. So where did they go? The answer is naturally in dark energy. After the Big Bang, the universe entered a redshift expansion state, and the force that drives the expansion of the universe is dark energy. It can be simply understood that dark energy is matter that manifests as universal repulsion, while bright matter and dark matter are matter that manifests as universal gravitation. As time goes by, dark energy can consume more and more dark matter and bright matter, turning them into dark energy, until the redshift expansion of the universe reaches a critical point. This situation will end. In fact, this situation is very easy to understand. In nuclear fusion reactions and antimatter annihilation reactions, there are material losses. In addition to some of these losses being converted into photons and neutrinos, some of them are converted into heat energy. These heat energies will eventually be increased by entropy into vacuum zero-point energy, that is, dark energy, thereby driving the expansion of the universe. In fact, this is a very helpless reality. Vacuum zero-point energy drives the expansion of the universe, and the expansion of the universe dilutes the unit area density of vacuum zero-point energy. In order to ensure that the density of zero-point energy does not decrease, the universe will spontaneously produce an entropy increase effect, converting dark matter and bright matter into zero-point energy. The gravitational force of visible matter and dark matter is the force that counteracts the expansion of the universe. As more and more dark matter and visible matter are swallowed up, the gap between gravitational force and universal repulsion will become larger and larger, and the expansion of the universe is accelerating. It should be noted that the universe was born only about 13.8 billion years ago, and more than half of the dark matter and visible matter have been swallowed up. Whether there are still 13.8 billion years in the future is also an unknown number. Chapter 373. After Huang Mingzhi returned to Blue Star, he published a paper on the discovery of dark matter in the life source. As soon as this paper came out, it immediately caused a stir. The scientific community was constantly discussing this, and many research teams repeated Huang Mingzhi's experiment and found that there was indeed a 0.14% mass difference. Under such a high precision, a 0.14% mass difference is like suddenly having 10 minutes more in a day. This value is too obvious. After applying for a gravitational wave dark matter detector, the experiment indeed detected dark matter in the life source. This great discovery immediately set off the scientific community, especially astrophysicists and dark matter physicists, who were very excited about it. Wei Feng came to Huang Mingzhi's office through a stand-in robot, and as soon as he came in, he teased, "Mingzhi, you have made a big news without making any noise. Are you here to explore dark matter too?" Huang Mingzhi put down the documents in his hand and smiled. Wei Feng shook his finger. "Of course not. I came here to report the progress. From your expression, it seems that you have succeeded. Of course, don't think that you are the only one making progress. Take a look." Wei Feng shared a file with Huang Mingzhi. It was an unpublished paper, and Wei Feng was not afraid of Huang Mingzhi plagiarizing. First, he believed in his character, and second, the scientific research projects of the Science and Technology Commission were all recorded and archived in detail, so there was no fear of plagiarism. Looking through the paper, there was a lot of experimental data in the attachment. The project that Wei Feng is working on is called Energy to Matter. According to the mass energy formula, all matter in the universe can be transformed into energy, which is also in line with the grand unified theory that everything is unified. Since everything can be attributed to energy, why can't energy be transformed into everything? Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two, and even to all things. Yin and Yang give birth to each other, and all changes remain the same. It is based on this idea, combined with the Reaper theory and the theory of the end of cosmic expansion, that Wei Feng came up with the theory of energy mass transformation. How to create matter with energy? He used a zero-point energy siphon device to absorb vacuum zero-point energy, then converted the absorbed energy into photons, and then introduced the photons into an artificial black hole. When photons enter a black hole with strong gravity, they will be swallowed and compressed into new matter by the black hole. In the experiment, after the black hole decayed, the mass increased to varying degrees. The mass increase ratio of the black hole decay residue is proportional to the amount of photon input. In the black hole decay residue, not only bright matter appeared, but also dark matter and zero-point energy. This means that energy can be converted into matter. "Swipe the virtual display screen," Huang Mingzhi said with a smile. "Congratulations. I think this technology has great potential." While speaking, Wei Feng displayed a concept on the virtual display screen. This? Huang Mingzhi, who originally opposed it, stopped and looked at the concept carefully. In fact, Wei Feng's idea is similar to the perpetual motion machine plan. He plans to combine the zero-point energy siphon system with a wormhole stable core. Thus, by absorbing the external vacuum zero-point energy, the wormhole can be permanently activated without consuming positive matter and antimatter. Because he does not want to accelerate the expansion of the universe, although in theory the universe will automatically stop when it expands to the critical point. But where is this critical point of automatic stop? There are two possibilities. The first possibility is that there is still a certain amount of bright matter and dark matter, and at this time the star system in the universe will not completely collapse. The second possibility is that bright matter and dark matter are completely swallowed by dark energy, which is the great tear of the universe, and then the blue shift contraction. More and more evidence shows that the future of the universe is a big tear. If the bright matter creatures or dark matter life do not stop this, the end of the redshift expansion will be their doom. After all bright matter and dark matter have turned into dark energy, and even the material basis of existence has disappeared, so life will naturally not exist. Wei Feng explained, "Mingzhi, I have calculated that the zero-point energy absorbed and released by the zero-point energy siphon device can just achieve a balance, and there will be no excess zero-point energy generated due to the wormhole. I will consider it carefully." Huang Mingzhi nodded seriously. He naturally knew that absorbing vacuum zero transformation photons and matter, or directly using zero-point energy, could effectively curb the accelerated expansion of the universe. This work is also the plan that the Reaper civilization has been implementing. As long as it is not close to the critical point, it will desperately absorb vacuum zero-point energy to slow down the expansion of the universe. Turn to the second page and imagine a zero-point energy superluminal engine. Your idea coincides with mine. Wei Feng asked happily, "Do you also think zero-point energy is feasible?" Huang Mingzhi smiled but said nothing. He shared a 3-month-old essay from his research memo with the other party. Zero-point energy is dark energy. The characteristic of dark energy is universal repulsion, and the unit density of zero-point energy determines the strength of universal repulsion. Use a zero-point energy siphon device. Install the siphon device in front of the spacecraft, and release the absorbed zero-point energy directly behind the spacecraft without conversion. The front of the spacecraft is siphoned with zero-point energy, resulting in a decrease in zero-point energy density, which causes space contraction, while the back is released due to the release of zero-point energy, causing space expansion. The space in front pulls the spaceship, and the space in the back pushes the spaceship. The huge difference in space contraction and expansion will make the spaceship fly very fast, even faster than the speed of light. After reading Huang Mingzhi's essay, Wei Feng frowned, then unfolded the virtual display screen and quickly entered the formula to calculate. Soon the result came out, and he was silent when looking at the result in front of him. Although this mode of curvature flight requires almost no energy consumption, there is a fatal problem: length. This length refers to the length of the spaceship. Zero-point energy has an automatic balancing mechanism. The spacecraft absorbs and releases at the same time. If the length is not long, the released zero-point energy will quickly flow back to the absorbed area, which is equivalent to doing useless work. To curb this automatic backflow, the premise is that the length of the spacecraft exceeds 10 light seconds, that is, 3 million kilometers. Wei Feng complained, even if the solar system is dismantled, it is estimated that there will not be enough spacecraft with a length of 300 kilometers. This is not something that can be done now. There is also a compromise solution, Huang Mingzhi reminded. Wei Feng quickly turned to the next page. The compromise plan is also very simple. The front of the spacecraft still absorbs zero-point energy, but this time, the zero-point energy is not released directly after absorption. Instead, the zero-point energy is converted into matter, and then energy is generated through antimatter annihilation, and all the matter is ejected. The front is space contraction, and the back is photon plasma jet propulsion. This time the spacecraft does not need to be as long as 3 million kilometers. A few kilometers will be enough. The disadvantage of this mode is that the speed cannot exceed the speed of light, and can only reach 90% of the speed of light at most. Huang Mingzhi said helplessly, our understanding of zero-point energy is still too rough. If we can control the local density of zero-point energy, it is not impossible to have a curvature spacecraft that can exceed the speed of light. Your compromise is the best choice at present. Wei Feng shrugged and smiled. The two also understood that the new human's cosmic physics is still very shallow, and it is nothing short of fantasy to want to jump from a low sublight speed spacecraft to a super light speed spacecraft all at once. Of course, for alternative wormhole jumping spacecraft, the new human still has a chance to achieve it. Chapter 374. New Era Year 6, May 9th. Not far from the Moon Communication Center, a large base was busy at this time. Above the base's underground station, a virtual projection of the Universe Exploration Center was suspended. The person in charge was Xiao Bing, who was previously under Luo Feng. The mission of the Universe Exploration Center is to explore the universe. Unlike gravitational wave, neutrino, and electromagnetic wave detection, the detection technology of the Universe Exploration Center uses the latest generation of quantum wormhole detection technology. The assistant looked at the data and reported to Xiao Bing, Director Xiao, all departments are ready. Let's get started. Xiao Bing ordered calmly. At the command, hundreds of people in the control room were busy working. According to the quantum wormhole jump law model, the universe time and space correction model, and supercomputer assistance, the first quantum wormhole positioning jump was launched. The universe time and space correction model system is crucial because the universe we see is different from the real universe. For example, the closest Proxima Centauri system to the solar system is 4.22 light-years away from the solar system, which means that the situation observed by humans now is the situation of Proxima Centauri 4.22 years ago. If no time and space correction is performed, the position where the quantum wormhole jumps to will be the position of Proxima Centauri 4.22 years ago. Celestial bodies in the universe are constantly moving, and no celestial body exists statically. Proxima Centauri position correction completed. Quantum wormhole positioning completed. Excite the quantum wormhole. In one of the communication balls at the Space Exploration Center, after the quantum wormhole was located, it was immediately excited. A quantum wormhole, only slightly larger than a photon, appeared near Proxima Centauri, 4.22 light-years away from the solar system. The quantum gravitational wave synchronous resonance system is activated. A large amount of gravitational wave data refreshed the display screen, like a data torrent, and the supercomputer began to use various astrophysical models to comprehensively analyze these data. Xia Yu, who was standing by, looked at the data and suggested to Xiao Bing, "Director, we can activate more quantum wormholes." Xiao Bing nodded. "Follow the suggestion of researcher Xia. Add 5 more quantum wormholes." Okay. After a while, another 5 quantum wormholes appeared around Proxima Centauri. The gravitational wave data brought by the 6 quantum wormholes fully analyzed the situation of Proxima Centauri. The holographic model construction system in the hull, based on the data analyzed by gravitational waves, gradually generated the situation of Proxima Centauri. The mass of Proxima Centauri, the strength of gravity, and the situation inside the Proxima system are all generated in the model. This is much more precise than the observation data of the astronomical telescope. The astronomical telescope is like the arcade game screen of the last century, and it is a mosaic screen, while the quantum wormhole detection is equivalent to the 4K screen quality. The staff began to manipulate the quantum wormhole to move slowly in the Proxima system. The 6 quantum wormholes each occupied a position to ensure that the changes in the surrounding gravitational strength could be sensed. Although the Alpha Centauri system is a triple star system, in fact, this star system is not a chaotic motion pattern without rules, but a regular triple star motion pattern. There are so many planets. Xia Yulai looked at the Proxima model in front of him. In the Proxima model that is being generated bit by bit, there is an Earth-like planet in the orbit of 43 million kilometers away from Proxima Centauri, with a radius of 1137 to 1142 kilometers, less than half of Mercury. Proxima Centauri itself is not big, with a volume of about 1.5 times that of Jupiter, and a mass of 150 times that of Jupiter, a typical red dwarf star. In the Proxima system, in addition to Proxima 1, there are 2 Earth-like planets in orbits of 32.7 million kilometers and 133.7 million kilometers, respectively, and an asteroid belt in orbits of 432 to 677 million kilometers. Xiao Bing glanced at the data, turned his head and said, "Researcher Xia, we only need to have a preliminary understanding of the situation of Proxima Centauri, and we should continue with other work." Understood. Xia Yulai suppressed his curiosity. 6 quantum wormholes jumped to the other 2 star systems of Alpha Centauri. As a triple star system, the 3 star systems of Alpha Centauri orbit each other and influence each other. It is difficult for such a star system to give birth to carbon-based life. Using quantum wormholes for detailed gravitational detection, the situation of a star system can be mapped in about an hour. The initial mission of the Space Exploration Center is to detect star systems within 1,000 light-years around the solar system and establish a complete cosmic star map around the solar system. As for colonizing other star systems, it is too early to say now. If there are star systems with life planets, perhaps the new humans will be interested. For other star systems without life, the new humans have no idea of developing them for the time being. On the one hand, overexploitation of the universe will increase zero-point energy, leading to accelerated expansion of the universe, and may attract the attention of the harvester civilization. Now the new humans are working hard to develop superluminal curvature spacecraft and quantum communication. Although artificial wormholes are about to enter the experimental stage, and wormhole jump spacecraft and quantum wormhole communication can exceed the speed of light, they can replace curvature spacecraft and quantum communication to a certain extent. The Nibelung civilization also thought so back then, but the artificial wormhole was interfered by the other party, and all the spacecraft were directly destroyed, and the harvester civilization almost wiped them out. Without more preparation, they went to the cosmic turmoil. Do you really think that the sickles of the Reaper civilizations are not sharp? Another mission of the Space Exploration Center is also being carried out. Another mission is the Large Solar System Monitoring Network. By gradually understanding the situation of the star systems around the solar system, 3 early warning monitoring networks will be built with the solar system as the center. Curvature spacecraft, or wormhole jumps, will cause gravitational fluctuations. Quantum wormholes can just sense gravitational fluctuations, thereby avoiding surprise attacks on the solar system. 3 quantum wormhole monitoring networks are located in the 10 light-year circle, 100 light-year circle, and 1000 light-year circle of the solar system. In addition to the detection quantum wormholes arranged in each star system, if there is a spacecraft of an alien civilization entering the solar system, it can be detected. This monitoring network is not perfect. If the other party also controls the quantum wormhole detection technology and directly jumps the spacecraft to the outer circle of the solar system, the monitoring network will be useless. As time goes by, Xiao Bing commands the Space Communication Center to detect each star system one by one and retain a quantum wormhole in each star system. 873 communication balls have been activated in the Communication Ball Reserve of the Space Exploration Center, which means that they have initially explored 873 stars, and the star systems to which these stars belong. However, the number of 873 stars is still less than 100 light-years away from the solar system. There are tens of thousands of bright stars within 1,000 light-years around the solar system. In addition, there are dark stars that are no less than the number of bright stars. These dark stars are very dim red dwarfs. Huh? Xia Yulai observed the star system in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. He quickly turned to Xiao Bing and said, "Director, please let the quantum wormhole conduct a detailed investigation of the third planet in this star system." No problem. The staff controlled 6 quantum wormholes, and sensed around the 4th planet in the star system. Soon, the situation around the 4th planet was further analyzed through the gravitational fluctuation feedback of the quantum wormhole, and the holographic model was quickly built. Chapter 375. In the control room of the Space Exploration Center, a huge gas planet is being generated bit by bit. This is a gas planet slightly smaller than Jupiter, and is also located in the 4th planet orbit of the star system. Xia Yulai is staring at one of the natural satellites of the gas planet. He hurriedly ordered, "Lock this natural satellite." The staff quickly locked 6 quantum wormholes to this natural satellite. Countless data were fed back, and the holographic model was quickly generated. As the gravitational fluctuation feedback signals increased, the holographic model was also rapidly improved. "It's actually a planet with life," Xiao Bing said with a strange look. The reason why Xia Yulai guessed that there was life on this natural satellite was that one of the quantum wormholes accidentally entered the interior of the satellite, and fed back some data similar to the interior of the blue planet. After a deeper exploration, the life planet appeared directly in front of everyone. The radius of this natural satellite is 3447 to 3454 kilometers, and there is a dense atmosphere with a thickness of 64 kilometers. Since the main sequence star mass of this star system is 2.3 times greater than that of the Sun, the habitable zone for carbon-based life just appears in the 430 to 880 million kilometers orbit, where the 3rd and 4th planets are located. Originally, as a gaseous planet, the 4th planet could not give birth to carbon-based life, but it just happened to have a large natural satellite that met all the conditions. Xiao Bing lamented the tenacity of life and Xia Yulai's good luck, and said with a smile, "Researcher Xia, please name it." "Haha, then I won't refuse." Xia Yulai was so happy that he rubbed his hands, sweeping away the depression that was overshadowed by his student Duan Songfeng. Their research on astrophysics and space exploration has a small benefit, that is, the right to name the life planet. After thinking for a long time, Xia Yulai named this life satellite Xiaomu star, which comes from the preaching Han Guang. There is a tree in the south. You can't stop thinking about it. There is a wandering girl in Han. You can't ask for it. The 4th gas planet is named Han Guang star. The galaxy with life planets naturally received attention. The digital code of this galaxy was too long, so it was given an official Chinese name, Wudong Galaxy. Its main sequence star was naturally named Wudong Star. In terms of exploration work, Xia Yulai was responsible for focusing on Xiaomu, while Xiao Bing continued to explore other galaxies. Xiaomu was the 4th life planet discovered by the new humans so far. Before that, humans only had 3 life planets: the mother planet Blue Star, the half-dead Mars, and the ice Mars. The discovery of the life planet Xiao Jupiter also further shows that life planets are not necessarily born only in the single main sequence star environment of the solar system, and we cannot just focus on planets. Maybe natural satellites can also breed life. Previously, the new humans predicted that the possibility of other life planets within 100 light-years of the solar system was very low. Now they are going to overturn the previous conclusion. The Wudong system is only about 74.63 light-years away from the solar system, and the exploration work in those star systems before was also very rough. It was just gravitational sensing of the distribution of planets, and then investigating whether there were large artificial celestial bodies, and no in-depth investigation was carried out. If Xia Yulai had not been so lucky this time, they would have had to wait until the next detailed investigation to find life on Xiaomu. Xia Yulai brought 2 other researchers, and carefully used quantum wormholes to sense the internal situation of Xiaomu. In the holographic model of Xiaomu, although it is not certain whether the life on this life planet is carbon-based, it is certain that there is life. Because there are some animals flying in the atmosphere in the model, through the analysis of gravitational wave signals, it can be determined that these animals have life characteristics. In addition, after the electromagnetic wave signal, photon signal, and gravitational wave signal of the quantum wormhole were captured, no artificial editing signal was found. If the quantum wormhole jumps into the atmosphere of the blue star, a lot of electromagnetic wave signals can be received. In addition, no artificial celestial bodies or spacecraft were found in the Wudong system, which further proves that this is a native planet. Even if there are intelligent creatures on it, it is estimated that the level of civilization is not high. At most it is a tribal civilization, slave civilization, and feudal civilization stage. Xia Yulai and others work day and night to collect as much information as possible about Qiamu star. The native life planet contains rich genetic resources. The source tree of Ice Mars allowed the new humans to obtain life-extending potions and rebirth potions. Everyone understands how precious a life planet that has not been developed and polluted is. Even the highest will is paying attention to this matter. Wudong system may become the third colonized galaxy of the new humans. New Era 6, October 1st. Huitsubing and 4 warships of the same class, plus 3 Kuimping class and 3 Xinqing class, appeared near the 37.7 billion kilometers orbit of the solar system. Luo Feng, who is on Huitsubing, calmly ordered, deploy the wormhole generation core. Yes. On the Suzhou warship, a carrier rocket popped out of the launch window and rushed into the distant void. The Suzhou, which had launched the wormhole generation core, quickly rotated its engine and retreated back to the fleet. Suzhou was about 2.7 billion kilometers away from the fleet. After flying for more than a day, they finally returned to the fleet. At this time, the carrier rocket of the wormhole generation core was already 5.9 billion kilometers away from the fleet. Report: the wormhole generation core is about to enter the designated area. Luo Feng looked at the time. When it reaches 6 billion kilometers, the wormhole generation core will be activated. Yes. Originally, the safe use distance of the wormhole generation core does not need to be as far as 6 billion kilometers. The Nibelungs generally set the safe distance at about 5 million kilometers, which can be reduced to about 500,000 kilometers in an emergency. However, the wormhole generation core of the new human is a replica, and it is the first experiment. The scientific committee, worried about problems, directly set a safe distance of 6 billion kilometers. Soon the distance of 6 billion kilometers was reached. The staff confirmed the first wormhole generation test through quantum wormhole communication. Although it seems that there are many internal steps in the wormhole generation core, in fact, the work of stimulating the wormhole is very fast, just a dozen seconds. An artificial wormhole with a radius of 1,853 meters appeared in the void, and the wormhole sucked the wormhole generation core into it in an instant. The automatic program of the wormhole generating core immediately transforms the wormhole generating core into a wormhole stabilizing core, and after annihilating the antimatter fuel used as the primer, it starts to activate the zero-point energy siphon system. The zero-point energy siphon system continuously extracts vacuum zero-point energy from the void on both sides of the wormhole, and releases this zero-point energy directly in the wormhole, thereby achieving the self-sustaining negative energy of the wormhole, without the need for additional supplementary matter to generate negative energy. The detectors previously deployed in the surrounding area also fed back a large amount of real-time data to the fleet. Report: everything is normal near the wormhole. Report: the test data is in line with expectations. Report. Listening to the report, Luo Feng's heart finally settled down, and he calmly ordered, send the detector to the other side of the wormhole. Yes. This is the first time to generate an artificial wormhole. The other side will naturally not be a galaxy with life planets, like the Wudong system, but an ordinary binary galaxy. The detector equipped with the latest quantum wormhole communication system smoothly passed through the wormhole and entered the other side of the wormhole. The detector quickly fed back the situation on the other side, which was indeed the same as the previous quantum wormhole detection data. Chapter 376. November 24th, the 6th year of the new era. After more than a month and 15 tests, the wormhole generation core imitated by the new humans has accumulated a lot of test data. The safety has also passed the acceptance and officially entered the service stage. After all, this is a mature technology that the Nibelung civilization has used for thousands of years. Although the volume of the imitation is 2.7 times larger than that of the Nibelung civilization, the performance has not been weakened much. The new humans have even made some improvements, adding a zero-point energy self-sustaining system and replacing quantum communication technology with quantum wormhole communication technology. The use of the wormhole nucleus does not mean that the new humans have fully entered the era of the universe. The universe outside contains endless dangers. The hidden harvesters, or intermediate civilizations, like the Nibelung civilization, may pose a fatal threat to the new human civilization that has just stepped out of the door. Now the new humans are not qualified to travel across the universe. To travel across the universe, they must first prolong their lives, sharpen their weapons, strengthen their shields, and be able to jump across the starry sky at a speed of breath, and communicate across the universe in a moment. Although the speed and communication have barely reached the standard, the new humans are still insufficient in terms of destructive weapons and defense, or their ideas are not clear. According to the analysis of the memories of the two Nibelungs, Gu Yaes and Gu Ligong, the new humans know that the Nibelung civilization has antimatter weapons, gamma-ray weapons, black hole weapons, and spore robots. The new humans only have one more neutrino weapon, which is obviously not a decisive strategic weapon. On a cosmic scale, these weapons can only be said to be conventional weapons. Anyway, the Nibelung civilization, which possesses these weapons, is defeated in front of the Reapers. If you rely on these weapons to fight against the Reapers, it is estimated that there is no possibility of even hurting the opponent. As the pinnacle of human wisdom, Wang Mingzhi knows a weapon that may threaten the Reapers, but the new human technology has not yet reached it. After the use of the wormhole generation core is approved, the new human expedition fleet appeared at the previous wormhole test site, and those test wormholes have been closed. Mature artificial wormhole technology naturally includes a controllable switch system. Including the previous Nemesis wormhole, the wormhole stabilization core has also been replaced by the new humans. There are still people alive in the Nibelung civilization, and they may appear one day, so it is safer to use their own wormhole stabilization core. Moreover, the wormhole stabilization core of the new humans can control the radius of the wormhole. For example, when the Nemesis wormhole is not in use, the radius can be reduced to a low power state of about 80 meters. Open the wormhole. Luo Feng waved his hand. A message was sent from the warship, and the wormhole expanded in a few seconds. Departure. The warships of the expeditionary fleet lined up to cross the wormhole and entered the universe on the other side of the wormhole. Luo Feng observed the cosmic star map recently updated by the Space Exploration Center. At this time, the location of the expeditionary fleet was in the outer circle of the Wudong system, about 45.7 billion kilometers away from Wudong star. Suzhou, you build an outpost nearby. Received. After arranging the division of labor for the fleet, Luo Feng led the Huitzubing and other 5 warships to fly towards Hanguang star. The mission of the expedition fleet is to collect genetic resources from Qiaomu star to see if this life planet has any strange genes. Recently, after a detailed investigation, Ice Mars has discovered another 2 special organic substances containing dark matter. This discovery made biologists understand that organic substances containing dark matter are not isolated. Moreover, organic substances containing dark matter often have strange properties. For example, the 2 newly discovered on Ice Mars are soul poison and radiation, both of which have obvious characteristics. The Institute of Life Science is now fully researching them. Luo Feng led the expedition fleet to the Wudong system to confirm whether there is a dark matter chimera in the life of Qiaomu star. The Wudong wormhole is 45.1 billion kilometers away from Han Guangxing. The warship reached the vicinity in just 23 days at full speed. The observation equipment of Huitzubing displayed the images of Qiaomu star in the cockpit synchronously. A deep blue planet appeared in front of Luo Feng. Starting neutrino scanning. Generating a detailed model. Carbon-based life has been discovered and is being recorded in the gene library. The soldiers were busy in an orderly manner, and the details of Qiaomu were collected. This was just preliminary information collection. If we want to confirm whether there is a dark matter chimera, we must obtain samples of Qiaomu's organisms. For some reason, the dark matter chimeras found so far are all in organic matter in organisms. Other minerals, and the like did not find this situation, which is a question worth thinking about. Of course, this question is not for Luo Feng and other warriors to think about. They only need to confirm whether there is a dark matter chimera on Qiaomu star. After thinking for a moment, Luo Feng picked up the communicator and ordered, "Start building a satellite city. The location is at the Lagrange point L2 of Qiaomu star." Received. A Kuipen-class transport ship took action, selected a rocky asteroid from nearby, and then towed it to the Lagrange point L2 of Qiaomu star and Han Guang star. This location is 740,000 kilometers away from Jupiter. Jupiter orbits Han Guangxing for 24.3 blue star hours, 1 month, and its own rotation time is 28.4 blue star hours, 1 day. In addition, there are 7.2 blue star days in a month, which is a period of darkness. This is because Jupiter is blocked by its own planet Han Guangxing. Therefore, Jupiter has no seasons, but a month is divided into spring, summer, autumn and winter. Its year is the revolution time of Han Guangxing, which is about 4375 to 4378 blue star days. The Kunpeng-class transport ship was busy building the satellite city, and Luo Feng did not stop. A flying saucer-shaped unmanned landing spacecraft rushed into the atmosphere of Qiaoju. The composition of Qiaoju's atmosphere is 11% oxygen, 19.7% carbon dioxide, 8.3% methane, 58% nitrogen, and 2% other gases. Obviously, the concentration of carbon dioxide and methane in greenhouse gases is extremely high. The purpose is to ensure the temperature inside Qiaoju, which is the result of natural evolution. After the UFO entered the atmosphere, we could finally observe the creatures of Jarmuth face to face. This is an ocean world, with frozen ice areas at the poles. The ocean occupies 86.7% of the area, while the land only accounts for 13.3%. In addition, the volcanic activity of Jarmuth is very frequent, which may be because the gravity of the gas planet is pulling Jarmuth, causing the crust of Jarmuth to move very frequently. The 3 stand-in robots on the UFO were activated, and the soldiers began to carefully investigate the specific situation of Jarmuth. For example, assessing the biochemical safety level of Jarmuth and whether there is a safe landing area. The neutrino stream scanned continuously and finally determined a small island that could be used as a temporary foothold. The crust movement of Jarmuth also has a plate distribution similar to that of the blue planet, and the foothold they chose was in the middle of the plate. Landing on the mudflats of the island, suddenly a huge wave of hundreds of meters hit the spacecraft, and the outer shell of the spacecraft made of degenerate materials was intact. Such huge waves are very common on Jarmuth, because the crust moves frequently, coupled with the gravitational pull of the gas planet. The tidal force inside the planet is extremely violent. The island washed over by the huge wave did not cause any serious damage. Obviously, the ecology here has automatically adapted to the harsh natural environment. Chapter 377. Under the raging waves, the plants on the island showed their magical powers. The vines spread out their nets to catch the animals carried by the waves. The trees leaned down along the direction of the tide, and adaptive evolution gave them a structure that reduced the impact of the tide. The herbs clung tightly to the rocks and remained motionless despite the huge waves. As for the animals on the island, they were all amphibians, and naturally would not be afraid of being submerged by the sea. When the huge waves passed, the UFO was covered with seaweed, branches and some animal residues. The nanorobot automatic cleaning system started to clean up all the residues on the UFO. Inside the UFO, the pilot EO looked at the data. The next giant wave is expected to be in 14.1 hours. Received. Investigator Li Yingming quickly activated the field mode and entered the island to collect blood and tissues of creatures. The giant wave period of Jupiter occurs twice a day, with an interval of 14.1 to 14.5 hours between each wave. Pay attention to the time. EO reminded. Understood. After saying this, Li Yingming walked out of the negative pressure cabin door. Although the concentration of methane and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is extremely high, Li Yingming is now in the state of a stand-in robot and does not need to breathe at all. After entering the island, there was no destructive scene after the huge waves. On the contrary, plants and animals were devouring the debris brought by the waves. Looking up, there were 2 suns hanging high in the light blue sky. The dark blue sun was the main sequence star of the Wudong system, Wudong star, and the light purple sun was the gas planet Hanguang star. The reason for this color is actually because the carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere of Jupiter itself is extremely high, which causes the red, orange and yellow light to be absorbed, while the blue, indigo and purple light is not absorbed too much. Li Yingming deployed the nanorobots and quickly captured a large number of animals and collected their blood samples. There were also some ball grasses on the beach that were brought up by the huge waves. This is a herbaceous plant floating on the sea, and many insects live on it. Samples were brought back to the UFO, and the UFO's own rapid detection instrument conducted preliminary tests on these samples. The most important test is the atomic mass comparison, which is an important indicator for detecting whether there is a dark matter chimera. 2 months later, the construction of Qiamu Satellite City was completed, and an observatory was also established on Qiamu Star. The observatory was set up 50 kilometers north of Tingwang Island. Although it was not made of degenerate material, the material used was self-repairing biological material. In addition, some structures of Qiamu Star plants were borrowed, which was strong enough to withstand the 100-meter waves. And Luo Feng also went to the observatory through the stand-in robot. The Qiaomu star biological samples collected by Li Yingming and others have reached tens of thousands. In the laboratory of the observatory, rows of test tubes are filled with either animal blood, plant tissue, or microbial culture medium. Are these the 2 dark matter chimeras found on Jarmuth? Luo Feng asked, looking at the 20 test tubes in front of him. Li Yingming nodded. Commander, these are the 2 dark matter chimeras found on Jarmuth. Expanding the virtual display screen, Luo Feng checked some basic information about the 2 dark matter chimeras. Dark matter chimera 4, found in the volcanic dragon of the Jarmuth volcanic islands. Its function is suspected to store energy. Dark matter chimera 5, found in the volcanic dragon of the Jarmuth volcanic islands. Its function is suspected to block high temperature and absorb heat. Both were found in this volcanic dragon. Curious, Luo Feng checked the situation of the volcano dragon again. This is a lizard-like animal that lives in the volcanoes of the volcanic islands. It seems not afraid of volcanic eruptions. The skin on its body can resist the high temperature of the magma and can eject hot plasma. It is distributed in all volcanic areas on Jupiter. It is the land overlord of Jupiter. The adult body length is 12 to 14 meters. It can hide in the magma to avoid huge waves and severe winter cold. 4-helix gene structure, 2 of which are carbon-based gene chains, and the other 2 are carbon-sulfur mixed gene chains. Luo Feng was surprised and uncertain. Is this volcano dragon a native species of Qiaomu? Is it a genetically modified organism of alien civilization? Suddenly, a steady voice sounded behind him. Commander Luo, leave the professional matters to us. Luo Feng turned around and found 5 researchers coming into the laboratory. They were Pang Dehai, Jiang Jiren and others, who came from the abandoned ship observatory on Ice Mars. Welcome everyone. You're welcome. After a few words of small talk, Pang Dehai and Jiang Jiren came here via substitute robot, and their bodies were still on Ice Mars. Picking up a test tube containing dark matter chimera 4, which contained yellow translucent crystals, Pang Dehai quickly flipped through the investigation report. After a while, he named this dark matter chimera thermal crystal. These are just some basic data. Jiang Jiren was not surprised. After all, the soldiers of the expedition fleet were not professionals. Even if they had a degree in biology, they were not as good as them. The energy storage rate of this thermal crystal is a bit amazing, as high as 270,000 to 350,000 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. No wonder it can spit plasma, Pang Dehai said in surprise. Jiang Jiren was also a little surprised. Among the energy storage materials of the new humans, the highest energy density is only 160 kilowatt-hours per kilogram, which is the result of the researcher's exhaustion. And the energy density of the thermal energy crystal in the volcanic dragon is as high as 270,000 to 350,000 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. The difference between the two is thousands of times. If the new humans did not have antimatter reactors, the thermal energy crystals would be comparable to nuclear batteries. Dehai, it seems that dark matter chimeras have unlimited possibilities. In addition, I suspect. Jiang Jiren hesitated at the end. Pang Dehai, in the spirit of broadening his mind, said, Jiren, just speak your mind. I suspect that there are dark matter chimeras on Blue Star as well. Pang Dehai was stunned and said with a smile, didn't we check 4 months ago? No dark matter chimeras were found in biological samples on Blue Star. But Jiang Jiren shook his head. I mean, Blue Star once existed. Once existed? Pang Dehai seemed to have some reaction. Are you talking about the ancient times? Jiang Jiren expressed his guess. From the source tree of Ice Mars, we can see how huge the impact of the environment on the parasitic organisms of the dark matter chimera is. Pang Dehai did not deny this. The Nibelungs transformed Ice Mars for only 200 years, and the content of life source in the fruit pulp of the source tree plummeted by 64% to 70%. If the new humans had gone a few decades later, it is estimated that the source tree would have degenerated into an ordinary plant. Since human society entered the slave dynasty and the feudal dynasty, how many creatures on the blue planet have been extinct, and how much natural environment has been destroyed? Jiang Jiren said, as he called up some data. In addition, we can also find another rule. There are many myths and legends in ancient times, which may not be without prototypes. Pang Dehai thought, you mean the exotic flowers and animals recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. After seeing the source tree and the volcano dragon, I have been thinking about this question. Will there be dark matter chimeras on many primitive life planets? After hearing this reasoning, Pang Dehai also fell into deep thought and thought for a moment. We need more observation data. Ice Mars and Jupiter alone are not enough to explain it. Let's wait and see. Jiang Jiren understood that in order to prove that dark matter chimera creatures once existed on Blue Star, he must obtain enough samples. Chapter 378. After discovering the two dark matter chimeras, thermal crystal and dragon armor, on Jarmuth, the exploration work did not stop. The oceans that occupy most of Jarmuth are the areas where organisms gather. In-depth investigations have not been conducted in these oceans. Pang Dehai and Jiang Jiren, 5 researchers, were running back and forth between the Ice Mars Ship Observation Station and the Jarmuth Fujinetsu Island Observation Station. Fortunately, they could work through substitute robots, otherwise they would not be able to bear this kind of tossing. The Science and Technology Commission has approved the application for the establishment of the Dark Matter Chimera Research Institute in the Institute of Life Sciences. The chief of this institute is Pang Dehai, and other researchers such as Huang Fan and Jiang Jiren will also participate in the research from time to time. The headquarters of the Dark Matter Chimera Research Institute is located in the Qiamu satellite city of Qiamu Star, while Ice Mars maintains the status quo. It is set up on Qiamu Star because Tianya system is a civilization seed base, and the wormhole channel will soon be closed and enter a silent dormant state. There is no need for the new humans in Tianya system not to take the initiative to contact Blue Star. Pang Dehai and others took the Kunpeng-class transport ship through the wormhole to Qiamu Star, while working in both places through substitute robots. In the observatory near Tingwang Island, the news of the discovery of the 6th dark matter chimera came back. A submarine entered the underwater dock of the observatory from the bottom of the sea. The submarine was transporting a batch of plants, and the dark matter chimera 6 was in these plants. The submarine was fully automatic. The robot carried boxes of storage boxes 1 meter long, wide, and high from the submarine cabin, and then transported them to the laboratory. Jiang Jiren saw what was inside the storage tank through the transparent observation window. In fact, the shape of these plants is still very strange. They can fly and look very similar to octopuses. During the sunny day, they will produce hydrogen, and their bodies will swell like balloons, floating near the stratosphere and constantly absorbing solar energy. At night or in the dark winter, they will deflate and return to the ocean, taking root deep in the seabed. Unless they encounter danger, they will not stimulate balloons again. State. The exploration team named this plant Octopus Balloon Tree. Although it is not big when stored in the box, once they stimulate the balloon state, the volume will expand 30 times. In order to avoid stimulating the octopus balloon tree to turn into a balloon, the storage box reduces the amount of light outside. Jiang Jiren skillfully manipulated the nanorobot to extract some liquid from the lungs of the octopus balloon tree. This is the secret of the octopus balloon tree turning into a balloon. Dark matter chimera 6 can decompose water to produce oxygen and hydrogen, of which oxygen will be directly discharged and hydrogen will be stored in the airbag. Naoto, I found something. Jiang Naoto put the extracted tissue fluid aside and asked, what did you find? I compared the molecular structure of the positive matter of dark matter chimeras 1 to 6. Do you see if there is any pattern among them? Pang Dehai said, as he projected 6 molecular formulas into the air. On the virtual light screen, from left to right are life source, soul poison, radiation, heat crystal, dragon armor, hydrogenase. Pattern? Jiang Jiren observed carefully, but he racked his brains and still couldn't find any pattern. Let me remind you, chemical bonds and complementarity. Chemical bonds? Complementarity? Jiang Jiren observed the molecular formulas carefully and marked some things on the molecular formulas while looking at them. These molecular formulas seem to have no pattern, ranging from hundreds of atoms to tens of thousands of molecules, but they have one thing in common, that is, the lack of chemical bonds. I understand, these molecular formulas lack some chemical bonds, and Pang Dehai went on to explain, and these missing chemical bond positions are actually occupied by dark matter. He listed the dark matter mass, and the number of missing chemical bonds of the 6 dark matter chimeras, and the 2 immediately showed an exact positive correlation. In addition, I also found that dark matter only combines with the chemical bonds of 3 atoms, sodium, phosphorus, and zinc. After reading the data one by one, Jiang Jiren raised his head and smiled. It seems that you have made a great discovery. It's still early. Unless we can understand the principle of the combination of dark matter and positive matter, that would be a real great discovery. Pang Dehai was not too happy. Since there are so many kinds of dark matter chimeras, we can study the laws among them sooner or later. By the way, there is good news from the Space Exploration Center just now. Jiang Jiren's eyes lit up. Another planet with life was discovered? Pangdahai nodded. A star system about 113.7 light-years away from the solar system has discovered a planet with life. Then maybe we can find a new dark matter chimera. But Pangdahai shook his head. I think the hope is slim. Why do you say that? You will know after you take a look. After that, he shared the briefing of the Space Communications Center with Jiang Jiren. On the virtual display screen, the situation of the life planet appeared in front of him, and soon Jiang Jiren frowned. After reading it, he sighed. It is so similar to the former blue star. If you don't do it, you will die. Now you know why I don't have hope. The new humans can leave the blue planet. How lucky they are. Jiang Jiren sighed. For civilizations that have not yet left their home planet, the biggest enemy is often not aliens, but themselves. This is the truth that the new humans only understood after leaving the blue planet. Humans committed all kinds of crimes in the AD era. If they cannot enter the interstellar era before 2050, even if there are no lizard people making trouble, human society will collapse and regress on its own. Barbarianism and ignorance will eventually eliminate civilization and wisdom. This is the social entropy increase effect, that is, the entropy increase of the civilization stage. In a civilization, no matter in which stage, whether it is a primitive civilization, a primary civilization, or an advanced civilization, it is also applicable. When a civilization develops to the peak of this stage, there are only two ways to go, either to go back or to break through the limit. Taking the feudal dynasty as an example, why is it difficult for a dynasty to last more than 300 years? Because the resources in the pond can no longer meet the survival of the fish. Either they kill each other or dig a gate to the river. If capitalist industrial civilization is the feudal civilization from the pond into the river, then the progress from capitalist industrial civilization to interstellar civilization is the progress from the river into the sea. Once the river cannot enter the sea, and the fish in the river reproduce rapidly, the consequence is the self-mutilation of civilization. This law applies to all stages of civilization. Even if it is the harvester civilization, if they cannot transcend the universe, they will eventually be destroyed in the great tear and compression of the universe. Jiang Jiren and Pangdahai, who have sorted out their mood, continue to study dark matter chimeras. With the continuous support of the Science and Technology Commission, their research on dark matter chimeras has become more and more in-depth. Although the generation mechanism of dark matter chimeras has not yet been figured out, some laws and characteristics have been discovered one after another. At the same time, Luo Feng led the expedition fleet and jumped to the star system where the life planet was discovered. They will investigate the civilization of this life planet. Chapter 379. New Era 7, February 1st. Zhuguang Mountain System Songqing. Note: from Shanhai Jing Volume 3 Bay Shanjing 350 miles north, it is called Zhuguang Mountain. There are many pines and cypresses on the top, and many palm trees and jujube trees below. Despite the flight of 37 Blue Star days, the expedition fleet arrived in the void near Songqing. At this time, the 6 warships were in stealth mode, which was a comprehensive shielding of electromagnetic waves and natural light. Only some residual gamma rays could be detected in the void. Report: spacecraft debris found. Report: radio signal detected. Listening to the reports one by one, Luo Feng stared at the life planet Songqing in the virtual model. Songqing is a planet very similar to Blue Star, with similar size and mass, and gravity is 1.1 times that of Blue Star. However, these data are not what Luo Feng cares about. What he really cares about is the life situation on this life planet. Deputy Captain Zhou Yuan added some of the data he had just collected to the database, and the virtual model generation system continued to supplement the situation of Songqing. Commander Luo, these are the suspected intelligent creatures we found. A total of 12,643, specifically distributed in. Zhou Yuan reported the relevant situation in detail. Luo Feng asked, have you deciphered their radio wave signals? We have deciphered some of them, but there is not much reference data. Zooming in on one of the areas in the virtual model, you can see that many humanoid creatures are moving, but these people are in poor condition. In the data detected by the neutrino flow, many people's genes have been severely damaged, and leukemia, malignant tumors, and malnutrition are rampant throughout the camp. There are serious radioactive substances and nuclear radiation in the atmosphere, soil, and ocean of Songqing. A large number of animals and plants have died, and the remaining creatures have initially adapted to the harsh environment. This is obviously a world after a nuclear war. The explosion craters and glass on the land surface all show how cruel the war was on this planet. This is a pool of stagnant water. Poisoning the pond on which it depends for survival is a civilization that has failed to advance. Civilizations that died in the mother star stage in the universe account for 99.9% of the total number of civilizations in the universe, or even more. Nuwa, can these people rebuild civilization? Luo Feng asked calmly. Analyzing. 15 minutes later. Nuwa, the artificial intelligence responsible for assisting life sciences, gave the answer. The possibility of the civilization's demise is 97.6%, and the possibility of rebuilding civilization is 2.4%. The parameters analyzed by Nuwa do not include the interference of the new humans. The new humans will not save them, because this demise is the choice of the Songqing people themselves, and they are not eligible for salvation. Any civilization must bear the corresponding consequences for its actions, whether good or bad. New humans have never been saviors, and have no obligation to save other civilizations. This is the provision of the Alien Civilization Management Law. All new humans are not allowed to save low-level civilizations without authorization. Commander Luo, what should we do next? Observe for a while. Okay. Zhou Yuan turned around and got busy. Luo Feng looked at Songqing quietly, with no mercy in his eyes, only endless calmness. Songqing, the edge of the desert with wind and sand all over the sky. In a shabby little city, many people were watering crops under strong ultraviolet rays. Cough cough. An old Songqing man coughed violently, as if he had asthma, and then fell to the ground and convulsed. The Songqing people around him were busy with their own things with numb eyes, as if they were accustomed to this situation. Death might be a relief, and they could do nothing about the old man's situation. The radioactive dust was everywhere in the air, especially after the environment was destroyed. The endless sandstorms rolled up the radioactive materials that fell on the ground. 34 years have passed since the end of the war. The world's population has dropped from 12 billion to just over 10,000 people. Moreover, most people suffer from terminal diseases. 90% of newborns are deformed. Those who can barely survive are unlikely to survive to the reproductive period. This is a hopeless world. On the sand dunes a few kilometers away from the town, two holographic invisible figures are walking towards the town. The footprints they left on the sand were smoothed by nanorobots, as if they did not exist in this world. They are indeed not the product of this world. There are some withered grass and trees that have gradually adapted to nuclear radiation on the edge of the desert. On the farmland, the crops look dejected. The old man who fell to the ground and twitched has gradually lost his voice. Luo Feng walked to the old man, gently put his hand on his head, and started the brain wave reading system. The old man's life memory was extracted, and the substitute robot sent this data back to the battleship supercomputer. Let's go! The two walked into the small town. 3 skinny Songqing people passed by Luo Feng and the others. They put the old man's body on a cart and went into the town. The other Song people who were working seemed to ignore it. Soon the 3 people dragged the body past Luo Feng and the other 2. They did not feel the invisible Luo Feng. Walking into the town, the ruins and garbage came in front of them. The 3 people pulled the body into a room and then mumbled something. After a while, the sound of chopping meat and splitting bones came from the room. In the evening, Luo Feng received the data packet from the warship, which was the Song language, Song text, Song history, etc. formed by analyzing the memory of the old Song person. After choosing to load the data package, he soon mastered the language and history of the Song people. He was standing quietly on the 2nd floor of a dilapidated building. The setting sun in the distant sky was like blood, and there was a sense of déjà vu of the desert smoke rising straight up, and the long river setting sun. Dong dong dong. The sound of iron knocking appeared in the quiet town. At this time, there was only a trace of living people in the town. Hundreds of Song people gathered together and lined up in a long line. They held utensils similar to plates or basins in their hands. Luo Feng, who had already acquired the Song language, soon heard many Song people talking in a low voice. We have an extra meal today. Who died? Old Mifu. The 3 skinny Song people who were pulling the corpse came to the crowd with 2 large barrels and opened the 2 large barrels. The Song people in the front line quickly handed over the basin, put a spoonful of green paste into the basin, and took a spoonful of turbot soup from another large barrel. The Song people saw a few brown pieces on the basin and were immediately delighted. They quickly went to the side. The hungry Song people couldn't wait to eat. Others were not much better. Even if the brown meat particles were exactly the same as their skin, they could not stop their hunger. Luo Feng and his companions on the roof watched all this with cold eyes. When society collapsed and civilization was ruined, all this was an inevitable outcome. This kind of thing has happened in human history. After staying in this small settlement for 3 days, and reading the memories of more than a dozen Songqing people, The two walked into the depths of the desert. Their landing UFO was parked in the depths of the desert. There was no need to investigate the situation of this civilization. The information that should be understood had been understood. This is a purgatory located in the human world. There are countless such purgatory in the universe. Let the Songqing civilization disappear in this universe, and become lines of text in the history of the new human universe. This is the only thing the new human can do. Chapter 380. Back to Qiamu Star. As a life planet that has never been destroyed by intelligent life, the number of dark matter chimeras found in Qiamu Star has increased from 3 to 11. At the Fujiwang Island Observatory, Wang Mingzhi, who took time out to come, studied for 3 days with Pang Dehai, Jiang Jiren and others. As the first person to discover dark matter chimeras, Wang Mingzhi has not participated in the subsequent research work, but he has been paying attention to the research progress. He read papers, data, and research reports into his mind, forming a body of knowledge, which then sparked inspiration, and a new body of knowledge was born in his brain memory. But he narrowed his eyes immediately, because the new body of knowledge was incomplete and lacked several key parts. The function of inspiration sparks is indeed very powerful, but inspiration sparks also need a sufficient knowledge base, and it is impossible to create knowledge out of thin air. It's like a chef cooking, wanting to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but there are only tomatoes and no eggs. What to do? This is the truth that a good cook cannot cook without rice. Wang Mingzhi did not force it. He opened 13 of the 14 dark matter chimeras. All 13 species have special laboratories and researchers to follow up on the research. Among them, there are 10 laboratories on Jupiter, and the other 3 laboratories are on ice Mars. The current research directions are divided into 3. The first is to figure out the generation mechanism of dark matter chimeras, the second is to explore the efficacy of known dark matter chimeras, and the third is to try to artificially synthesize these dark matter chimeras. The second direction of exploring the known dark matter chimera effect is progressing well. The first and third directions are still confusing. He came to the cloning laboratory, which was cloning a volcano dragon at the moment, and the other clone volcano dragons looked sick. Naoto, is there still no solution? Jiang Naoto quickly replied, Chairman, after the volcano dragon was cloned, the 2 dark matter compounds did not appear. Reason? It has not been determined yet. I guess it may be due to time. Dark matter chimeras need time to appear. Wang Mingzhi touched his chin and thought about it. Suddenly he thought of something. Naoto, you may be able to feed some thermal crystals and dragon armor to these clone volcano dragons. Feeding thermal crystals and dragon armor? Jiang Naoto reacted immediately. Volcano dragons are oviparous animals. Volcano dragon eggs are directly soaked in boiling magma, which means that volcano dragons will continuously absorb magma heat energy during the egg incubation stage. The chairman's words awakened the dreamer. Jiang Jiren quickly unfolded the virtual display screen and operated it skillfully. Wang Mingzhi didn't pay much attention to it, but focused on it. While continuing to observe the cloning laboratory, he thought about the survival mechanism of the dark matter chimera. Among the 14 dark matter chimeras discovered so far, there are animals and plants, and their living environments are also different. The natural environment may have an impact, but the decisive factor may be in the genes of these organisms. The gene sequence decoding work went very smoothly, but there was no answer he wanted. Where is the answer hidden? Wait. Wang Mingzhi suddenly saw Jiang Ziren's paper. It was the paper on the possibility of the existence of dark matter chimeras in the ancient times of Blue Planet. This paper was very controversial after its publication. He had also glanced at it before. Then he flipped through Pang Dehai's research on the relationship between chemical bonds and dark matter content. After reading these 2 papers carefully, he seemed to have grasped something, but he was a little unsure for a while. After rereading the paper twice, he suddenly stared at the title Research on the Possibility of the Existence of Dark Matter Chimeras in the Ancient Times of Blue Planet, especially the 4 words Ancient Times. The 4 words Ancient Times seemed to have a magical power, attracting Wang Mingzhi's eyes. The body of knowledge in his brain was churning. He had not only scientific knowledge, but also almost all human knowledge, including ancient Taoism, Yin-Yang school, etc. The unity of man and nature. Dark matter chimera. Ancient Qigong practitioners. Dark energy. One thought after another filled his mind. Countless bodies of knowledge collided with the spark of inspiration, inspiring the derivation of a new body of knowledge. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes full of self-confidence. Back in his office, while inputting the previous idea with brain waves, he unfolded a virtual display screen, which listed rows of formulas, molecular formulas, derivations, and texts. Dark matter chimera is composed of dark matter and positive matter. What is the essence of dark matter? Neutral particles with weak magnetism cannot interact with photons and neutrinos, but have gravity themselves. They are one of the basic substances for the stability of the universe. Gravitational waves can indeed detect dark matter, but there is no way to determine the specific size of dark matter. Based on the relationship between chemical bonds and dark matter, it can be determined that dark matter particles are very small, and are estimated to be about the same size as neutrinos. Back to the topic, how does dark matter combine with positive matter to form a dark matter chimera? The answer lies in the atom itself. According to the law of parity non-conservation, the atom itself has defects, and this defect is innate to the atom. The pi neutrino he pioneered dynamically compensates for the atomic defects, thereby achieving the suppression of radioactive reactions. Is there no matter similar to pi neutrinos in the universe? He retrieved all the dark matter chimera molecular formulas, dark chemical bond distribution positions, and the gene sequences of dark matter chimera organisms. Soon he discovered what he expected, something hidden in the molecular formula of the gene chain, or something that humans have always taken for granted. In fact, humans have never recognized the essence of the world. Dark matter has always been in our bodies, and in our world. All atoms contain dark matter particles. Dark matter particles combine with the defects of parity non-conservation to stabilize all atoms, but they do not completely repair this defect. The reason why dark matter chimeras appear is that the gene chain mutates, resulting in the dynamic exchange of dark particles and neutrinos in some atoms. The gene sequences of dark matter chimera organisms are listed, and the phosphorus element is the mutant mark in the gene sequence. It is very simple to determine which phosphorus atoms are mutants. Once the dynamic balance between dark particles and neutrinos is achieved, it means that the mass of an atom has one more neutrino. Perhaps there is no way to measure it in the AD era, but now the new humans can measure the mass of a neutrino. He called Peng Dehai and Jiang Zhiren to prepare for the relevant measurement work. After listening to Huang Mingzhi's theory, Peng Dehai and Jiang Zhiren immediately took action. They had a blind belief in the scientific research ability of the chairman. Although they had previously measured the mass of the relevant gene sequences, the test results did not show obvious changes. But they had never done the measurement of a single phosphorus atom. The enthusiastic researchers quickly prepared the relevant materials and equipment, 3 high-precision gravitational mass measuring instruments, and 13 kinds of dark matter chimera organisms. Everything was ready, waiting for Huang Mingzhi to direct the experiment. Chapter 381. Quickly extract the chromosomes of dark matter chimera creatures such as the source tree, the octopus balloon tree, and the volcano dragon. Then use nanorobots to divide the chromosomes of these creatures into segments, each containing only one phosphorus atom. Send them into the gravitational mass meter, and the measured data will appear on the display screen in a moment. Sample number 122, the atomic mass is normal. Sample number 143, the atomic mass is normal. Sample number 235, the atomic mass is abnormal, 0.73 electron volts higher than the normal atom. Soon, the part of the phosphorus atoms with abnormal mass was detected, and the creature with the highest content of mutant phosphorus was the gene sequence of the volcano dragon. Its double carbon chain mutant phosphorus content is as high as 24.6%, while the double carbon sulfur chain mutant phosphorus content is 45.6%. As the only organism with dark matter chimeras of both, it is indeed different from other organisms. In the genes of other organisms, the mutant phosphorus content ranges from 4% to 17%. Peng Dehai exclaimed, "Huh? How come the atomic mass has returned to normal?" Huang Mingzhi, who was standing by, was calm and explained slowly. After the gene chain was split, the dynamic stability of the mutant phosphorus was destroyed, and the neutrinos and dark particles were decoupled from the dynamic correlation. Sure enough, the abnormal atomic conditions of the mutant phosphorus gradually returned to normal, and most of the mutant phosphorus returned to normal within 60 to 90 seconds. The gene bases were measured many times, and the atomic mass was measured using gene fragments, the entire gene chain, and chromosomes. The first rule was obtained, that mutant phosphorus can only maintain stability in the body for a long time. Once it leaves the body, the stability of the mutant phosphorus will decrease as the integrity of the gene chain decreases. Even if the chromosome state is maintained, the stability of the mutant phosphorus will collapse within 13 hours and become a normal atom. Peng Dehai suddenly realized that it was no wonder that they could not detect the difference before, but missed the time. After some gene samples were collected, they were stored in the storage library for a short period of more than 10 hours and a long period of 1 or 2 months. It would be a miracle if they could detect abnormalities. First, list the gene bases with mutant phosphorus. Wang Mingzhi interrupted everyone. No problem. Jiang Jiren nodded quickly. With a breakthrough, the progress was naturally fast. In less than 12 hours, they listed the bases containing mutant phosphorus in the gene sequences of 13 species of organisms. Now the situation is very clear. These mutant phosphorus bases are aggregated in a gene sequence, and they are the inside and outside of the bases composed of atoms. Wang Mingzhi calls the gene fragment with mutant phosphorus a dimorphic gene. This gene fragment has two states, namely the outer gene composed of bright matter, and the inner gene composed of dark matter and neutrinos. Only when the dimorphic gene is in the body can it promote the generation and inheritance of dark matter chimeras. If the dimorphic gene is in vitro, even in the cell state, it cannot be preserved for a long time. This is also why Jiang Jiren's cloning experiment was not very successful, because the fertilized egg of the volcano dragon must develop to a certain extent in the body before the dimorphic gene can be completely inherited. Jiang Jiren suddenly said, "Chairman, this thing is a bit like a gene lock." Gene lock? It is indeed a bit similar. The dimorphic gene is inherent in living things, because all atoms have dark particles, but the dimorphic gene is activated by neutrinos, which is equivalent to the recessive gene becoming a dominant gene. After thinking for a while, Wang Mingzhi tested the neutrino type of the binary gene, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. However, looking at the tired researcher, he pressed the plan to experiment immediately. Instead, he opened the internal network of the Science and Technology Commission and customized 5 special neutrino stream emitters, asking the Logistics Department of the Science and Technology Commission to transport them to Qiaomuxing before May. For more than a month, Wang Mingzhi came to Qiaomuxing from time to time through a stand-in robot. After solving the mystery of the dark matter chimera, the formation mechanism was gradually studied. For example, which gene in the dimorphic gene is the leading dark matter chimera formation, and which one is involved in the inheritance of dark matter chimera, these genes have been tested one by one. Jiang Jiren used this discovery to improve the previous cloning experiment and successfully cloned the first volcano dragon with dark matter chimera in its body. Although the dark matter chimera content of the cloned volcano dragon is only a few tenths of that of the normal volcano dragon, it is a breakthrough. The cloned volcano dragon can grow by continuously absorbing heat energy, and in about 3 months, it can be exactly the same as the normal volcano dragon. The cloning experiments of other dark matter chimera creatures were also very successful. In addition to the species with dark matter chimeras in fruits, such as the source tree, other species have certain dark matter chimeras in their bodies, which can grow into complete dark matter chimera creatures. With a series of discoveries and research, the new humans have opened up dark matter chimera science and two-stage genetics in biology. In particular, two-stage genetics directly upgraded the biological science of the new humans from the atomic and molecular genetic level to the atomic and molecular, dark particle, and neutrino genetic level. Shanghai University of Biology. The above is my research report on dimorphic genes and dark matter chimeras. Thank you. As soon as Wang Mingzhi finished speaking, the report hall burst into applause. Pa pa pa. After giving the academic report, Wang Mingzhi did not stay for too long. He directly returned the substitute robot and returned to Shanmei's body. Shanghai University of Biology is one of the few universities dedicated to the field of biology among the new humans. This time, it was Fang Ji's request that he took the time to come and give an academic report. The students and professors in the audience looked at the departing figure with respect and enthusiasm in their eyes. The chairman is indeed the pinnacle of human wisdom. Of course. I wonder if the chairman will accept graduate students. Don't dream. Is it okay to think about it? What if the chairman thinks I'm amazing and plans to accept me as his last disciple? What the hell? Why would the chairman want you to be amazing? Use you to slice and study? You're almost as smart as I am. Ha ha. The students were discussing at once. Simbeck looked at the messy students and shook his head, then turned and asked, Principal Lin, I plan to apply to go to Qiaomuxing for academic exchange for a period of time. Lin Sha thought for a while. Okay, as long as it does not affect the student's education. Thank you. Simbeck, do you also want to study dimorphic genes? Simbeck shrugged and smiled. Who wouldn't want to? This is a milestone in biology, and a new field for the next 100 years. Then congratulations on your success. President Lin, don't you plan to continue in the field of scientific research? Lin Sha answered irrelevantly. It is also a happy thing to cultivate more talents for the new human race. Simbeck did not comment. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. After returning to the dormitory, he logged into the Science and Technology Commission's network and submitted an application for exchange. He then quietly waited for the Science and Technology Commission's approval. In the new era, except for some companies' research groups that have exchange restrictions, the Science and Technology Commission itself will not restrict the research exchanges of other groups. However, due to the large number of researchers applying, they had to wait in line for a while, which was much better than the mutual vigilance environment in the AD era. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye it was May 5th, year 7 of the new era. The 5 custom-made neutrino stream emitters were finally transported to the Qiamu satellite city on Qiamu Star. Chapter 382. Inside the Qiamu satellite city of Qiamu Star, 5 customized neutrino stream emitters were installed in the laboratory by professionals. Huang Mingzhi, who had already prepared, had already asked Jiang Jiren to come here to help for a few days. Jiang Jiren, who was meticulous, could save him a lot of trouble in doing things. After the neutrino stream emitter was installed, Huang Mingzhi's experiment could finally begin. This was also an experiment he had been preparing for more than a month ago. Since neutrinos can stimulate the dark particle's inner gene, he wanted to try whether he could stimulate the activation of the inner gene through neutrinos. The experimental plan has been prepared. Huang Mingzhi checked the time and said, "Jiren, let's start the experiment." Okay. Jiang Jiren was also eager to try. Everyone was looking forward to whether the neutrino flow could activate the gene in the binary gene. A spotted tiger from Ice Mars, a sea lizard from Jupiter, and a chimpanzee from Blue Star were locked in a cage uncomfortably. Start the neutrino atomic imaging system. Start the gravitational wave atomic mass system. Start the integrated life monitoring system. One by one, the equipment was started, and soon it was the turn of the special neutrino stream emitter. The first animal to be tested was the leopard, a subfeline species native to the ancient continent of Mars. An astonishing amount of neutrinos gushed out directly from the special neutrino emitter, but the leopard did not feel anything. The penetrating power of neutrinos itself is very amazing. Huang Mingzhi did not think that it might succeed immediately, and casually ordered, "Increase the density." Yes. The density of the neutrino flow doubled again, but the tiger still had no reaction. The density increased again, but there was still no reaction. 5 hours later, the density of the neutrino flow had reached its maximum, which was almost close to the critical point of the laser. If the concentration was increased further, it would become a laser. But the tiger still had no mutation, which made the researchers a little annoyed. Okay, it's common for experiments to fail. Huang Mingzhi was very calm. If the gene can be activated at once, smoke will not come out of the ancestral grave that fast. Especially when the mechanism of the formation of the dimorphic gene is unknown, they are just trying their luck now. The chairman is right. Everyone should take a break for a while, and continue the experiment tomorrow. Jiang Jiren was also very calm. The experiment continued on the second day. This time Huang Mingzhi divided the experiment into 5 groups, and experimented with different types of neutrino flux, different densities of neutrino flux, and different irradiation times. Time passed day by day until one morning 47 days later. Huang Mingzhi, who had just stepped into the laboratory gate, heard Jiang Jiren shouting, "Chairman, good news." "Don't worry, tell me slowly." "One of the chimpanzees has a mutation. This is the specific situation." Jiang Jiren shared a report. The content inside said that at around 3:14 this morning, the Life Comprehensive Detection System sensed that a chimpanzee numbered 16 suddenly had a violent genetic mutation. Huang Mingzhi, who was doing 2 things at the same time, had already come to the laboratory after reading the report. The chimpanzee was locked up in a room alone. He turned on the virtual display screen and called up the surveillance camera screen. In the screen, the chimpanzee looked completely different from before. One of his arms was oversized, and he was extremely manic, hammering the door and wall of the room. He slid open the report and smiled. Tau neutrinos irradiated continuously for 32 days, and the total energy level was 0.56 GeV. It seems that we have found the key to unlock the gene. Congratulations, Chairman, on the success of the experiment. Jiang Jiren complimented. Everyone has worked hard. Now, let's continue to go deeper based on chimpanzee number 15. Yes. The morale of the researchers was high. Once there is a first, there will be a second. In the next month or so, they obtained more mutant samples, and also preliminarily figured out that tau neutrinos are the key to activating genes in organisms. The density of tau neutrinos in nature is only higher near stars. According to the data from the experiment, if the density of tau neutrinos in the natural environment is used, the probability of causing organisms to mutate is extremely low, and it takes a long time. For example, the number of tau neutrinos on ice Mars is much lower than that on Blue Star and Jupiter, but ice Mars has a unique feature, that is, one side of it always faces the little Tianya star, so it can receive tau neutrinos all the time. Jupiter, because the main sequence star is more powerful than the Sun, receives enough tau neutrinos. Of course, the tau neutrino density of Blue Star is not low, because Blue Star is close to the Sun. In the experiment of more than a month, the mutations produced by animals are all kinds of strange, both good and bad. The tau neutrino flow that would have taken dozens, or even hundreds of years to irradiate on the organism in just 32 days will indeed produce a lot of mutations. From the overall mutation ratio, malignant mutations account for about 83%, and benign mutations account for 17%. The mutation process is almost uncontrollable, and whether it is good or bad depends entirely on fate. No wonder among the dark matter chimera organisms discovered so far, plants are the most, 10 species, and animals are only 3 species. It is estimated that plants have more advantages than animals in enduring genetic mutations, or the number of plants is large, and there are enough populations to try and error. In fact, from the nuclear accident on the blue planet, we can see that plants have stronger adaptability than animals. Wang Mingzhi stood at one side of the laboratory, looking at those strange mutants. Even benign mutations sometimes look strange. For a man who has always been handsome, he can't accept this kind of mutation. Chairman, we have experimented with 85 test subjects, but we haven't found a specific unlocking rule. Jiang Ziran reported. Wang Mingzhi shook his head. No, there are still discoveries. Any discoveries? Jiang Ziran, confused, asked. Chairman, what do you find? Wang Mingzhi listed the activated dimorphic genes of 85 mutants, and separated the dimorphic genes of malignant mutations and benign mutations. The situation suddenly became clear. Malignant mutations have some common gene sequences, and benign mutations also have common gene sequences. The chairman is very observant. Jiang Ziran said admiringly. Our technology is not mature yet. When we can anchor a certain gene sequence for tau neutrino irradiation in the future, we will master the genes. I believe that under the leadership of the chairman, we will definitely be able to complete this technological innovation. Jiang Ziran's tone was full of confidence. Wang Mingzhi smiled, and then instructed, now to expand the types of experimental subjects, and the scale of the experiment, we need to fully understand the situation of the genes in all gene sequences. Understood. Only by completing the functional determination of the genes, the new humans can understand which genes in their gene sequences are benign genes, and which are malignant genes. After obtaining enough data, the genes may be the direction of human evolution. In order to complete the genetic determination as soon as possible, the Science and Technology Commission expanded the laboratory scale by 100 times, and a large number of laboratory equipment and biologists were dispatched. Biology has always been the shortcoming of the new humans, and the emergence of dimorphic genes this time may be an opportunity. Chapter 383. New Era 10 Years, January 5th. There are few traces of the AD era left, and the new era is gradually becoming stronger. Every January 5th is a general citizen meeting of the highest will of the new mankind, and this year is no exception. 10 years have passed since the new era, and many new faces have stepped onto the historical stage, and many older generations have begun to transfer some of their duties to young people. In order to ensure the vitality of each institution will replace 30 to 40% of its personnel at all levels every 10 years, through promotion, dismissal, transfer, demotion, retirement, and recruitment. In fact, among the 4 institutions, the service committee is the worst. The salary seems to be at a higher level in society, but it is a punching bag. It is also very easy to be troubled by the arbitration committee. The institutions that people really yearn for are the science committee, the war committee, and even private business groups and private non-profit organizations. They are more popular than joining the service committee. As a place with native microorganisms, Mars has not been developed on a large scale, and still maintains its original ecology. On the other hand, the new humans now have artificial gravity technology and complete artificial simulated natural environment technology, and their life in outer space can be completely separated from Earth-like planets. The death rate has decreased, while the birth rate has maintained an annual growth rate of about 5%. The population of the new humans has grown to 1.98 billion in 10 years. In terms of population distribution, there are 1.12 billion people in the Blue Star and its satellite cities, and 560 million in other areas of the solar system. Among the 6 newly discovered life planets, the star systems of 4 of them are colonized by the new humans, with a population of 300 million. The Tianya system has only more than 10,000 people, and is still in a silent dormant state. After the meeting, Huang Mingzhi once again came to the Qiamu satellite city of Qiamu Star through the substitute robot. The Wutong system is one of the 4 developed star systems, with a population of 86.37 million, and one of the 4 major colonized star systems of the new humans. The scale of Qiamu satellite city is hundreds of times larger than 3 years ago. Standing at the door of the laboratory, Huang Mingzhi checked the recent scientific research situation. Compared with the Nibelungs who are keen on expansion, the expansion scale of the new humans is very small, and it also seems slow and cautious. According to the deciphered information, after the Nibelung civilization developed mature artificial wormhole technology, it spread its footprints throughout the entire Milky Way and colonized tens of thousands of star systems in less than 20 years. The new humans who have insight into the nature of the universe are not as nervous as the Nibelung civilization. They take every step carefully, fearing to awaken the Harvester civilization. Every satellite city inhabited by humans is undergoing transformation to facilitate its transformation into a Century spaceship in the future. Moreover, 3 wormhole generation cores are equipped in the satellite city, which can provide a wormhole for the Century spaceship to travel to the distant starry sky in an emergency. After reading some of the scientific and technological progress of the Science and Technology Commission, Huang Mingzhi still hadn't succeeded in developing the quantum communication technology that he had always been obsessed with. The researchers have successfully generated quantum entangled pairs, but how to load information on the quantum is a difficult problem. The quantum communication of the heart of the Nibelung, the quantum information loader, the research team has not been able to copy, which really disappointed him. Putting these troubles aside for the time being, Huang Mingzhi came to the Tuesday Gene Laboratory. "Chairman, good afternoon," Simbeck greeted politely. Huang Mingzhi smiled and said, "Sim, how is the progress?" "Almost. After we completed the Human Dimorphic Genome Project last year, we have preliminarily completed the first phase." Simbeck's eyes were full of enthusiasm. "Oh, let's go and have a look. Please follow me." Simbeck led Huang Mingzhi to the depths of the laboratory. Many researchers were in a hurry along the way. Huang Mingzhi still admired Simbeck very much. He was also one of the few scientists who could keep up with him. In a room deep in the laboratory, the arrival of the two did not affect the researchers' work, and they were still busy. Simbeck turned on the virtual display screen, called up a stereogram of the gene chain, and then clicked a button. Some sequences marked with red, blue, yellow, and white appeared on the stereogram of the gene chain. Huang Mingzhi, who has been paying attention to this research, naturally understands what these gene sequences of different colors mean. Red represents severe malignant mutation, yellow represents mild malignant mutation, white represents stable neutral mutation, and blue represents benign mutation. According to the statistics of all human gene sequences, 17.6% of gene sequences have severe malignant mutations, 24.1% have mild malignant mutations, 34.3% have stable neutral mutations, and 24% have benign mutations. However, this is only the overall data of all human beings. For individuals, the proportions of the 4 will vary. Of course, the so-called malignant mutation is actually a relative concept. Many malignant mutation gene sequences are actually judged by humans themselves based on their likes and dislikes. For example, the malignant gene sequence 2756, once this gene is activated, human lung cells will divide infinitely, which is equivalent to direct cancer cell transformation. However, if it is combined with the other 2 stable genes, this malignant gene will be controlled. This situation implicitly conforms to the law of the integrity of the organism. Just like a knife is a killing weapon in the hands of a killer, but a cooking tool in the hands of a chef, the key lies in how the user uses it. The knife itself is neither good nor evil, and the gene itself is neither good nor evil. Good and evil are in the human heart. "Chairman, look at these." Simbeck pointed at the gene chain stereogram, and then copied an identical stereogram from the gene chain stereogram. Only on this stereogram, less than 5% of the gene sequences of different colors remain. Are these gene sequences the first stage of your gene lock? Yes, as long as the first stage of the gene lock is opened, the physical fitness of the new human beings will be improved. A supercomputer simulation of unlocking the first stage of the gene lock appeared in front of everyone. There is no obvious change on the surface of the body, but the cell strength, vitality, and brain have been strengthened to varying degrees. Unlike the use of external objects such as biological computers, life potions, and rebirth potions, gene lock activation is a potential that humans have. This is a fundamental evolution and change. Wang Mingzhi did not get carried away, and then asked, "What about the side effects? Since we cannot activate the gene sequence at a specific point for the time being, we must use whole-body tau neutrino irradiation, which may inadvertently activate some other gene sequences." Simbeck replied helplessly. Wang Mingzhi analyzed rationally. Even if the fixed-point activation technology is mature, there are still some risks in the first stage of gene activation. The chairman is right. Simbeck did not deny this problem. An organism is an organic whole, and the genes of an organism are diverse. The first stage of gene activation sequence may not be applicable to all humans. You continue to study and thoroughly understand the human gene sequence, then we can consider human evolution. Understood. Wang Mingzhi looked at the time. Sim, I'm going to meet someone and discuss it next time. Okay. He walked towards the stand-in robot storage room. Chapter 384. Asteroid Belt of the Solar System, Hanlu Satellite City. Human Evolution Research Institute, 11th Branch. This is the destination that Wang Mingzhi arrived at after leaving Qiaomu Star via stand-in robot. Inside the institute, the director, the chief researcher, and others who knew in advance that Wang Mingzhi was coming were a little nervous. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the researcher who was waiting for him, and the person he wanted to see. "Welcome the chairman to come and give us your guidance." The director spoke first. Wang Mingzhi also smiled and said hello. "Very nice to meet you all." After a few pleasantries, he went straight to a young researcher and said, "Hanshin, let's go to the laboratory to have a look." "It's a great honor." Li Hanshin is the name of this young man. The two walked and talked. The reason why this young man asked Wang Mingzhi to come in person was mainly because he had created a special theory. After arriving at the laboratory, he saw a sophisticated tau neutrino emitter. Li Hanshin introduced it like a treasure. The essence of spirit, soul, and consciousness is dark matter, which is something that our body has. It seems that you have made a step forward. Wang Mingzhi praised with satisfaction. Li Hanshin scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Not yet, I haven't fully mastered it yet. Believe in yourself." Wang Mingzhi patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. "I will definitely live up to the expectations of the chairman." Li Hanshin swept away his shyness just now. After introducing this tau neutrino emitter to Wang Mingzhi, Li Hanshin called up some data and research reports and explained the research situation. His research direction is very unique, called resonance relationship between dark matter and inner genes, which is to stimulate the human body to make inner genes and dark matter react. Originally, this research direction was not favored by biologists, but Li Hanshin, who has degrees in quantum soul, brain neurology, dark matter, and genetics, has taken a different path and walked out of his own path. Li Hanshin has a family background, and his ancestors have been traditional Chinese medicine for 4 generations. He has been learning traditional Chinese medicine from his father since he was a child. Although traditional Chinese medicine seems to be mediocre in the new era, he has not given up. Until Wang Mingzhi's dimorphic genetics came out, it opened up Li Hanshin's mind. Through continuous experiments and research, he discovered an important secret, that the acupuncture points of the human body are existent, not a conventional experience. Silver needles can stimulate the acupuncture points of the human body slightly, so that the genes are temporarily activated, but this stimulation is very weak, and the genes can only be stimulated for a very short time. But this discovery allowed Li Hanshin to take a crucial step. After studying the relevant papers of Wang Mingzhi and others, he improved the method of silver needle acupuncture and used tau neutrinos to stimulate acupuncture points, which prolonged the local gene activation time by more than 10 times. He also developed 3 useful tau neutrino acupuncture methods, one of which can instantly stimulate the body's immune system, one of which can make the body discharge electricity, and one of which can improve taste sensitivity. These 3 tau neutrino acupuncture methods have all been tested on animals, and the effects are very obvious. As his paper was published, many biologists and medical scientists once again picked up various Chinese medical classics and discovered a lot of tau neutrino acupuncture methods one after another. So far, there are a total of 113 sets of tau neutrino acupuncture methods that have been studied. The effects of these tau neutrino acupuncture methods are varied, some are even harmful to the body, some are completely different from the effects in ancient medical books, and some have significantly enhanced effects. Li Hanshin did not stop, but went a step further. After studying the genetic evolution technology of Simbeck and others, he proposed his own human evolution plan. This evolutionary plan is the dark matter cultivation method. It combines dimorphic genetics, gene activation evolution, new human acupuncture, and some ancient Qigong practitioners, Yin Yang school, Taoism, and Chinese medicine theories. Li Han initially established his own theory, dark matter cultivation. Wang Mingzhi, who listened to Li Han's theory, reminded him, "Your theory is still a little imperfect. Don't practice it yourself first, otherwise it will be troublesome if your body has problems." "I understand." Li Han is also a smart man. If he practices this unfinished theory casually, the consequences may be very serious. Wang Mingzhi then asked, "I heard that you use chimpanzees to simulate practice. How is it?" "The 5 experimental subjects are in the next laboratory. If the chairman is interested, we can go and take a look." "Then go and take a look." Turning a corner, they came to the next laboratory. The 5 chimpanzees are wearing brain-wave sensing helmets. The researchers control the chimpanzees through brain-wave sensing helmets and biological computers. The acupuncture points of chimpanzees are about 90% similar to those of human bodies, and the dark matter cultivation method can be used with some modifications. Among them, 3 chimpanzees are completely different from ordinary chimpanzees. After the initial guidance of the researchers, they can already practice on their own, and even speak and write. Wang Mingzhi, who calmly observed all this, asked in a low voice, "What is the degree of their brain evolution?" "It's about the same as ordinary people," Li Han replied. Wang Mingzhi unfolded the virtual display screen and called up the situation of these chimpanzees. Cell division limit 86 times, cell strength 276 to 285, bone strength 256 to 277, immunity 236 to 251, intelligence 85 to 95. Except for slightly lower intelligence, lifespan is 1.6 times higher than that of old humans, and other physical qualities are 4 to 5 times stronger than ordinary people. The new humans do not use other means, and fight these chimpanzees with bare hands. It is estimated that there are many opponents. His eyes flickered, and the murderous intent in his heart boiled, especially the cunning and intelligent eyes of the chimpanzees, which made Wang Mingzhi determined. "Han, how much experimental data have you collected? How long will it take to complete?" Li Han obviously heard the implication of Wang Mingzhi's words, and thought for a moment, "It will probably take about half a year." "Then half a year, and clean up these things after the experiment is completed," Wang Mingzhi ordered without question. "I understand." The two watched another dark matter cultivation experiment. The chimpanzee sat on a special chair, and hundreds of tau neutrino emitter needles were inserted into the acupuncture points according to specific rules. The tau neutrino flow intensity of each tau neutrino emitter needle was different. These rules are the research results of Li Han and others for more than half a year. They can stimulate the inner gene gently and stably, so as to gradually activate the inner gene. The chimpanzee's brain-wave sensing helmet constantly cooperates with the biological computer to stabilize these activated inner genes in the body. Keeping these situations in mind, Wang Mingzhi and Li Han discussed for most of the day before leaving Hanlu Satellite City. However, as soon as he returned to Blue Star, he immediately used his authority to let the artificial intelligence closely monitor the Human Evolution Research Institute in Hanlu Satellite City. Wang Mingzhi would not allow those chimpanzees to continue to exist in this world after the experiment. Moreover, he set up a specific secret warning line. Once the intelligence of those chimpanzees exceeded 120, Wang Mingzhi would definitely kill them. It is not so easy to be the creator. Human civilization only needs humans. Such creatures that have evolved wisdom are destined to be different from humans. Chapter 385. March 2nd, 10th year of the New Era. The first New Era-class space battleship completed the final outfitting work at the 156 shipyard in the Kuiper Belt. This is a real giant spaceship, 21 kilometers long, like an enlarged version of the Huizhubing, with a total mass of 35 million tons when fully loaded. This battleship combines all the current technologies of the new humans. It uses a front-absorbing zero-point energy curvature engine and a rear photon jet engine, with a maximum speed of 45% of the speed of light, and a total power of a perpetual motion machine. The interior of the warship is equipped with a complete pseudo-gravity system, an internal circulation ecosystem, a weapons and heavy factories, a food factory, a quantum wormhole communication system, a quantum wormhole detection system, a gravitational wave detection system, etc. In addition, the warship itself can perform fast wormhole jumps, and can quickly deploy wormholes for space jumps without launching wormhole generation nuclei. As for weapons, they are still the same old antimatter missiles, black hole missiles, gamma-ray lasers, close-range electromagnetic guns, etc. The armor of the warship is made of degenerate materials, and there is also a strong magnetic field shield. As long as it is not hit by a black hole bomb, its combat effectiveness is still very impressive. Zhang Siping and Lu Dawei, who came to inspect the new era, looked at the battleship that looked like a space city, which gave the new humans some confidence. The new era is definitely very powerful, and it can fight against some intermediate civilizations without losing, but it is not sure about advanced civilizations. Zhang Siping said helplessly. Lu Dawei also looked depressed. The key is that there is too little information about advanced civilizations. We have no reference, and have no idea where to start. By the way, how is the verification of the vacuum zero-point energy weapon that Mingzhi mentioned? Lu Dawei shook his head. The Science and Technology Commission has calculated the vacuum decay bomb, but the energy required to instantly extract from an area to trigger vacuum decay is very large. How large? Within a range of 3 cubic light years, instantly extracting zero-point energy equivalent to 5.6 solar masses can trigger vacuum decay and instantly destroy an area of 1,000 to 1,500 cubic light years. Zhang Siping was obviously shocked. Instantly extracting 5.6 suns? Is this thing really possible? Mingzhi and Academician Yang both participated in the verification. What do you think? Lu Dawei shrugged. Zhang Siping, who was checking the simulation of the destruction of the vacuum decay bomb, suddenly said, thoughtfully, "Why is the destruction of this vacuum decay bomb so similar to the destruction of the Nibeling civilization by the Reapers?" The Science and Technology Commission suspects that the Reapers used vacuum decay bombs. The more Zhang Siping looked at it, the more similar it was. Lightspeed attack, with a huge range, annihilates all matter, and there is no way to defend against the attack. Perhaps the Reaper civilization can defend against it. According to the simulation of the Science and Technology Commission, once multiple vacuum decay bombs are detonated nearby, a chain reaction will be triggered, making the range of vacuum decay even larger. If the entire universe is to be destroyed, according to the current estimation of the new human beings, the range of the universe is more than 24 trillion light-years in radius, including the unobservable part. It is necessary to instantly detonate 8 billion primary vacuum decay bombs to trigger the universe's large vacuum decay. Therefore, the Reaper civilization dared to use vacuum decay bombs unscrupulously to wipe out the Nibeling civilization. We need vacuum decay bombs, Zhang Siping said firmly. The Science and Technology Commission is trying to find a way, but the project is very difficult. Zhang Siping said firmly, only when we have the power of mutual destruction can we officially step onto the big stage of the universe. The current situation of the new humans is very similar to that of Country A in the 1950s and 1960s. Before mastering the strategic deterrent power of mutual destruction, once the traces are discovered by the Reaper civilization, it is estimated that they will be instantly wiped out in the universe. In order to survive safely in the universe, the new humans must master the vacuum decay bomb. After watching the new era class in service, Zhang Siping and Lu Dawei were in a heavy mood. Another meeting was arranged with Huang Mingzhi and other senior members of the Science and Technology Commission. In the virtual conference room, Zhang Siping got straight to the point. Mingzhi, Academician Yang, I want to know how difficult it is to make a vacuum decay bomb. Huang Mingzhi, who had sorted out his thoughts, replied solemnly, if calculated based on the current efficiency of the zero-point energy siphon device, the engineering difficulty of the vacuum decay bomb is comparable to that of the Dyson sphere. Comparable to a Dyson sphere? The senior members of the War Committee looked at each other, speechless for a moment. They all knew more or less what a Dyson sphere was, and the engineering difficulty of a Dyson sphere was really too difficult. Huang Mingzhi unfolded the virtual display screen, and instead of listing some incomprehensible formulas, he brought up the solar system star map. To extract the energy of 5.6 suns in an instant, the volume of the zero-point energy siphon device required was equivalent to 0.6 suns. Putting the planet made of zero-point energy siphon device next to the sun, it looks almost the same size. Gulp! This intuitive comparison made everyone swallow hard. Unless the efficiency of zero-point energy siphon device is increased by 1,000 times, we can make vacuum decay bomb. One more sentence. The rejuvenated Academician Yang said, if it is to be practical, the efficiency needs to be increased to 1 million times. Now everyone in the War Committee looked ugly. The gap was too big, making people feel unmotivated. Aren't we always afraid of triggering vacuum decay? Why is it so difficult to make a vacuum decay bomb? One of the Combat Committee members frowned and asked. The new Vice President of the Science and Technology Commission, Zhang Tingyu, explained, the two are not the same concept. We are afraid of causing vacuum decay because it takes time to accumulate and work together with the expansion of the universe. And the vacuum decay bomb triggers vacuum decay in an instant. When used as a weapon, you should understand the difference. Zhang Siping and others have already understood the difference. As a weapon, vacuum decay bombs must not be slow. In a situation where speed is of the essence, slow weapons may be cracked by the enemy. Mingzhi, if we fully support it, when can the practical vacuum decay bomb be put into service? Zhang Siping asked. I dare not guarantee it. It may be decades, hundreds of years, or even longer. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Siping discussed with other senior members of the war committee for a while. He finally said carefully, Mingzhi, we will fully support the vacuum decay bomb. Even if our generation cannot complete it, we have to lay a solid foundation for the next generation. Please. Huang Mingzhi nodded. It's all for the new human beings. This is my responsibility. After the virtual meeting, Huang Mingzhi organized a seminar on vacuum decay bombs within the Science and Technology Commission, requiring researchers within the Science and Technology Commission to focus on this project. It's just that the difficulty of vacuum decay bombs is indeed a more exaggerated technology than Dyson spheres. The technical principles are there, but the key is that the engineering difficulty is too high and the amount of materials required is also too large. You have to know that to destroy the universe, at least 8 billion primary vacuum decay bombs are needed. Even if the elements of this galaxy are used as materials, it may not be enough to build so many vacuum decay bombs. Moreover, as time goes by, the universe is constantly expanding, and 8 billion vacuum decay bombs may not be enough. This is a pit bigger than the Milky Way, but the new humans have to jump in. Now we can only hope that the zero-point energy siphoning technology will be improved, or a new theory will emerge, so that vacuum decay can be produced simply and quickly. Chapter 386. Lunar Universe Exploration Center. This is an important institution for the new humans to spy on the universe. Since the establishment of this institution, the monitoring range of the new humans has expanded to a radius of 3,400 light-years due to the solar system. In addition, the monitoring range of the Tianya system has also been expanded to a radius of 1,200 light-years. Although there is no need to colonize such a large star field, the new humans must ensure that they can monitor the surrounding starry sky in real time to avoid being invaded by other intermediate civilizations, and beware of the Harvester civilization. Xiao Bing, the director of the Space Exploration Center, is checking the survey data, which are all the surveys of the star systems in the Milky Way. Now the quantum wormhole detection technology of the Space Exploration Center has been updated to a new generation, which can scan the entire Milky Way. In fact, the updated technology is very simple, which is to form a line of quantum wormholes. The quantum wormholes on this line are arranged every 30 kilometers, and the length of the entire quantum wormhole line is 200,000 light-years. There are as many as 16 such quantum wormhole detection lines, which monitor the surrounding area with a radius of 2 billion light-years all the time every day. The quantum wormhole detection line only needs to stay for 1 second to obtain countless gravitational wave signals, photon signals, and electromagnetic wave signals in the area. The area scanned by the quantum wormhole detection line is evenly divided into 86,400 intervals, and the quantum wormhole detection line scans a circle in 24 hours, 86,400 seconds. The closer the area is to the solar system, the more intensively it is monitored, and the farther away from the solar system, the density of monitoring will gradually decrease. The joint detection array composed of 16 quantum wormhole detection lines can be detected even by superluminal spacecraft. Moreover, the number of quantum wormhole detection lines at the Cosmic Exploration Center will increase and become longer over time, ensuring that the surrounding starry sky can be monitored. Xiao Bing rubbed his temples and put aside the detection of the Milky Way. At present, there are quite a few life planets in the Milky Way, some of which have evolved intelligent creatures, and even 17 confirmed primary civilizations have been discovered. The civilization defined by the new humans is temporarily divided into 4 levels: primitive civilization, primary civilization, intermediate civilization, and advanced civilization. The definition of primitive civilization: intelligent creatures exist, with certain technology, but have not entered the interstellar era, refer to the civilization of Blue Star before 1957 AD. The definition of primary civilization: intelligent creatures exist, technology is relatively advanced, and has initially entered the interstellar era, but cannot leave the star system, refer to the civilization of Sungxing civilization, Blue Star from 1957 to 2018 AD. The definition of intermediate civilization: highly developed technology, breaking through the limits of life, superluminal technology, can cross the Milky Way and destroy the Milky Way, refer to the civilization of Nibiling civilization, New Human civilization. The definition of advanced civilization: extremely advanced technology, life is equal to the universe, vacuum decay bomb technology, anti-vacuum decay technology, reference civilization harvester civilization. As for higher civilizations, that is not something that the new humans at this stage can understand, and the other party probably doesn't look down on the new humans. After all, a civilization that is more powerful than an advanced civilization must be able to break through the limitations of a single universe and enter the multiverse stage. It's like when humans see a photon, would humans deliberately observe the photons of the entire universe just because there is civilization in a photon? Obviously, there is a huge difference between the two levels. When the new human civilization develops to the peak of advanced civilization, which is enough to touch the outside of the universe, perhaps those indescribable civilizations will pay attention to the new human beings. Now, we should honestly find a way to play hide-and-seek with the Harvester civilization. Xiao Bing finished reading the recent Milky Way monitoring data, and then watched some data outside the Milky Way, especially some situations inside the galaxy. Huh? What is the situation of the Ice Mars exploration branch? Detected the remains of the Nibelung civilization? He carefully browsed the data. In addition to exploring the Tianya system, the Ice Mars Exploration Division's mission is to explore the Nibelung civilization. From the Nibelung star map deciphered from the Nibelung heart, the new humans have preliminarily determined the approximate area of the Nibelung civilization. The control area of the Nibelung civilization is 186 billion to 187 billion light-years away from the solar system, and 123 billion to 124 billion light-years away from the Tianya system. With ordinary astronomical telescopes or gravitational wave detection, it will take more than 100 billion years for the signal from the Nibelung civilization control area to reach the solar system or the Tianya system. Only quantum wormhole detection can timely observe the situation of that starry sky. Gulu. Xiao Bing swallowed his throat after reading the report. Because in the area detected by the quantum wormhole, there is nothingness within tens of millions of light years, and there are terrible gravitational waves around, which are the traces of vacuum decay left in the universe. The reason why we can determine that area is the control area of Nibelung is actually very simple. The speed of light and gravitational waves is limited. The destruction of Nibelung civilization was 218 blue star years ago. We only need to jump to 218 light years beyond the border of Nibelung civilization to see the last light of Nibelung civilization. Is vacuum decay so terrible? Xia Yulai on the side said, Director Xiao, the terrible thing about vacuum decay is that it subverts the rules of the universe. Subversion of the rules of the universe? Xiao Bing asked in confusion. Xia Yulai explained, we all know that the speed of light is the upper limit of the speed of the universe at this stage, but vacuum decay can expand and contract faster than the speed of light. After that, he opened the detection data of the destruction of the Nibelung civilization. Look at these gravitational wave data. These are some star systems within the Nibelung civilization. The distance is generally more than 1 million light years, but the difference in their gravitational wave interruption time is only a dozen minutes. Xiao Bing, who had made up for the cosmic astrophysics, had already understood the meaning. This situation can only mean that the Nibelung civilization was destroyed by the enemy in a short period of time, which took only a few days at most. In an intermediate civilization that spans millions of light years, a few days is like a few microseconds in the AD era, and the Nibelung civilization didn't even have time to react. Xiao Bing felt a kind of heart-pounding fear. The superluminal spread of the vacuum decay bomb feels so terrible. At least the primary vacuum decay bomb we theoretically designed cannot reach superluminal speed. To achieve the vacuum decay bomb that destroyed the Nibelung civilization, it is estimated that the power must be increased by more than 1,000 times. After listening to Xia Yulai's explanation, Xiao Bing stared at the simulated star map on the investigation report and couldn't calm down for a long time. The advanced civilization is really too powerful. It can easily destroy an area of millions of light years, and it will wipe it out without hesitation. The new human beings are still far away now, and they can't even deal with the primary vacuum decay bomb. However, the new human civilization that has gradually gained insight into the essence of the universe is at least a far-sighted part among the intermediate civilizations. As long as you don't commit suicide, wander around in the universe, and develop for a few hundred years, you may be able to gain the power to counter the Harvester civilization. There are too many dangers hidden in this universe. Don't be fooled by the calmness of the starry sky. In fact, the starry sky that humans see is what it was like hundreds of years ago, tens of thousands of years ago, or even billions of years ago. Even if a cosmic war breaks out in an area millions of light years away, without superluminal observation technology, by the time you see those war scenes, millions of years have actually passed. Chapter 387. New Era Year 12, March 15th. Xiao Bing, who was deep in thought, suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and found that it was someone from the service committee. A middle-aged man extended his hand and greeted him. Director Xiao Bing, very happy to meet you. I am Li Can from the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau. Team Leader Li, is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Bing knew that the other party would not come to the temple for no reason. Li Can smiled and explained, our investigation bureau has just been established, and we need to check the database of the Space Exploration Center. After that, he unfolded the virtual display screen and called up a database review document. Xiao Bing flipped through the document, kept a copy, and agreed to the other party's review. The Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau is a new agency that was just established this year. It is mainly to deal with the life planets and cosmic civilizations discovered by new humans. As time goes by, the quantum wormhole detection system of the Cosmic Exploration Center monitors more and more star fields, among which there are many life planets and primary cosmic civilizations. Previously, the GO service was responsible for this work, but now the times have changed, so some of the GO service's business has been divested. After the reorganization, the GO service is responsible for external security, intelligence work on other intermediate civilizations and harvester civilizations, and the Economic Investigation Bureau is responsible for internal personnel intelligence investigation. The Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau is responsible for investigating primary civilizations, primitive civilizations, life planets, and abnormal astronomical conditions in various river systems. Li Can is the leader of the Galaxy Group of the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau, which is responsible for investigating the situation in the Milky Way. After uploading the information about the Milky Way from the database of the Space Exploration Center to the internal database of the Milky Way Group, Li Can hurriedly said goodbye. The headquarters of their Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau is located in Guanghan Palace City on the back of the moon. After exiting the stand-in robot state, Li Can woke up from the life support cabin of the underground base of the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau. Came to his own Galaxy Group office. The Galaxy team has 126 members, including 57 internal staff and 69 field staff. The field staff consists of 3 investigators per team, equipped with a small wormhole jump ship, and there are a total of 23 investigation teams responsible for investigating the entire Milky Way. Although there are only 23 investigation teams, in fact, the Galaxy team has the largest number of people in the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau, and some other teams have at most 5 investigation teams. Team Leader, what data do we need to investigate? Deputy Team Leader Deng Fuxing asked. Li Can opened the internal server. The data from the Space Exploration Center has been transferred. You can take a look. No problem. Deng Fuxing nodded. The internal staff began to get busy. From the Milky Way data transferred from the Space Exploration Center, some rough information about the Milky Way can be seen. At present, no traces of intermediate civilization activities have been found in the Milky Way. A total of 1,376 life planets have been confirmed, of which 116 have intelligent creatures. Among these 116 planets with intelligent life, there are 93 primitive civilizations and 23 primary civilizations. The 23 primary civilizations are the priority targets of the Galaxy Group's investigation. These primary civilizations that may have a technological explosion at any time are a threat to a certain extent. Although not all of the 10,000 primary civilizations can successfully advance to an intermediate civilization. The situation where the new human civilization suddenly improves its technology explosively, and then leads to an intermediate civilization is ultimately an extremely low probability event. Generally speaking, unless a primary civilization obtains the legacy of an intermediate civilization, it will take thousands of years for it to advance to an intermediate civilization. During the thousands of years of starting time, there are too many accidents. It may die on its own, or be discovered by other intermediate and advanced civilizations, or be destroyed by natural disasters in the universe. The possibility of premature death is too high. After locking the coordinates of the star systems where these primary civilizations are located, Li can immediately dispatch 23 investigation teams to investigate the specific conditions of these primary civilizations. The Centaurus arm of the Milky Way. In the void of 150 billion kilometers outside an unknown star system, a wormhole with a radius of 40 meters suddenly exists nearby. A Huitsubing class, wormhole jump version, warship came out of the wormhole, and as soon as the warship came out, the wormhole disappeared into the void. Only the residual gravitational wave ripples were left in the void, and the Huitziubing-class warship was maintaining full electromagnetic wave frequency band invisibility. In addition, this place is 150 billion kilometers away from the star system. Unless the primary civilization has deployed a gravitational wave detector nearby, it is difficult for the other party to detect the appearance of the warship. If the Huitziubing-class warship can be found instantly, then the other party is not an ordinary primary civilization, but the peak of primary civilization, quasi-intermediate civilization, or even intermediate civilization. In the cockpit, the three investigators did not act immediately, but stopped nearby and started the passive signal receiving system. It continuously captures nearby gravitational wave signals, electromagnetic wave signals, photon signals, and neutrino signals. Captain, a weak electromagnetic wave signal has been detected and is being decoded. Investigator Zhang Weiguo said calmly. Lin Tian, the captain of the 8th Galaxy Investigation Team, ordered, "Decipher it as soon as possible." Then he looked at the virtual star map in front of him. The situation of this star system was being quickly improved. After all, quantum wormhole detection mainly senses gravitational waves. Other situations are analyzed by supercomputers, and there are certain errors. Deciphered successfully. Zhang Weiguo uploaded some of the deciphered data to the database of the spacecraft. These data are of little use. Without the complete text of the primary civilization, the deciphered data can only be a string of numbers. Mark, second jump, target star system 5 billion kilometers orbit. Mark, who was driving the spacecraft, quickly set the jump coordinate system. The wormhole in front of the spacecraft seemed to penetrate the void. With the injection of a large amount of negative energy, the wormhole expanded to a radius of 40 meters in about 3 seconds. The spacecraft accelerated rapidly and rushed to the opposite side. When it arrived near the 5 billion kilometers orbit of the star system, the spacecraft received more electromagnetic wave signals. A spacecraft was found, 37.9 million kilometers away from us, suspected to be a probe. Zhang Weiguo continued to report the situation. Lin Tian thought for a moment and ordered, "Go forward at 20% of the speed of light, and target the 6th planet in this star system." Okay. The spacecraft was spewing gamma rays, and the space in front was shrinking. The speed of the spacecraft itself was not fast, only reaching about 10% of the speed of light, and the other half of the speed came from the space contraction of the curvature engine. A few days later, the spacecraft arrived at the 6th planet in this star system, a large gas planet with a mass similar to that of Jupiter. Of course, their target is not this gaseous planet. The planet where the primary civilization is located is the 4th planet in the star system. A terrestrial planet slightly larger than the blue star, with 2 natural satellites. At this time, the survey team spacecraft is only 570 million kilometers away from the life planet, and has received a lot of electromagnetic wave signals. Lin Tian decided to slowly approach the core area of this civilization, and fully understand the situation of this civilization before deciding on the next move. Without the civilization noticing, the spacecraft of the 8th survey team is constantly approaching their home planet. At the same time, in the other 22 star systems in the Milky Way, another 22 survey teams are doing the same thing. The situation of these primary civilizations is also detected little by little and transmitted back to the Milky Way group through quantum wormhole communication. Chapter 388. The 8th Investigation Team of the Galaxy Investigation Group. Investigation Log. Time December 3, 27. We have been investigating the Red Crystal Civilization for 12 days. This is a cosmic civilization that has just entered the primary civilization stage. At this time, the spacecraft is 2.73 million kilometers away from the life planet. Today we scan the genetic data of the life planet. Lin Tian finished writing the work log. Because the spacecraft was too close to the life planet, the spacecraft's pseudogravity system was temporarily shut down. Zhang Weiguo, who was chewing a butter bread, stared at rows of data intently. These were some data of the Red Crystal Civilization that had been deciphered. The intelligent creatures of the Red Crystal Civilization were 4-helix carbon-based creatures. Unlike upright apes like humans, Red Crystal people were not humanoid intelligent creatures, but a combination of humans and spiders. The lower body was similar to the body of a spider, with 6 legs, while the upper body was similar to that of a human, but with 4 arms. The most obvious feature of Red Crystal people was the red crystal that covered most of their bodies, which was a biological crystal that could absorb solar energy and store energy. The social structure of the Red Crystal Civilization is a matriarchal society with relatively primitive tribal customs. The technological level is equivalent to that of Blue Star in 1980 to 1990 AD. However, The solar power generation technology of this civilization is very powerful, which may be the bionic technology obtained from the red crystals in their bodies. In addition, the red crystal civilization has been completely unified internally, and is not very enthusiastic about colonizing other planets. The preliminary judgment is that it is a primary civilization with low potential, and other situations need to be further observed. Mark took a sip of coffee, turned around and asked, "Captain, are there any new tasks?" "Not yet." Lin Tian, who was chewing a cloned apple, replied calmly. John Wade was said, "This red crystal civilization is blessed by nature. The resources of red crystal star are much richer than our blue star." Lin Tian, who participated in the investigation team, certainly understood that the resources of red crystal star were rich. It seems that a metallic asteroid once hit red crystal star, causing the content of gold, silver, copper, tungsten, and rhenium on red crystal star to be hundreds of times that of blue star, and the content of other rare elements is also quite rich. No wonder the red crystal people are not very enthusiastic about colonizing alien planets. With such a treasure mountain, who would be willing to go far away? And since the red crystal civilization has been unified, the solar power generation technology is very advanced, and the light heat conversion efficiency has reached about 65%, there is no obvious energy crisis. Naturally, there is no motivation to explore alien planets. Guanghan Palace City on the Moon. Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau, Galaxy Group Office. The preliminary investigation reports of 23 civilizations have been sent back one after another, and the office staff are busy analyzing these data. Among the 23 primary civilizations, 2 of them have become extinct, leaving only some spacecrafts in outer space. There are 4 more primary civilizations on the verge of extinction. One is due to intense stellar activity, which has destroyed the atmosphere of the life planet and caused ecological collapse. One is due to being hit by a large asteroid. One is due to the leakage of biochemical viruses, and the last is due to internal war. Among the remaining 17 primary civilizations, there are ambitious ones, and some are law-abiding ones. Li Qian, who was checking the genetic data of these life planets, suddenly frowned. The data in front of him was a bit weird. The Red Crystal Civilization, the Winged Man Civilization, the One-Eyed Civilization, and the Hollow Bone Civilization were listed separately as a group, and he had not noticed the abnormality. However, after inputting the gene libraries of these 4 civilizations, an unexpected situation appeared in front of him. Among the gene sequences of the intelligent creatures of these 4 civilizations, there was a gene sequence that was exactly the same. What the hell? Even if he was not a biologist, he understood the trick of the situation. Li Qian quickly turned on the communicator and sent an application for assistance in the investigation to the Institute of Life Sciences. Half an hour later, Huang Fan came to the Galaxy Group office through a stand-in robot. "Thank you, Dr. Huang, for coming to support me in your busy schedule. To make a long story short, where is the gene sequence?" Huang Fan asked directly. "Here." Sitting in front of the computer, Huang Fan looked at the gene sequences with a serious expression. His 10 fingers flew on the keyboard, and he occasionally called up some gene sequences for simulation calculations. Time passed by, but Huang Fan's expression became more and more serious. The gene sequences of the intelligent creatures of the Red Crystal Civilization, the Winged Man Civilization, the One-Eyed Civilization, and the Hollow Bone Civilization all contain a gene sequence consisting of 3,402 base pairs. This gene sequence is exactly the same. If the 2 civilizations are both carbon-based creatures, then it is possible for the gene sequences to be slightly similar. However, the same gene sequence appears in the intelligent creatures of the 4 primary civilizations. From the perspective of the biodiversity of cosmic biological evolution, it is absolutely impossible. The distance between the Red Crystal Civilization, the Winged Civilization, the One-Eyed Civilization, and the Hollow Bone Civilization is 270 light-years at the closest, and 7,369 light-years at the farthest. This means that these civilizations cannot complete genetic exchange by themselves. The only possibility is the result of human intervention. Someone has implanted this gene fragment into the genes of these intelligent creatures. A civilization that can span light-years means that the other party is starting from an intermediate civilization. After Huang Fan told his analysis, Li Qian immediately felt as if he was facing a great enemy and immediately reported the relevant situation to the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau. The investigation teams lurking near the 4 civilizations were also told not to act rashly, and to pay close attention to whether there were creations of other civilizations around these civilizations. The urgent reports were submitted layer by layer, and in less than 30 minutes, they reached the Supreme Will. The Supreme Will immediately convened an emergency meeting. Including Huang Mingzhi and others, all participated in this emergency meeting. Lu Dawei said with a headache, "Everyone, tell me your opinions. There is no doubt that the genes of these 4 primary civilizations have traces of artificial modification." Fang Ge first affirmed the investigation of the Galaxy Group, and then continued to explain, "It is possible to modify biological genes, and primary civilizations can also do it, but the location of these 4 civilizations shows that the other party must have superluminal spacecraft or wormhole technology." Lu Dawei turned his head. "Mingzhi, what do you think?" After sorting out his thoughts, Huang Mingzhi said, "The current situation is that an intermediate civilization is conducting biological experiments in the Milky Way, and we know nothing about the mastermind behind it. This is the real trouble." The others also looked grim. Starting from the intermediate level, it means that there may be an advanced civilization. The Centaurus arm is only a stone's throw away from the Orion arm of the solar system. On a cosmic scale, this is equivalent to being within a stone's throw. A civilization starting from the intermediate level is active in the Milky Way. This terrible situation is definitely not what the new humans want to see. Huang Mingzhi continued, "The most urgent task is to find out the details of this civilization. We are not without the strength to fight now. At worst, we can just abandon the Milky Way." Mingzhi's words make sense. Zhang Siping agreed. They then made a series of plans. The first step was to strengthen the investigation of the galaxies around the Milky Way, and it would be best to determine the location of that civilization. The second step was to be prepared to abandon the Milky Way. If the situation was not right, immediately start the escape plan. The third step was to fully prepare for war. If the opponent was only an intermediate civilization, the new humans would still have the strength to fight. All the new humans acted quickly under the command of the highest will. Chapter 389. The second-level war mobilization order was officially activated in each colonized star system of the new humans. Even the seeds of civilization in the Tianya system were on high alert. The tasks of the Space Exploration Center became increasingly busy. The Exploration Center, which previously had only more than 2,000 staff, suddenly expanded to more than 30,000 people. The quantum wormhole used to detect the starry sky, after the second-level jump, expanded the monitoring range in all directions, hoping to find the civilization that carried out biological experiments in the Centaur cantilever of the Milky Way. The secondary jump of quantum wormhole detection is to use a wormhole jump spacecraft to transform the spacecraft into a communication relay station. Each relay detection spacecraft can directly cover the starry sky with a radius of 600,000 light-years. Originally, the War Committee and the Service Committee did not plan to promote this technology in the near future. However, man proposes, God disposes. The common gene incident caused a strong sense of crisis among the new humans, and the War Committee had to start this plan in advance. The War Committee had its own considerations for using relay detection spacecraft. On the one hand, if the quantum wormhole detection line is extended further, monitoring loopholes will appear in distant areas. On the other hand, considering the need for anti-reconnaissance, if a civilization that can detect quantum wormholes is encountered, and the other party finds the coordinates of the Milky Way through the clues, it will be like a fire. For this reason, a relay detection spacecraft with a secondary jump was developed. Once an abnormal situation occurs, the relay detection spacecraft will directly self-destruct and cut off all connections with the blue star. These relay detection spacecraft are all deployed in the empty void, not directly in each galaxy. After all, each galaxy star field is the cradle of civilization. There is a great risk in directly jumping the spacecraft into various galaxies. Generally speaking, when a wormhole jumping spacecraft leaves the Milky Way, it will not choose to directly open a wormhole to jump to the destination, but will need to make 3 transit jumps before choosing to jump to the destination. The purpose of doing this is mainly for counter-reconnaissance. If it jumps directly from the Milky Way to the destination, in case there is a medium or advanced civilization at the destination, the coordinates of the Milky Way will be exposed. In this universe, the coordinates of the mother star are something that must not be exposed. Unless it is an advanced civilization, it has the confidence to dominate the interstellar space. Otherwise, it is better to keep a low profile. Xiao Bing, with bloodshot eyes, has been working non-stop recently. The unknown civilization, temporarily named Engineer Civilization, has become a big trouble. The Space Exploration Center has roughly searched the area with a radius of 30 million light-years in the Milky Way, but still found nothing. As the search distance gets farther and farther, the workload of the Space Exploration Center is increasing, and the psychological pressure is getting heavier, because they don't know when they will encounter Engineer Civilization. On the other side, The Ghost Service and the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau joined forces to secretly conduct a detailed investigation of the Red Crystal Civilization, the Hollow Bone Civilization, the One-Eyed Civilization, and the Winged Civilization. In addition to these 4 primary civilizations, the other 213 life planets on the Centaurus arm are also within the scope of investigation. Chinli, who had just taken office as the director of the Ghost Service, did not expect to encounter such a big trouble as soon as he took office. These days, he and Lincoln have been busy. In the headquarters of the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau, in the Galaxy Group office, the investigation of the other 213 life planets on the Centaurus arm has been fed back one after another. Team leader, the situation is as expected. That gene segment was found in the biological genes of 24 of the life planets. Deng Fuxing handed over the report. Lincoln flipped through the file. This was expected. The other party conducted genetic experiments on the Centaur cantilever. There could not be only 4 life planets. The Life Science Research Institute is processing the genetic data of these modified organisms and analyzing the gene sequences of the ancestors of these transgenic organisms through the gene reverse inference system. With the full assistance of supercomputers, a lot of useful information was analyzed. Huang Fan looked at the analysis results in front of him, and his eyes suddenly flickered. The genetically modified organisms found on the Centaurus arm are distributed on 28 life planets, with a total of 28 species. The data from gene reverse calculations show that the time when these genetically modified organisms were modified is divided into 4 stages. The oldest first batch was genetically modified 33,400 years ago, with 3 species. The second batch was 24,300 years ago, with 5 species. The third batch was 15,200 years ago, with 8 species. The fourth batch was 6,100 years ago, with 12 species. From a regular point of view, the average interval between each event is 9,100 years, which means that there are still 3,000 years before the 5th engineer civilization descends on the Centaurus arm of the Milky Way. Another regularity is that the closer the batch, the more species are transformed, but this does not mean that the number of organisms transformed by the engineer civilization is different each time. It is very likely that the number of species transformed by the engineer civilization each time is similar, but as time goes by, some of them disappear in the long river of history. Among them, the Red Crystal Civilization and the One-Eyed Civilization, which have developed into primary civilizations, are the first batch of transformed organisms. The Hollow Bone Civilization is the second batch of transformed organisms, and the Winged Civilization is the 4th batch of transformed organisms. This Winged Civilization is worth noting, Jiang Ziran said on the side. Huang Fan certainly knew that the Winged Civilization had extraordinary potential. They were transformed by the engineer civilization only about 6,100 years ago, and they have developed into a primary civilization. Moreover, they are developing towards the middle stage of primary civilization. The Winged Civilization is divided into 3 forces, and they are fighting for interstellar hegemony within the star system. Huang Fan said calmly, I hope they don't commit suicide. Jiang Ziran also smiled without saying anything. Among the primary civilizations in the Milky Way, there are only 24, including the Songqing civilization discovered before. 2 of them are extinct, 5 are on the verge of extinction, and it is unknown how many of the remaining 17 can survive in the future. If the Winged Civilization violates the bottom line that should not be violated, the new humans will definitely not mind wiping them out for the engineer civilization. The engineer civilization will not come to the Milky Way for another 3,000 years, which makes the new humans temporarily relieved, but they still cannot be careless. If the engineer civilization gets the urge to come and check the experimental objects in advance, the new humans will be very likely to be exposed. We cannot put our hopes on such uncontrollable factors. We must be prepared early to guard against the engineer civilization, and the research and development of vacuum decay bombs must be accelerated. At the same time, the War Committee is also very fortunate that due to Huang Mingzhi's previous proposal of a dormant strategy, the new humans did not expand the universe. It is not certain whether the engineer civilization has left monitoring means, but according to the speculation of the new human civilization, there is a high probability that monitoring equipment has been left near these experimental planets. Once those monitoring devices are triggered, they may alert the engineer civilization. There is no way to determine the level of the engineer civilization now, but it is certain that it is at the intermediate level. Its strength is estimated to be no weaker than that of the new humans, and it is even possible that it is stronger. Without the vacuum decay bomb in hand, the new humans do not want to engage in a meaningless war. If the opponent is an intermediate civilization, The two sides may attract the attention of the Reaper civilization if they fight. If the opponent is an advanced civilization, the new humans can only be killed instantly. In either case, it is not a good result. Within 3,000 years, if the vacuum decay bomb cannot be developed, the new humans will choose to temporarily avoid the edge and directly evacuate the Milky Way. Abandoning people and keeping the land will lose both people and land. Abandoning the land and keeping people will gain both people and land. Chapter 390. 17 years in the new era. 5 years have passed since the discovery of the genetically modified experimental products of the engineer civilization. 5 years in the interstellar era is just a blink of an eye. The Galaxy Group office on the moon is still decorated the same as it was 5 years ago, with a lot of green plants in the simplicity. Lincoln just received the report from the investigation team monitoring the Red Crystal civilization. After reading it, he squinted and muttered to himself, "After 5 years, I finally caught you." They scanned all areas of the Red Crystal Galaxy, not even letting go of the stars, and finally found a surveillance spacecraft disguised as a rock inside an asteroid. The size of this spacecraft is between 85 and 273 meters, and it uses degenerate materials as its shell. If you don't investigate carefully, you can't find its existence at all. The engineer's spacecraft seems to have adopted a silent state of passive detection in order to avoid being discovered by the Red Crystal civilization. In addition, nanorobots were found inside the Red Crystal civilization, and these things are most likely controlled by quantum communication. The investigation team that has been observing the Red Crystal civilization for several years has not found that they have quantum communication technology and nanorobot technology. The answer is obvious. These things are one of the backup plans left by the engineer civilization for the Red Crystal civilization. Lincoln ordered, "Let each investigation team pay attention to concealment and then return to the solar system." "No problem." Deng Fuxing nodded. The investigation team's withdrawal from these star systems does not mean that the new humans will completely give up monitoring these civilizations, but instead use more concealed quantum wormhole detection. Lincoln picked up another document, which was an assessment report on the winged civilization. The threat level of this civilization has risen sharply recently, because they have officially developed a spacecraft with a speed of 2,400 kilometers per second, and laser weapons and electromagnetic guns have become increasingly mature. However, their internal war has become more and more intense. Under the coercion of war, the three forces of the winged people have invested madly in the research and development of weapons and equipment. The new humans who regard the Milky Way as their backyard will naturally not allow the winged civilization to advance to the intermediate civilization. Even if there is only a slight possibility, they will kill them in the bud. However, this matter is not what Lincoln should think about. Send the document to the War Committee, and there will naturally be a professional organization to handle this matter. The Space Exploration Center has expanded its exploration range to a radius of 130 million light-years in the past 5 years. However, traces of engineer civilization have not been found, but there are quite a few primary civilizations, and even a lot of primary subversive civilizations. In addition to exploring around the Milky Way, the Space Exploration Center also selected 2 very distant coordinates, one 170 billion light-years away from the Milky Way, and the other 357 billion light-years away from the Milky Way. The 2 new coordinates are not for exploring the engineer civilization or the harvester civilization, but for setting up the civilization seed base. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and Tianyao is still not safe with 1 civilization seed, so the Xianyuan civilization seed base and Shinong civilization seed base were developed. These 2 civilization seed bases are one of the recent small actions of the new humans. They are prepared to avoid last-minute cram. Xianyuan system, the 5th planet Xinhuaxing. This is a natural life planet. Since the last discovery of the genetically modified experimental organisms of the engineer civilization, the new humans must conduct a careful investigation of the life planet before exploring the alien planet. In order to avoid encountering the experimental planet of the intermediate and advanced civilization, it is not always so lucky. If it is discovered by other civilizations, it will cause serious consequences. At this time, there are only 3 observation stations on Xinhua star, and the civilization seed base is on the Lagrange point L1 of the planet. The scale is similar to that of Ice Mars, with a population of more than 10,000 and a complete industrial system, and the new human civilization can be restarted at any time. However, at this time, the civilization seed of Xinhua star has not yet entered the activated state, and is still in a silent dormant state. In the satellite city, Ma Honglong, the chairman of the city council, rubbed the medal in his hand nostalgically. This is a medal from the new era, called Civilization Purification Metal. He led the engineering corps to build the Northeast Neutrino Shielding Station. In the First Purification War, he participated in a series of battles such as the Seattle Landing in North America. In the Second Purification War, he led the corps to capture New York State. This time, he came to Xianyuan System Xinhua Mars to garrison, and he took the initiative to apply for it. He was willing to be the seed of the new human civilization. Even if it was a seed that would never sprout, he had no regrets. Looking at the blue planet in the sky not far away, it is so similar to the mother planet, but Ma Hongzong knows that the task of civilization seed may be a lifelong mission. Turning his head, and leaving a trace of sadness behind, he continued to be busy with the work of Xinhua Satellite City. With more than 500 years of life left, he may spend the rest of his life here. Also coming with Ma Hongzong is Kai Menqin, who is also from the engineering corps. He is the director of the logistics department of Xinhua Satellite City. He has just finished the material sorting work and looked at the time on his watch. Although a day on Xinhua Mars is 26.7 hours, the time in the Xinhua satellite ship is still based on Blue Star time. This watch is not a product of the new era, but a mechanical watch that he has worn for nearly 20 years. Kai Menqin, who is nostalgic, has not discarded this watch. It was already 11:43 in the morning. He looked at the situation of the degenerate material manufacturing plant again. Now the 4 degenerate material manufacturing plants can be put into production. These 4 degenerate material manufacturing plants can allow Xinhua Satellite City to complete the internal circulation of the industry and no longer rely on input from Blue Star. I sorted out the relevant materials and prepared to report to Ma Hongzong in the afternoon. It was 12:11 before I knew it. Kai Menqin walked to the nearby buffet. The area where they worked was the pseudo-gravity area. There were already many new immigrants queuing in the restaurant. It was his turn soon. He got twice-cooked pork, spicy rabbit head, mapo tofu, bacon fried lettuce, and a bowl of tea tree mushroom chicken soup. He still liked the taste of his hometown. Just a few minutes after he sat down, Ma Hongzong also got his meal and sat opposite him. The two of them discussed some things about Xinhua Satellite City while eating, and Kai Menqin also took the opportunity to report the progress of the degenerate material manufacturing plant. In this vast starry sky, more than 10,000 people can only help each other and silently guard the last seeds for mankind. Only when you are in it can you understand the unspeakable loneliness. Half an hour later, Ma Hongzong seemed to have something urgent to do, so he hurried back to the office. Kai Menqin, who was left alone, also finished his meal in a few minutes. Standing on the starry sky viewing platform of the cafeteria, Kai Menqin stretched his body and silently looked at the bright starry sky. Suddenly, he had an idea and took out a harmonica from his pocket and played a song devoutly. Starlight, starlight, please send my thoughts to light years away. Chapter 391. New Era 18, May 2nd. Centaurus arm of the Milky Way, Winged Man System. This is 3,775 light years away from the solar system in the Orion arm. The Winged Man civilization is in this star system. Unlike the solar system, which is an isolated star system, the Winged Man system is a triple star system. This Winged Man system is similar to the Alpha Centauri star system, consisting of a yellow giant star, a yellow dwarf star, and a red dwarf star. The mother star of the Winged Man civilization is in the smallest red dwarf star system. The harsh environment of the triple star system has created the tenacious survival ability of the Winged Man civilization, and has also profoundly affected the social culture of the Winged Man civilization. The Winged civilization is divided into 3 factions: Black-winged, White-winged, and Gray-winged. Their home planet, Big-winged, has an extremely bad ecological environment. If the engineer civilization had not transformed their genes, the Winged civilization would not have appeared. Because the star activity in their star system is very active, especially the red dwarf and the yellow giant, devastating solar storms will erupt almost every few thousand years. The atmosphere of Big-winged is only slightly thicker than that of Mars, and the creatures on the planet have evolved special ways of survival. This planet has a special plant, a silicon-based organism. If there were no such silicon-based organism called magnetic field tree, the Winged People civilization would have died long ago. The magnetic field tree is very huge, and can grow to more than 3,000 meters high, with a crown radius of more than 15 kilometers, and its roots go deep into the Earth's crust. It is the strong magnetic field formed by the magnetic field tree that blocks the extinction-causing solar storms and high-energy particles again and again, allowing the Great Winged Star to maintain its fragile ecology. This magnetic field tree is a native species of the Great Winged Star, and one of the trees is as old as 3.55 million years, which is older than the winged people civilization. On the Great Winged Star, silicon-based organisms are mainly plants, carbon-based organisms are mainly animals and microorganisms, and the winged people are a strange silicon-carbon hybrid organism. It would be strange if there were no hands and feet of the engineer civilization. It is estimated that the winged people are the experimental products of the engineer civilization to integrate silicon-based organisms and carbon-based organisms. According to the data obtained by the investigation team, the time when the winged people civilization really entered civilization began 1,302 years ago on the Blue Star, when the first feudal dynasty, the Platinum Dynasty, was established. 953 years ago on the Blue Star, the Platinum Dynasty split, the white-winged people established the Second Platinum Dynasty, and the black-winged people and the gray-winged people established the Tuqui Alliance. 611 years ago, the Second Platinum Dynasty completed the Electrical Revolution and reunified most of the Great Winged Star. 436 years ago, the Second Platinum Dynasty broke out in civil strife, and the Second Platinum Dynasty fell apart, and various local forces became independent. 436 to 311 years ago, this period was a period of war on the Great Winged Star. 311 years ago, the Third Platinum Empire was established, and then the Tuqui Alliance was restored. 277 years ago, the Grey Wings completed the research and development of nuclear weapons, separated from the Tuqui Alliance, established the Red Star Empire, and invaded the Platinum Dynasty and the Tuqui Alliance. After that, the pattern of the three major forces on the Great Winged Star has been maintained until now. The three parties are wary of each other, and fierce local wars often break out. They entered the interstellar era, and less than 200 years later, a brutal interstellar war broke out in the entire Wingman system. In the virtual conference room of the New Human War Committee. After reading some intelligence about the Wingman civilization, Wang Jun was silent for a while and asked everyone present, "What do you think of this Wingman civilization?" Shi Chaolong of the Strategic Simulation Department put down the file and said murderously, "The other party may be preparing to experiment with artificial black holes. I suggest that we strike first." "I agree. The Milky Way only needs one intermediate civilization." Luo Feng agreed. Wang Jun calmly reminded, "It is very easy to destroy the winged civilization. The problem is that we have to look at the owner before we beat the dog. If we attract the attention of the engineer civilization, things may not end well." The officers fell silent. The engineer civilization behind the winged civilization is the real trouble. "Old Shi, is there any way to avoid the monitoring of the engineer civilization?" Chu Bai asked. Shi Chaolong thought for a while. "We must create an accident to let the winged civilization die naturally." Accident? Naturally? Everyone pondered over the current means of the new humans. They must not use obvious attacks, such as black hole bombs and antimatter bombs. Gamma rays cannot be used either. The engineer's automatic monitoring spacecraft is staying inside the winged system. The abnormal gamma rays will definitely be detected. It is estimated that it is not a wise move to detonate a star with neutrino flow. After all, a star is fine, but suddenly collapses abnormally and explodes into a sub-supernova. The engineer civilization will know that there is a problem at a glance. The engineer who had observed the winged civilization for 6,100 years in the winged system automatically monitored the spacecraft, and must have collected a lot of data on the winged system and the surrounding star systems. The new humans wanted to take action, but it was difficult to find a way in for a while. Luo Feng, who was thinking hard, suddenly saw the 4 words quantum wormhole and his brain flashed. "I have an idea." "Oh, tell me about it." Wang Jun motioned him to continue. Luo Feng sorted out some thoughts and expressed his thoughts. "The above is my idea. Everyone think about it. Is it feasible?" Shi Chaolong and others who were in charge of the strategic deduction discussed for more than 10 minutes, and finally planned to do a simulation experiment. The opportunity to destroy the winged civilization must ensure a one-shot kill, otherwise once the winged civilization becomes alert, it will be troublesome to take action in the future. In the void 240,000 light-years away from the Milky Way, it is extremely empty. It is dim within tens of thousands of light-years. There is nothing else except some wandering star systems. A Kuipen-class transport ship passed through the wormhole, captured a wandering asteroid nearby, and quickly used nanorobots to construct a huge base on the asteroid. If the Uran people knew the people of the Jin dynasty, they would be shocked to see this base, because this base is exactly the same as their base on an asteroid, and the two are simply a one-to-one replica. 155 hours later, everything was ready. Shi Chaolong ordered the replica base to start working, just like the Uran civilization was conducting experiments, and the equipment inside was exactly the same. Suddenly, the gravity inside the base increased wildly, and the space began to distort. The entire asteroid was getting smaller, or the entire asteroid was being swallowed. From the simulation data of the supercomputer in front of Sher Chaolong, it can be seen that the artificial black hole is rapidly swallowing the surrounding matter. This is the situation of the black hole out of control. The supercomputer is simulating the situation of the entire Uran system. If the black hole is formed at this location and loses control, the destruction of the Uran system is avoided. As the black hole continues to swallow the surrounding matter, the gravity becomes stronger and stronger, and eventually swallows the 3 stars of the Uran system together. Although the swallowing time may take hundreds of years, the Uran civilization will definitely be the first wave to be taken away, because the black hole is a huge gravitational source, and the insertion itself is a very fragile balance of the triple star system, which will first trigger stellar riots and gravitational chaos. Their spacecraft, which travels at 2,400 kilometers per second, probably can't escape the palm of the black hole. After reading the simulation results, Sher Chaolong conducted several actual tests, and confirmed that there were no problems, so he decided to attack the winged civilization. The war between cosmic civilizations is so cruel that the new humans will not show mercy, nor can they show mercy. The promotion of the winged civilization to the intermediate civilization itself does not pose a serious threat to the new humans, but once the winged civilization is confirmed by the engineer civilization as having the possibility of escaping control, the situation will be different. Therefore, this uncontrollable factor must be eliminated to avoid indirectly exposing the new humans. Chapter 392. New Era 18, November 5th. Centaurus Cantilever of the Milky Way Galaxy, Wingman System. In the Deep Space 135 base of the Platinum Third Empire, the Empire's top scientist Bai Guangji is excitedly directing the experiment. The Large Particle Collider, powered by the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Power Station, stimulates a stream of high-energy particles. The annihilation of high-energy particles seems to have given birth to the initial light of the universe. It's almost there. It's almost there. I have a hunch that we can definitely create an artificial black hole. Bai Guangji was so excited that he trembled slightly when he saw the data. However, another old scientist beside him looked solemn. He opened his mouth to persuade him, but his assistant quickly pulled his clothes, and his eyes clearly reminded him not to speak. After all, Bai Guangji was a member of the royal family of the Platinum Third Empire. He was stubborn and arbitrary. If the old scientist tried to dissuade him at this time, he would be kicked out by Bai Guangji. Alas, the old scientist sighed in his heart, and could only watch the experiment continue. However, neither the old Uran scientist nor Bai Guangji knew that there were other people in this laboratory who were watching silently. A Uran security guard calmly watched Bai Guangji and others, who were conducting experiments, with some tiny particles attached to his brain. At the same time, on the engineer monitoring spacecraft hidden on an asteroid, the automatic monitoring artificial intelligence was meticulously performing its tasks. Through nanorobots and quantum communications, it observed every move of the entire Uran civilization. Scarl Civilization, Branch Platinum Third Empire, 569th Large-Scale Particle Collider Collision Experiment, Data Recording. Civilization Comprehensive Level Assessment, Level 148%. Development Potential Assessment, Level 280% to 95%. Future Threat Assessment, Low to Medium. Obviously, the engineer civilization is silently watching the winged civilization and collecting all the information about the winged civilization's development process. The purpose of the engineer civilization creating these experimental objects is mainly to observe and collect information about their evolution and development process, and then to learn useful technologies and theories from them. Don't think that intermediate and advanced civilizations are ahead of primary civilizations in all aspects. If you really hold this idea, then this civilization will be replaced by the latecomer sooner or later. For example, the neutrino shielding radioactive technology controlled by the new human civilization is not mastered by all intermediate civilizations. Another example is quantum communication technology. The new humans have not mastered it yet, but some primary civilizations with unique advantages may point out this technology by mistake. The rating of civilization is not a rigid rule, but an assessment of comprehensive strength. A relatively comprehensive technical system is the essence of intermediate civilization. Therefore, the engineer civilization gave birth to the winged civilization, red crystal civilization, one-eyed civilization, and hollow bone civilization. One can polish jade with the help of others' knowledge. The engineer civilization also understands this principle. They spread genetically modified organisms, conduct civilization experiments, and absorb technology and theories from the development of these civilizations. In the process of development, each civilization may have a unique technology tree. Obtaining the technology trees of these civilizations can allow the engineer civilization to accumulate a deep foundation and thus achieve the promotion of civilization. The winged civilization is the most promising genetically modified organism in the Milky Way among the engineer civilization. As long as it is given enough time to develop, the winged civilization may be promoted to an intermediate civilization. Of course, the engineer civilization will not allow the winged civilization to be promoted to an intermediate civilization. Once the development level of the winged civilization approaches that of an intermediate civilization, the engineer civilization will kill it. They are just for themselves, and they are not really good people. They will not let these experimental products have the opportunity to threaten themselves. The winged civilization and the engineer civilization behind them did not realize that another hunter hidden in the dark was also watching here. Shi Chaolong, who was in the Kuiper Belt base, looked at the virtual model in front of him. Thousands of quantum wormholes were densely distributed inside the winged system. Report: the winged civilization's large particle collider base has been running to the predetermined orbit. Shi Chaolong, with murderous intent in his eyes, narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Everyone, take your positions and execute according to the plan." Understood. The officers present spoke in unison, full of determination and killing. For the future of the new human race, they would be ruthless even if they had to slaughter the entire universe. This universe is so cruel. If you put yourself in their shoes, if the winged civilization and the new human civilization were to switch places today, the winged civilization would also destroy the new human without hesitation. Kindness is the epitaph of the kind-hearted. Every helmsman who carries civilization is not qualified to be kind, because your softness is the greatest betrayal of your own civilization. Whether it is primitive civilization, primary civilization, intermediate civilization, or advanced civilization, it is essentially the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. The Virgin Mary has long been crushed to ashes, and only the cold butcher is qualified to survive. At this time, in the winged civilization, the asteroid with a large particle collider base has flown to a suitable position. This position is just in the middle of the 3 stars of the winged system. In order to restore the glory of the Platinum Dynasty, Bai Guangji has been conducting experiments day and night these days, and they have successfully stimulated 17 artificial black holes. It's almost time. It's almost time. I will lead the Platinum Empire to unify the winged people and wipe out the damn black hair and gray hair in one fell swoop. Bai Guangji muttered to himself a little crazily. In fact, the Platinum Third Empire has not had an easy time in recent years. Because the Platinum Dynasty once unified the Great Winged Star twice, the Tukwai Alliance and the Red Star Empire are afraid that the Platinum Dynasty will be restored. Both sides have always had the same attitude towards the Platinum Third Empire, which is to suppress it as much as possible. If it weren't for the fragile balance of the 3 powers, the Platinum Third Empire would have been destroyed long ago. Therefore, the Platinum Third Empire, which was jointly suppressed, has always been the weakest of the 3 major forces. The White Wings of the Platinum Dynasty are very hostile to the Black Wings and Grey Wings, believing that they are traitors, and that they caused the disintegration of the First Dynasty and the Second Dynasty. The hatred for thousands of years has reached an irreconcilable point. Unless the other 2 parties perish or external threats appear, this hatred will continue. Bai Guangji, who was born in the royal family, has always taken it as his responsibility to revive the Platinum Dynasty. His ideal is to end the chaos and lead the Platinum Dynasty back to its peak. Artificial black hole technology is his life's work. Now it has entered the initial success stage. The revival of the Platinum Dynasty is just around the corner. Bai Guangji naturally can't suppress his excitement. Another experiment began. The same collider experiment as before, but this time the collider energy level has been improved a little. The guard is still quietly observing all this. The engineer civilization artificial intelligence behind it will not actively intervene in the development of all this. But they don't know that a quantum wormhole is quietly appearing inside the collider, and a weak gamma ray is stirring on the magnetic confinement controller chip in the particle collider. In an instant, the magnetic confinement of the particle collider was out of control for 0.6 seconds, and the artificial black hole collided with the wall of the collider's collision chamber. The disaster is irreversible. Chapter 393. The micro-man-made black hole collided with the wall of the collision chamber. In an instant, the micro-black hole was replenished with matter. The consumption of Hawking radiation was balanced by the consumed matter, and the black hole was able to maintain itself. This was a terrible and catastrophic consequence. The black hole frantically devoured the surrounding matter, and these substances not only smoothed out the loss of Hawking radiation, but also continuously increased gravity. The irreversible gravity devoured hundreds of meters around the collision chamber in less than 0.1 seconds. At this time, there was nothing to stop the expansion of the black hole. Inside the control room of the experimental base, the instrument display instantly snowed, a large amount of data did not appear in time, and the alarm system did not react. No! Bai Guangji was shocked. It's over! It's over! The winged civilization is going to be over. The old winged scientist looked ashen. In less than a few seconds, this asteroid with a radius of 150 kilometers was swallowed by the black hole, and became the nutrient for the expansion of the black hole. As for the scientists and others inside, their fate was naturally to return to particles, and become particles smaller than quarks. They didn't even have time to send out an alarm before they were wiped out by the great power of the universe. The only one who reacted was the nanorobot that parasitized the guard's brain. At this time, the engineer monitoring spacecraft, which was responsible for monitoring the artificial intelligence of the winged civilization, had its quantum computer running frantically, according to the data that the nanorobot had sent back last. The artificial black hole experiment is out of control. Start calculating. Calculation ends. The 102,677th experimental civilization, the Scar civilization, will become extinct in 3937 star ticks. Note, equivalent to 8.3 blue star years. After the out-of-control black hole swallowed up the asteroid base, it also swallowed up the nearby Platinum Third Empire space fleet and artificial satellites. Then more and more asteroids were captured by the gravity of the black hole, sweeping the gravity of tens of billions of kilometers around, and violently penetrated into the interior of the Uran system. Suddenly, the fragile gravity system of the three stars in the Uran system began to become unbalanced. As the black hole continued to devour the surrounding matter, it became stronger and stronger, and the range of its gravitational influence was gradually expanding. The gas planet closest to the black hole began to be captured by the gravity of the black hole, and the gas layer of the gas planet was gradually stripped and swallowed by the gravity of the black hole. The black hole lost control for less than 23 minutes, and it began to bring disaster to the winged people. The high-ranking officials of the Platinum Third Empire, who first received the news, were in a mess. Your Majesty, I didn't agree to be so anxious at the beginning. Bai Guangji, that idiot, destroyed the empire single-handedly. What should we do? Ji Ting, you guys should think of a solution. That's right, you are the one who caused this, you must come up with a solution. Ah, if you can't come up with a solution, I will kill all your family members, assholes. The senior officials and nobles of the Platinum Dynasty have lost their minds at this time. Many of them are hysterically roaring, cursing, and going crazy. There are also many people who look ashen, such as the Emperor Bai Guangri, Ji Tingtingxing, and a group of scientists. There are also many nobles with flickering eyes. An undercurrent is surging in the capital of the Platinum Dynasty. Criminal activities such as murder, arson, and destruction are becoming more and more serious here. Many people also began to leave the Great Winged Star, or the planets and satellite cities where they lived. In particular, some of the great nobles directly controlled spaceships and fleets to escape. 11 Blue Star hours later, the Tuqui Alliance and the Red Star Empire also received abnormal reports one after another. In addition to the loss of control within the Platinum Dynasty, they soon learned the truth of the matter. For a time, the entire winged civilization was in chaos, especially the black hole was getting stronger and stronger. If no decision was made now, it would be impossible to escape in a while. At one time, a large number of escaped spaceships and warships flew out of the winged people system in groups. They all chose another binary star system, only 5.6 light-years away from the winged people system. However, with their spaceships with a speed of only 2,400 kilometers per second and working fluid engines, it is estimated that they may not be able to reach another star system until they die. The upper echelons, nobles, big businessmen, and scientists obtained escaped spaceships, but 90% of the middle and lower-level winged people could only wait for death in despair. Both the new human civilization and the engineer civilization watched everything in front of them silently. For the engineer civilization, the winged civilization was just an experiment. If it died, it died. They had seen too many such things, and even destroyed countless civilizations with their own hands. The mother planet of the engineer civilization had received a report that the artificial black hole experiment of the winged civilization went out of control and was backfired. They had no mercy on this. In the eyes of the engineer civilization, all this was just the mistake of the winged civilization itself. If this experiment died, they could just replace it with another one. As for saving the winged civilization, that is absolutely impossible. It is like a mouse in a laboratory that is infected with a virus during an experiment and is dying. Do you think the researchers will save it outside the experimental plan? The answer is no. The researchers will only wait for the mouse to die, dissect it, and then send it to the incinerator for destruction. Now the engineer civilization has this attitude towards the winged civilization. Half a month later, the black hole swallowed the gas planet, and the gravity of the black hole surged, tearing the nearest red dwarf star. The celestial bodies around the black hole were in bad luck. Another gas planet had been torn into pieces, and became free fragments and particles, becoming the nutrients of the black hole. The great winged star had already flown out of control towards the black hole. Under the pull of strong gravity, coupled with the gravitational force of the red dwarf star, and the wrestling of the black hole, the crust of the great winged star had already cracked, underground magma was constantly erupting, and super earthquakes were intense and frequent. The winged people who were abandoned on the great winged star seemed to have come to hell. Although the vitality of the winged people was very tenacious, under the celestial disaster, carbon-based creatures and silicon-based creatures were all equal. A huge wave of magma submerged a city, a magnetic field tree was torn apart by an earthquake, and countless desperate winged people died in a natural disaster. Suddenly, a crustal plate of millions of kilometers was pulled out of the great winged star, and went to outer space in the midst of the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. The direction was naturally the black hole that swallowed everything. This was like a signal of destruction. More and more crustal plates of the great winged star were pulled out by the black hole. At the same time, those fleeing spacecrafts were not having a good time either. If they wanted to escape to another star system, they had to fly past the yellow giant star in the winged people system, because this distance was the shortest. Whether flying directly or using the gravitational slingshot of the yellow giant star, this is a necessary path. If they choose other directions, they will need to spend at least 1 to 2 times as much time. All of this was calculated by Shi Long, and the yellow giant star directly blocked the escape route of the winged civilization. If it is under normal conditions, the escape spacecraft of the winged civilization can be safely provided near the yellow giant star, and even some supplies can be supplied. But now the situation is different. The yellow giant star will also be pulled by the gravity of the black hole, triggering intense stellar activities. At that time, these escape spacecraft will face a violent yellow giant star. If the black hole successfully swallows the red dwarf star, the riots of the other 2 stars will become more and more intense. So the engineer civilization determined that the winged civilization was going to perish. Unless they can cheat, there is only one way to go. Chapter 394. The monitoring spacecraft of the engineer civilization and the quantum wormhole detection of the new humans all silently watched the disintegration of the winged people system. March 7th, 20th year of the new era. The red dwarf star of the winged people system was swallowed by a black hole, and only 36,000 winged people escaped spacecraft remained. January 6th, 21st year of the new era. The remnants of the Red Star Empire in the winged people escaped spacecraft detonated hydrogen bombs to accelerate the light sail spacecraft, accelerating 2,436 light sail spacecraft to 1.87% of the speed of light. August 8th, 24th year of the new era. The speed of the spacecraft of the remnants of the Platinum Dynasty and the Tuqui Alliance is close to the intensity of the gravitational capture of the black hole, which means that their spacecraft cannot escape the gravitational capture of the black hole. The Glory King of the Platinum Dynasty, by Udyr, sacrificed 90% of the spacecraft, and used the nuclear fuel on the spacecraft to detonate the hydrogen bomb to accelerate the light sail spacecraft, increasing the spacecraft's speed to 2.6% of the speed of light. In the same year, September 5th, the remnants of the Tuqui Alliance fleet broke out in civil strife, and more than 1/3 of the warships and spacecraft were destroyed. The victor also sacrificed 90% of the nuclear fuel for the spacecraft, which was used to propel the light sail spacecraft with nuclear explosions. March 2nd, 25th year of the new era. The remaining fleet of the Red Star Empire encountered a super strong solar storm of the yellow giant star, and the fleet was severely damaged, with only 367 spacecraft left. The remaining fleet of the Platinum Dynasty had 1,433 spacecraft left, and the remaining fleet of the Tuqui Alliance had 547 spacecraft left. In the void, the monitoring spacecraft of the engineer civilization recorded everything about the winged civilization. The calculation results of the artificial intelligence showed that these bugs were just struggling to survive. If it weren't for the management rules of the experimental civilization, the monitoring spacecraft would have returned to the mother planet of the engineer civilization. According to the laws and rules of experimental civilization of the engineer civilization, the mission of the monitoring spacecraft is to monitor the experimental civilization. As long as the experimental civilization is not completely extinct, the monitoring spacecraft cannot leave. Unless the mother planet of the engineer civilization actively cancels the monitoring mission, the monitoring spacecraft will follow to the end. However, this monitoring spacecraft did not notice the abnormality around it. 16 quantum wormholes are evenly distributed near the spacecraft, just like a shadow following the monitoring spacecraft. Although quantum wormholes are wormholes, their fluctuations are very small and more hidden than ordinary photons. Since they have been following the other party's spacecraft for so many years without being discovered, it means that the engineer civilization does not have the technology to detect quantum wormholes. Therefore, the Bolgo's Secret Service deployed quantum wormholes around the monitoring spacecraft of the engineer civilization and stared at the spacecraft closely. Originally, Chinley thought that this spacecraft would retreat back to the mother star field of the engineer civilization because of the appearance of the black hole, but he did not expect that this spacecraft would be so patient. According to the current situation, the other party may have to watch the winged civilization completely extinct before choosing to leave. The Ghost Service can also bear the loneliness, and both sides are waiting silently. In the remnant fleet of the Platinum Dynasty, the Glory King by Utyr looked at the front with deep eyes. In the endless starry sky, most of the area was occupied by the big light star, yellow giant star. The strong stellar activity brought unimaginable damage to the fleet. Your Highness, this is the news just received. The adjutant handed a virtual document to Bayutir with a serious expression. Bayutir looked at it calmly. Another 14 ships in the fleet were destroyed by stellar activity, but this kind of thing was not enough to cause fluctuations in his mood. But after turning to the next page, his eyes widened, and then contained vicissitudes and complexity. The remaining ships of the Red Star Empire have been destroyed in 1573 seconds on the Big Wing. I didn't expect that the most decisive Emperor Du Lin would be the first force to appear. Bayutir felt no joy at all, only endless sadness and regret. At this moment, he was no longer the iron-blooded prince of the Platinum Dynasty. The demise of the Red Star Emperor, who had fought with him all his life, meant that the winged civilization had reduced a little possibility of escaping successfully. Even if only one spaceship successfully escaped in the end, whether it was the Red Star Empire, the Platinum Dynasty, or the Tuqui Alliance, it meant that the winged civilization was not completely destroyed. Thinking about the fighting and war in the past, it was so ridiculous and stupid. If there was no oppression of war, how could the Platinum Dynasty take the risk to touch that forbidden power? Bayutir took a final look and saw that there were only 144 ships left in the fleet. Even his strongest warship in the Empire was in danger. The energy of the nuclear fusion reactor supplied the strong magnetic field shield, but the strong magnetic field shield could not completely protect against stellar storms. The high-energy neutron flow was embrittled the spacecraft, especially those fragile electronic components, which could be damaged or even destroyed by the neutron flow at any time. Even the top warships were in danger, not to mention those ordinary warships or civilian spacecraft. From time to time, there were spaceships left behind in the fleet, and all along the way were scrap spaceships of the winged civilization. If the spaceship exploded directly, it would be fine. If it did not explode and the life support system was relatively intact, the scrap spaceship would be a steel tomb. The winged people on the scrap spaceship will suffer unimaginable despair and human nature before they die. New Era 27, February 2nd. Your Highness, we only have 15 spaceships left, the adjutant said in despair. Bayutir was silent. At this time, they had not yet rushed past the Great Light Star, and there were only 15 spaceships left. This was also the last escaped ship of the winged civilization, because the escaped ships of the Tuqui Alliance had been completely wiped out. Continuous acceleration had increased the speed of their ship to 3.77% of the speed of light, but this speed was still not enough. At this time, their ship was in the gravitational slingshot acceleration zone from the Great Light Star to the depths of the starry sky, but their speed was very fast, and the acceleration of the gravitational slingshot was dispensable. Looking at the remaining 15 elite warships, the warship he was on was already scarred. He couldn't go on like this, otherwise he might not even have time to escape from the Great Light Star, and would stay here forever. Bayutir opened his eyes, and had made up his mind. Give orders, the Great Winged Man, the Thorn Bird, and the Ghost Tiger will be in the first row. The adjutant's eyes changed. Your Highness, we execute it. Bayutir ordered without question. The adjutant and several other soldiers looked at each other. The first row means the seed spaceship, and the other spaceships are accelerators, which are the people who are to be sacrificed. And the battleship they are on is called the Glory. Soon, the 15 warships changed into a 3-row formation, with Glory in the second-to-last row, and the 3 most complete warships, the Great Wingman, the Thornbird, and the Ghost Tiger, in the first row. The warships behind blew themselves up, using huge light radiation to impact the light sails of the Great Wingman, the Thornbird, and the Ghost Tiger. With the 4-step self-explosion of the 12 warships, the speed of the Great Wingman, the Thornbird, and the Ghost Tiger increased again, from the previous 3.77% of the speed of light to 4.32% of the speed of light. However, bad luck seemed to be looming over them. The Thornbirds was affected by the neutron flow of the nuclear explosion, and the side engine of the warship failed directly, causing the spacecraft to deviate directly from the orbit. If it was not corrected to return to the orbit, the consequence would be to crash into the Great Light Star. September 9th, 27th year of the new era. The last spaceship of the Winged Man civilization, the Great Winged Man, was hit by a fragment of an asteroid in the nuclear fusion reactor, and the warship completely lost its energy. The dying crew seemed to be relieved. Experimental Civilization number 102677, the Scar Civilization, was judged to be extinct. The mission of the monitoring spaceship was completed, and then the wormhole was open for jumping. However, the monitoring spaceship did not notice that some things also jumped over with the spaceship. Chapter 395. Inside the unknown base of the Ghost Service. Report: the winged civilization has been completely extinct, and the engineer monitoring ship is about to leave. Chinley stood up, with a slight smile on his face. Take action immediately. I want to find the lair of the engineer civilization. Understood. A group of ghost agents concentrated on operating the quantum wormhole. After the engineer civilization's monitoring ship opened the jump wormhole, it passed through without hesitation. 16 quantum wormholes followed closely, and on the cosmic star map of the Ghost Service, the 16 quantum wormholes appeared 16.8 billion light-years away from the solar system. But the Ghost Service knew that this location was definitely not the home star domain of the engineer civilization, because after the monitoring spacecraft stayed for more than 10 minutes, it opened the wormhole again and made a second wormhole jump. Looking at the cosmic star map in front of them, the 16 quantum wormholes followed the monitoring spacecraft, jumped 6 times in twists and turns, and finally stopped in the starry sky 288.6 billion light-years away from the solar system. It seems that the engineer civilization is an intermediate civilization, Chinley thought to himself. After all, advanced civilizations are the harvesters of the universe to a certain extent, and they probably won't go to such great lengths to move around. Only an intermediate civilization like the new human civilization would be so scared and hide here and there. This speculation, coupled with the fact that the engineer civilization has no way to detect quantum wormholes, calmed Chinley's heart. If the engineer civilization is an intermediate civilization, then the gap between the new humans and the other side will not be too big. He turned his head and carefully observed the final destination of the monitoring spacecraft. A terrestrial planet slightly larger than the blue planet, but without an atmosphere, the monitoring spacecraft was directly parked at the spaceport on the surface. There are quite a few spacecraft here, many of which are similar to monitoring spacecraft. It is estimated that this is the home port of the monitoring spacecraft of the engineer civilization. Add some quantum wormholes to explore this star system and its surroundings, Chinley ordered. Received. The ghost agents jumped the previous quantum wormhole to the interior of this star system and gradually expanded the monitoring range. The secret reconnaissance lasted for more than a week, and the situation made Chinley feel a little strange. After the engineer monitoring spacecraft returned to this planet, there was no movement, and their reconnaissance of nearby star systems did not find any human activities, spacecraft, and most importantly life planets. It seems that the engineer civilization is the same as us. This is difficult, Chinley said with a headache. Qin Bai, the leader of the engineer civilization task force, was also worried about this. Although he manipulated the quantum wormhole many times to track other engineer spacecraft, the spacecraft on this steel planet were all similar monitoring spacecraft. After tracking for many times, it was also discovered that these spacecraft were monitoring various experimental civilizations. Director Chun, I guess this planet is the relay planet of the engineer civilization, and these spacecraft will not return to their home star domain. Chinley agreed with this view. It should be similar to our quantum wormhole relay spacecraft. The purpose is to prevent the coordinates of the home star domain from being exposed. Director Chun, let us continue to pay attention to this matter. Well, then I trouble you. Chinley nodded and left here. He is the head of the Ghost Service, so he can't keep an eye on the engineer civilization. The real enemy of the new humans is the Reaper, which is what he should focus on. Qin Bai continued to analyze and study the planet. Judging from the size and industrial strength of the other party's spacecraft on the Iron Planet, there are at least 3,000 to 5,000 spacecraft in service. The spacecraft on the spaceport returns from time to time, or goes out to perform missions, which means that the number of experimental civilizations of the engineer civilization is not small, and may even be tens of thousands. If he, Qin Bai, were to plan, he probably wouldn't centralize the control centers of the experimental civilization. Intermediate civilizations have almost understood the nature of the universe, and are generally not stupid enough to put all their eggs in one basket. Reversely, there are at least several, or even dozens, of experimental civilization control and management centers in the engineer civilization. While he was calculating and analyzing, he was writing an assessment report on the engineer civilization. From all the current signs, the engineer civilization, like the new human civilization, is in the intermediate civilization, mastering wormhole jumping technology and quantum communication, uncertain. The vacuum decay bomb technology should not have been mastered yet. At least there should not be a mature vacuum decay bomb, but there may be one in theory. A steel planet and some monitoring spacecraft can only bring these analyses, and other analyses are some ambiguous results, which can only be seen. Qin Bai knows very well that if you can't advance to a high-level civilization, you are still an ant. No matter how strong you are still an ant, so the engineer civilization is very cautious. From the other party's monitoring spacecraft returning, we adopted a cautious attitude of not directly contacting the monitoring spacecraft, and we knew that the other party knew the existence of the harvester civilization. It is estimated that this experimental civilization monitoring and management center can be abandoned at any time. Even if the harvester discovers this planet, the other party can retreat unscathed. This is what the new humans should learn. Disperse, hide, and keep a low profile. You can be domineering in the primary civilization, but you should be timid when facing the advanced civilization. There is nothing to be ashamed of. For example, the arrogant Nibelung civilization seems to occupy an area of tens of millions of light years, but in fact it is exposing itself. Now the new human civilization is also very cautious. They have to investigate the colonized planets thoroughly to avoid being discovered by other middle and high-level civilizations. Qin Bai led the ghost agents to investigate everything about the engineer civilization and conducted a detailed investigation of the inside and outside of the steel planet. Of course, they did not act rashly. Invading the computers of other civilizations is actually a very dangerous and stupid approach. If they don't know the computer technology level of the other party, what if the other party has strong artificial intelligence? It would be like throwing meat buns at a dog and there would be no return. The more terrible consequence is that being counter-controlled and counter-tracked by the other party will directly expose one's own situation. This is also the reason why the new humans have been very cautious after seizing the heart of the Nibelung. Even when connecting to the computer, there are layers of physical isolation to prevent emergencies. Unconsciously, spring is gone and autumn has come. The spring festival of the 30th year of the new era has arrived. In these years, the new humans have been developing in an orderly manner, and various plans have not been left behind. However, the speed of technological development has slowed down day by day, and the technology after the advancement to the intermediate civilization has become very unfathomable. Now Huang Mingzhi, with the Science and Technology Committee, is checking and filling in the gaps in the technology tree of the new humans, and laying the foundation for all aspects of technology as much as possible to avoid the situation of top-heavy. This is something that must be done. The time for the new humans to enter the intermediate civilization is too short, and there is not enough accumulated time. And it will be less than 3,000 years before the engineer civilization descends on the Milky Way again. If possible, the new humans don't want to abandon the Milky Way unless they have to. The vacuum decay bomb, which is highly valued by the War Commission, has remained on paper since the project was launched. The theory has been improved a lot, but the engineering difficulty is still as unattainable as the Dyson sphere. Chapter 396. Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau, inside the Andromeda Investigation Team Office. A sudden news made the team leader Huang Feiting hurriedly gather a group of team members. As the closest galaxy to the Milky Way, the situation of the Andromeda Galaxy has always been the focus of attention. Their Andromeda Investigation Team is also very powerful. Not only has it set up a special investigation center inside Andromeda, it also has 50 automatic reconnaissance spacecraft. Under the emergency order, more than a dozen team members had to give up their spring festival vacation and quickly return to work. A young man with a ponytail asked while changing his clothes, "Boss, what happened?" Huang Feiting did not speak, but shared a survey brief with everyone in the office, and then explained helplessly. "A thorny civilization that does not know the height of heaven and earth has done something on the jade seal cantilever of Andromeda." The maverick young man, with a ponytail, flipped through the files, and found that this thorny civilization had done something big. The name of this civilization in the official database of the new human race is Atandi civilization. Atandi is a transliteration, meaning mechanical glory. This is a civilization developed by silicon-based creatures. This civilization is located at the junction of the Andromeda Arm region and the core region. The density of the star system is 5 to 7 times higher than that of the solar system. Perhaps it is the characteristics of silicon-based creatures that they can easily develop to the advanced level of primary civilization and have spacecraft that can reach a speed of about 28% of the speed of light. If it were in a star field like the solar system, the Atandi civilization would probably be very uncomfortable. After all, the distance between the star systems around the solar system starts from a few light years. However, around the home star system of the Atandi civilization, other star systems are very close to the Atandi star system, and the distance between each other is usually between 0.5 and 3 light years. This distance between star systems, coupled with the fact that silicon-based creatures are more adaptable to the survival of the universe, gives them the conditions for crazy expansion. Since the Atandi civilization was promoted to a primary civilization in less than 377 blue star years, they have successfully occupied 53 surrounding star systems. And the reason why the Atandi civilization attracted attention this time was mainly because the other party and another primary civilization broke out a cosmic war, and the Atandi civilization directly destroyed the other party's only 3 star systems. The new humans don't want this kind of primary civilization with aggressive nature and great potential to continue to exist in the Andromeda galaxy. Huang Feiting saw the team members in place and immediately ordered, "Start evaluating the threat level of the Atandi civilization now." "Okay. No problem." The team members retrieved all the information of the Atandi civilization and conducted a comprehensive evaluation and analysis. Silicon-based civilization will develop very quickly in the primary civilization stage. For example, the winged people civilization that was destroyed by the new humans before was because they had half of the silicon-based gene sequence, which allowed them to develop faster than ordinary carbon-based civilizations. Of course, silicon-based civilization is not without its shortcomings, otherwise the universe would have been dominated by silicon-based creatures long ago. In fact, it may be much more difficult for silicon-based civilization to advance to intermediate civilization than carbon-based civilization. The reason for this reasoning is that silicon-based gene sequences are highly stable. Although the Atandi civilization has swept across dozens of star systems, their actual population is less than 10 billion. Silicon-based creatures have a long lifespan, usually starting from a few thousand years. For example, the magnetic field tree of the winged people civilization has an average lifespan of several million years. Being able to survive for so long is a good thing in one sense, but it is very difficult for them to reproduce. And what is more troublesome is that due to the high stability of the gene sequence, their offspring will evolve very slowly. Perhaps the degree of evolution after tens of millions of years of mutation is not as good as the evolution of carbon-based organisms over thousands of years. In addition, it should be noted that the population mentioned here does not refer to industrially produced cannon fodder such as combat robots, but silicon-based people with independent personality and wisdom. This situation not only leads to insufficient population of silicon-based civilization, but also brings another more difficult problem, that is, the growth of racial intelligence is very slow. In other words, silicon-based civilization will develop very fast in the early stage, but it will easily encounter a development ceiling in the middle and late stages. This ceiling may block these silicon-based civilizations, and the Atandi civilization has already shown this obvious trend. Their technology has reached the high level of primary civilization in just a few hundred years, but in recent decades, it has been standing still. For a civilization, if this situation is not handled properly, they will kill themselves without other civilizations to destroy them. Especially in the universe, the Harvester civilization is high above and overlooks the starry sea, while the intermediate civilization is dormant in the dark, ready to be promoted at any time. In various galaxies, advanced and intermediate civilizations are almost like a legend of a dragon that can only be seen from the head but not the tail. Some primary civilizations have stagnated their technological development for a long time, which can easily lead to an illusion. That is, they feel that the technological level of their own civilization is the pinnacle of the entire universe, and they feel like they are the only one who can defeat the enemy. However, this illusion is often fatal. Once an intermediate or advanced civilization is provoked, the primary civilization cannot even resist. Moreover, blind arrogance will not only lead to the stagnation of civilization development, but also easily corrode the enterprising spirit of development, and may even cause civilization to regress. The social entropy effect tells us that when the fish and resources in the pond reach their limits, there is no other way except to either retreat or break through the dam. As the data of the Atandi civilization is being paid special attention to, the fate of this civilization is now in the hands of Huang Feiting and others. This is the suppression of civilization level. One word can determine the rise and fall of a primary civilization. Just like when the Wing People civilization touched the forbidden power of artificial black hole, the new humans chose to destroy the other party without hesitation. If Huang Feiting and others determined that the Atandi civilization was a threat and needed to be eradicated, the war committee would definitely do it without hesitation. Huang Feiting put down the file and asked, "How about everyone's research?" The young man with a ponytail was the first to stand up and express his opinion. This civilization has reached its end. It is difficult to advance without accidents, and there are signs of division within them. What do other people think? Huang Feiting continued to ask. From their large particle collider experiments, the laser energy level of the Atandi civilization is stuck at around 577 TeV, which is still far from the artificial black hole. The possibility of suddenly upgrading to the intermediate level is less than 1 in 10 million. In terms of material science, they are unique. We can learn from silicon-based energy metal materials. The overall threat level is about 2.6. Huang Feiting listened and recorded everyone's opinions. The threat level of the Atandi civilization was indeed only about 2.6, which was in the middle of the low level. The development potential is only 3.8, which means it can only reach the peak stage of primary civilization at most. Combining the two evaluation parameters, there is no need for destruction. You should know that the threat level of the winged civilization was as high as 3.7 at that time, and the development potential reached about 5.6. Once the evaluation parameter reaches 4, it is a sign of intermediate civilization. Huang Feiting read the opinions of everyone and finally concluded, everyone has similar evaluation opinions. In this case, the treatment of the Atandi civilization is determined to be focused on observation, and eradication will not be carried out for the time being. Agree. That's it. The Atandi civilization in Andromeda did not know that it had just experienced a fateful turning point of life and death. Chapter 397. April 17th, 31st year of the new era. This is a moment worth remembering in history. Li Hanzhen and Simbek worked together to complete the new human evolution plan. The two combined a series of technologies and theories, and after more than 10 years of hard research and development, they finally completed the new human primary evolution technology. The new human primary evolution technology could have been launched and used a long time ago, but Huang Mingzhi considered that this technology involves humans themselves, so he asked Li Hanzhen and Simbek to continue to improve it. Today is the time for the first batch of volunteers to conduct experiments. 10 ordinary new humans, under the guidance of Li Hanzhen and researchers, walked into a life support cabin. This technology uses a personalized genetic evolution plan, which is also a very gentle evolution plan. New humans who receive technological enhancement only need to spend 2 hours a day to enter the special life support cabin, and they can complete the primary evolution in about a month under the action of drugs and neutrino needles. Primary evolution does not have any superpowers. In fact, new humans do not need superpowers now. After all, gene armor will become stronger and stronger, and there is no need to add those strange genes into their bodies. Therefore, primary evolution mainly focuses on 3 aspects. First, brain strengthening, second, life extension, and finally, physical fitness. Li Hanzhen and Simbek joined forces, and the wisdom of the two geniuses created the most brilliant sparks. Together, they discovered the life equation of the dimorphic gene. The life equation of dimorphic genes, also known as the law of dimorphic gene combination, has 86 equations in total, applicable to all carbon-based organisms. It is precisely because of these life equations that the primary evolution plan of the new human beings can proceed smoothly. At this time, humans have already penetrated the genetic essence of carbon-based organisms. This technology can even give a primary civilization a chance to be promoted to an intermediate level, and it is more than enough to transform superpowers. It's just that the new humans don't need superpowers now. After all, as an intermediate civilization on the technological side, individual combat power is useless. Could it be that they will fight the enemy in close combat? Unless the war committee members are crazy, who would go for close combat? Wouldn't it be better to just fire an antimatter annihilation bomb, or throw a black hole bomb, or use neutrinos to detonate stars? Most of the civilizations that can cross light years have weapons to directly destroy stars. If you really need to capture the enemy and preserve the planet of life, you can directly deploy nanorobots or spore robots. I don't understand why we have to fight the natives of the planet. If it is the new humans who invade the blue planet, I can cross the star system. Either a gamma-ray cannon can destroy the blue planet. If the ecological environment is a concern, nanorobots can be released directly, and laser cannons can be used to target the target. This is also easy. Aliens and the blue planet in the AT era are evenly matched. I'm afraid it's not a daydream. No matter what form the aliens take to reach the blue planet, the other party will not be stupid. It's like the new humans now, who monitor the surrounding billions of light years. A gamma-ray cannon can destroy a primitive life planet directly, and wormholes can be opened and black holes can be created at will. Will they still lose to the primary civilization? Is it because they haven't woken up yet? Therefore, individual superpowers are dispensable. No matter how strong the superpowers are, they can't destroy stars. In front of star-destroying weapons, they still have to kneel. In the primary evolution plan of the new human beings, these fancy superpower genes are directly cancelled, focusing on the three aspects of physical fitness, brain strengthening, and life enhancement. 10 volunteers are soaking in the liquid prepared by the dark matter chimera in a special life support cabin. As the new humans have been exploring the life planets in the Milky Way for decades, the number of dark matter chimeras discovered has reached 7,364. Among these dark matter chimeras, there are quite a few dark matter chimeras that have special effects, somewhat similar to magical herbs. The dark matter chimeras in the evolutionary auxiliary liquid are a mixture of 3 dark matter chimeras, which can promote physical strengthening, prolong life, strengthen the brain, and complement the neutrino needles. Sim, is there any problem? Li Han came over and asked. Simbek, who was in charge of 2 of the volunteers, shook his head and replied, "No problem, we are fully prepared." Li Han turned around and looked at the 10 life support capsules. The new humans inside did not change on the surface, but in fact their dimorphic genes were being activated. The activation method was very gentle, and would not cause strong pain or mutations. Moreover, it was carried out over 30 days, and the risks could also be controlled. If an unexpected situation occurs during the process, Li Han can stop the evolution and shut down the activated dimorphic gene again. Wang Mingzhi specifically requested the research on shutting down the dimorphic gene, which is a backup plan. Once activated, if the expected effect is not achieved or serious side effects occur, the dimorphic gene can be turned off to reverse it. Simbek stared at the atomic imaging and recorded some data changes from time to time. After 30 days of remodeling, the volunteers who participated in the primary evolution will gain 6 to 7 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, without using other auxiliary technologies. The brain will undergo an evolution. This evolution is not that the brain becomes larger, but that the number of neurons and brain cell synapses increases, the brain fold structure becomes more complex, and the surface area of the cerebral cortex increases by 35 to 40%. As for life, it will also break the genetic shackles of humans and extend life to between 1200 and 1300 years. This is a life extension, which is based on the 120-year-old human life. The previous use of life potions and rebirth potions can be re-added. This means that the average lifespan of the new humans will be raised to about 1,600 to 1,700 years, which is more than 3 times higher than before. Although the lifespan of the new humans is nothing compared to the longevity of silicon-based life, the new humans have great potential and a long future to develop. As time passed, the physical fitness, brain, and life level of the 10 volunteers finally showed obvious changes. The sudden side effects that Li Han and Simbek were worried about did not appear in the gene feedback. Finally, when the 30 days came, the 10 volunteers, who had completed the primary evolutionary remodeling, were completely different from themselves 30 days ago. Although there was no difference in genes between 30 days ago and 30 days later, they could clearly feel that a lock in their bodies had been opened. The work of Li Han and others was not yet finished. The 10 volunteers had to conduct a 1-year follow-up study to ensure that no abnormalities would occur before the primary evolution plan could be further expanded. After all, this is to activate the dimorphic genes of humans and evolve from the root, so we have to treat it with caution. If everything goes well with the primary evolution plan, it will take until about 36 years of the new era to fully promote it. As the leaders of the project, Li Han and Simbek are also very busy. This project is both an opportunity and also comes with pressure. This is the 3rd milestone of the new human beings in biology after the biological computer and the rebirth/life potion. If it succeeds, Li Hanhen and Simbek can reach the top. If it fails, it will deal a heavy blow to the booming dimorphic genetics. Chapter 398. Simbek held a data sheet in his hand, which showed the tracking status of the 10 volunteers who participated in the primary evolution. Li Guakai, volunteer number 2, physical fitness. Brain. Life. Looking at the tracking data of these 10 volunteers over the past 3 months, everything is under control. Their physical condition and genes are very stable, without any degeneration or mutation. These data reflect the detailed situation of the volunteers over the past 3 months. At this time, 5.4% of the dimorphic genes in their genes have been successfully activated. Why is 5.4% of the dimorphic genes activated, rather than other values? Because this 5.4% of the dimorphic genes is the result of Li Hanhen and Simbek's gene simulation calculations through billions of trillions of times. Activating 5.4% of the dimorphic genes is the most appropriate, safest, and gentlest balance value. If it is less than this value, the primary evolution effect of the dimorphic genes will be greatly reduced, and if it exceeds 5.4%, although the effect may be improved, the risk will rise sharply. The Science and Technology Commission has conducted a careful study and analysis on the future of human evolution and determined the general route of brain enhancement and life extension as the main focus, and physical fitness improvement as the auxiliary. Safe evolution is the evolution that the new human needs. If the risk is very high, such as the Illuminati's divine blood potion, which suddenly raised the life level and physical fitness, but the mortality rate was as high as 40 to 50%. Obviously, this is a semi-failed evolution plan, and the core theme of enhancement is not placed on the brain. After the lizardmen who used the divine blood potion successfully evolved, the degree of brain evolution was only 2 to 3%. It is far worse than the primary evolution, which can increase the degree of human brain evolution to 50 to 60%. This is a qualitative change process. The intelligence of the 10 volunteers has been improved amazingly, even more powerful than Li Hanhen and Simbek predicted. If combined with a biological computer, their intelligence will instantly reach the level of top scientists such as Huang Mingzhi and Fang Gu. You know, although the talents of the new humans are generally similar, there are differences in individual preferences, and the differences are sometimes very obvious. This situation is like adding points in a game, and everyone's total point value is 100. Some people are good at logical thinking, but not abstract thinking. Some people are all-round, but very mediocre. Some people are tone-deaf in music, but can be vivid in art. However, primary evolution will not balance this situation, but improve the whole, which is equivalent to turning the total point value of 100 into 150. Because the Science and Technology Commission has conducted research on all human beings, most people agree that individual differences should be preserved, rather than individual uniformity. In a healthy and good society, not all individuals are omniscient and omnipotent. This is also reflected in religion. This is the difference between monotheism and polytheism, which is often reflected as monotheism is exclusive, extreme and conservative, while polytheism is inclusive, moderate and keeps pace with the times. The new human beings have the highest will, which is the aggregate of the will of all mankind. If all individuals are consistent, then the highest will has no meaning of existence. Because individual differences will bring about ideological diversity, social diversity, and evolutionary diversity, once the genetic differences of individuals are eliminated, the development of mankind will stagnate completely. That is why the Science and Technology Commission has launched a customizable primary evolution plan, the purpose of which is to achieve human evolution while ensuring individual differences. Perhaps some people will wonder whether this evolution plan violates fairness and justice. In fact, no civilization can achieve absolute fairness and justice. There has always been only relative fairness and justice. This is also the meaning of the existence of the highest will, to allow individual differences and overall fairness to achieve a relatively balanced state. Chapter 77 of the Tao Te Ching says, "The way of heaven is to reduce the surplus and supplement the deficiency, but the way of man is not so, to reduce the deficiency and follow the surplus." In the new human society, the role of the highest will is the way of heaven, and the individual is the way of man, and the two cannot lose balance. Because the way of heaven is too absolute, it will lead to the decline of human nature, which will lead to social solidification and stagnation of development, similar to the social state of the late Red Lucia. If human nature is too strong, it will cause the way of heaven to be difficult to balance, which will lead to social chaos and the law of the jungle, similar to the big capital society of Country B. After learning from the lessons of the AD era, the new human has been fine-tuning the entire society. On the premise of encouraging individual differentiation, it has made full use of the highest will to achieve the rebalancing of social resources. Today, 31 years have passed since the new era, and the new human society with a population of 4.6 billion has curbed the birth and living environment of big capitalists. People's tycoons with a net worth of hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions or hundreds of billions will not appear in this society. According to the statistics of the Service Committee in recent years, the overall income level of the new human can be divided into 4 intervals. Annual income of 50,000 to 200,000 accounts for 24.7%. Annual income of 200,000 to 1 million accounts for 52.6%. Annual income of 1 million to 10 million accounts for 22.3%. And annual income of more than 10 million accounts for 0.4%. From this, we can see that the middle class and the petty bourgeoisie account for 74.9% of the society, while the low-income group accounts for only 24.7%, and the number of people who can reach an annual income of more than 10 million is only 0.4%. Moreover, the high-income group of the new humans has an obvious feature, that is, scientists account for the vast majority, especially those who hold a large number of patents. For example, Wang Mingzhi, Fang Ge, Ma Jili and others, they can achieve high incomes by relying on patents. Overall, the new humans have eliminated poverty, achieved relative fairness in education and knowledge, and ensured everyone's basic needs. The difference between the consumption of high-income groups and low-income groups is that they are mainly concentrated in scientific research investment, cultural entertainment, travel, and customized services. There is not much difference in other aspects of food, clothing, housing and transportation. Simbecker put down the file and turned his chair. What's wrong? This is the list of the next batch of volunteers. Li Hanhen shared a file with him. Simbecker flipped through it and suddenly looked up in surprise. Are you going to participate too? There is no problem with the safety of primary evolution. I plan to participate because I need wisdom. Li Hanxin's firm tone was filled with obvious enthusiasm. Simbeck was also a little moved. From the observation data of 10 volunteers in the past few months, after the primary evolution is completed, the brain will evolve. For a scientist, the attraction of brain evolution is fatal. They all want to step into the door of truth. But after thinking about it, Simbeck suppressed the idea of participating in the second batch of experiments with Li Hanxin. After all, he and Li Hanxin were the project leaders, and one person had to control the overall situation. I will arrange everything. You can participate in the experiment without worry. Li Hanxin smiled and nodded. Thank you. You're welcome. By the way, there's one more thing. Li Hanxin suddenly remembered something. It's about experimental civilization. Simbeck looked puzzled. Experimental civilization? The Science and Technology Commission plans to learn from the engineer civilization and plant some experimental civilizations, and needs our assistance. Li Hanxin explained. I see. So what do we need to prepare? I can take a few people there for 2 months, and I trouble you to keep an eye on the work here. Simbeck made an okay gesture. Chapter 399. New Era 32, February 14th. Following the order of the Science and Technology Commission, the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau added a new business, responsible for sowing experimental seeds in other river systems and monitoring the future development of these seeds. On the Science and Technology Commission side, the Life Science Research Institute headed by Fang Ge developed a genetically modified seed, similar to the state of spore robots. This genetically modified seed is not difficult for the new humans, who have already understood the essence of genes. It only took more than 6 months to produce a primary version. It is more than enough for experiments. As for the possible problems, they can be improved while experiments are being conducted. Anyway, genetically modified seeds are used on experimental subjects, so there is no need to worry about side effects. If there are side effects, they will be on the experimental subjects. 24.4 billion light-years away from the Milky Way. A huge Kunpeng Class 3 spacecraft rushed out of the wormhole. Kunpeng Class 3 is an enlarged version of Kunpeng Class, with a total mass of about 370,000 tons. The spacecraft came to this strange void and did not start to act rashly, but began to quietly explore the starry sky with a radius of 600,000 light-years around it. In the Experimental Civilization Management Center of the Civilization and Biological Survey Bureau at the Moon headquarters, Li Kan, who had just been transferred here, was responsible for the overall work, and there were also scientific consultants from the Science and Technology Commission to assist here. Report: the relevant star map coordinates of the Milky Way have been deleted. Deleting the Milky Way coordinates of the spacecraft is a set procedure that every outbound spacecraft must follow, all for safety. Report: a total of 3 galaxies and 4 dwarf galaxies were found in this area, specifically. Astrophysics scientific consultant Xia Yulai looked at the situation of each galaxy and began to lead researchers to evaluate the appropriate location for experimental civilization. Report: no traces of the existence or activities of intermediate civilizations were found. Report: 423 primary civilizations were initially found. Li Qian looked at the star map in front of him while listening to the staff's quick report. Now the situation of this starry sky has been gradually mastered by him. The evaluation work cannot be completed in a short time. They need at least 1 to 2 weeks to complete the preliminary evaluation work. This was their first experimental civilization, and everything was still under exploration. Although there was an engineer civilization that could be used as a reference, the specific operation still needed further improvement by Li Qian and his team. Time slowly slipped away from their fingers, and the pink cherry blossoms in full bloom in the artificial garden of the Experimental Civilization Management Center had withered. After 15 days of exploration, the data collection of the strange starry sky was finally completed. A local star map was vividly presented in front of everyone, with 2 spiral galaxies, a spherical galaxy, 3 irregular dwarf galaxies, and a spiral dwarf galaxy. After thinking it over again and again, Li Qian decided to set the first branch center inside the spherical galaxy. Choose the spherical galaxy as the first branch center. Understood. Astrophysicists such as Xia Yulai have made many backup plans, and Li Qian chose one of them in the spherical galaxy. The reason for choosing the spherical galaxy is that there are not many civilizations inside the spherical galaxy, and secondly, because of the rich resources. The Kunpeng-class Type 3 spacecraft opened a wormhole and then jumped into the spherical galaxy. The radius of this spherical galaxy reached 73,000 light-years, which is a large galaxy. After arriving at the designated location, the Kunpeng-class 3 spacecraft directly parked on an Earth-like planet with no signs of life. The nanorobots on the spacecraft were released onto the Earth-like planet, and then the staff lifted the restrictions on the self-replication function of the nanorobots, and the nanorobots began to multiply wildly. On average, 1 generation splits every minute. After an hour, the nanorobots have stopped multiplying and splitting. At this time, the nanorobots have covered the entire planet, and the spacecraft uses quantum wormhole communication technology to control the nanorobots on the entire planet. Activating the preset program, countless nanorobots began to work together step by step. Underground bases, nanofactories, antimatter power plants, industrial robots, planetary defense systems, etc., appeared one by one on the planet. In less than 10 hours, the previously gray-brown Earth-like planet turned into a silver-gray steel planet. Then, 6 degenerate material satellite cities were built in the space orbit of the planet to produce degenerate materials, antimatter materials, etc. With the production of degenerate materials and antimatter materials, the Iron Planet has completely turned into an industrial planet, and has begun to produce various spacecraft to achieve self-sufficiency in spacecraft. For the safety of the home star domain of the new human civilization, this branch center has cut off the wormhole connection with the Milky Way, and even communications will not reach the Milky Way directly. Therefore, everything can only be self-sufficient. In addition to the genetically modified seeds on the Kunpeng Class 3 spacecraft, some degenerate spare parts, and an automatic biological laboratory, there is nothing else. Before they knew it, more than a month had passed. The Experimental Civilization Division Management Center had taken shape. 37 monitoring spacecrafts had been built for the delivery of genetically modified seeds, and another 52 were under construction. A secondary space communication center had also been built to ensure smooth management of the Division Management Center. During this month, Li Qian and his team had not done nothing. With the cooperation of scientific advisor Huang Fan and others, they investigated the life planets in the nearby galaxies. These life planets are graded for civilization, and divided into planets with intelligent life and planets without intelligent life. Then suitable life planets are selected as experimental planets for the placement of genetically modified seeds. Planets that have already given birth to primary civilizations are the first to be excluded. After all, primary civilizations are already cosmic civilizations, and there is a risk of losing control when conducting experiments on primary civilizations. Another key inspection project is to observe whether there are other civilizations conducting experiments here to avoid conflicts with other intermediate civilizations. Li Qian read some survey data, and found no obvious signs of genetic experiments on the life planets in the 7 galaxies, which means that this is a safe area for the time being. We are preparing to produce 10 batches of genetically modified seeds, and we will start sowing them. The first batch of experimental planets are, Li Qian said, while marking the first batch of experimental planets. Among the 10 life planets, 5 have intelligent creatures and 5 do not. The species are all planets dominated by carbon-based creatures. As for silicon-based biological transformation, the new humans have just started their research on silicon-based biology, and have no plans to conduct silicon-based biological experiments for the time being. In the Automatic Biological Laboratory number 001 of the Branch Management Center, it took less than 10 minutes to complete 10 sets of genetically modified seeds. There are 100,000 standard genetically modified seeds in total, and one set corresponds to a life planet. After the robots sent the genetically modified seeds to the monitoring spacecraft, 10 monitoring spacecraft took off immediately. In an empty area, the spacecraft locked onto the location of the mission life planet and immediately opened a wormhole to jump over. The cultivation of the first experimental civilization is about to begin. This is the power of the intermediate and advanced civilization, which has the authority of the creator. It can modify the genes of primitive civilizations and protozoa at will, and play with life in the palm of its hand. Chapter 400. Above an unknown life planet. An invisible surveillance spacecraft is parked in low Earth orbit. Although it is a surveillance spacecraft, it is actually small but fully equipped. The spacecraft not only has surveillance and communication, but also nanorobots, microbiological laboratories, defense weapons, and the most important self-destruct device. Testing completed, experimental subjects determined. Genetically modified seeds are being released. A window popped open on one side of the spacecraft, and a small carrier rocket flew into the atmosphere of the life planet. A small carrier rocket carrying genetically modified seeds and nanorobots descended from the sky and landed in Pangea. Generally speaking, if the planet has only one main continent, the spacecraft's artificial intelligence will automatically name the continent Pangea. The vector engine of the carrier rocket started, and the carrier rocket landed steadily on a piece of grass. Then the nanorobots were activated and decomposed the carrier rocket into elements. The nanorobots carried the genetically modified seeds and moved towards the previously selected target direction. Many animals on the grass were scared by the previous launch vehicle and fled in all directions. This is an era of arthropods. The biological development of this planet is very strange. Although there are a few reptiles and fish, insects are the main body of this planet. Perhaps it is not appropriate to say insects, because these insects are very large, generally over 2 meters in size. One of the largest insects is 1.8 to 2.6 meters tall, 8 to 10 meters long, and 2.4 to 3.6 meters wide, like a giant beast. They are officially named insects, and have 14 major families. The reason why this planet can give birth to such huge insects is mainly because the oxygen content of the atmosphere is as high as 32.6%. Another reason is that these insects are genetically quadruple helix gene chain organisms. The inner double helix gene chain is a carbon-based gene sequence, while the outer double helix gene chain is a carbon-phosphorus mixed gene sequence. The function of the outer gene chain is to form a large amount of specific organs that absorb, decompose, and store energy. Only with sufficient energy can these giant insects survive. The nanorobot encountered giant insects everywhere along the way, whether in the sky, on land, or in the water, all of which were the territory of these giant insects. The plants here are also unique. In addition to ferns, there are common succulent plants. There are large aloe trees similar to aloe tissue, dragonhorn coral trees that look like coral reefs, and patches of rice vine grass. The nanorobot carried the genetically modified seeds and moved more than 30 kilometers. In a cave in a hill, it found the target of this trip. A 1 to 1.3 meter tall Kuan beast that looks a bit like an enlarged version of an ant. This Kuan beast is officially named Ant-Man, found the target and started to execute the mission. The nanorobots carry genetically modified seeds and enter the body through the mouthparts of Ant-Man. They quickly break through the esophagus structure of Ant-Man and enter the blood circulation system. The monitoring spacecraft in low Earth orbit, the supercomputer is fully operating, and the nanorobots are directed through the atomic imaging system of the neutrino stream. First, the Ant-Man nervous system is paralyzed, so that Ant-Man will accept the genetic modification obediently, and then the cells in Ant-Man's body that are similar to stem cells are found. The genetically modified seeds are injected into the stem cells, and the genetically modified seeds are activated and attached to the chromosomes of the stem cells. The seeds have been planted, and the nanorobots have retired and left Ant-Man's body directly. The function of genetically modified seeds can stimulate the evolutionary tendency of Ant-Man's genes. The first generation of experimental subjects will not have obvious changes, but their offspring will tend to be more and more intelligent creatures. As for whether they can evolve into intelligent creatures, the new humans don't care. If they succeed, they can survive. If they die, they will find the next experiment. Ant-men reproduce very quickly. It only takes 2 to 3 blue star months from hatching to sexual maturity. Of course, fast reproduction also means that their lifespan is very short, with a life limit of only 56 blue star months. In fact, these ant-men cannot live that long because they are not top predators. There are many animals on Pangaea that can hunt ant-men. The survival mode of the ants is to rely on human wave tactics and legionary combat. The super-fast reproduction speed, coupled with teamwork, is their way of survival in Pangaea continent. Soon, the descendants of the first batch of experimental subjects were born. Sure enough, the gene sequence of the genetically modified seeds has been completely integrated with the genes of the second-generation experimental subjects. And from their behavior, the second-generation ants in the experimental subjects are smarter than their parents. In the fifth generation, the genetically modified ants have a landmark event of qualitative change. The genetically modified ants began to make and use tools. Moreover, due to the abnormalities of the genetically modified ant-men and other non-genetically modified ant-men, they split off and began to establish independent groups. Calculations are underway, and it is expected that the IQ of the ant-men will reach 90 to 100 levels after 45 to 50 blue star years. The current lifespan of the ant-men has been increased to 83 blue star months. The first phase of the experiment is completed, and the second phase of observation has begun. The monitoring spacecraft and nanorobots, in addition to the first step of injecting genetically modified seeds, will leave the ant-men to fend for themselves for the next development. Unless the ant-man race breaks through to the primary civilization stage, they will not be the focus of the branch management center. Generally speaking, these experimental subjects need hundreds of years, even thousands of years or tens of thousands of years to develop into primary civilization. The faster they develop into primary civilization, to a certain extent, it shows that the race has great potential. Once they enter the primary civilization, they will be the focus of the new humans. It is still early now, and the monitoring spacecraft can only observe these experimental subjects silently. The situation of the experimental subjects on the other 9 experimental planets is similar. Only one experimental subject failed to evolve, and was directly eliminated by other species. That monitoring spacecraft can only release genetically modified organisms once again, and select a new race for genetic modification. This is a long experiment, and it will take at least 100 years to see the results of the experiment. And 10 experimental planets are obviously not enough. Even if they inject genetically modified seeds to give birth to intelligent creatures, it is estimated that less than 10% of intelligent creatures can develop to the civilization stage. And less than 1% of primitive civilizations can be promoted to primary civilizations, and countless intelligent creatures have been annihilated in the long river of history. They were either destroyed by other species, died in natural disasters, or became extinct due to environmental mutations, and some simply committed suicide. As time went on, the Experimental Civilization Division Management Center launched hundreds of monitoring spacecraft one after another to conduct experiments in 7 galaxies. During the experiment, these monitoring spacecraft also collected the genetic data of these life planets. Now the new humans can directly replicate organisms based on genetic data without collecting genetic samples from the other party. This technology reduces the trouble of collecting samples, allowing new humans to conduct biological experiments more conveniently. The collection of genetic data is rapidly expanding the size of the biological gene pool. Biology is also an indispensable direction in intermediate civilization. At least if new humans want to be promoted to advanced civilization, one of the conditions is to become a species of the same universe. As the saying goes, the 4 directions above and below are called the universe, and the past and present are called the universe. The species of the same universe is a species with the same lifespan as the universe. Chapter 401. While the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau was busy conducting experimental civilization, the Dark Matter Research Institute, which Huang Mingjue has been in charge of, has finally produced some results after more than 10 years of exploration. Dark matter, which accounts for 26% of the total mass of the universe, is undoubtedly a huge part. After all, the visible matter we can observe only accounts for about 4% of the total mass of the universe. And dark matter is 6.5 times the visible matter. Obviously, this part of matter may have a huge impact on the future of new humans. With only 4% of the visible matter in the universe, there is not much potential that humans can tap into. The unknown 26% of dark matter is what new humans must understand and master. Without mastering this part, there may be no way to advance civilization. Wang Mingzhi has a very sharp scientific research intuition. He and Wei Feng, academician Yang, Duan Zonfeng and others have been working hard to find a new path in recent years. Whether it is dark matter or zero-point energy, these are unknown areas and are closely related to the rules of this universe. Inside the Proxima Institute of the Dark Matter Research Institute, Wang Mingzhi works here through a stand-in robot. He is accompanied by academician Yang, Duan Zonfeng and others. At this time, in the institute, a series of precision instruments are operating in an orderly manner. In terms of the nature of dark matter, except for gravity, the other three forces are difficult to interfere with dark matter. They are clearly separated from bright matter, and have the characteristics of never interacting with each other. In addition to the occasional discovery of dark matter chimeras, there is only dark matter that has been combined with atoms. Precision gravitational wave detection instruments can already sense countless dark matter, i.e. dark particles. As of now, it is February 2nd, 33rd year of the new era. There are three types of dark particles, which have the same mass as neutrinos and are widely distributed throughout the universe. The three types of dark particles are D dark particles, tau dark particles, and micro dark particles. The three types of dark particles correspond to three types of neutrinos, because research over the years has shown that dark particles and neutrinos are related, and the two can be combined with each other under certain conditions. Specifically, they are tau dark particles in atoms, and D dark particles in dark matter chimeras. The three dark particles can be transformed into each other, which is one of the signs that they are the same type of matter. As for how to capture dark particles, there are actually two methods. One is the chimera combination method, and the other is the gravitational capture method. The gravitational capture method is the most commonly used method, which attracts dark matter through gravity, and then separates the three dark particles through different gravitational fields. The separated dark particle single substance must be sealed and stored in a degenerate state bottle, otherwise there is no way to store it. If it is stored in other ways, the dark particle will escape quickly. Wang Mingzhi and Duan Zonfeng watched the experiment together. This is a dark matter and photon experiment. The experiment is mainly to detect the effect of various dark matter concentrations on the speed of photons. Chairman, the concentration of dark matter does suppress the speed of photons, but the difference is very small. There is a difference of 1/30 millionth of the speed of light in the environment without dark matter and the environment with dark matter. Wang Mingzhi watched and thought silently. Soon the experiment entered a new project stage. The researcher injected a dark matter chimera gas into the photon velocity chamber. The head of the laboratory quickly explained, Chairman, this is a strange dark matter chimera discovered 6 years ago, the dark cloud. Is this the dark cloud that can swallow all photons? Duan Zonfeng asked with interest. That's right. The dark cloud is a rare small molecule dark matter chimera, with a particle structure of 4 hydrogen atoms, for D dark particles, and 32 micro dark particles. It can float in the air in space, and its characteristics are very strange. It absorbs the photons passing by, and all photons will be absorbed. After the photons are absorbed, part of them will become energy to maintain the structure of dark cloud particles, and the excess energy will be released as dark particles. In this way, the dark cloud will become an electromagnetic wave black hole. When the investigation team discovered the dark cloud, the planet was covered by the dark cloud. If it were not for the neutrino flow detector and the gravitational wave detector, the investigation team would have thought they had discovered a black hole, because the planet was really pitch black. This dark cloud material is very useful for many primary civilizations, and can completely shield electromagnetic waves. But for the new humans, who are already intermediate civilizations, it seems very useless. Whether it is neutrino flow, gravitational wave detection, or quantum wormhole detection, the existence of dark clouds can be detected. The detection technology of intermediate civilizations is generally diverse, which can effectively prevent some technologies from failing. Therefore, dark clouds are of little use to new humans. Various spacecrafts have electromagnetic wave absorption coatings, and do not need dark clouds at all. However, as a strange substance, researchers still need to study it thoroughly. Then Wang Mingzhi and Duan Zonfeng came to another laboratory. This is the Laboratory of Dark Matter and Gravitational Field, which specializes in studying the relationship between dark matter and gravitational field. Duan Zonfeng asked, You said that in the gradual strong gravitational field, there is local precipitation and dissolution of dark matter? The head of the laboratory nodded, yes. Wang Mingzhi was not too surprised, because he understood the reason. As the gravitational field gradually becomes stronger, the central area is compressed due to the strengthening of gravity, which will cause the local vacuum zero-point energy density to rise. The increase in zero-point energy density is not in line with the stability of the universe, and the zero-point energy must be restored to its original density, so precipitation occurs. It is like a cup of saturated solution, which will precipitate at low temperatures. What precipitates from zero-point energy is dark matter and bright matter. The spatial dissolution phenomenon is exactly the opposite of the spatial precipitation phenomenon. This is because the expansion of space causes the zero-point energy density to decrease, and it must be replenished from dark matter and bright matter. This results in the dissolution of a portion of the material, which is converted into zero-point energy, thus achieving zero-point energy density balance. The balance of the universe rules cannot be increased or decreased by 1 inch. Wangmingzhi asked, what is the impact of zero-point energy density on the speed of light? Chairman, zero-point energy density and light speed are inversely proportional. This is a specific research report. The head of the laboratory said, while unfolding a research report. He took a look at the data and charts. At present, the zero-point energy density of the universe forms a cosmic environment in which the speed limit of all matter and energy is the speed of light. When the zero-point energy density decreases, the upper limit of the speed of light increases. Conversely, when the zero-point energy density increases, the upper limit of the speed of light decreases. In the laboratory, researchers even measured that the speed of photons reached 356,000 kilometers per second. Although it was only a few seconds, they repeated the experiment hundreds of times and got the same result. It seems that the mystery of the universe is still hidden. Duan Sanfeng sighed. Wangmingzhi memorized the data while reading it. As time went by, he accumulated a huge amount of knowledge over the years. And he had a hunch that the key to the vacuum decay bomb might be hidden in these theoretical knowledge. The truth is endless. When one layer of mystery is revealed, there may be countless layers below. He needs more knowledge reserves to further interpret the truth of this world. Chapter 402. August 6th, 33rd year of the new era. In the void 576.9 billion light-years away from the solar system, a Kunping-class Type 3 spacecraft that had undergone multiple wormhole jumps had just passed through a wormhole. No detailed investigation has been carried out yet. Something strange has happened. Quantum wormhole communication is interrupted. Start detection system. Start defense system. In the void, 3 flying saucer-shaped spacecraft suddenly appeared around the Kunping class, less than 1.5 million kilometers away from each other. Unknown civilization spaceship discovered. Launch attack. The Kunping class spaceship instantly launched all its weapons, and then started the self-destruction program. The spaceship instantly turned into a black hole, and everything on the Kunping class turned into ashes. Antimatter torpedoes and black hole missiles also rushed towards the target. The 3 spaceships did not expect the Kunping class spaceship to be so direct. However, the spaceship of this unknown civilization was not a vegetarian. It directly launched a wormhole jump and left. The antimatter torpedoes and black hole missiles that lost their target could only self-destruct in the void. More than half an hour later, the 3 spaceships appeared nearby again. Looking at the empty void and the matter left by the black hole, the detectors of the 3 spaceships went all out to explore the surrounding starry sky. After a long time without any results, the 3 spaceships seemed to communicate for a while, dropped a detector into the nearby void, and then launched a wormhole jump to leave. No one knew that a battle had just broken out here. Under this calm starry sky, endless murderous intent was hidden. In the eastern star field of the new human race, in the 1536 Milky Way, on a third-level communication star, the artificial intelligence received the interruption of the quantum wormhole communication of the Kunping-class spacecraft. While trying to use the quantum wormhole to detect the area where the Kunping-class spacecraft disappeared, the artificial intelligence fed back the situation to the second-level communication star in the eastern star field. The second-level communication star quickly reported the situation to the first-level communication star, and the first-level communication star reported to the Cosmic Communication Center on the Moon. Immediately, the Cosmic Communication Center sounded the second-level alarm, and the atmosphere in the communication center suddenly became heavy. Although it was not the first time to deal with cosmic civilization, it was the first time to have direct contact. Report: Kunping 31003676 has been confirmed to have self-destructed. Report: the unknown civilization has cut off our quantum wormhole communication and wormhole expansion. Report: before the person in charge could speak, there was a burst of dense footsteps behind him. Chen Li asked directly, "What's the situation?" The person in charge quickly replied, "Our spacecraft self-destructed, and the third-level communication star responsible for controlling the spacecraft has not shown any abnormalities at present, but I have raised the second level alert. Very good. Where is that area? Shinli asked. The person in charge opened the virtual star map in front of him and circled an area 576.9 billion light-years away from the Milky Way, in the eastern star field. Shinli nodded, circled the area with a radius of 10 billion light-years, and marked it as Suspected Advanced Civilization Area. The reason why it is Suspected Advanced Civilization is that ordinary intermediate civilizations may not have wormhole interference technology. Civilizations that have wormhole interference technology are either the best of intermediate civilizations or advanced civilizations. After a while, Wang Jin from the War Committee also came to the moon through a stand-in robot. Shinli explained, "It is a strange and unknown civilization, and the situation is unclear for the time being. Did they directly cut off the quantum wormhole communication? It seems to be a difficult civilization." Wang Jin's expression was slightly solemn. "Yes. I asked Mingzhi to see how far the quantum communication technology has progressed." After Wang Jin finished speaking, he turned around, opened the virtual display screen, and dialed Huang Mingzhi's number. After a while, Huang Mingzhi's virtual image appeared in front of everyone. Huang Mingzhi saw where Wang Jin was at a glance. "Huh? Are you in the Space Communication Center? What happened?" To make a long story short, a Kuinpin-class ship that was conducting a scientific survey just exploded. "Oh, what about the enemy?" "Unknown civilization. The spacecraft's quantum wormhole communication was cut off." Huang Mingzhi raised his eyebrows and immediately understood Wang Jin's intention. Quantum communication technology is still immature, but there is already some progress. "When do you think it can be completed?" Huang Mingzhi thought for a moment and replied, 1 to 2 years. "Then thank you for your help." "No problem. If there is nothing else, I will take care of other things first." "Okay, bye." Huang Mingzhi, who was at the Dark Matter Research Institute, turned off the communication, then opened the internal network of the Science and Technology Commission and checked the progress of quantum communication research and development. Speaking of this quantum communication technology, it is really a troublesome project. It was started in the 80 era, and more than 30 years have passed. Recently, there has been a little glimmer of success, and it was not solved by the researchers themselves. Instead, it was borrowed from a primary civilization. The technology of this primary civilization is very unique. It does not lie in how to edit quantum entangled pairs. They used magnetic monopole quantum entanglement. In simple terms, it is to adjust the quarks inside a pair of neutrons to become a positive and negative magnetic monopole. Then, the pair of magnetic monopoles are quantum entangled to achieve synchronous resonance. Since it is a magnetic monopole neutron, the neutron can be stimulated by electrons to produce synchronous fluctuations. In this way, information can be loaded onto quantum entangled pairs, so quantum communication can also be realized. As for whether quantum communication realized in this way is normal or not, Huang Mingzhi knows that the Nibelung people do not seem to use this method. But no matter how quantum communication is realized, as long as it is quantum communication, Nibelung's quantum communication can continue to be studied. And the primary civilization that can realize the manufacture of magnetic monopoles also uses magnetic monopoles to develop unique technology. Although it has not developed into an intermediate civilization, the potential of this primary civilization is very high, and it will become an intermediate civilization sooner or later. The single magnetic civilization is very close to the intermediate civilization, or quasi-intermediate civilization. The only thing it lacks is the superluminal flight technology. The end is naturally to be directly destroyed by the new humans. 6 black hole bombs instantly destroyed the single magnetic civilization. Don't blame the new humans for being cruel, because this is the law of the jungle in the universe. For threatening civilizations, only those that can be eliminated will be chosen by all civilizations to destroy each other. The magnetic monopole manufacturing technology obtained from this single magnetic civilization can not only be used for quantum communication, but also for anti-gravity technology. By building a negative magnetic field on the surface of a planet with strong gravity and covering the spacecraft with a positive magnetic field, anti-gravity flight can be achieved. In addition, this technology can also be applied to electromagnetic guns, which can theoretically increase the power of electromagnetic guns to 75% of the speed of light. Of course, this is in theory. In fact, due to various reasons, it is very good to reach 50% of the speed of light. After absorbing the technology of the monopole civilization, the Quantum Communication Research Institute did not immediately launch quantum communication equipment. Because magnetic monopole quantum communication is very sensitive to magnetic fields, they are trying to enhance magnetic shielding and magnetic isolation. If this problem is not solved, the communication quality of magnetic monopole quantum communication will be worrying, and the occurrence of mixed and disordered information will be as high as 50 to 70%. To be used as a mature communication system, this is obviously unqualified. Chapter 403. Wang Mingzhi finished reading the progress of the Quantum Communication Research Institute. Then he thought of the dark cloud matter he had seen in the Dark Matter Research Institute before, and perhaps the two could be used together. He wrote a suggestion to the Quantum Communication Research Institute, asking them to study the use of dark clouds as a barrier in the Hohhot satellite city in the Lichio district of the asteroid belt of the solar system. The Quantum Communication Research Institute is here. Director Gao Ming suddenly received Wang Mingzhi's suggestion letter and immediately took it seriously. The letter of suggestion was sent to the chief researcher Yin Feiyang, and the Dark Matter Research Institute was contacted to ask them to help prepare a batch of dark cloud materials. After Yin Feiyang read the physical properties of the dark cloud, he suddenly pondered. Because the magnetic monopole quantum entangled neutrons are extremely sensitive to magnetic fields, electrons, and photons, once exposed to the general environment, the communication quality will drop sharply. In order to ensure the quality of communication, it must be isolated inside a sealed container of degenerate materials. But as a communication, one of the prerequisites is to accept electronic stimulation and produce synchronous fluctuations. The degenerate sealed container will lead to another problem, that is, during the electronic stimulation process, the escaped electrons will continue to accumulate inside, which will cause the communication quality to continue to decline. Perhaps this dark cloud matter can really solve this problem. Yin Feiyang muttered to himself. While he was thinking, Gao Ming had already walked in. Feiyang, I have asked the Dark Matter Research Institute to help produce a batch of dark cloud matter, which will probably be delivered in 3 days. Oh, then I have to trouble Gao Ming. Gao Ming scratched his head and laughed. Haha, it's my job. After all, there has been no results for more than 30 years, and I'm anxious. Yin Feiyang was also helpless. Sometimes, things like scientific research really can't be forced. In recent years, their Quantum Communication Research Institute has replaced 2 directors, and Yin Feiyang himself is the 4th chief researcher. However, so many big guys have taken turns to fight, but they just can't get quantum communication. Now they have to borrow the technology of another civilization to have preliminary results. It is impossible to say that we are not in a hurry. Especially the sudden encounter a few days ago, a Kunpeng-class spacecraft was directly cut off from quantum wormhole communication by the other party, and finally had to choose to self-destruct, without even getting any information from the other party. A single communication method is very easy to be suppressed by advanced civilizations. It is like the new humans now have wormhole jumping technology. Why do they still work hard to develop curvature spacecraft? Because it is single and easy to be targeted by the enemy. The painful lesson of the Nibelung civilization, if the new humans do not learn from it, then the new humans may repeat the mistakes of the Nibelung civilization. 3 days later, a Kunpeng-class transport ship slowly docked at the spaceport of Hohhot Satellite City. The dark cloud matter produced by the Dark Matter Research Institute commissioned by Gao Ming finally arrived. After receiving the dark cloud matter, Yin Feiyang immediately organized researchers to conduct experiments. A ball of dark cloud matter was injected into the communication ball similar to quantum wormhole communication. The communication experiment began. The electronic signal transmitter covered the magnetic monopole quantum entangled neutron with a regular current, and in an instant, the synchronous wave reader in another communication ball began to work. While continuously inputting dense information, he continuously read the waves and interpreted them. Yin Feiyang looked at the interpreted information word for word, and suddenly he was excited. Great! After being excited for a while, he did not get too carried away. This plan was still the chairman's suggestion. In addition, the communication still needs a long time of experiment to see if the problem of electron accumulation has been solved. The communication experiment continued for more than 3 hours. At this time, Yin Feiyang's heart finally calmed down. In the past 3 hours, the quality of communication has not decreased at all. The accumulated electrons have been swallowed up by the dark cloud and transformed into pure energy and dark particles. Great! We succeeded. Woo-woo! It's not easy. The researchers were ecstatic. After all, quantum communication has not made a breakthrough, and everyone is under great pressure. Now that a breakthrough has been made, they can't help but feel excited. Yin Feiyang suppressed his throat. Okay, don't be happy too early. This success is not our credit. We need to keep up the good work. I understand, Chief. The chairman is awesome. Of course. With dark cloud matter that can devour electromagnetic waves and electrons, the research progress of the Quantum Communication Research Institute is advancing by leaps and bounds. Soon, they began to conduct communication experiments across light years, and communication balls similar to quantum wormhole communication were installed on 10 test spacecraft. A series of actual tests were conducted at the Space Communication Center, although compared with quantum wormhole communication technology, single magnetic quantum communication cannot be used for detection. But at least in internal communication, single magnetic quantum communication can be used together with quantum wormhole communication technology to avoid interference with one of them, which will lead to communication interruption. The emergence of this technology fills the gap in superluminal communication for new humans. As for the Quantum Communication Research Institute, it will continue to study the quantum communication technology of Nibelung civilization. After all, more skills are better. Prepare more backup technologies to be prepared. New Era 34, January 15th. A Huitzubing-class space battleship suddenly opened a wormhole and appeared in the eastern star field 576.9 billion light-years away from the Milky Way. Once it appeared here, the battleship scanned the surrounding starry sky recklessly. Quantum wormhole encounters interference. Wormhole is unfolding. Failed to unfold. Start emergency communication system. The artificial intelligence of the battleship started to calculate frantically. At the same time, 3 spaceships of unknown civilization rushed out of the wormhole and surrounded the Huitzubing-class battleship. This time, the Huitzubing-class warship did not self-destruct, but now confronted the other side and kept adjusting the quantum wormhole communication ball to see if it could find a loophole in the other side's interference. And the 3 spaceships did not dare to get too close, because they had encountered the Kuimpin class last time, and the Kuimpin class had detonated a black hole bomb. If they were too close, once the Huitzubing class warship chose to perish together, they might not be able to escape. For a while, the two sides confronted each other in the void. After a few minutes, the other party sent a clear code universe broadcast, which contained the text database of this civilization, the clear code code book, and a communication message. The supercomputer of the spacecraft analyzed it for a few minutes and figured out what the other party meant. This is an intermediate civilization called Taki civilization. The other party's meaning is very clear. They hope that the new humans will not come here, otherwise they will retaliate with all their strength. Chenli, who was in the Lunar Communication Center, squinted his eyes and thought for a while, then opened his mouth and ordered, "Test the other party, send our text database and clear code book, and confirm the other party's location by the way." The staff controlled the warship and responded to the spaceship of the Taki civilization. However, the spaceship of the Taki civilization was very tough and did not intend to tell the new humans about their territory. They directly asked the new humans to leave. The two sides hesitated for more than half an hour. They did not want to expose other information, so they fought directly. During the battle, the Huitzubing class was obviously not an opponent, and soon exploded in the void and turned into a black hole. But the Taki civilization obviously did not obtain any important information. Chapter 404. Eastern Star Region, 576.9 billion light-years away from the Milky Way. 16 minutes after the self-destruction of the Huitzubing-class battleship, 3 flying saucer-shaped spaceships flew out of the wormhole. Obviously, the self-destruction of the Huitzubing-class battleship was expected by the Taki spaceship team. A single space battleship could not launch a wormhole jump, so self-destruction was the only option for the battleship. On one of the flying saucers, artificial intelligence was operating the detection system on the flying saucer to detect the surrounding starry sky. The spaceship of the new human appeared here twice, which means that this new human civilization is deliberately testing their Taki civilization. At the same time, in a distant unknown galaxy on a steel planet. This is one of the regional center planets of the Taki civilization, and it is also the home port of the 3 flying saucer teams. After the last encounter with the spaceship of the new human, the head of Umage of the Taki civilization conducted a secret search of the entire Umage, but did not find the existence of related intermediate civilizations. Umage is a region. Yumi is the name, meaning barren grassland. Gu is the regional unit of the Taki civilization. A standard grid is a cube with a side length of 8.6 billion light-years. The name of the steel planet is Umikakaser. Kakazar means planet. This is the regional management center planet of Umage. At this time, in the Gesha mansion of the planet, a purple-skinned man wearing a simple combat uniform was swinging the 6 tentacles on his head. Suddenly, he opened 4 eyes. New human civilization? Probing? Another new Yatta-class civilization that doesn't know how to live or die? Bling Gesha, we have secretly searched Umage, but we didn't find them. We think they are new Yatta-class civilizations from other Gesha. Tell your subordinates to pay more attention to the surroundings and notify the mother planet. Yes, Bling Gesha. The Taki people don't have organs to speak. They communicate directly using brain waves. The new humans sent spacecraft to spy on Yumik twice. As a Gesha, Bling has naturally paid attention to the new human civilization. However, their Taki civilization is not afraid of the new humans, because they are a Yaes-level civilization. The Taki civilization divides the cosmic civilization into 9 levels. That is, Badu level, primitive civilization, Barton level, primary middle and low level, Bahu level, primary high level, peak, Yata level, intermediate low level, Yafa level, intermediate middle level, Yaes level, intermediate high level, peak. CI Ling level, advanced low level, CI Rua level, advanced middle level, CIE level, advanced high level, peak. Obviously, Bryn did not take the new humans seriously. Their Taki civilization was only one step away from the CI Ling level civilization. Moreover, the Tachi civilization has existed for tens of millions of years, and is a cosmic civilization with a long history. Bryn himself has survived for 1.57 million blue star years. During this period, he has seen countless civilizations rise and fall, including many Yatta-level civilizations. The Tachi civilization, which is well versed in the survival mode of the universe, understands how deep the water of this universe is. For example, the Umij he manages is just a small regional center of the Tachi civilization. Moreover, the Tachi civilization is very low-key, trying not to provoke the Thorn-level civilization, and often moving the Mother Star and some bases. No one knows where the Mother Star domain of the Tachi civilization is. Even Bryn, one of their own people, didn't know where the Home Star region was. Without achieving Thorn-level civilization, they wouldn't wander around. If the new humans hadn't visited Yumik twice, Bryn wouldn't have paid much attention. The tentacles on his head swayed slightly, which was a sign that the Taki people were thinking. Although they looked down on the new human civilization, the precautionary measures must be implemented. Kunmi. In Bryn Gesha. A Taki person opened his eyes respectfully. Give orders to pay attention to the situation in each area. After another 50 small calendars, Yumi Kakazar will move to the backup area number 8. Yes, Bryn Gesha. 50 small calendars are roughly equivalent to 97 blue star days. For an intermediate civilization, 2 or 3 months is just a blink of an eye. After the first attempt, the Go service did not send another spacecraft to die. This Taki civilization has the technology to block the wormhole. If there is no way to crack the wormhole interference, no matter how many spacecrafts are sent, it will be useless. If we send another spacecraft over, it may be considered a provocation by the other party. Not sending a spacecraft for reconnaissance does not mean that we cannot investigate the other party. The Go service's own quantum wormhole detection base is no less than that of the Space Exploration Center, and it uses quantum wormholes to conduct a carpet search of the eastern star field. Starting from the void battlefield 576.9 billion light-years away from the Milky Way, intensive quantum wormhole detection is carried out in all directions. Quantum wormholes can be shielded, but they are difficult to monitor. At least the Taki civilization has no way to prevent the reconnaissance of quantum wormholes. The reason why the spacecraft's jumping wormhole is easy to detect is that the spacecraft's wormhole has obvious gravity and zero-point energy changes. The fluctuations of quantum wormholes are often at the level of microscopic particles, which is extremely difficult to detect and monitor. Report, quantum wormhole shielding area found, coordinates. Report, quantum wormhole shielding area found, coordinates. Soon, the Go service discovered some wormhole shielding areas one after another, and these quantum wormhole shielding areas were distributed without any regularity. Generally, a small shielding area is a star system, and a large shielding area has dozens or hundreds of star systems. The shielding areas on the star map are detected by quantum wormholes. Anyway, the areas where the wormholes cannot be expanded are probably the control areas of the Taki civilization. Judging from the fact that the other party has set up wormhole shielding areas without scruples, the strength of this Taki civilization is estimated to be not weak, but it should not be to the extent of being unscrupulous. Report, wormhole shielding area 163 has disappeared. After hearing the report, Chinli observed and found that this was not an isolated case, but the shielding areas of the Taki civilization changed very quickly. Almost every few hours, 1 or 2 shielded areas disappear, and at the same time, 1 or 2 new shielded areas appear. Chinli thought about this pattern, and knew the other party's plan. He estimated that the Taki civilization was on guard against advanced civilizations. Shi Chaolong, who was transferred from the war committee, was also thinking about the survival mode of the Taki civilization. He estimated that the Taki civilization avoided being destroyed by advanced civilizations by being widely distributed throughout the universe and informing the characteristics of being everywhere. This is just like what happened to humans in the AD era. At that time, it was difficult for humans to eliminate insects and rats because these species were widely distributed and numerous. Unless the blue planet was blown up, it would be difficult for humans to eliminate insects and rats. Now the Taki civilization has adopted this survival mode. Unless the advanced civilization destroys the entire universe, it can only assume that the Taki civilization exists. However, advanced civilizations cannot destroy the universe because they also live in the universe, just like humans in the AD era. Would they destroy the blue planet just to eliminate rats and pests? When the new humans advance to the primary civilization, they do have the ability to purify rats and pests, but is it necessary for humans to eliminate them at this time? It is like an advanced civilization successfully transcending the universe. At this time, the level is different. For civilizations that are too far apart, they will not have the idea of exterminating each other. Perhaps this is the beauty of distance. The cosmic civilization generally does not have the idea of destroying the super weak. Only when the level of both parties is not much different, and there is a conflict of interest, will they really have the idea of destroying each other. Chapter 405. January 5th, 36th year of the new era. The Spring Festival has just passed, and the new humans have learned from the practices of the Taki civilization and established bases in various regions of the universe. In addition, the number of civilization seeds has also skyrocketed from 3 to 150. In the past few years, the exploration spacecraft of the new humans have also encountered many intermediate civilizations. In addition to the endangered Nibeling civilization, the first Taki civilization to be contacted, there are 3 other intermediate civilizations. They are United Universe, a civilization alliance composed of 7 intermediate and low-level civilizations, Khaki Empire, silicon-based civilization, and Wild Wolf civilization, carbon-based creatures. Among them, the United Universe had a better attitude and invited the new humans to join their alliance, but for safety reasons, the new humans refused. The Khaki Empire was very hostile to all non-silicon-based creatures, and the two sides fought as soon as they met. Similarly, the Wild Wolf civilization was not a good thing. From some information obtained by the United Universe, this civilization was a civilization that focused on biotechnology. The Wild Wolf civilization was divided into 16 branches and had been wandering in the universe, specializing in collecting genes and zero-point energy from life along the way. It was just that 30,000 years ago, they offended an advanced civilization and were severely damaged. After that, they kept a low profile and restrained themselves. After all, pests are too rampant, and farmers will definitely use pesticides. Before becoming a farmer, it is better to be a beneficial insect. Even if you don't want to be a beneficial insect, don't be a pest. Farmers have a limit to their patience. If you affect their crop yields, they will give you a dozen dichlorvos in a minute. Although there is no obvious territorial division between the various intermediate civilizations, the only situation that needs attention is those wandering civilizations, such as the Wild Wolf civilization. Other intermediate civilizations usually hide in remote star systems, quietly accumulating strength and preparing to break through advanced civilizations. According to some information revealed by the United Universe, it seems that the advanced civilizations will conduct a major cleansing of the entire universe every once in a while. This time is generally about 10 million to 100 million blue star years. The advanced civilization will observe the situation of the entire universe. Once the number and scale of intermediate civilizations reach the critical point of advanced civilizations, they will start to clean up. There is a civilization in the United Universe that escaped the net last time. It has been 37.76 million blue star years since the last cosmic cleansing. In other words, the harvesters of advanced civilizations may have been evaluating the situation of the entire universe. It is precisely in the face of this situation that the new humans have increased the scale of civilization seeds and further set up bases in various parts of the universe. As long as they are spread throughout the universe, advanced civilizations can't do anything to the new humans. At most, they can only severely injure them. The possibility of completely destroying them is very small. After all, advanced civilizations have not yet transcended the universe. Once the universe is destroyed on a large scale, it is very likely to cause the expansion of the universe to accelerate, thereby shortening the overall life of the universe. Those harvesters are not so stupid. Even if they destroy a piece of starry sky, they will extract vacuum zero-point energy afterwards and restore the increased zero-point energy into matter. Luo Feng led a fleet of 30 warships through a substitute robot, and came to a very unfamiliar starry sky. This place is 4.3 trillion light-years away from the Milky Way, and the situation in this area is very strange. The star systems in the entire area are flying everywhere, and the age of the stars is generally young, only about 10.64 million blue star years. Luo Feng looked at the star map in front of him. It was the first time he faced this kind of starry sky. The whole starry sky was very chaotic. Star systems, planets, asteroids, black holes, quasars, neutron stars, and blue giants are wandering everywhere. From time to time, you can see supernovas explode, black holes swallow celestial bodies, and stars collide with each other. There is a special name here, the Chaos Star Domain. The Chaos Star Domain was born 11.02 million blue star years ago. It is the remains of a battlefield where two advanced civilizations joined forces to destroy a mid-level peak civilization. The entire chaotic star field is very huge, with the widest part being 5.7 billion light-years, and the narrowest part spanning 2.2 billion light-years. After the advanced civilization destroyed this place, it extracted the zero-point energy and left the matter in this area to fend for itself. After more than 10 million years of changes, those free matter gradually formed today's chaotic star field. It is estimated that it will take at least 100 million years for a stable river system to form here. Luo Feng brought the fleet here mainly to participate in the Cosmic Exchange meeting. Find that arrow. Understood, looking for it. Zhou Yuan commanded the warship to search for astronomical data in the nearby starry sky. There are many dangers in the chaotic star field. If you open wormholes randomly, or do not jump or teleport in the designated channel, the consequences will be very serious. Because the movement of celestial bodies here is sometimes irregular, general astrophysical formulas may not apply here. You may accidentally fly near a black hole or a neutron star. Sometimes near a black hole, the space will be strongly distorted, which will affect the expansion of the wormhole. Anyway, anything can happen here. We searched for more than 10 days at the outer edge of the chaotic star field. Finally, we found the target, an arrow composed of 7 stars. What a big deal. 7 red dwarfs are used to form an arrow. Zhou Yuan exclaimed. Follow the direction of the arrow and jump over. Luo Feng ordered. Got it. There are 5 stars on the main axis of this arrow, which means that we can jump directly 7.6 million light-years along the direction of the arrow. One red dwarf star represents a distance of 1.52 million light-years. The quantum wormhole detection system was activated, and a careful detection was carried out in the direction of the star arrow 7.6 million light-years away. After confirming that there was no problem, the fleet opened the wormhole one after another, and jumped to 7.6 million light-years away. When they arrived 7.6 million light-years away, Luo Feng and his team found that there was an empty area with a radius of 20 light-years. In the empty area, there was only a group of 6 red dwarf stars forming a guiding arrow. They determined the direction of the arrow, and opened the wormhole to jump to 60.8 billion light-years away. After 16 consecutive jumps, Luo Feng's fleet finally reached its destination, an empty area in the center of the chaotic star field, where there is a stable area with a radius of 1,000 light-years. There is a name here called Chaos Territory. The fleet flew towards the blue giant star galaxy, which is the destination of this trip. In the surrounding starry sky, there are quite a few spaceships jumping from the wormhole, and the styles of those spaceships are strange and varied. It seems that there are quite a few intermediate civilizations in the universe. Luo Feng's fleet scanned spaceships of 6 civilizations along the way. 2 of them greeted the new humans, and the 2 sides exchanged text databases and cosmic broadcast codebooks. After all, at the intermediate civilization stage, there is no need to confront each other. It is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Anyway, the real enemies that the intermediate civilization needs to face are the advanced civilizations, and those primary peak civilizations that are about to be promoted. If there is no deep hatred, the intermediate civilization will not fight to the death, and it must fight a local war. Soon Luo Feng's fleet jumped to the edge of the blue giant star galaxy and parked on an Earth-like planet. There is a spaceport on the Earth-like planet. There are countless Earth-like planet spaceports, like this in the outer periphery of the blue giant star galaxy. Generally speaking, the intermediate civilizations that come here will not choose the same Earth-like planet to park unless the relationship between the 2 civilizations is very good. Chapter 406. On the spaceport of the Earth-like planet, Luo Feng and Zhou Yuan substitute robots came down from the battleship and came to the interior of the spaceport. Inside the spaceport, there is the Lord of the Territory of Chaos, who has set up a trading system to provide transactions for the civilizations that come. It is said that the Lord of the Territory of Chaos is a mysterious advanced civilization. As for why the advanced civilization set up such an area, the new humans estimated that the other party wanted to collect the technology of various intermediate civilizations, because the technology transactions of various civilizations were completed in this system, and the advanced civilization would naturally obtain the technology for trading. This is also the only thing that advanced civilizations may be interested in. Luo Feng first downloaded the common text here, and then unfolded the virtual display screen of the trading system. Quantum wormhole technology for sale, 500 points, Yali civilization. Seeking 0-point energy extraction technology, price can be negotiated. Mechanical Federation. Selling a set of primary life equations exclusive to carbon-based organisms, price 8,600 points. Wild Wolf civilization. Selling to generate material secondary processing technology, price 1,200 points. Menelai Federation. A series of technology sales information, as well as a large number of technology purchase information. Judging from the situation inside, the technologies for sale are relatively primitive and primary technologies, and the purchase information is mainly concentrated on 3 technologies. Those intermediate civilizations are all looking to buy 0-point energy extraction technology, advanced life equations, and dark matter material manufacturing technology. These 3 technologies may be key technologies for advancement to advanced civilizations, and it is estimated that no one will be stupid enough to buy them. Even if there are these technologies in intermediate civilizations, they dare not sell them casually. After all, the territory of chaos is backed by an advanced civilization. What if that advanced civilization takes a fancy to the technology and thinks that your civilization may have potential, and then directly kills it? So you can sell the primary technology, but no one will choose to sell the intermediate and advanced technology, and they will be very cautious even when exposing it. In this universe, those who trust others casually have long died. Luo Feng and Zhou Yuan observed the lines of selling and buying information, and found a lot of useful primary technologies, but when they thought of their own poor accounts, they temporarily suppressed their desire. Without points, others will not sell technology to the new humans. The reason why the United Universe is so kind and introduces the territory of chaos to the new humans is mainly for rewards. If you introduce a mid-level civilization to register and trade here, the territory of chaos will reward the introducer with 500 points. Moreover, the United Universe can get 1% of the counterpoints from the new humans' transaction flow in the next 1.52 million years, which is a considerable profit. Blue Star. The Science and Technology Commission held a brief meeting to discuss which technologies can be sold in exchange for transaction points. Now the new humans control neutrino nuclear shielding technology, controlled nuclear fusion technology, artificial black hole technology, degenerate material production technology, antimatter production technology, nano-robot technology, and photon engine technology, 0-point energy siphon technology, primary curvature engine technology, primary processing technology of degenerate materials, quantum wormhole technology, artificial wormhole technology, single magnetic quantum communication technology. In biotechnology, there are brainwave technology, biological computer technology, cell robot technology, life medicine technology, cloning technology, rebirth medicine technology, primary evolution technology, primary carbon-based life equation. Many technologies are common goods, and it is estimated that only a few technologies are relatively rare. For example, neutrino nuclear shielding technology and single magnetic quantum communication technology. Other 0-point energy siphon technology and the like are forbidden technologies in the universe. If you use them casually, you are courting death. After more than a week of selection, 15 technologies were finally selected. The characteristics of these technologies are that they are unique and relatively rare, but not overspecified. Luo Feng and Zhou Yuan uploaded 15 technologies, and put them up for sale in the sales area with marked prices. As soon as the technologies were put up, no one bought them. This is also a very normal situation. Luo Feng left 2 warships, and asked the other warships to retreat, while he and Zhou Yuan used substitute robots to stay in the territory of chaos. There are many spaceships coming and going in the territory of chaos, and there are also many cosmic civilizations stationed here. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 months have passed. The new humans finally completed the first transaction, and the single magnetic quantum communication technology was purchased once. As for the civilization that purchased the technology, there are rules and restrictions in the trading system, and this technology cannot be sold. This regulation is similar to patent law. The trading system of the territory of chaos will automatically determine whether there is the same technology in the trading library. Once the same technology exists, it cannot be uploaded again. As for those civilizations, the possibility of trading with each other privately is zero. First, the trading system uses anonymous purchases, and only the territory of chaos knows who has purchased the technology. Second, the civilization that purchased the technology will not publicize it everywhere. The more hidden and mysterious it is, the more others will be afraid of it. Looking at the 1,400 points in the account, Luo Feng immediately came to the territory of chaos through a substitute robot. Purchased the degenerate state secondary processing technology. After all, the rivets on the new human spacecraft are because the processing technology of degenerate state materials is not good. 1,400 points were just received, and 1,200 points were lost in a flash, but the points were worth spending. At least it filled a gap in the degenerate processing technology that the new humans had been worried about. The integrated degenerate materials can reduce the weight of the spacecraft by 30%, while maintaining the same strength. The reduction in the dead weight of the spacecraft can increase the payload or increase the flight speed of the spacecraft. In the following period of time, the new humans sold a lot of technologies one after another, and Luo Feng used these points to buy a lot of technologies. As long as it is a technology that humans don't have, buy it and study it, no matter if it is useful or not. Anyway, more skills are better. Prepare more backup technologies, and when facing advanced civilizations, the ability to resist attacks can be improved. No one knows when the advanced civilization will suddenly go crazy and start the great cleansing of the universe, and the danger will rise sharply at that time. Even the Taki civilization, which is a peak intermediate civilization, may be wiped out, not to mention the new humans, who have just become intermediate civilizations. In terms of the sense of crisis, the new humans are stronger than most civilizations. Therefore, the points that the new humans get will be spent quickly, because there is no other use for them anyway. If they can be exchanged for technology, they may be exchanged for technology. These technologies will become the nourishment of the new humans, making the foundation of the new humans more and more profound. The time of the universe is long and fast. In the middle and high-level civilizations, a year is like a day. Luo Feng has been living in the territory of chaos for 15 years. The points that the new humans have obtained in these years have all become technology. These technologies have accelerated the development of the new human civilization. Who dares to imagine that a civilization can be promoted from a primary low-level civilization to a middle-level low-level civilization in less than 50 years? This may be the fastest promotion of a middle-level civilization in history. If there is no such speed, the new human civilization may be strangled by other middle-level civilizations in the middle. Only by surviving in the universe surrounded by powerful enemies can the potential of a civilization be proved. Chapter 407. New Era 52, March 15th. In the starry sky far away from the Milky Way, in the new human base area 167. Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded. Fang Wuqian, the person in charge of the base, suddenly became nervous. A few minutes later, 3 virtual projections appeared in his office. They were Li Hao, the commander of the station fleet, Miyamoto Yun, the head of the Ghost Special Service, and Qiu Jingye, the head of the station defense team. Miyamoto Yun, who was in charge of intelligence, had a very solemn expression. He was the one who sounded the first-level alert. While sharing a piece of intelligence with everyone, he explained, "Our base has been exposed, and the enemy has locked our entire star system." Fang Wuqian quickly scanned the intelligence. Sherfu civilization? What do they want to do? According to the information dealers in the territory of chaos, this Sherfu civilization has another nickname, called the Blackmailer. Miyamoto Yun explained. Blackmailer? Qiu Jingye was thoughtful. Miyamoto Yun continued, "It is a civilization that specializes in blackmail, and they like to attack civilizations that have just been promoted to intermediate civilizations. In other words, the other party has already set their sights on us." Fang Wuqian asked. Miyamoto Yun nodded. "How ridiculous. Do they really think we are soft persimmons?" Li Hao couldn't help his temper. Suddenly, a message popped up in front of Miyamoto Yun. After reading it, he said calmly, "We have detected 16 enemy warships, and they are now in the outer circle of the galaxy." After a while, another message popped up. The other party sent a cosmic broadcast. Everyone took a look and became furious. The Sherfu civilization asked the new humans to come up with an intermediate technology, otherwise they would destroy the star system base. They also threatened that if they did not accept this condition, they would cause trouble for the new humans. Li Hao slammed the table and stood up. "Tell them, if they want to fight, then fight. We new humans do not have the tradition of compromise. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual projection suddenly appeared in the office. New human civilization, first meeting. Miyamoto Yun's eyes changed, and he immediately used his consciousness to control the internal system, but the system did not show that it was invaded. The figure asked with a strange smile, "What are you looking for?" Miyamoto Yun stared at the other person. "It's not a computer virus invasion, it's a particle robot." Hee. "That's right, it's a particle robot. As long as you hand over a technology that satisfies me, I will let you go, otherwise." The man's tone contained malicious threats. Li Hao and Qiu Jingye stared at each other with murderous intent. "Give you 15 minutes to think about it. I hope we can reach a friendly consensus, ha ha ha." After saying that, the figure disappeared in front of everyone. Miyamoto Yun gave everyone a look, and everyone immediately understood that the opponent's particle robot must still be monitoring everyone around. Of course, this kind of particle robot is not without shortcomings. Nuclear explosion and antimatter annihilation can destroy the opponent. The problem is that this thing is very secretive and difficult to deal with. Once it lurks in a life planet, it is difficult to get rid of it unless the entire area is destroyed. What's more troublesome is that the opponent can monitor every move of the entire star system. It is estimated that many of the new humans' technologies have been figured out by the opponent. "Let's implement Plan 1386. Miyamoto Yun suggested. The others looked at each other, exchanged glances for a while, and nodded. For this situation, the strategic think tank of the new humans has already studied solutions. In the more than 50 years since entering the space age, the strategic think tank has been studying day and night. A series of coping plans have been formulated for various situations that may be encountered in the universe, and these plans do not have any electronic quality or paper data, but are only stored inside the biological computer. The brainwaves used by biological computers to exchange information. After the new humans complete their primary evolution, there are thousands of brainwave information codes. The new humans can achieve brainwave communication through direct physical contact, and constantly switch brainwave coding schemes, thereby blocking the possibility of information being stolen. Plan 1386 is a specific plan specifically for today's situation. The four people immediately took action. The 167th base area, also known as Deep Eye Galaxy, has a total population of 2.41 million, and is one of the medium-sized base areas of the new humans. In the Deep Eye ecological satellite city of Deep Eye Star, all the population is concentrated here. Other satellite cities, bases, and warships are all operated by stand-in robots. Attention all citizens, an emergency notice is now inserted, and emergency plan number 1386 is immediately implemented. Attention all citizens, an emergency notice is now inserted. All people who were already in the first level alert state immediately took action. At this time, less than 3 minutes had passed. Qiu Jingye, the leader of the defense team, directly pressed the anti-wormhole jump interference system. In the entire Shimu star system, not only the spacecraft of the Sherfu civilization is interfering with wormhole jumps, but the new humans themselves are also interfering with wormhole jumps. Still in that office, the Sherfu people's projection appeared again in less than 10 minutes. Obviously, the new humans' ignorance made the other party a little angry. "You are looking for death. It's not certain who will die," Li Hao refuted grimly. "Really? Then let's have some fun. Don't die so soon." The Sherfu man sneered and closed the conversation. In the outer circle of the Deep Eye Galaxy, 56 billion kilometers away from the main sequence star, the 16 Sherfu civilization warships distributed around the Deep Eye Galaxy were ready to move. The Sherfu man who threatened the new humans through particle robots opened his snake-like black eyes and ordered in Sherfu language, "Destroy these bugs." Yes. Since the new humans themselves also used the wormhole interference system, the wormhole bombing tactics previously formulated by the Sherfu people were directly aborted. Now both sides can only use curvature flight or photon propulsion. The Sherfu civilization is already an intermediate-level civilization, and the speed of its spacecraft can reach 72% of the speed of light, which is much faster than the spacecraft of the new humans. The speed of the new human spacecraft is only about 35% of the speed of light at its fastest. The new human station fleet stationed at the border of the galaxy, each fleet immediately went to fight. At a distance of more than 30 billion kilometers, the two sides began to sprint against each other and prepared to attack each other's warships. If the wormhole was not disturbed, no one would want to choose this way of fighting. When the Sherfu people saw the speed of the new human spaceship, their confidence rose immediately. In addition, they deployed a large number of particle robots to monitor the every move of the new human spaceship, and the balance of victory was tilting towards them. The war was about to break out. Blue Star also received urgent intelligence from the Deep Eye Galaxy, and the War Committee immediately held an emergency meeting. In addition, Luo Feng in the territory of Chaos also received an order from the War Committee. He immediately spent 1,500 points to buy the information of the Sherfu civilization from the Intelligence Dealer Observer civilization. This intelligence contains some basic information about the Sherfu civilization, its history, its technology, and 83 star systems. Of course, this is only part of the Sherfu civilization. The Observer civilization is not omniscient about what else it has. The Sherfu civilization headquarters did not expect that the New Humans, a newly promoted intermediate civilization, would dare to confront them head-on. However, they did not take the New Humans seriously. After all, in the process of blackmailing other civilizations, resistance is also a common occurrence. Chapter 408. In various places of the Deep Eye Galaxy, zero-point energy oscillators are constantly stimulating irregular zero-point energy oscillation waves. Zero-point energy oscillation waves can interfere with wormhole jumps. This is a common wormhole interference technology used by intermediate and mid-level civilizations. Because zero-point energy oscillation waves are not only relatively easy, but also not too difficult to engineer. Now the New Humans are interfering with the expansion of wormholes around the Deep Eye Galaxy by stimulating zero-point energy oscillation waves. The reason why they use wormhole interference together with the Sherfu people is that the stimulator of zero-point energy oscillation waves can set a certain band to allow their own spacecraft to jump. If the New Humans do not use wormhole interference, the consequence is that they cannot use wormhole jumps, and the opponent can find the right time to sneak attack the New Humans. Only when both sides use wormhole interference can they avoid being passive. In 16 directions, the New Human fleet and the Sherfu warships have approached 10 billion kilometers. In the universe where light years are often the starting point, this little distance is just a stone's throw away. The battle started. The Sherfu warships, which are much faster than the New Human warships, launched dozens of missiles, and the speed of these missiles was amazing, reaching about 83% of the speed of light. This speed is 11% faster than the speed of light of the Sherfu warship. After all, missiles don't need to think about life support systems, so they are naturally faster than warships. Li Hao, commander of the Deep Eye fleet, calmly ordered, "Launch interceptor missiles." Understood. According to the ratio of 3-to-1, the New Humans fired back 3 times the missiles, but the speed of the New Humans' missiles is only about 42% of the speed of light. Each warship is a team of 3, surround the enemy ship. Received. For a while, missiles flew everywhere in the void, and the warships of both sides kept approaching each other, trying to find loopholes in the other's defense and launch a fatal attack. The first wave of missiles was just a test of each other. 7.3 hours later, the first wave of missiles from both sides came into direct contact. The missiles of the New Humans were black hole missiles, which were detonated continuously in an instant and intercepted the missiles of the other side. The missiles of both sides were destroyed and consumed in the void. The violent gravitational waves made the entire void chaotic. The warships of both sides approached between 2.4 billion and 3.3 billion kilometers. After taking a look at the star map, Li Hao looked at the Sherfu warship that had not yet entered the encirclement and ordered loudly, "The black hole missiles continue to attack." As for the particle robots that monitor the New Humans inside the warship, Li Hao doesn't care, because he wants to fight them openly. Rows of black hole missiles were ejected from the launch window, madly approaching the Sherfu warship. The confident Sherfu warship was not afraid of these black hole missiles, and immediately stimulated waves of gravity on the warship. Before the black hole missile approached the Sherfu warship 850 million kilometers away, it encountered a strong gravitational wave. In the ups and downs of the gravitational waves, the black hole missile encountered an unimaginable attack, as if it was still in the vacuum of the universe in the last second, and it would enter a black hole in the next second. In less than 10 seconds, the black hole missile, whose shell was made of degenerate materials, turned into a ball of twist. The Sherfu warships rushed forward towards the Shenmue fleet, as if they wanted to directly penetrate the fleet and hit the interior of the Shenmue galaxy. Because the Sherfu people knew that there was no living person on these warships, and they were all substitute robots working. Looking at the star map, the Sherfu warships had entered the encirclement, and Li Hao waved his hand, "Move." All the warships immediately turned around and flew in the opposite direction. Moreover, the zero-point energy siphon device of the warship was working at full capacity, and even the 2 spare zero-point energy siphon devices were working at full capacity to absorb vacuum zero-point energy. The nozzle behind the warship, the unstable dark particles converted from zero-point energy, were ejected towards the Sherfu warship at a speed of 99% of the speed of light. At this time, the distance between the indoor warship and the new human warship was about 1.6 billion to 2.3 billion kilometers. The unstable dark particle flow gushed over crazily, and after about 40 minutes, it soon encountered gravitational waves 850 million kilometers away from the Sherfu warship. The originally unstable dark particle flow, once encountering the gravitational wave, directly disintegrated into zero-point energy and did not bring any danger to the Sherfu warship. Facing the new human fleet that fled in panic, the Sherfu people, with high confidence, continued to sprint into the interior of the Deep Eye Galaxy. But they did not know that the mutation in the void was covering the Sherfu warship unknowingly. 1.35 million light-years away from the Deep Eye Galaxy, a space fleet was silently in the vast void. From the logo on the warship, it can be seen that this is a fleet of new human civilization. 20 billion kilometers away from the fleet, 48 wormhole generating cores are stationary there, and there are hundreds of black hole bombs around the wormhole generating cores. The fleet commander stared at the star map in front of him, which showed the Deep Eye Galaxy and the battle between the Sherfu warship and the Deep Eye fleet. The Deep Eye fleet is broadcasting the live situation of the battlefield through quantum communication. Report: the quantum wormhole jump is successful. Report: successfully locked the enemy ship. Attack! Commander Yi roared. 48 wormhole generation cores were instantly activated, consuming 30 times more energy than usual, forcing the wormhole to open. 3 wormholes suddenly opened on the surface of the Sherfu battleship, one of which was on the front of the battleship. The high-speed flying battleship rushed into the wormhole without reacting. The Sherfu people on the battleship had not reacted yet, and the suddenly opened wormhole sucked the battleship in. Then the wormhole disappeared directly into the void. The 16 Sherfu warships were spitted out by the wormhole. Before they could recover from the shock, the dense black hole bombs around them exploded directly. The black hole bombs were less than tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Sherfu warships. The distance was so close, and there were black hole bombs everywhere. The 16 Sherfu warships were directly torn apart and swallowed by the black hole. Half an hour later, the black hole completely disappeared, leaving only a pile of unstable degenerate matter, proton flow, electron flow, and the like in the void. All the particle robots lurking in the Deep Eye Galaxy were instantly destroyed. In the final analysis, particle robots are a kind of alternative quantum entangled pairs. In order to perfectly control particle robots, all particle robots are manufactured in pairs. The particle robots deployed by the Sherfu battleship naturally have the other half stored on the battleship. When the battleship was sucked into the black hole, all particles were crushed and destroyed, and particle robots were no exception. As loyal particle robots, they were all born on the same day of the same month of the same year, and died on the same day of the same month of the same year. As for whether there are fish that slip through the net, if there are fish that slip through the net, it can only mean that among the particle robots released by the Sherfu warship, the other half of some particle robots are not on the warship. Deep Eye Fleet. Li Hao, who received Yi Qi's battle situation briefing, calmly ordered, "Everyone stop flying." Received. The warships of the Deep Eye Fleet shut down their engines one after another. This time, they used reverse thinking and the opponent's arrogance to directly trick the Sherfu people. The reason why the Deep Eye Fleet ran away was to eject the unstable dark particle flow around the other side, and the unstable dark particle flow would disintegrate into zero-point energy. When the local zero-point energy density rises rapidly, and cannot be balanced out in time, the zero-point energy in the area will cause a phenomenon. That is, the zero-point energy shock wave is difficult to shock the surrounding zero-point energy field. It is like hitting the water surface with a stone, which will cause waves, while hitting the concrete floor with the same stone will hardly form ripples. Losing the influence of the zero-point energy shock wave means that the new humans can force the wormhole to open. Chapter 409. In an unknown star system. The Sherfu people who were in charge of the Sherfu fleet suddenly woke up from their life support capsules. Fardu, the fleet commander, roared angrily, "Damn bugs, I make you pay." The Sherfu people who got up from the life support capsules around him also cursed. "Fardu, what's going on?" Fainfus, the commander-in-chief of the fleet, asked with a frown. Fardu was the Sherfu person who had talked to Fang Wuqian and others before. He lowered his head in shame and replied, "Commander-in-chief, my fleet was destroyed." "Oh! Which civilization?" Fainfus asked curiously. As for what he was angry about, it was just an unmanned fleet. There was nothing to be angry about. Fadu explained, "The new human civilization that just got promoted." New human civilization? Fainfus didn't have any impression. He opened the internal network and checked the database. He saw some information about the new human civilization. It was a mid-level civilization that just emerged. It was just that it could destroy their unmanned fleet. This was a bit unexpected. The dude lowered his head and said coldly, "Commander-in-Chief, please allow me to lead the fleet to wash away this shame." After thinking about it, Thankfus didn't think it was wrong, so he agreed to it. "Yes. Thank you." The dude called his subordinates and prepared to dispatch a batch of warships to form a crusade fleet. On the other side, the new humans on Shinmu Star all abandoned their bodies and stored their souls in instruments that could isolate particle robots from tracking and intrusion. Then the soul storage ball was transferred to a new warship, which was completely wrapped in degenerate materials, and particle robots had no way to invade. Even if the soul storage ball was sent to the warship, it had to go through 3 tests during the process. The first one was strong magnetic field filtering, the second one was dark cloud filtering, and the third one was semi-liquid degenerate filtering. Not a single photon could pass through, let alone a particle robot. As for the other party opening a wormhole and throwing a particle robot over, it was impossible, because the Deep Eye Galaxy still maintained a wormhole interference system, and the spacecraft itself also had a wormhole jammer. Why do we have to abandon our bodies? The reason is very simple, which is to prevent particle robots from lurking in the human body. Unless the 2-state genes of the new humans are fully activated, the new humans can perfectly control every particle of the body to prevent particle robots from lurking in the body. This is a last resort. Now the cloning technology of the new humans is advanced, and there is no need to risk carrying the body for a body. And today's incident also reminds the new humans that it is time to fully promote the full coverage of degenerate battleships, satellite cities, and resident planets. It was precisely because of the loopholes in the defense of the Deep Eye Galaxy that the other party deployed particle robots. In the future, all areas where new humans live will be covered with airtight degenerate layers, dark clouds, strong magnetic field shields, and wormhole jammers. It will be impossible for particle robots of intermediate civilizations to invade the interior. The new spacecraft did not actively open the wormhole, but a planet. Inside, through the strong magnetic field shield, dark cloud layer, and another layer of semi-liquid degenerate layer. Arriving inside the planet, it is a hollow sphere with a radius of 800 kilometers, where a wormhole is open to jump over. The reason for making such trouble is to prevent the particle robot from following the wormhole. At the same time, the various bases of the new humans and the seed bases of civilization have also adopted the same method one after another, changing their bases in batches. The Ghost Special Service has conducted secret reconnaissance on the 83 bases of the Sherfu civilization. The War Committee has mobilized hundreds of expeditionary fleets. Not only does the Sherfu civilization have the intention of revenge, but the new humans also have the idea of revenge. Now that we know the other party's base, do we still want to stay for the new year? Luo Feng, Yi Qi, Fang Xingliang and others, through substitute robots, led the fleet and attacked 31 bases that have been confirmed to be the bases of the Sherfu civilization. The intelligence of the observer civilization is not wrong, but the intermediate civilizations will habitually change their bases from time to time to avoid exposing their bases and being wiped out. The fact that they can accurately lock onto so many bases shows that this observer civilization is very powerful, and even the new humans themselves are very afraid of the observer civilization. This is also one of the reasons for the emergency change of the station. After all, the new humans can buy intelligence from the observers, so can the Sherfu civilization. The overconfident Sherfu civilization thought that the new humans were the intermediate civilizations they had encountered before, and did not raise their vigilance. In a quantum wormhole monitoring base in an unknown star system of the Sherfu civilization, suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded from the monitoring system because an area 4.3 light-years away from their star system had lost contact. The Sherfu people in charge of monitoring hurriedly reported the situation while activating other monitoring systems in the surrounding area, and at the same time asked the Wormhole Interference Department to expand the interference range. Generally speaking, the wormhole interference range of intermediate civilizations can cover an area with a radius of 5 light-years with a single jammer. The wormhole jammer of Sherfu civilization has a working radius of about 4.2 light-years, while the new humans have just started and can only cover a radius of 15 billion kilometers. The Sherfu people in this base activated the wormhole jammers hidden in the nearby star system and the void, turning the surrounding 15 light-years into a restricted area for wormhole jumps. Soon, the Sherfu people locked onto the fleet of the new humans through the monitoring detectors densely spread in the nearby starry sky. New human civilization? What do they want to do? After listening to the report, the head of the base, Fumiya, stood up. Master, the other party may be seeking revenge on us. One of the intelligence officers reported. Revenge? Just them? Fumiya laughed in anger. Ha ha, send out the fleet and clear these bugs for me. Yes, sir. In the star system, thousands of Sherfu warships jumped around the new human fleet through the interference gap and surrounded the new human fleet. The new human fleet had launched a large number of missiles in advance and was waiting for the other party to jump over. Those missiles were projected through wormholes before the other party reacted. Tens of thousands of missiles have filled the void with a radius of 0.1 light-years. Detonate. Luophone ordered coldly. Suddenly, the zero-point energy siphon mode of the missile exceeded the normal state. With a sudden suction, the zero-point energy within a radius of 0.1 light-years seemed to be sucked away instantly. The missiles that reached their limit could not withstand the sudden increase in zero-point energy and exploded instantly. The Sherfu fleet, which had been on guard against the new humans, initially thought that the new humans would use the previous method again, but did not expect that they would directly detonate the missiles. However, the Sherfu fleet did not foolishly wait for the new humans to act this time, but took the initiative to attack. However, something they did not expect happened. Countless wormholes suddenly opened up around the Sherfu fleet. In a lightning speed, the wormholes spewed out dense black hole bombs. The entire void was suddenly distorted by the gravity of the black hole, and thousands of Sherfu warships were instantly wiped out. The Sherfu people in the star system were horrified, and Fumiya even exclaimed, "How is it possible?" However, the new human fleet did not stop at all, and continued to charge towards them. Chapter 410. Fumiya stood up in panic. Why can the other party open a wormhole in the wormhole interference zone? Technical department, answer me. Several Sherfu scientists in charge of wormhole interference technology were busy looking through a lot of data. They did not expect that this new human civilization would break through the wormhole interference of Sherfu civilization twice. For the first time, the wormhole interference was broken. Sherfu civilization had already preliminarily figured out the other party's technology. It is to use the unstable dark particle flow to cause the local zero-point energy density to increase rapidly, thereby locally solidifying the zero-point energy field. This solution requires a premise, that is, it is necessary to form a small-scale encirclement, and the conditions for use are very harsh. However, the situation just now was that the Sherfu warships surrounded the opponent, so the problem could only occur on the batch of missiles that were detonated before. A Sherfu scientist with gray and white scales suddenly realized, Captain Famima, I have investigated the opponent's technology to break through the wormhole interference. Hurry up and tell me. Fumiya asked anxiously. The scientist organized his words. The key lies in the missiles that exploded. Before the missiles exploded, they instantly extracted a huge amount of sub-energy, zero-point energy, and then suddenly exploded. But what does this have to do with the other party's breakthrough of wormhole interference? Fumiya asked, puzzled. The scientist explained, Our wormhole interference is achieved by exciting sub-energy rapid waves, just like ripples on the water. The first time the other party cracked the wormhole interference, they used the method of increasing the local sub-energy density, but this time, it was a large shockwave mode. As he explained, he manipulated the virtual display screen and drew a simple effect picture. After the missile detonated the zero-point energy, a zero-point energy shock wave was formed. The shock wave would directly flatten the zero-point energy rapid wave area along the way, thus revealing a short zero-point energy calm area. In other words, the other party dropped the black hole bomb around our fleet at this moment. After listening to the scientist's explanation, Fumiya's face was gloomy. The Sherfu civilization was defeated twice by the new humans, which was a great shame. How to deal with the other party? Several fleet commanders rolled their dark eyes, thinking about how to deal with the new human fleet. One of the deputy commanders suggested, the other party is most likely an unmanned fleet. I suggest giving up here, and then looking for an opportunity to retaliate against the other party. This is the best way. Another deputy commander agreed. However, Fumiya still looked unhappy. He refuted everyone angrily. A newly promoted intermediate civilization can make us abandon our land and flee. If this gets out, how can we survive in the universe in the future? But Fumiya's attitude was very tough. Don't say anything. Find a way to destroy the other party's invading fleet and then move the station. Well, okay. Furuliu, the commander of the large fleet, could only follow Fumiya's orders in the end. Since the wormhole interference still exists, they are not worried that the new human fleet will jump to the star system. Now the two sides are still 4 light-years apart. According to the other party's flying speed, it will take more than 10 years to get close to the station star system. A combat meeting was held urgently under the chairmanship of Falyu. At the same time, the other 30 base star systems of the Sherfu civilization were also invaded by the new human fleet. The fleet sent by the arrogant Sherfu civilization was annihilated. Even the mother planet of the Sherfu civilization was alarmed. The invasion of the new human fleet also successfully annihilated tens of thousands of their warships, causing shock to the top leaders of the Sherfu civilization. While ordering the relocation of various bases, the intelligence department was asked to search for traces of the new humans. The Sherfu civilization wanted to retaliate fiercely. For a while, the two sides were tit for tat. Luo Feng looked at the star map in front of him. He knew that this level of loss was just a drizzle for the intermediate civilization. You know, if the new humans fully exploded the warship productivity, they could build tens of thousands of warships in a month, not to mention the old intermediate civilization, like the Sherfu civilization. Although it may be futile, the attitude must be there to make others feel that the new humans are not easy to mess with, otherwise everyone will come to blackmail them in the future, and the new humans will not be able to survive. Even if all the warships are destroyed, the new humans will make the Sherfu civilization pay the price. Luo Feng and others, who have not taken action for decades, have already been rubbing their hands and preparing for a big fight. The war committee does not mind fighting a guerrilla war with the Sherfu civilization for decades, or even hundreds of years. If they want to fight, they will bite the opponent like a mad dog. War is also promoting the advancement of the new human technology. The Science and Technology Committee is going all out to develop various new weapons. For example, the zero-point energy impact bomb is a new weapon born out of war. April 2nd, 52nd year of the new era. The expeditionary fleet brought by Luo Feng fought against the Sherfu fleet again. 2,400 Sherfu warships surrounded Luo Feng's 300 warships. Facing Luo Feng's fleet surrounded by zero-point energy bombs, the Sherfu people learned their lesson this time. The encirclement was outside the zero-point energy bombs. Once the encirclement was formed, Thalia ordered to destroy all the zero-point energy bombs. The overwhelming black hole missiles rushed directly to the zero-point energy bombs deployed by Luo Feng. Report: the enemy launched missiles to destroy the zero-point energy bombs. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Concentrate all the zero-point energy bombs on 24 points, and then detonate them collectively. Understood. The zero-point energy bombs spread throughout the void, started their engines, and began to move. More than an hour later, the zero-point energy bombs were concentrated on 24 points, and the overloaded zero-point energy siphon device was activated, and it exploded immediately after reaching its limit. Instantly, the zero-point energy shock wave expanded in all directions at superluminal speed, and the speed of the zero-point energy shock wave was almost 10 times the speed of light. This is because zero-point energy is the lowest level of negative energy, so zero-point energy has the property of being able to move at superluminal speed. On the other side, the Sherfu warships outside the encirclement also discovered the abnormality of the new human fleet. Not good, jump away from here immediately. Thalia reacted. 2,400 Sherfu warships, through their own interference gaps, opened wormholes, and jumped to 1.22 light-years away. The superluminal zero-point energy impact swept through everything, and it seemed that there was no abnormality. In fact, the hidden murderous intent could overturn if not careful. The commander of the Sherfu fleet, if he is not a fool, will not be tricked by the new humans again and again. The zero-point energy shock waves swept across the black hole missile launched by the Sherfu warship, and wormholes were directly opened in front of the black hole missile. The black hole missile rushed at high speed and crashed into the wormhole. The other side of the wormhole was in the void hundreds of light-years away. After the two sides fought with hidden murderous intent, Luo Feng immediately led the fleet and followed one of the zero-point energy shock waves, constantly jumping over. It was as if it was riding a zero-point energy shock wave that was more than 10 times the speed of light, and rushed towards the base galaxy of the Sherfu civilization. Damn it, calculate the speed of that shock wave for me, and prepare to launch the black hole missile. Thalia had already seen the thoughts of Luo Feng's fleet. I didn't expect this new human civilization to be so difficult to deal with. Calculation completed. Project the wormhole and unfold. Chapter 411. Wormhole development detected. Enemy missiles are expected to appear in 17 seconds. Luo Feng was well prepared and shouted loudly, Plan 3. One of the new Era-class ships instantly triggered the overload extraction of zero-point energy. Due to the overload siphoning of zero-point energy, the surrounding zero-point energy fluctuated again. In the Sherfu fleet, wormhole development failed. What? Falyu's face changed. Report: the enemy has detonated another sub-energy impact bomb. In front of Luo Feng's fleet, the new Era-class battleship exploded in the void, and a wave of zero-point energy shock wave appeared again. Everyone jump. The Luo Feng fleet opened a wormhole, and once again, took the zero-point energy shock wave. Facing the Luo Feng fleet that rushed at more than 10 times the speed of light, the Shifu battleship was caught off guard. If this continued, the Luo Feng fleet would soon rush into the Stronghold Galaxy. Thalia had to urgently notify Familia, and ask him to arrange for the Shifu people in the Stronghold to evacuate as soon as possible. Inside the Shifu fleet, people were communicating quickly, hoping to find a way to curb the new humans' wave-riding assault. The Faoflo, who was quick-witted, adopted the tactic of densely arranging black hole bombs. They arranged countless black hole bombs in the direction of the zero-point energy shock wave. As long as they sensed the zero-point energy shock wave passing by, they would immediately detonate the black hole bombs. Sure enough, after Luo Feng's fleet discovered the opponent's actions, they immediately stopped the jumping assault, and the two sides once again confronted each other in the void. However, Luo Feng did not take it lightly, but continued to detonate the zero-point energy shock bombs, creating zero-point energy shock waves. As long as there is a chance, take the opportunity to jump over. Facing the wave-riding offensive of Luo Feng's fleet, the Shifu warship felt a little exhausted. But the Shifu warship did not dare to get too close to Luo Feng's fleet. Once the warship was swept by the zero-point energy shock wave, the black hole bomb would fall instantly. For a time, on 31 battlefields, the new human fleet suppressed the Shifu fleet that was 10 times its own. Even the observer civilization that was secretly observing everything in the dark was interested in observing this confrontation. The strength of the new humans was a little unexpected. As an intelligence dealer, the observer civilization directly posted the information of this battle on the trading system of the Chaos Territory. Many wealthy civilizations spent 100 points to purchase this information. They wanted to see the strength of this new human, but the content of the information surprised the civilizations a little. The fleet of the new human could suppress the famous Shifu civilization. Many civilizations even sent scout spacecraft directly to the battle area to observe the situation of both sides. Only then did they realize that the tactics of the new humans were very rogue. As a Shifu civilization with a base, they were put in a very passive position at this time. The wave-riding assault tactic was a completely offensive tactic. Unless they could contain the opponent's wave-riding assault, they could only launch black hole bombs everywhere to block it like the Shifu fleet. As long as there was a loophole, the new humans could approach by wave-riding assault. You have to know that the universe is three-dimensional, not flat. If you want to block the wave-riding assault tactic, you must fill a large area with black hole bombs. Moreover, the defensive effect of the black hole bomb can only be said to be average. It is not only a one-time effect, but also prone to defensive loopholes. Luo Feng's fleet has approached the base galaxy 3.4 light-years away. Many civilizations immediately studied this tactic, and soon they found that this tactic is suitable for dealing with civilizations with fixed bases. If the Shifu fleet wants to solve the current dilemma, it can only abandon this base, otherwise it can only be passively attacked. And this technology, for those civilizations with advanced zero-point energy siphoning technology, is very simple to reverse engineer, and it is even more powerful. According to the use of the new humans, combined with their theoretical calculations, they can even launch a wave-riding assault at hundreds of times the speed of light. At this speed, it is simply impossible to defend against. The wave-riding assault tactic has opened up the minds of many civilizations, and at the same time, they dare not underestimate the new humans. After all, this tactic is very beneficial to the attacker. If all the new humans abandon their fixed bases and become a wandering civilization, they will fight guerrilla warfare in the universe every day. Even intermediate and high-level civilizations will be exhausted. The war between the Shifu civilization and the new humans continued. The Shifu civilization was forced to abandon these 31 stronghold star systems. After abandoning the strongholds, the Shifu fleet could finally fight back without restraint. After being depressed by the new humans for more than 2 months, it was forced to abandon 31 strongholds again. This time, the Shifu civilization was humiliated, and its face was swollen. The two sides continued to fight in the void. The Shifu fleet, which had already imitated the zero-point energy impact bomb, and the new human fleets continued to detonate the zero-point energy impact bomb in the void. Behind each zero-point energy shock wave, there were either fleets or black hole bombs, but with this tactic, neither side could do anything to the other. The battle was very boring, with both sides jumping back and forth in the void. The territory of chaos. Thal, the permanent liaison of the Shifu civilization, gnashed his teeth as he looked at the intelligence. Damn observer civilization. Another old Sherfu man said calmly. Okay, now is not the time to be angry. Val suppressed his anger. If the curse could kill people, the observer civilization would have been crushed to ashes. The other party must have exposed the base of the Sherfu civilization, and also sold the battle situation, causing the Sherfu civilization to become a joke in the universe. The pitfall is that they now have to buy intelligence from the other party. New Human Civilization Comprehensive Intelligence, 1500 points. Seeing this price, the old Sherfu people also frowned. For a newly promoted intermediate civilization like the New Humans, the price of intelligence is generally not more than 500 points. Now the price has more than tripled. Apparently, the observer expected that the Sherfu civilization would come to buy the information, and directly raise the price. After gnashing his teeth and buying the information, Val cursed in his heart. Sooner or later, I will have to settle this account with the observer. Send the information back to the Sherfu civilization headquarters. Obviously, the Sherfu civilization wants to use the tactics invented by the New Human fleet to deal with the New Human base star system. In the intelligence of the observer civilization, there are 7 New Human bases that can be confirmed. In such a short time, the observer civilization has discovered 7 New Human base star systems. It is indeed worthy of being a top intelligence dealer. The Sherfu civilization began to plot a surprise attack on the New Human stronghold galaxies, preparing to wash away the shame. In order to attract attention, the Sherfu warships continued to fight with the New Human fleets, with a rhythm of no end. Those civilizations that just watched the show had an expression of watching a good show. They knew that the Sherfu civilization would not give up, and they didn't know how the other party would retaliate against the New Humans, and they also wanted to see how the New Humans would deal with this crisis. The 70,000 warships secretly prepared by the Sherfu civilization were sharpening their knives, ready to kill the 7 exposed stronghold galaxies of the New Humans. A crisis is coming to the New Humans. The horror of the cosmic war has forced all civilizations to wake up. The rise of new overlords often steps on the corpses of old overlords, and the universe has never shown mercy. Whether the New Humans can escape danger, or the Sherfu civilization succeeds in its surprise attack, there are countless possibilities in the future. Chapter 412. New Era 52, August 11th. In the Dufu system, 17.7 billion light-years away from the Milky Way, this is the New Human base area 344. Many New Humans are busy. Although they are fighting with the Sherfu civilization, the New Humans are not nervous. Suddenly, a message popped up in front of everyone. Level 1 alert. Urgently insert a notice. Someone enter the life support cabin as soon as possible. Has the enemy discovered this place? Let's go! Everyone came to the nearest life support cabin management center in an orderly manner, and entered the life support cabin one by one. The Dufu system's resident fleet immediately took action. There were more than 10,000 Sherfu warships coming in full force, and they surrounded the entire galaxy 2.4 light-years away from the Dufu system. As soon as the Sherfu fleet appeared, they didn't waste time talking to the New Humans and launched an attack directly. One by one, the zero-point energy impact bombs were detonated. Under the zero-point energy shock wave of more than 20 times the speed of light, 1/10 of the more than 10,000 Sherfu warships launched a wave-riding assault. But soon the New Humans fought back, and dense bombs exploded in and around the Dufu system. Even 173 artificial planets were detonated here together. Thalia was stunned. Are these bombs not black hole bombs? Are they self-destructing? Alarm! Alarm! The surrounding sub-energy density is rising abnormally. Hearing the warship's automatic detection alarm, Thalia's face suddenly changed, and he shouted hurriedly, "Start the wormhole jump immediately, and leave here." However, it was too late. The next moment, countless wormholes opened up around the Sherfu fleet, and overwhelming black hole bombs were ejected from them. Under the distortion of the strong gravitational field of the black hole, the wormholes had no way to open up. After all, the black hole was less than a few kilometers away from the warships. Unless the warships of the Sherfu civilization were superluminal spacecrafts that could forcibly escape the gravitational horizon of the black hole, they would have to wait for death. In the midst of laughter and conversation, the masts and oars were reduced to ashes, and more than 10,000 intermediate civilization warships were instantly annihilated in the void. The observers who were watching secretly were stunned by the sight of the Mayfly spaceship. The murderous 70,000 Sherfu warships could not even hold out for a few minutes, and were wiped out in the void. In the unknown star system of the Sherfu civilization, Thalia, who was lying in the life support cabin, woke up. He was defeated by the New Humans again. More than 10,000 warships were wiped out in an instant. Thalia looked at Thalia, who suddenly woke up, and a shadow was cast in his heart, What happened? Thalu, who was at a loss, replied dejectedly, my fleet was wiped out. What? Famia's voice suddenly rose 3 points higher, and he asked angrily, even if there are 10,000 white inferior beasts, similar to what humans call stupid pigs, they will not be wiped out in an instant. You are carrying 10,000 intermediate civilization warships. I fell into the trap of the opponent. Of course, the responsibility for this defeat is that I underestimated the enemy and advanced rashly. Ferulio lowered his head and blamed himself. Famia, who was full of anger, looked at the last synchronization data of the fleet and realized that the Sherfu civilization was once again played around by the new humans. It is estimated that the new humans had already known that the Sherfu civilization was going to launch a surprise attack, and directly set a trap to lure the Sherfu fleet into the trap. At the edge of the wormhole interference zone of the new human base galaxy, there are a large number of special bombs that can instantly release huge amounts of zero-point energy. The instantly increased zero-point energy density not only caused the wormhole jammers in the Sherfu fleet to fail, but also increased the energy required to open the wormhole by dozens of times. The Sherfu fleet, which was unable to react for a while, was like swimming in the water, and suddenly entered a swamp, and had not yet adjusted. The giant crocodile hidden in the swamp suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the prey in one gulp. He wanted to be a hunter, but he didn't expect to become the prey in the end. A moment later, Famia received the expected news again, and the other 6 large fleets were also wiped out. It can only be said that this time, the Sherfu civilization was slapped in the face again. On the trading system of the territory of chaos, the observer civilization put up another piece of intelligence, which was only worth 100 points, and 3 civilizations immediately bought it. After reading the intelligence, the Wild Wolf civilization, which had fought with the new humans before, immediately gave up the idea of going to trouble the new humans. Instantly annihilated 70,000 warships of the Sherfu civilization. Even if these warships were nothing, only fools would do something that was not profitable. Now the new humans are not only like elusive assassins, but also equipped with anti-armor. Civilizations with bad teeth may break their teeth like the Sherfu civilization. Even if the defense is torn open, who knows if there is any value inside? For a time, the new humans, a newly promoted intermediate civilization, made many intermediate level and intermediate high level civilizations look at them with admiration. After all, the intermediate and low level civilizations that can fight and carry have unlimited future prospects, so it is not necessary to offend the new humans as much as possible. Although the Sherfu civilization, which was used as a stepping stone, was very angry, it still took the initiative to withdraw from the front battlefield. Regarding the disguised weakness of the Sherfu civilization, the new humans also stopped while they were ahead. Since they had already completed the warning, there was no need to continue. Because the intermediate civilization is in the middle, it is difficult to kill the opponent, so now it is better to concentrate on moving towards the advanced civilization. This war not only alerted the new humans, but also tested their combat effectiveness. At least in terms of weapon creativity, the new humans are not inferior to other intermediate civilizations. They even have theories about vacuum decay bombs. As long as the new humans are given time, it is not impossible for them to become advanced civilizations. The Luo Feng fleet and the Fang Shengyang fleet withdrew to their respective bases, announcing that the war between the new humans and the Sherfu civilization was officially over. Of course, the Ghost Special Service is still secretly monitoring various parts of the universe. Intermediate civilizations in the universe are either preparing for war or in war. If they easily relax their vigilance, they may not even know they are destroyed. In the new blue planet, Huang Mingzhi, who had just transferred here, was not unaccustomed to it. As a cosmic civilization, it is destined not to stay in one place for too long. Comfort will not only wear down the fighting spirit, but also easily expose one's position. Every intermediate civilization will change its station almost every once in a while. He put down a research report on vacuum decay bombs. This weapon that can end the universe is more difficult than imagined. The efficiency of the zero-point energy siphon device has increased 17 times compared to before, but the minimum size of the vacuum decay bomb is still equivalent to 4.6% of the mass of the Sun. Even if this size can be built now, it can only be used for self-destruction. Moreover, once the new human experiment with the vacuum decay bomb is discovered by the advanced civilization, those advanced civilizations will definitely join forces to strangle the new human. Therefore, we need to wait until the size of the vacuum decay bomb can be reduced to the size of the blue planet. Only then will the new human be able to deploy weapons throughout the universe. There is still a long way to go. There were cheers coming from outside, celebrating the new human's victory over the Sherfu civilization. But Huangmingzhi was not free, as he had to attend the Supreme Council meeting in the afternoon, so he took the opportunity to deal with the backlog of official business. He had been helping the War Committee to develop zero-point energy impact bombs and the like, and now he could finally return to normal scientific research. Even after the initial evolution, Huangmingzhi still felt that his brain was not enough, mainly because there were too many things to do. Chapter 413. It has been 17 years since the end of the last New Human Shutter War. The New Humans have gradually adapted to the new mode of migratory survival. This is a rare period of peace. Luo Feng, who is stationed in the territory of chaos, led the fleet to perform missions in the universe again because of the last war. The vast universe is still hard to imagine. The data detected by the New Humans show that the farthest distance is 24.3769 trillion light-years. This distance is the current diameter of the universe, but this number is expanding every second, because the universe is in a state of redshift expansion, and the expansion speed is superluminal. If there is no superluminal transportation, many civilizations may not be able to leave their own galaxy in their lifetime. Just like the curvature engine of the new human beings now, the fastest speed can only reach 38.66% of the speed of light. At this speed, let alone traversing the universe, even the Milky Way cannot be traversed. Wormhole jump ships and fixed wormholes are almost the mainstream transportation methods of intermediate civilizations. Generally, only intermediate peak civilizations can have superluminal curvature ships, and their curvature ships are not often used. Because it is difficult for intermediate civilizations to fly curvature ships at speeds exceeding 5 times the speed of light, which is far behind wormhole jumps. If it were not to prevent being restrained by advanced civilizations, no civilization would often use curvature ships. In a galaxy that starts at tens of thousands of light-years, it is very difficult, not to mention the larger space. Luo Feng's expedition fleet has been wandering in the universe in recent years. While exploring the universe, it collects useful genes, dark matter chimeras, and strange technologies. Time has come to the 70th year of the new era. On this day, Luo Feng's fleet appeared in a dead and silent void. Empty, endless emptiness. On the star map in front of Luo Feng, the detailed star map with a radius of 100 million light-years before now shows a light blue translucent color, which is the identification color of dark matter in the starry sky. However, golden stars, planets, etc., are not displayed at all. If it weren't for the secondary star map showing their cosmic coordinates, Luo Feng would have suspected that there was something wrong with the equipment. The astronaut navigator quickly adjusted the star map, and soon a new secondary star map appeared in front of Luo Feng. A supergiant hole appeared on the star map. The supergiant hole, also known as the cosmic void and large cold spot, is the largest structure in the cosmic structure, on par with the Great Wall of the universe. If the Great Wall of the universe is a resource-rich mountain jungle, then the cosmic void is a resource-poor desert of life. Commander, we are inside the black water hole. Luo Feng carefully observed the star map of the black water hole. Although it seemed that there was nothing inside the cosmic hole, there was actually gravity here, which was a manifestation of the existence of dark matter. Yuan, what do you think? Zhou Yuan on the side thought for a while. We have never really explored this kind of cosmic hole, maybe we can try to explore it. Calling up the relevant research papers on cosmic holes, Luo Feng roughly flipped through the content, and found that the cosmic hole was a peculiar area. Because there are wormhole interference areas inside the cosmic void, and the wormhole interference areas inside the void area have some characteristics. For example, the area can be large or small, the duration can be long or short, the interference intensity can be strong or weak, and the location of appearance is very random. At first, the astronomers and astrophysicists of the new human race thought that these wormhole interference areas were the control areas of cosmic civilization, but after decades of research, they discovered that the wormhole interference areas in these areas were naturally formed. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some wormhole interference areas are the tricks of other cosmic civilizations. With the help of these natural wormhole interference areas, they are hidden in the cosmic void. After thinking again and again, Luo Feng decided to take the fleet to explore this black water void in depth. 300 warships were divided into 10 squadrons, staggered in the surrounding void, and started the curvature engine to fly slowly. Although it is an empty and barren cosmic void, the zero-point energy throughout the universe seems endless. New humans can continuously extract zero-point energy and transform it into the required substances. The technology of mass energy exchange is the specialty of many high-level intermediate civilizations. Only by mastering this technology can we ignore resource limitations to a certain extent. This is also one of the prerequisite technologies for the first type of perpetual motion machine. In space travel, extracting zero-point energy, while flying can allow the spacecraft to operate permanently. At the intermediate civilization stage, the spacecraft of these cosmic civilizations is actually equivalent to a complete small world. The interior is equipped with an ecosystem, industrial system, food system, and energy system, which can achieve a perfect internal cycle. The only thing the spacecraft needs to consume at this time is the zero-point energy extracted from the outside. Since the spacecraft is moving, there is no danger of excessive local zero-point energy extraction. Theoretically, after extracting zero-point energy along the way, the space along the way will automatically shrink a certain distance, but in fact, since the spacecraft itself will discharge the waste zero-point energy, the two are always in dynamic balance. Because the surface of the warship is covered with a layer of self-repairing liquid substance dark water, improved from dark cloud. This makes Luo Feng's fleet look like a ghost battleship, blending into the background color of the cosmic void. It's not that there are no planets inside the cosmic void, but the density is very small, and there are no groups of river systems. Some wandering star systems, wandering planets, etc. can still be detected more or less. The data is constantly updated. Luo Feng and others work in the fleet through substitute robots. There is no real living person on the battleship. The body is naturally stored in a special base galaxy, so they dare to explore in the starry sky. Therefore, even if something happens to this fleet, Luo Feng and his men will be safe. Many fleets and spacecraft of intermediate civilizations adopt this method. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, waking up Luo Feng, who was thinking. Alarm, alarm. There is wormhole interference around. The intensity is 4.436. Start quantum communication. Connect to the Universe Exploration Center. Obtain data. The data was obtained successfully. The volume of the wormhole interference area is 137 light-years/422 light-years/27394 light-years. Zhou Yuan looked at the data and star map, patted his forehead and smiled bitterly. It's troublesome. We have entered the new wormhole interference area, and the nearest non-interference area is about 73.62 light-years away. Adjust the direction. Luo Feng was extremely calm. They were originally exploring the black water hole. If this interference area existed for a long time, the worst that could happen was that these 300 warships would be abandoned directly. And the wormhole interference method of the black water hole is similar to the zero-point energy rapid wave interference commonly used by intermediate civilizations. It is estimated that many intermediate civilizations have gained inspiration for wormhole interference technology from these cosmic voids. Since it is zero-point energy rapid wave interference, the local charging and solidification technology of the new humans, and the local zero-point energy impact technology can temporarily offset this interference. That's why Luo Feng was able to sit on the Diaoyu Island. The exploration work continued, but soon a strange phenomenon occurred, which surprised Luo Feng. Because the wormhole interference zone where their fleet was located was expanding rapidly, and the interference intensity was gradually increasing. This was the first time that the new humans had come into contact with this phenomenon. On the surface, the black water void was calm, but if it was transformed into a zero-point energy density observation map and a gravitational wave observation map, the situation in this interference zone was turbulent. Chapter 414. Luo Feng's fleet, enveloped by the new wormhole interference zone, has been sailing for 7 months. At this time, the new wormhole interference zone has not only not disappeared, but has become more and more intense. The enveloped area has expanded by 27.6 times, and as time goes by, Luo Feng's fleet in the wormhole interference zone has observed more and more strange data. For example, the inexplicable high-energy ray flow, neutrino flow, or zero-point energy fluctuations that imply certain rules. Have you figured it out? Luo Feng asked the information analysis team. The head of the information analysis team shook his head. There is too little data, and we can only conclude that this is a special man-made zero-point energy shock wave. Is there really a hidden cosmic civilization in the black water cavity? Zhou Yuan asked curiously. Luo Feng shook his head. It's too early to draw a conclusion now, and continue to collect data and analyze. Understood. Luo Feng stood by the viewing window of the cockpit. The starry sky in the distance was extremely brilliant, but under the surface of tranquility and calmness, there were dark undercurrents of gravitational waves and zero-point energy waves. The natural wormhole interference situation, the triggering mechanism of this phenomenon, makes the new humans extremely curious. What kind of power caused this phenomenon? The rapid alarm sounded again. Alarm, alarm. The zero-point energy density is decreasing. Alarm, alarm. It is expected that vacuum decay may be triggered after 577 hours. What? Luo Feng's face changed. The crew in the cockpit also panicked. Luo Feng, whose brain was working quickly, immediately launch all the detectors in the battleship. Yes. At once, 300 warships released hundreds of thousands of various detectors in all directions. Report, the detectors on the warships have been deployed. Luo Feng once again ordered, release zero-point energy density bombs. 30 warships released countless zero-point energy density bombs around them, and then detonated them at the same time, and the zero-point energy density around the warships increased instantly. Open the wormhole and retreat. Received. The 10 squadrons of Luo Feng's fleet quickly withdrew from the wormhole interference area and appeared at the edge of the black water hole. This place is 4.2 billion light-years away from the previous location. Luo Feng's fleet, which had just rushed out of the wormhole, did not relax its vigilance. While being alert to the surrounding situation, it absorbed the surrounding zero-point energy and began to manufacture detectors. Then the detectors that had just been manufactured were arranged one by one around the wormhole interference area. As time went by, the coverage of the wormhole interference area was expanding at superluminal speed. From the quantum wormhole that was constantly stopping operation, it can be calculated that the expansion speed of this area has reached 1730 times the speed of light. What a terrifying space expansion! Zhou Yuan exclaimed. This sudden space expansion made Luo Feng and others look solemn, because the speed has exceeded the cosmic constant of zero-point energy. Generally speaking, the cosmic constant of zero-point energy is the speed of light. Without external interference, the flow speed of zero-point energy is equal to the speed of light. Unless it is like a zero-point energy impact bomb, with rapid absorption and concentrated explosion, it can create a super light speed movement to zero-point energy shock wave. And the zero-point energy in and around this interference area is obviously in the cosmic constant, which means that the automatic balance mechanism of zero-point energy is instantly broken. The zero-point energy density was rapidly diluted as the space expanded faster than the speed of light. 577 hours later, the detector in the central area began to disintegrate. The detector did not suffer any blows on the surface, but it instantly disintegrated into the void. It was an indescribable disintegration, a disintegration at the particle level. A particle was like encountering the subversion of the rules of the universe. Whether it was atoms, neutrons and protons, or photons, electrons, neutrinos, or even dark particles, they were torn apart by an invisible force. They disintegrate into the lowest energy level of zero-point energy, which is used to make up for the decrease in zero-point energy density caused by space expansion. On the star map in front of Luo Feng, the light points of the detectors are extinguished at a very fast speed. Even the degenerate materials that the intermediate civilization is proud of are like bubbles, which burst at the slightest touch. According to the data sent back by these detectors, they can observe that the zero-point energy density of the void is already frighteningly low. The zero-point energy density reaches the critical point and begins to annihilate everything. This is the vacuum decay that terrifies all intermediate civilizations. The detectors placed inside the black water hole and around the interference area also began to annihilate rapidly. Too fast, the speed of vacuum decay expansion has reached 76,000 times the speed of light per second. Grunt. What an amazing cosmic force. It feels like we are not safe here either. No wonder we don't even have time to escape. The crew members were talking about it. Luo Feng also stared at the star map with a serious expression. The terrible degree of this vacuum decay is much more powerful than their theoretical vacuum decay bomb. There are some differences between the two in principle. The principle of vacuum decay bomb is to rely on zero-point energy siphoning technology to siphon zero-point energy at lightning speed, causing local zero-point energy density imbalance and triggering vacuum decay. And this natural vacuum decay is caused by the superluminal expansion of space, which leads to a rapid decrease in local zero-point energy density, thus triggering vacuum decay. From the perspective of destructive power, the power of natural vacuum decay is difficult to predict. For example, in this situation, as long as the space continues to expand at superluminal speed, vacuum decay will continue. Time passed day by day. Luo Feng's fleet has been watching the vacuum decay. Since there is less matter inside the cosmic void, this will further expand the scope of vacuum decay. Because to curb vacuum decay, the only solution at present is to restore the zero-point energy density to normal. This is like pouring a bowl of water into a large bucket. If you want the water level of the large bucket to be the same as the previous bowl, you can only add water. Therefore, space will automatically disintegrate dark matter and bright matter, turning them into zero-point energy to fill the lack of space zero-point energy. If there is no dark matter in the universe, and the bright matter collapses, and the vacuum decay of the universe does not stop, what will happen to the universe? Then the universe will continue to decay until it reaches the critical point of vacuum decay, and then tear the entire universe apart, the Big Rip. The cosmic void with sparse matter has a material content that is difficult to calm the vacuum decay, which leads to an extremely wide range of vacuum decay. More than half a month later, a cosmic great wall only 470 million light-years away from the vacuum decay zone suffered a catastrophe. Countless celestial bodies were reduced to ashes, including stars, black holes, neutron stars, planets, and countless primary civilizations and life planets. Everything collapsed in the vacuum decay at tens of thousands of times the speed of light. This vacuum decay lasted for a full 12 years, and then another phenomenon appeared. That is, the previously expanded area suddenly and violently contracted. The reason why we know that space is contracting is that Luo Feng and his team observed that after the vacuum decay disappeared, this space was spewing matter. This is a phenomenon that will occur under the extremely fast contraction of space, and matter will precipitate. Because space contracts extremely fast, the zero-point energy density inside the space exceeds the cosmological constant, and these extra zero-point energies quickly condense. The product of highly condensed zero-point energy is the birth of matter. Chapter 415. Luo Feng's fleet continued to monitor the black water hole. The space contraction was still going on, as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing out the water in the space. Countless substances were born from the void. Photons, neutrinos, dark particles, protons, neutrons, and atoms, one by one, were precipitated from the void. I don't know how long it took. Inside Luo Feng's fleet. Report: the precipitation of substances has stopped. Luo Feng looked at the star map in front of him. The volume of the black water hole expanded by about 3.7%. When the vacuum decay reached its extreme, the volume of the black water hole expanded by 18.3%. Obviously, the space contracted and restored part of the expanded space. Huang Mingzhi's virtual projection was also watching the natural vacuum decay of the black water hole. It seems that I understand some of the mechanisms of the emergence of cosmic voids, Duan Zonfeng said to himself. Huang Mingzhi smiled and said, cosmic collision, to be precise, parallel universe collision. Chairman has a keen eye. Duan Zonfeng nodded. Both of them could roughly deduce the mechanism of the emergence of cosmic voids. That is the collision between parallel universes. The superluminal expansion of the space in the Blackwater void is the collision between the current universe and another parallel universe. In the process of mutual collision, the space of the Blackwater void expands superluminally in order to remove the interaction force of the collision. After the collision, the interaction force between the two universes disappears, causing the space to shrink. However, after the collision of the two universes, the space cannot restore its previous volume, and a part of the space will be semi-permanently increased. Huang Mingzhi asked Luo Feng to continue observing the black water hole and investigate the mechanism of natural vacuum decay and related data. Luo Feng naturally did not refuse this task, and led the fleet into the black water hole to investigate it in depth. The first fleet rushed out of the wormhole, and the space that had just stabilized was now filled with countless free particles. Through the observation window, Luo Feng saw an extremely strange picture. The entire void was like a sea of photons, because photons are the first and easiest particles to precipitate from zero-point energy. So this place has become a sea of photons. But in the sea of photons, there are still black spots and various light spots. This place is poorer than any other area in the universe, but at this moment it is more colorful and shining than any other area in the universe. The dark matter precipitated from the space quickly spread out, while the bright matter floated around. Photons splashed in all directions, and neutrinos also penetrated the void. The only thing that gave Luo Feng a headache was those protons and electrons. Because protons and electrons have antiparticles, negative protons and positrons are also born in the process of space precipitation. The positive and negative protons, positive and negative electrons in the entire void are annihilating each other at this moment. You can see outside the observation window that the void is constantly flashing. This is the annihilation of positive and negative matter, releasing photons, neutrinos, and heat energy. The strong magnetic field shield, dark water layer, and degenerate armor of the battleship block the impact of these positive and antimatter annihilations. No wonder we found that some star systems in the cosmic wall around the void area are extremely young, and there are generally no intermediate civilization bases. Zhou Yuan suddenly realized. Yes, if this level of cosmic collision occurs once every few million years, the surrounding star systems will probably not even have life planets. I studied the black water hole through the light-chasing method. The last time this level of cosmic collision occurred here was 760 million years ago. The light-chasing method jumps to a light-year away through a wormhole and can observe some of the past photons. The farther the instantaneous jump distance, the older the scene observed. At the same time, the accuracy of the information also decreases with the increase of distance. So, we are lucky to encounter a cosmic collision this time. Haha, it's better to have fewer of these things. That is, if we jump over and happen to encounter vacuum decay, we may die instantly. The crew members were talking and laughing. And the annihilation of positive and negative matter outside cannot be stopped without a period of time. If it is a space battleship of an elementary civilization, it is estimated that it will be directly reduced to ashes in this cosmic wonder. The results of supercomputer simulation calculations show that such annihilation of matter and antimatter will take at least 1 million years to completely eliminate. The main reason is that the space of the universe is vast, and the density of bright matter is very low. Except for the peak period of annihilation at the beginning, the surrounding matter and antimatter are consumed, and the remaining matter and antimatter will slowly stabilize. For example, it will become atoms or anti-atoms. Sailing in the flickering void, there are also many wormhole interference areas that continue to exist inside the black water hole. According to the current new theory, these natural wormhole interference areas are, to a certain extent, traces of other universes colliding with this universe. As for why these natural wormhole interference areas are not as violent as the previous one, it is estimated that the scale of the universe and the speed of the two colliding parties have an impact on it. The larger the scale of the universe, the larger the wormhole interference area caused. Conversely, the smaller the scale of the universe, the smaller the wormhole interference area caused by the collision. The collision speed of the two universes will cause the interference intensity of the wormhole interference to fluctuate. The faster the speed, the greater the interference intensity, and the slower the speed, the smaller the interference intensity. Based on the derived cosmic collision zone formula and cosmic collision speed formula, new human scientists can roughly calculate the radius, speed, and mass of each parallel universe that collides with the current universe. This great discovery has made the new humans pay great attention to it, and they have dispatched countless scientific research and investigation spacecraft to reside in various void areas in the universe. Although the principles of natural vacuum decay and artificial vacuum decay are different, the results are exactly the same. The vacuum decay observed by Luo Feng's fleet gave the new humans a preliminary understanding of vacuum decay. It is estimated that those advanced civilizations also know about this natural vacuum decay. The civilizations that study vacuum decay bombs must also be staring at these cosmic voids. This is like observing the nuclear fusion reaction of the sun to study hydrogen bombs. At least compared to making vacuum decay bombs and detonating them by yourself, this method is safer and more concealed, and will not attract the attention of advanced civilizations. If you detonate a vacuum decay bomb yourself, it is estimated that those advanced civilizations will immediately notice that it is artificially made. They will be surrounded by the harvesters immediately, and trouble will surely come in waves. Luo Feng's fleet wandered in the black water hole, and encountered many scientific research ships from other civilizations. But when they saw that it was a fleet of new humans, the scientific research ships of these civilizations did not dare to provoke Luo Feng's fleet. After all, the impact of the new humans in the war more than 30 years ago has not completely subsided. These scientific research ships of intermediate civilizations are only here to collect data, not to risk their lives, so there is no need to offend the new humans. All parties were doing their own things in peace, wandering silently in the black water hole. Time flies, and 3 years have passed since the fierce annihilation of matter and antimatter. During this period, the 10 squadrons of Luo Feng's fleet have almost covered the entire black water hole. Until one day, the 3rd squadron sent back a strange message. Chapter 416. On the virtual screen, there was an urgent report from Tian Beiying, the commander of the 3rd squadron, and an attachment. The report reported the encounter of the 3rd squadron. Their 6 Vanguard warships suddenly lost all communications while exploring a wormhole interference zone. Not only did quantum wormhole communication fail, but also single magnetic quantum communication, electromagnetic wave communication, neutrino communication, gravitational wave communication, and the recently developed zero-point energy wave communication all failed. It seemed as if the 6 warships were completely destroyed, but the 6 warships behind the Vanguard warship could observe the 6 Vanguard warships through the passive signal detection system, and they were still flying. What's going on? Zhou Yuan was confused. Luo Feng, with a calm expression, thought for a while. Go over and take a look. Understood. The 1st squadron collectively opened a wormhole, and jumped into the void not far from the 3rd Squadron. Luo Feng started virtual communication. Beiying, what's the situation now? Tian Beiying, who was on the other side of the virtual display screen, explained, I just launched 300 detectors in the direction of the Vanguard warship, but as soon as the detectors entered that area, they gradually lost control. Gradually lost control? Luo Feng raised his eyebrows. Tian Beiying shared a piece of data, and Luo Feng and Zhou Yuan read it carefully for a while. Only then did they discover the strange situation in the area opposite. After the detectors entered the area, all communications would be interrupted in about 17 minutes. And these 17 minutes became the focus of their research. The detector itself was not damaged, but it had lost its functionality. Several scientists couldn't help but discuss this phenomenon. Is this a full interference area? Too strange. Even if it is a strong zero-point energy rapid wave interference, it is impossible to make all communication equipment ineffective. Could it be the technology of an advanced civilization? It doesn't seem like the work of an advanced civilization. They don't have to do this kind of thing. Luo Feng discussed with several scientists and decided to determine the general coordinates of this area first. The warships, which kept jumping, spent a week to complete the preliminary exploration by continuously projecting detectors. The area is in the shape of an oblate spheroid, with a long radius of 2,736 light-years, and a short radius of 1,523 light-years. There are electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, photons, neutrinos, zero-point energy waves, as well as dark matter and bright matter. These electromagnetic waves and the like will come out of this area, but the detection of neutrinos, electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, and the like actively launched by Luo Feng's fleet has fallen into oblivion. Zhou Yuan, who was serious, reported to Luo Feng in a serious manner. Report, the Science and Technology Commission has sent a group of top scholars here, and they will board the ship in 50 minutes through stand-in robots. Very good. Luo Feng nodded with satisfaction. He had gained nothing in the past few days, and now he finally heard good news. 50 minutes later, in the stand-in robot storage room on the warship, 5 stand-in robots were activated, and the nano-robots changed into the appearance of the landing people. Zhou Yuan personally welcomed the arrival of the 5 scientists, including Xia Yulai, who had been engaged in astrophysics before, and Duan Sanfeng, who was better than his teacher. A group of people came to the cockpit. The scene that came into view was a distorted starry sky. When Duan Sanfeng saw this situation, he immediately looked at it silently in his heart. The situation in this area was very strange, with chaotic gravity and chaotic photon signals, as if everything was in chaos. Even the situation in vacuum decay was not as strange as this situation. At first, they thought it was a residual phenomenon after vacuum decay. But now all the signs show that the weirdness here has little to do with the previous vacuum decay. Duan Zanfeng, Xia Yulai and others, while consulting the previous survey data of Luo Feng's fleet, designed various detectors and tried to enter the abnormal area to find out. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. However, Duan Zanfeng and his team launched no less than 2,000 detectors, but found nothing. No matter what material the detector was made of, no matter what shield and protection technology was used, as long as the detector entered the abnormal area, it would lose contact instantly after 17 minutes. Even if it enters slowly, the detector will be finished when the time is up. They can only watch the detector fly into the depths of the abnormal area from outside, leaving them with only a distorted and illusory back. Duan Zanfeng stood in front of the observation window, quietly looking at this strange void. What on earth caused this situation? Even if it was a cosmic collision, it would not be impossible to have an unobservable situation. Suddenly, there were footsteps behind him. It turned out that Luo Feng came over, and he said as he walked, Researcher Duan, detector number 1361 is out. Detector number 1361? Duan Zanfeng, who has a very good memory, was immediately filled with confusion. Detector number 1361 was launched into the abnormal area by the scientific investigation team 16 days ago, and it was facing the center of the abnormal area. According to the slow speed of the detector, how did it return? You know, they had tried to let the detector enter before, and set it to return automatically. Except for the 13 detectors that failed to enter for 5 minutes, the others had no way to return once they exceeded 5 minutes. Duan Zanfeng immediately looked through the situation of the number 1361 detector carefully. When he saw the first page of the report, his eyes widened. Found location 1536/0056/5036. There was also a detailed star map on the side. The entry and exit positions were completely opposite. The distance between the two was 149 light-years, and the directions were completely different. It's so seriously misplaced. Teacher, what do you think? Xia Yulai was also confused. This was completely illogical, unless the number 1631 detector crashed into a wormhole. If it is a wormhole, is it really possible for a wormhole to be born in this abnormal area? Xia Yulai's tone was full of doubt. The extremely chaotic gravitational field and zero-point energy field are the killers of wormholes. The formation of wormholes requires a stable gravitational field and zero-point energy field, repulsive field. As long as one of the two is unstable, it may cause the wormhole to fail to unfold or to unfold incorrectly. The abnormal area has both of these conditions, so the possibility of a wormhole appearing in it is very small, or the situation inside is completely different from what we imagined. Duan Zonfeng was thinking, while looking through the inspection results of detector number 1361. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. Detector number 1361 was completely scrapped. It could only be said to be a wreck. The atoms, neutron degenerate materials, dark matter chimera materials, etc. on it were completely destroyed. It was a stroke of luck that the wreckage could be maintained. How weird, how could this happen? Duan Zonfeng was puzzled. This kind of destruction was not like the complete annihilation of vacuum decay, but rather like the instability of the particles, resulting in the self-disintegration of particles. Just flipping to the back, he found a number 17 minutes. This particle disintegration lasted for 17 minutes, and then all the particles on the detector number 1361 transformed into common particles. After entering, the signal was completely interrupted in about 17 minutes. And after coming out, the abnormal disintegration particles returned to normal in about 17 minutes. What is the connection between the two? What is behind the two 17-minute secrets? Chapter 417. After turning off the virtual display, Duan Zonfeng looked up at the starry sky. The abnormal area was clearly distinguished from other areas. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Cosmic collision. Parallel universe. Abnormal situation. Particle disintegration. Duan Zonfeng's eyes became brighter and brighter. I may understand. Xia Yulai asked with a confused look on his face. What do you understand? Duan Zonfeng looked excited, and walked back and forth while explaining, this abnormal area is a parallel universe. Parallel universe? Xia Yulai stroked his chin and thought. Duan Zonfeng then explained, I think there are 3 reasons why the abnormal area is a parallel universe. First, the abnormal situation in the abnormal area is manifested as a complete subversion of particles and energy. Second, there is a transition period of about 17 minutes for the entry and exit of matter on both sides. Third, the entry and exit positions of detector number 1361 are different. Xia Yulai heard the third reason and couldn't help asking, what is the third reason? Duan Zonfeng, who was extremely excited, said directly without hiding anything, my idea is this, our universe and another universe collided with each other. Because the relative speed between the two universes is not high, the two gradually stick together after the collision. Xia Yulai's eyes lit up. You mean, this abnormal area is the intersection of our universe and another universe? Exactly. Xia Yulai shrugged and smiled. Zonfeng, your theory is very clever, but science is about data and evidence, and relevant evidence must be found. Teacher, I will prove all this. Duan Zonfeng replied confidently. He has his own pride and persistence, and will not be shaken by others' words. Duan Zonfeng began to make comprehensive calculations based on the exploration data, and the volume and interference intensity of the wormhole interference zone where the abnormal area is located. He also commissioned Luo Feng's fleet to conduct the most detailed exploration of this wormhole interference zone. With all the data fed back to him, Duan Zonfeng quickly calculated the basic situation of the universe on the other side of this wormhole interference zone. An alien universe, with a radius of 7.36 trillion to 7.39 trillion light-years. Judging from the slowly expanding area of the wormhole interference zone, the universe is also in the redshift expansion stage, like the current universe. In addition, judging from the situation in the abnormal area, the intersecting area between the two universes is also slowly rising. According to the light tracing method, the abnormal area of this black water hole appeared 4.61 million to 4.68 million blue star years ago. These data show that the abnormal area expands by 3 to 4 light-years in radius every year. After understanding these basic situations, Duan Zonfeng began to study the situation in the abnormal area. Since the abnormal area is considered to be the intersection of two universes, the situation there is that the rules of the two universes are intertwined. If his prediction is correct, the physical rules of the alien universe are different from those of the original universe. At the same time, after reading Duan Zonfeng's report, Huang Mingzhi's expression was very solemn, and he discussed with other senior executives. Finally, it was decided to hide this area. Regardless of whether this abnormal area is caused by an alien universe, the fact that it can disintegrate matter and energy, plus the fact that it blocks all communications, is worthy of the attention of the new humans. Huang Mingzhi, who has a keen intuition, believes that this abnormal area is a rare opportunity for the new humans. Researching something from the abnormal area may allow the new human civilization to take a step forward. Therefore, the Blackwater Hole Special Protection Plan proposed by Huang Mingzhi was unanimously recognized by the top leaders and the highest will. The new humans will expand the wormhole jump interference range in this area, and arrange dark clouds around the abnormal area to completely cover it. In addition, the military strength of the Blackwater Hole has been increased, and the Blackwater Hole fleet has been formed, with 30,000 warships deployed there. With the continuous expansion of the wormhole interference area, many intermediate civilization scientific research spacecraft have to avoid this area. After all, the wormhole interference area is too huge. According to the experience of these intermediate civilizations for millions of years, these huge wormhole interference areas may evolve into vacuum decay at any time. The dark clouds and a large number of interfering electromagnetic waves, photons, and neutrino flows have turned the area into a chaotic area. No other civilization has discovered the abnormality inside for the time being, and the new human civilization hidden in the dark has also tried to avoid attracting attention as much as possible. Duan Zonfeng began to design experiments and probe the abnormal area from the edge little by little. If his theory is correct, then the rules of the abnormal area are a fusion of the rules of the two universes. Since it is a fusion of the rules of the two universes, it means that the physical rules of this universe remain inside the abnormal area. In this way, as long as we can find out the common points between the abnormal area and the physical rules of this universe, we may be able to create a detector and enter the abnormal area. It is very difficult to study an area whose physical rules are different from those of this universe. If it were not for the residual physical rules of this universe in this abnormal area, Duan Zonfeng might not be able to study it in his lifetime. Although there are residual physical rules of this universe, the trouble is still very big. It was Huang Mingzhi's strong support, who sent a large number of physicists to support Duan Zonfeng's research work, that made the relevant work proceed rapidly. In a blink of an eye, time came to the 103rd year of the new era. Duan Zonfeng and others studied the abnormal area for a full 15 years. During this period, they found 11 common points between the abnormal area and the universe, and used them as a breakthrough point. The basic investigation and understanding of the physical rules of the abnormal area, and based on the physical rules of the abnormal area and the physical rules of the universe, separated some physical rules of the alien universe. On the side of the universe, at the edge of the abnormal area, Duan Zonfeng stood in a hangar on a new Era-class scientific research spacecraft. In front of him was a strange-looking spacecraft, which was like a hemisphere. "Researcher Duan, we can set off," Luo Feng reminded him. Duan Zonfeng nodded, "Then let's set off." Luo Feng waved his hand, and the soldiers controlled the hemispherical spacecraft through the substitute robot and flew to the abnormal area. The spacecraft parked at the edge of the abnormal area, and then stabilized on the edge of the abnormal area through the zero-point energy field, repulsive field, as if it was expanding at the same speed as the abnormal area. This is the result of thousands of failures. Through the offset of the repulsive field and the gravitational field of the abnormal area, the expansion of the spacecraft and the abnormal area is synchronized. On the surface, it looks like the spacecraft is embedded on the edge of the abnormal area. Success? Duan Zonfeng's hands on the guardrail are tightly clenched, which shows that he is not calm at this moment. The pressure of thousands of failures makes Duan Zonfeng a little uneasy. Luo Feng, who is calm on the side, commands the hemispherical spacecraft in an orderly manner. The spacecraft was seen sticking to the edge of the abnormal area, with the bottom less than 1 meter away. If the spacecraft got closer, it would be assimilated by the physical rules of the abnormal area. Dozens of robotic arms extended from the bottom of the spacecraft, and one of them sent a sphere into the abnormal area. Dozens of other robotic arms began to work. Chapter 418. The sphere that was probed into the abnormal area by the robotic arm was composed of specially formulated elements. Once it entered the abnormal area, the special sphere began to be assimilated by the physical rules of the abnormal area. After 17 minutes, the special sphere was completely assimilated by the abnormal area, and the dozens of robotic arms were equipped with various devices, which were developed based on the 11 common points. The 11 common points can be used to process the special sphere. As time passed, some changes appeared on the special sphere. Majili, who was in charge of the research and development of nanorobots, was nervously looking at the data in front of him. The material of the special sphere was intended to be the raw material for the nanorobot. Suddenly, a message popped up on the control panel of the instrument. Process 127 did not meet the standard. Manufacturing failed. Adjust process 127. Majili ordered calmly. Understood. The researchers continued to work hard. Majili and others had already anticipated the manufacturing failure, and things would not be smooth sailing. Duan Zonfeng knew that he could not help much, so he continued to study the physical rules of the abnormal area and the alien universe in another laboratory. 344 process conflicts, manufacturing fails. 501 process is weakened, manufacturing fails. 1024 process. One process after another, either there is a problem here or there. After all, the physical rules of the abnormal area are very different from the rules of this universe. This situation has a great impact on Majili and others. They have to take into account the rules of the abnormal area and realize the predetermined functions, so they can only polish it bit by bit. 5 years have passed. 1 year in the universe is like 1 week in the AD era. Process 5763 completed. Nanorobots are manufactured. Do you want to activate the test? Huh? Majili breathed a sigh of relief. After much hardship, he finally manufactured nanorobots in the abnormal area. Tested. Got it. A group of researchers were also eager to try. After 5 years of hard work, they finally completed the production process of nanorobots in the abnormal area. They underestimated the difficulty. After all, the physical rules of the abnormal area are different from those of the universe, which is equivalent to combing through the physical rules from beginning to end. If the new humans are not yet intermediate civilizations, they can only be helpless in the face of the different physical rules of this abnormal area. The test begins. Through special laser communication, the nanorobots in the abnormal area are connected, and the nanorobots are manipulated to test various functions in the design. Things are not that simple. As expected, some functions cannot be realized during the test. Majili found Duan Zonfeng and others, and asked them to help check what went wrong. The improvement work took more than 3 years, and the first generation of abnormal nanorobots finally came out after much anticipation. After the first batch of nanorobots, the next work was very fast. Thousands of hemispheric spacecraft were mass-produced and deployed at the junction of the abnormal area, and then the nanorobot production process that was painstakingly explored was used to mass-produce nanorobots. Raw materials were transported from this universe, and by investing a large amount of raw materials and using nanorobots as processing tools, spaceships, satellite cities, etc. were produced. Soon, the new humans began to use these facilities to conduct scientific research inside the abnormal area. With the equipment that can enter the abnormal area, Duan Zonfeng began to prepare for the next plan. According to his theory, the abnormal area is an area where two universes intersect, and its situation is a two-sided existence. In other words, the abnormal area can be regarded as a space-time channel, but this space-time channel itself is not very stable. This is because the physical rules of the two universes have merged, collided, and conflicted here. The physical rules of the abnormal area are different from the current universe and the alien universe. It is equivalent to the child of the two. In this case, Duan Zonfeng must fully understand the abnormal area to find a way to enter another universe, and then reverse the rules of the alien universe based on the rules of the abnormal area. Then, just like the previous entry of this universe into the abnormal area, by finding the common points between the abnormal area and the alien universe, a nanorobot suitable for the alien universe was developed. As long as this step is completed, information communication between this universe and the alien universe can be achieved through the abnormal area. Countless detectors suitable for the abnormal area were manufactured from various satellite cities in the alien area and then put into the alien area detection work. With these detectors collecting data, Duan Zonfeng and others' research work has made rapid progress. It is true. Duan Zonfeng put down the investigation report. Xia Yulai had to agree with his student's theory, because they discovered the secret of the return of the previous detector number 1361. The reason why the detector number 1361 returned and appeared in another completely different position was that there were unstable wormholes inside the alien zone, and these unstable wormholes connected the two sides of the alien zone. As mentioned before, the inside of the alien zone is a two-sided existence. The one body is the whole of the alien zone, and the two sides represent the parts of the alien zone facing the two universes. One side is on the side of the local universe, and the other side is on the side of the alien universe. Unstable wormholes are channels connecting the two sides, and there are many such unstable wormhole channels. According to the data from the detector, on average, hundreds of unstable wormholes of different sizes are born or extinguished inside the alien zone every day. Detector number 1361 is a blind cat that encounters a dead mouse. It has passed through two consecutive wormholes, from the local universe side to the alien universe side, and then from the alien universe side back to the local universe side. The formation of unstable wormholes is most likely due to the fusion of the cosmic membranes in the intersecting areas, and the two universes are constantly merging, which will promote the birth of unstable wormholes. After a large number of detectors entered the alien universe, Duan Zongfeng and others began to prepare to enter the alien universe. This work is roughly the same as entering the alien area before. The only difference is that the rules of the universe need to be sorted out again. In the constant trial, the physical rules of the alien universe, like clearing away the clouds, began to appear in front of the new humans. Time flows like water day and night. Ma Jili and Duan Zongfeng worked together to tackle the nanorobots suitable for the alien universe. With the experience of the last time, they make rapid progress. If the nanorobots suitable for the alien universe are successfully completed, it means that the new human civilization can cross two universes. Although the physical body cannot enter the alien universe, it does not mean that the quantum soul cannot. It only needs to be recoded to make the quantum soul adapt to the rules of the alien universe, and the new human soul can travel to the alien universe. As for the matter of reshaping the body, it is not something that can be easily accomplished. Therefore, the Quantum Soul Research Institute was also sent by the Science and Technology Commission to study the new human quantum soul transcoding plan. The reason why Huang Mingzhi and others strongly supported the research work on the alien universe was mainly to prepare a way out. After all, advanced civilizations may launch a large-scale purge at any time. If they can jump out of this universe, it means that the new humans have an extra way out. After all, no matter how powerful the advanced civilization is, it is still a very difficult thing to achieve a cross-universe strike. Chapter 419. Alien Zone, Alien Universe. Duan Zongfeng and others, who entered here through a stand-in robot, witnessed the scene of the alien zone for the first time. As the two universes are constantly merging, when observing the alien zone from the inside, one can see a series of whirlpools flashing in the void from time to time. These whirlpools are unstable wormholes. They appear in uncertain locations, maintain for different lengths of time, and have different sizes. Wormholes swallow detectors or spit out detectors from time to time. Inside the alien zone, the number of unstable wormholes is always between 1,500 and 3,000. At this time, the spaceship carrying Duan Zongfeng's substitute robot was swallowed by a wormhole, and soon came out from the other side of the wormhole. The spaceship came to the alien universe of the alien zone. Due to the unstable wormholes in the alien zone, the duration of maintenance varies. In order to avoid the wormhole from closing suddenly, when the detector or spaceship is swallowed, the spaceship is equipped with a wormhole stabilizing core to prevent the wormhole from closing suddenly. In the alien universe of the alien zone, Duan Zongfeng did not feel any difference. Observing the outside from the inside of the alien zone, whether it is the local universe or the alien universe, they look exactly the same. This is because the particles from the outside will be assimilated by the rules of the alien zone when they enter the alien zone. After these particles are assimilated, the situation they show is naturally exactly the same. As for how Duan Zongfeng determined that this is the alien universe, it is indeed very simple. First of all, the premise of the existence of the alien zone is that there are differences in the physical rules of the local universe and the alien universe. If there is no difference between the two universes, then the physical rules of the alien zone will not be so different, and at most it will become an area with a high density of unstable wormholes. In other words, if the physical rules of the two universes are exactly the same, the alien zone will be meaningless, and the spacecraft can easily pass through the unstable wormhole and reach the parallel universe. Duan Zongfeng is not sure whether there are really parallel universes with exactly the same physical rules in space and time, but the parallel universes with differences should occupy the vast majority. Back to the point, if only the alien zone exists, it must mean that the rules of another universe are different from this universe. In the alien universe of the alien zone, on a hemispherical spaceship arranged at the edge, Ma Jili and others are controlling the mechanical arm through a substitute robot. They want to create nanorobots in the alien universe, so as to truly enter the alien universe. Only by completing the nanorobots of the alien universe model, the new humans will have the key to open the alien universe. Duan Zonfeng came to a satellite city, where a large number of physicists, engineers, and material scientists work. Like a steel planet the size of an Earth-like planet, the new humans still did not relax their vigilance despite being in an alien zone. Even if the civilization of this universe did not discover the small actions of the new humans in the black water hole, the situation in the alien universe is difficult to estimate. If you are not on guard and are discovered by the civilization of the alien universe, it will be a big trouble. Therefore, the new humans are also very cautious in their activities in the alien zone. In the satellite city, Duan Zonfeng came to the control room of Ma Zhili and others. "Old Ma, how is it going?" Ma Zhili came back to his senses and found Duan Zonfeng standing beside him, and replied, "It's almost done, 97.6% of the process is fine, and the rest will be completed within half a year." "Oh, it seems that the time for us to enter the alien universe is coming soon," Duan Zonfeng said with a smile. Ma Zhili shrugged and smiled. "Not so fast. To really enter, you need to complete the quantum soul transcoding." "Speaking of which, where is the quantum soul transcoding plan going?" Duan Zonfeng asked curiously. Ma Zhili thought about it, and replied uncertainly, "It seems that the connection between the alien zone and the universe has been realized, right?" Duan Zonfeng checked the progress of the Quantum Soul Research Institute, and found that the progress had reached the animal experiment stage. The soul is actually composed of dark particles, which belong to the quantum state. For example, Duan Zonfeng entered the alien zone through a stand-in robot, but his quantum soul is still in his body. The research on quantum soul has never stopped since the new humans entered the new era. Especially, with the discovery of dark matter, the new humans finally determined that the soul is composed of dark matter. The soul composed of dark matter is closely related to the body of the organism to a certain extent, and the two are in a complementary relationship. Without the confinement of the body, the quantum soul will disintegrate into simple dark particles, which is commonly known as the soul is scattered. Generally speaking, after the death of the quantum soul's body, within 60 hours, the quantum soul and the body are still slightly connected. At this time, the quantum soul extraction technology can be used to save the quantum soul in the computer. Of course, if the physical body is directly annihilated, the quantum soul will become a free-floating ghost, which can only maintain its integrity for about 4 to 5 hours. The quantum soul that exceeds the time does not immediately disintegrate, but slowly disintegrates over time, which may last for several months. This is also one of the reasons why humans have pre-wisdom and dreams, because these free-floating quantum souls will resonate with human souls. Of course, now that the life level of the new humans has evolved, free quantum souls rarely get close to the new humans, so the occurrence of dream resonance is greatly reduced. Not only humans have quantum souls after death, but other animals, plants, and microorganisms also have them, which is why some people dream of turning into animals. After understanding the essence of the human soul, the new human scientists have discovered many characteristics of quantum souls one after another. For example, the structure of the quantum soul is similar to that of a dark matter chimera, which echoes the biological genes of the new humans. The two merge together through a specific resonance. The mechanism of that specific resonance is the two-stage gene system discovered by Huang Mingzhi before. The quantum soul also has genes similar to those of biological organisms. The genes of the quantum soul are not spiral structures, but spherical structures, which form a soul ball chain. Because the total mass of the dark particles composed of the quantum soul is very small, in an era when there is no way to observe dark matter, the existence of the soul has always been a controversial issue. If the new humans want to go to another universe, they must readjust their quantum souls, which is called transcoding. This process is like two softwares with different basic formats. To transfer data from software A to software B, the data format A must be converted to format B. The situation that the new humans are facing now is the soul transfer problem. As for the physical cloning problem, Simbeck, Fang Ge and others completed the cloning experiment between different regions in this universe 5 years ago. As the foundation of the new human beings, the soul is now more important than the body. If the body is gone, it can be cloned. If the soul is gone, there is no way to clone it, at least not now. In animal experiments, many chimpanzee souls were used, and after many experiments, there were always problems. This is mainly because there is a huge difference between the dark matter in the alien zone and the universe, and the new human beings are just getting started with the dark matter in the universe, not to mention the dark matter in the alien zone with different rules. Chapter 420. While the new humans were exploring the alien zone and preparing to enter the alien universe, On the alien universe side, a dozen tattered warships were sailing in the cosmic void. Judging from the styles of these warships, they should belong to the same faction, but the situation of these warships is not good at this time. They look like they are fleeing. On one of the warships, a female alien stared at a message in front of her with hatred. "Your Highness Ling Tin, please cheer up." The adjutant beside him was full of concern and sorrow. Ling Tin did not react at all. Everything in front of her made her feel desperate. The entire Tianming kingdom had been completely destroyed by the enemy. Now there were only 17 escape warships left, with a population of less than 20,000. What made Ling Tin even more desperate was that the escape fleet entered the death zone, the name for the void in the universe and the alien universe. If they did not escape from here as soon as possible, the escape fleet supplies would not be enough to sustain long-term sailing, and could only support it for a period of time at most. Suddenly, the warship's automatic alarm system sounded a rapid alarm. Alarm. Captured space fluctuation signal. Detected 1,200 targets, meeting the parameters of the Qingmu Empire Qingmu Type 13 warship. The adjutant clenched his fists, his golden pupils filled with fear and despair. Damn it! The other Tianming people also looked desperate. Captain Yunku glanced at Princess Ling Tian, who was the temporary commander, but found that she had no expression on her face, as if accepting the upcoming fate. Yunku gritted his teeth and roared, "Start the void engine and jump to the edge of the target area 1436. The adjutant was shocked when he heard it. "Yunku, are you crazy? Area 1436 is a non-jumping area." Once, however, Yunku roared in a decisive tone, "Then tell me what to do? Wait to die here? We only have 2 to 3 short distance jumps left with our jumping energy." The adjutant opened his mouth and turned his head to look at Princess Ling Tian, the nominal supreme commander. "Execute the order." Yunku roared and slammed the table. Then the remaining 17 Tianming warships activated the jump wormhole and jumped to the edge of Area 1436 before the Qingmu Empire fleet surrounded them. As soon as they reached the edge of Area 1436, Yunku made up his mind and shouted loudly, "Go to Area 1436 at full speed." The adjutant wanted to speak to stop him, but he didn't say it in the end. Because everyone knew that there was still a glimmer of hope in entering Area 1436, and staying here would only lead to death. The Qingmu Empire's pursuit fleet would soon catch up. Facing the Qingmu Empire fleet that is dozens of times larger than their own, their 17 defeated ships are estimated to be a wave of heads. As for whether the other party will follow into the 1436 area, Yunku has his own considerations in mind. The technology of the Tianming kingdom is not without advantages. At least in terms of distortion engine, curvature engine, the Tianming kingdom can reach 3.7 times the speed of light, while the Qingmu Empire can only reach 1.2 times the speed of light at most. Once the Qingmu Empire fleet enters the 1436 area, Yunku can use the speed advantage and the inability to jump in the 1436 area to fight a guerrilla war with the Qingmu Empire fleet. Sure enough, about half an hour after the Tianming fleet rushed into Area 1436, the 1,200 Qingmu Empire warships appeared at the edge of Area 1436. After a while of detection, General Bafa of the Qingmu Empire's pursuit fleet stared at the star map and thought, and after a moment, he raised his head and ordered, "Deploy monitoring satellites around this Area 1436, and we will retreat." "Yes, General." Except for the 100 Qingmu warships responsible for deploying monitoring satellites, the other warships launched wormhole jumps and left here. The Tianming fleet went deep into the 1436 area, a desolate area in a desolate area. Seeing that the Qingmu pursuit fleet behind them did not catch up, Yunku breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time was thinking about the next plan. "Everyone, detect the surrounding materials, we need supplies." Understood. Although they escaped, no one was too happy, because the next step was the key. If they could not find supplies in the 1436 area, they might perish because of the exhaustion of resources. As for seeking revenge on the Qingmu Empire, let's wait until they have a chance to escape from here. But the Tianming fleet didn't know that there was an area 3,762 light-years away from them. A sphere appeared on the surface of a light film. If someone could observe this sphere, they would find that it was transforming. This is the nanorobot manufacturing area where the new humans are trying to explore the alien universe. Majili looked at the data in his hand and laughed. "Success, we succeeded. I really want to see the scene of the alien universe. It will probably be similar to ours. I wonder how far the Quantum Soul Research Institute has progressed. Who knows?" A group of researchers discussed it. After initially successfully developing nanorobots that can adapt to the alien universe, Ma Jili did not get carried away. Instead, he immediately started production and invested a large amount of raw materials to allow the nanorobots to replicate themselves. Then he improved the nanorobots and developed various types of nanorobots. Time passed day by day. The new humans successfully built a mechanical planet in the alien universe. Luo Feng was ordered to come to the alien universe and stationed here with a fleet. The mechanical planet in the alien universe is called the Outpost Star and is equipped with 30,000 warships. And a large number of new human scientists also came here to work through substitute robots. Although the physical rules of the alien universe are different from those of the original universe, many things are similar, and there will be no fundamental subversion. For example, the speed of light in the alien universe is 640,000 kilometers per second, and the zero-point energy constant of the universe is 0.4 times that of the original universe. All things have different paths, and the same destination. The new humans, who are already intermediate civilizations, will soon become intermediate civilizations in the alien universe, with their high-level knowledge, when they enter the alien universe. Thanks to the efforts of the Science and Technology Commission, the technological strength of the new humans on the alien universe side has been rapidly improved. In less than 15 years, the technological level of this universe has been completely copied to the alien universe branch. It's just that due to the differences in the physical rules of the alien universe and this universe, the same technology may have different effects in the two universes. The biggest difference is that the curvature engine benefits from the rules of this universe, which makes the curvature engine of the new human reach 5.6 times the speed of light. In terms of wormhole expansion, the energy consumption is 14.33 times higher than that of the current universe. There are other differences in various aspects, some of which are weakened, some are strengthened, and some are not changed much. Another biggest difference is that the photons in this universe can be transformed into solids, and can be compressed into something similar to energy crystals. The scientists of the new humans are making every effort to study the physical rules of the alien universe. Don't think that these physical rules are useless. In fact, the physical rules of the alien universe can also act on this universe under certain conditions. For example, the photon energy crystal rule. After the new humans studied the physical rules of the alien universe, they turned back to the rules of this universe and invented a photon energy crystal of this universe. Although this photon energy crystal is not useful to the new humans, it is a good start. At the same time, in the Commander-in-Chief's office of the Alien Universe Fleet, Luo Feng squinted at the report in his hand. Chapter 421. Intelligence shows that 17 warships are in the outer interference zone of the alien zone. Zhou Yuan reported seriously. Luo Feng put down the file and looked at the star map in front of him. The situation of the 17 warships was clearly observed by the new humans. The rules of the alien universe caused the new humans' zero-point energy wave detection speed to reach about 375 times the speed of light. In addition, the speed of light here is twice that of the universe, which is extremely fast. Therefore, after correcting the speed of light, the Tianming escape fleet is only less than 1,433 light-years away from the outpost. This distance is naturally detected by zero-point energy waves, and it only takes about 7.7 years for zero-point energy waves to go back and forth. Luo Feng was thinking about how to deal with this fleet. From the intelligence he had observed for several months, the strength of this fleet can only be said to be average. The flying speed is about 2.4 times the speed of light, and it is not known whether it is the full speed of the spacecraft. In addition, from the situation of the other party collecting bright matter along the way, this civilization has not mastered the comprehensive energy-matter conversion technology, especially zero-point energy. This may also be related to the physical rules of this universe. The zero-point energy density of this universe is only 0.421 times that of this universe. As a result, this universe can easily expand wormholes. But this wormhole has a flaw. That is, it is easy to expand over a short distance, about 10,000 light-years. Once the distance of the wormhole exceeds 10,000 light-years, the energy required to be consumed rises sharply. When the expansion distance exceeds 10 million light-years, the energy required to be consumed is hundreds of millions of times that of a wormhole of 10,000 light-years. Since short-distance wormhole technology is too easy, the civilizations of this universe rarely study wormholes that jump more than 10,000 light-years at a time. The energy consumed by the short-distance wormholes in this universe is only about 2.9% of that in this universe. In addition, the alien universe has light energy crystals, so many alien civilizations have not studied zero-point energy. Naturally, there is no unlimited endurance of the new humans. It can only be said that the rules of the universe have created the civilization of this universe, and at the same time have profoundly affected the technology tree of these civilizations. But Luo Feng has not yet obtained complete intelligence, and is considering how to deal with this fleet. Commander, how about trying it out? Zhou Yuan suggested. Luo Feng looked up. What are you going to do? It's very simple. The other party may not have mastered the technology related to zero-point energy. I guess their wormhole interference equipment is not turned on. Zhou Yuan explained. Luo Feng understood as soon as he heard it. You are going to use zero-point energy shock waves and then surprise attack the other party. That's right. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Luo Feng nodded. You are fully responsible for this matter. Yes, I will complete the task. Zhou Yuan saluted in return. However, Luo Feng still reminded seriously, if we can't capture them, we will directly destroy them and never expose our position. Understood. Zhou Yuan immediately organized people and began to plan a surprise attack on the other side. At this time, the Tianming escape fleet 1433 light-years away did not know that someone had already targeted them. Yunku, who was extremely lucky, encountered a wandering asteroid on the way. The radius of this asteroid was about 142 kilometers. This gave the Tianming fleet a glimmer of hope. After replenishing a large amount of materials, the Tianming fleet, consisting of 17 warships, did not stop. They needed more materials, and it would be best if they could find a star system wandering in the dead zone, so that they could survive here. The resources of an asteroid alone could only last for a while at most. After all, the technology of the Tianming kingdom could not open a wormhole in the wormhole interference zone. Yunku estimated that those Qingmu people must be waiting for them outside the 1431 area. Once the Tianming escape fleet went out, it would probably face an overwhelming number of enemy ships. Although the future was bleak, Yunku did not give up, and could not give up, because they were the last hope of the Tianming kingdom. Report, everything is ready. Zhou Yuan looked at the star map. According to the plan, prepare to jump. Received. Zero-point energy detection waves can actually be used as zero-point energy shock waves, but the wormhole that can be opened is relatively small, and the time is very short. But for Zhou Yuan, this is enough. The quantum wormhole anchored a location, which is 3.8 light-years away from the Tianming escape fleet, just in front of the Tianming escape fleet. 10 spherical spaceships jumped directly here through the gap of zero-point energy waves, and then the spherical spaceships flew to an asteroid with a radius of 14 kilometers. The nanorobots were spread on the asteroid, and then the spaceships hid in the nearby void, quietly waiting. A few months later, the Tianming fleet arrived as expected. They stopped and prepared to collect materials from the asteroid. Nanorobots disguised as rocks and soil from the asteroid were collected by Tianming's robots. Because they were in the dead silence of the death zone, Yunku and others were obviously a little careless and brought the nanorobots on the warship. Yunku, who was in the cockpit, discussed the next plan with Princess Ling Tian, the nominal supreme commander of the fleet, and her adjutant Fumin. Princess Ling Tian, who had regained her spirits, was a little afraid of Yunku, but she knew that now was not the time for internal strife. Suddenly, something strange happened. The lights on the warship flickered, and then a fierce alarm sounded. Alarm, alarm. The warship was invaded by micro-robots. What? Yunku was shocked. Start the emergency plan immediately. No, our energy cabin has been captured. A soldier shouted in panic. What about the other warships? Princess Ling and calmed down. They were all invaded by micro-robots. They are finished. The signalman cried bitterly. Yunku was so anxious that he was dizzy. For a warship, the most important thing is energy, especially now that they are in the resource-poor death zone. If the energy cabin is destroyed, they can only wait for death. Suddenly, a silver-white mist appeared in the cockpit. Then the silver-white mist turned into a virtual projection, and the person who came was Zhou Yuan. Yunku and Princess Ling Tian and others were on guard against this uninvited guest. Zhou Yuan sent the language database of the new humans to the other party, and after a while he slowly said, "Now, I declare you captured." New human civilization? Yunku's eyes flickered. Obviously he had never heard of this name. Even in the universe language search database, there was no language of this civilization. Zhou Yuan did not pay attention to what these aliens were thinking, but just said calmly, "If you want to resist or do something small, you better think about the consequences." The self-replicating nanorobots, like the waves, swept through the interior of the 17 Tianming escape warships, controlling every part of their warships. Then the 10 spherical spacecraft released zero-point energy solidification bombs, opened a wormhole, and sent a large satellite city over. Started to build a research base on the spot. Zhou Yuan naturally would not take the unknown Tianming escape fleet back to the outpost. Anyway, the research on the spot would have the same effect. The captured Yun Ku and others saw for the first time that there was a civilization that could open a wormhole in the jammer, and their hands and feet suddenly became cold. Because the civilization that can open a wormhole in the jamming zone is, in this universe, without exception, a cosmic overlord level existence. Chapter 422. April 14th, 154th year of the new era. The Light Crystal Universe is the name given by the New Humans to the alien universe. It has been 23 years since the New Humans entered the Light Crystal Universe. During this period, the escape fleet of the Tianming Kingdom, which was captured by the New Humans, was also forced to hand over a series of intelligence about the Light Crystal Universe. The New Humans who possessed this intelligence had a preliminary understanding of the basic situation of this universe. The different rules from the original universe also led to different developments in this universe. In addition, the Guangjing universe was born only about 5.6 billion blue star years ago, not even half the age of the universe. Therefore, in the native civilization of Guangjing universe, although there are 3 very powerful universe overlords, the basic structure of the entire universe has not yet stabilized, and the situation where advanced civilizations completely lock the opportunity for promotion has not yet appeared. This is not an opportunity for the New Humans. 2 figures came to Luo Feng's office. Director Chen, Team Leader Shi, long time no see. Chenli smiled and nodded. Come to think of it, we haven't seen each other for more than 20 years. I have already handed over the files of the Tianming people. Chenli expressed his gratitude for this. Luo Feng asked curiously, excuse me, how do the higher-ups plan to deal with these Tianming people? Shi Chaolong, who squinted his eyes, replied calmly, in terms of intelligence, the average intelligence of Tianming people is between 140 and 180, which is only about half of ours, but there are some things that we have to guard against. Hearing this, Luo Feng understood what the other party meant. The New Humans have always been very vigilant against other intelligent creatures. They will not despise the Tianming people just because their intelligence is only half that of the New Humans, because creatures will evolve, and no one can predict the future. Chenli and Shi Chaolong took away all the Tianming people, a total of 17,364 people, of which 82% were males and 18% were females. The reason for the huge difference in the number of the 2 sexes is that this escape fleet was originally on a mission. After the Tianming Kingdom was attacked by the Qingmu Empire, they were forced to flee to the Death Realm. Since it is a warship, according to the social subject of civilization, in general patriarchal societies, most soldiers are male. The Tianming Kingdom is a patriarchal society, and most of the soldiers on the warship are male. If it weren't for Princess Ling Tian's personal guards, some scientists, and medical staff, the gender ratio would be even more disparate. After more than 20 years of development, the New Humans in the Guangjing universe not only have bases in the Death Zone, but also directly occupy more than a dozen galaxies using powerful wormhole jumping technology. The Netherworld Galaxy is one of the galaxies occupied by the New Humans. It is located at the edge of a cosmic void. Such galaxies located near cosmic voids are generally not of interest to other cosmic civilizations except the native civilizations. Because cosmic voids are too dangerous, not only will they be disturbed by wormhole jumps from time to time, but they may also suffer from vacuum decay. In the Light Crystal Universe, cosmic voids are called the Death Zone. This shows how much the native civilizations of the Light Crystal Universe dislike these cosmic voids, and naturally they will not develop near cosmic voids. The Tianming people were transferred to the Netherworld Galaxy, where there is a planet exclusively owned by the Ghost Service. In addition, the New Humans have deployed a fleet of 60,000 near the Netherworld Galaxy. As long as the 3 overlords of the Light Crystal Universe do not attack, the New Humans are not afraid of other native civilizations of the Light Crystal Universe. The dejected Yunku and the desperate Princess Ling Tian follow the crowd into the detention prison. These Tianming people are very uneasy about this strange civilization. Although the New Humans did not kill them, all Tianming people know it clearly. The treatment of the captives by the cosmic civilizations is either to conduct experiments, or to keep them as pets or for viewing, and some civilizations even treat them as food. Fear, confusion, and despair filled the hearts of all the Tianming people. Shi Chaolong and Huang Fan came to the prison together. Dr. Huang, can the gene lock and soul lock be used in the Guangjing universe? Huang Fan nodded. It is already possible, and the universe adaptation correction was completed 3 months ago. Then I will wait and see. Shi Chaolong finished speaking and glanced at the Tianming people in the cell. The so-called gene lock and soul lock are the schemes that the intermediate civilizations in this universe like to use to control experimental civilizations. Of course, generally speaking, gene locks are more commonly used in this universe, but there is not much news about soul locks, mainly among the intermediate civilizations that master soul technology, and there are not many. These intermediate civilizations are typical old bastards. Even if they master soul technology, they will not leak it casually. The soul lock technology of the new humans was developed by analogy from the gene lock. Gene lock can completely lock the upper limit of the organism's genes, and soul lock has the same effect, but it only acts on the soul. Using gene lock alone is more than enough for ordinary primary civilizations, but it is not very safe for intermediate civilizations. Soul lock is the safest. Even if you change your body, you can't get rid of it, because forcibly removing the soul lock will cause unconsciousness at best, and even the soul will be scattered. These two things will be passed on to future generations, and even clones can't get rid of them. Wang Fan and relevant researchers conducted experiments on these Tianming people. Whether they can survive depends on their luck. Yun Ku lay on the bed, silently browsing the books of the new humans, using these books to kill time, or to numb himself. As time passed, the number of Tianming people in the cell decreased by 1/3. Obviously, these people were in danger. Suddenly, his cell door opened automatically, and 3 new humans appeared in front of him. His heart beat rapidly, and Yun Ku's fear was released. "Are you Yun Ku?" Jin Li asked with a smile. Facing this smiling man, Yun Ku felt a kind of fear shrouded by the cold wind, and fell silent for a while. "You have 2 choices. First, perish with the Tianming kingdom, and second, become a subordinate civilization of the new human beings." "What?" Yun Ku looked up in astonishment. "What is your choice? What is the price?" Yun Ku did not answer immediately. Jin Li glanced at the other party meaningfully, and said lightly, "Submit to the new human beings forever." Yun Ku's heart was in turmoil, and his brain was thinking quickly. "Don't rush to choose. Sometimes death is also a kind of relief," Jin Li said calmly. "Death? Relief?" Yun Ku knew that it would not be so easy to surrender to the new humans, and he estimated that the new humans would do something to them. But when he thought of the Tianming kingdom destroyed by the Qingmu Empire, Yun Ku's hatred did not allow him to die now. Only by living could he have a chance for revenge. Soon all the Tianming people received Chen Li's notice. Faced with 2 choices, the majority of the remaining Tianming people chose to surrender, and a small number committed suicide. The genes and souls of the 8,364 Tianming people who surrendered were implanted with gene locks and soul locks. At this time, they realized the horror of the new humans. Once these 2 locks were added, they would completely become a subordinate civilization of the new humans. If the new humans were to perish as a whole, the Tianming people would surely die. If they had the idea of rebellion, the new humans only needed one thought to completely destroy the Tianming people. Chapter 423. Subjugating the remnants of the Tianming kingdom is at most a casual move for the new humans. Yun Ku was appointed as the Grand Governor of the Tianming kingdom. As for Ling Tin and others, Yun Ku would naturally deal with them himself. The new humans ignored their trivial matters. They just found a star system in the Netherworld galaxy, and threw more than 8,000 Tianming people into it. As for the rebellion of these Tianming people, the new humans could destroy them in an instant. Gene locks and soul locks are not only used to limit their potential, but also to control the lives of the other party. Especially the soul lock in the quantum soul, which has quantum communication resonance. The new humans can detonate the soul quantum core stored in the ghost headquarters, making all the Tianming people instantly die. On the other side, Luo Feng and others are discussing the situation of the Guangjing universe. The Guangjing universe currently has 3 universe overlords, namely, Hailu Empire, Star Alliance, and Shepherd Civilization. Unlike the carbon-based creatures in this universe that are easy to become intelligent creatures, 63% of the life planets in the Guangjing universe are silicon-based, 25% are sulfur-based, less than 4% are carbon-based, and the remaining 8% are other element-based creatures, or mixed element-based creatures. The 3 overlords are all civilizations established by silicon-based creatures, while the Tianming people conquered by the new humans are a minority of carbon-based creatures. The Qingmu Empire, which destroyed the Tianming kingdom, is also a silicon-based creature. It can be seen that the silicon-based creatures in the Guangjing universe have an absolute advantage. The new humans are actually not very interested in the biological composition of this universe. What really concerns them is the technological level of the 3 universe overlords. Jin Li expressed his thoughts. Combining the information of the Tianming people and the information we have collected ourselves, I think the Hailu Empire should be the most concerned among the 3 overlords. Why do you think so? Luo Feng asked. Chun-Li explained. From the perspective of racial structure, the Hailu Empire and the Shepherd Civilization are both single races, while the Star Alliance is a multiracial civilization. The more fatal problem is that there is no main race within it. Luo Feng nodded to Chun-Li's statement. The Cosmic Civilization Alliance is often unreliable. Intelligence also shows that the four main civilizations within the Star Alliance have signs of being in harmony. If it weren't for the pressure from the Hailu Empire, the Star Alliance might have fought on its own. From the perspective of the system, the Star Alliance is a joint meeting, but the many affiliated civilizations are so strange that they can only exert the third-level combat power at best. Chun-Li then analyzed. As for the Shepherd Civilization, according to relevant intelligence, it is a one-person civilization. The so-called one-person civilization is actually a civilization similar to the development of artificial intelligence. This kind of civilization has an obvious feature, that is, there is only one individual in the civilization, and the individual is the whole. The Shepherd Civilization can develop, and it is also due to the fact that the main race of the Shepherd Civilization committed suicide and developed an artificial intelligence that can upgrade itself. After this artificial intelligence completely controlled the Shepherd Civilization, it completely eliminated the Shepherd race. The current Shepherd Civilization, only the name has not changed. In fact, it is the artificial intelligence that controls everything. Therefore, the technological progress of the Shepherd Civilization is very slow, and it can only rely on continuous invasion of other civilizations to obtain the technology of other civilizations. Luo Feng asked, Director Chen, do you think the Hailu Empire has mastered the vacuum decay bomb? Chun-Li shook his head and explained uncertainly. From the intelligence point of view, there is no trace of the vacuum decay war in the Guangjing universe, but we cannot rule out that the Hailu Empire has it. As for the Star Alliance and the Shepherd Civilization, Chun-Li was 99% sure that the other party did not master the vacuum decay bomb. If the civilization in the Star Alliance mastered the vacuum decay bomb, it would not be the current situation. It was like the AD era of Blue Star. After mastering the decisive weapon, the new humans were destined not to play along with other forces. Similarly, the Shepherd Civilization, which has been eyeing the Star Alliance and the Hailu Empire, is estimated to launch a war for the unification of the universe as soon as it controls the vacuum decay bomb. Now the three overlords of the Guangjing universe are in a state of three-legged competition, which means that none of them are sure of winning. The biggest threat to the new humans is the Hailu Empire, because the new humans have not figured out the details of the other side. Luo Feng thought for a long time, and finally decided to test the details of the Hailu Empire. With the current technological level of the new humans in the Guangjing universe, they are definitely at the level of universe overlords. He applied to the War Committee for war preparations, and after the evaluation of the Supreme Will, Luo Feng's plan was approved. After all, if Luo Feng's plan succeeds, the new humans will occupy the entire light crystal universe, and have a universe that belongs exclusively to the new humans. This temptation is too great. In the light crystal universe, the new humans can conduct many experiments without being restricted like in this universe. The war will naturally not start all at once. After capturing a large number of creatures in this universe, and the light crystal universe for experiments, the soul transcoding technology of the new humans is almost complete. The War Committee began to fully support Luo Feng's expansion in the light crystal universe, and after continuously annexing more than 100 primary civilizations of carbon-based creatures, Luo Feng established the carbon-based alliance in the Guangjing universe, and began to gradually expand his strength under the guise of the carbon-based alliance. The Three-Eyed Civilization is one of the few carbon-based intermediate civilizations in the Guangjing universe. Of course, this Three-Eyed Civilization is also a weakling among the intermediate civilizations. It was bullied by a large number of silicon-based and sulfur-based civilizations, and huddled in an area close to the cosmic void. In the Three-Eyed Star, in the capital of the Grand Archon, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded in the empty hall, and a three-eyed man hurriedly walked in. Before he had time to catch his breath, he reported in a panic, Grand Archon, the Iron Man Consortium has been destroyed. What? The pupils of the three eyes of the Grand Archon, who seemed calm on the surface, could not help shrinking. What about the detailed information? Guabaili, with his chest rising and falling slightly, quickly handed over a document. Grand Archon Guaerji looked through the document with a calm look. As time went by, Grand Archon Guaerji's face became a little uncontrollable. The Iron Man Union was uprooted, and hundreds of local star systems were destroyed. The Three-Eyed Civilization was suppressed by the Iron Man Union for tens of thousands of rounds. 1 round. 1.736 blue star years. You can know the opponent's strength. It was precisely because he knew the strength of the Iron Man Union that Archon Georgi was terrified. Carbon-based alliance? Which civilization is this? Gwabeli on the side hurriedly explained. It is a new civilization that has recently emerged. They seem to only absorb the civilization of the lignin, carbon-based, race. Oh! Archon Georgi did not feel at ease just because the other party was also a carbon-based creature. Instead, his face became uncertain. Carbon-based civilizations have always been oppressed by silicon-based and sulfur-based civilizations in the light crystal universe. Now a carbon-based alliance has emerged. It is estimated that many silicon-based civilizations will soon unite to eliminate this carbon-based alliance. Notify all the consuls to come to the meeting. Understood. In fact, just as the three-eyed civilization guessed, after the carbon-based alliance destroyed the Iron Man Federation, it caused an uproar among the silicon-based civilizations. Silicon-based civilizations can fight to the death, but a carbon-based civilization dared to destroy a silicon-based civilization. This is simply a provocation. Chapter 424. New Era 201. The carbon-based alliance, which occupies a radius of 2.4 billion light-years, has attracted the attention of a number of silicon-based civilizations, especially the Sanguine Empire in the Star Alliance, because the Iron Man Federation is one of the affiliated civilizations of the Sanguine Empire, and the silicon-based civilization has always dominated the universe. The Sanguine Empire organized its 5 affiliated intermediate civilizations to annihilate the ignorant carbon-based alliance. The headquarters of the carbon-based alliance, the Netherworld Galaxy. As the spokesperson of the new human race, the Tianming people have redeveloped in the past few decades. Using cloning technology, the population has increased to about 3.4 billion. Together with other affiliated carbon-based civilizations, the entire carbon-based alliance has a population of 1.8 trillion. It has 28 large fleets, with a total warship size of 4 million. Of course, this size of warships is actually nothing. A general intermediate civilization may have millions of warships, and the 3 hegemons of the light crystal universe have a total number of warships of tens of billions. Among them, the Shepherd civilization, which likes to play ship-sea tactics, has a warship size of more than 90 billion, while the Star Alliance has about 70 billion warships. On the contrary, the Hailu Empire, which the new humans fear the most, has only more than 10 billion warships, but the combat power of the 3 overlords is the opposite of the number of warships. On the large carbon-based star in the Netherworld Galaxy, Yuanku listened to the emergency reports with a serious face. Report: large-scale space fluctuations were detected in the 157 star field. Report: large-scale. Report: a carbon-based man with an octopus head waved his tentacles and asked helplessly, "Grand Governor, what should we do now? What are you afraid of?" Yuanku was not afraid, but rather filled with murderous intent, because among the 5 silicon-based civilizations that invaded this time, there was the old rival of the Tianming Kingdom, the Qingmu Empire. But behind them stands the Sanguine Empire, which is a river-level civilization. A green carbon-based man said nervously. Yuanku interrupted the other party directly and said bluntly, "They have a river-level backer, don't we have one?" Many carbon-based people were confused, but as the 3 main races of the carbon-based alliance, the Tianming people, the Yashan people, and the Unicorn people, they knew that there was a river-level civilization behind them. The civilizations of the light crystal universe are divided into 5 levels, namely, rain pond level, stream level, small river level, big river level, ocean level. They correspond to the primitive civilization, primary civilization, intermediate and primary civilization, intermediate and advanced civilization of this universe respectively. The big river level civilizations that can be confirmed now are the Star Alliance and the Shepherd civilization. As for the Hailu Empire, it may be a quasi-oceanic civilization. However, if the big river level of the light crystal universe faces the intermediate and advanced civilizations of this universe, it is estimated that it will be beaten into a dog. None of the intermediate civilizations in this universe, who have experienced the beatings of advanced civilizations, are good people. For example, the Xiaohe class in the Guangjing universe. If it weren't for the unique universe rules, these guys would probably be at the level of primary civilization. The new humans who have mastered the advantages of 2 universes are equivalent to the peak of the day class in terms of strength, and have the key weapons that determine the outcome. Even if it is the Hailu Empire, Luo Feng does not think that the other party is invincible. It is just a matter of price. After Yuanku reported the relevant situation to Qinli, Qinli let him handle it himself without caring. Yuanku had already understood the general meaning of this. He thought this was a test. If he could bring the carbon-based alliance to defeat the enemy, he and Tianning would be valuable. As a subordinate civilization, being able to be used by the master civilization is the value of the subordinate civilization. If there is no use value, what use would the master civilization have for you? Yunku immediately mobilized for war, and prepared to fight with the Five Eyes Alliance. The reason why it is called the Five Eyes Alliance is that the five invading silicon-based civilizations are the Blue Eye Empire, the Red Eye Civilization, the Purple Eye Federation, the Black Eye Star, and the Electronic Eye Alliance. Yunku had no worries about the Sanguine Empire behind the Five Eyes Alliance. Once the other party took action, the new human civilization would also take action. At this time, in the fleet of the Qingmu Empire of the Five Eyes Alliance, General Bava, who had previously attacked the Dushimin Kingdom, was leading 700,000 warships to annihilate the carbon-based alliance in one fell swoop. Have you investigated it clearly? Bava's hoarse electronic voice echoed in the cockpit. Adjutant Millipede unfolded the virtual display screen and unfolded a piece of intelligence. General, it has been confirmed that there are remnants of the Tianming Kingdom in the carbon-based alliance. These dirty bugs are really capable. I won't let them go this time. General Bava said coldly, his blue electronic eyes flashing. Order, the Crazy Tiger fleet will be the vanguard to attack the 143th area of the carbon-based alliance and eliminate all carbon-based creatures along the way. Yes. The Blue-Eye Crazy Tiger fleet found the right opportunity and successfully jumped into the 143rd star field of the carbon-based alliance. Prepare to start a massacre. Report, the enemy has successfully jumped into the 143rd star field. It is the Crazy Tiger fleet of the Blue Eye Empire. The number of warships is 150,000, with 3 models. The Unicorn Solace laughed. Ha ha ha, just in time, activate the wormhole interference spacecraft. Received. At once, countless wormhole interference spacecraft suddenly appeared around the Crazy Tiger fleet, immediately activating the wormhole interference, and artificially created a large wormhole interference area. Then 50,000 warships, divided into 5 squadrons, rushed into the Crazy Tiger fleet. Those black hole missiles, which could reach 12 times the speed of light, instantly took away nearly half of the warships of the Crazy Tiger fleet. Black holes flashed in the void, and the Crazy Tiger fleet, caught off guard, seemed powerless to resist. It can only be said that the Xiaohe-class civilization of the light crystal universe is too weak. Facing the carbon-based alliance trained by the new humans, it is simply a one-sided massacre. They can only use the wormhole engine to interfere with the void of tens of millions of kilometers around them, but there is no way to interfere with the farther areas. They rely too much on wormhole jumps, and do not pay much attention to the curvature engine. After the wormhole interference area was opened, the warship only had a curvature engine of 1.2 times the speed of light. Facing the black hole missile of 12 times the speed of light, the vanguard fleet of the Five Eyes Alliance was directly wiped out. Seeing that the vanguard fleet of the Five Eyes Alliance was completely annihilated, Yunku immediately launched a second wave of offensive. The same tactics, first throwing wormholes to interfere with the spacecraft, and then the warships raided and released a large number of black hole missiles. General Bava of the Qingmu Empire fleet stared at the situation in front of him in amazement. The hoarse electronic voice became unstable. What's going on? Why is the enemy? This is the Taiga class. However, Yunku, who was full of new and old hatreds, did not give the other side a chance to breathe, and went all out to annihilate 550,000 Qingmu Empire warships. The other 4 Five Eyes Alliance expeditionary fleets were also annihilated in the void. Yunku's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he roared, "All troops attack, destroy all the planets of the Five Eyes Alliance, remember not to take prisoners." Understood. Yunku seemed unscrupulous. He knew that the destruction of the Five Eyes Alliance was something that the new humans tacitly agreed to, and it was also what the new humans wanted him to do. 500,000 carbon-based Alliance warships, divided into 10 fleets, jumped into the Five Eyes Alliance's galaxy and launched a crazy massacre. When they saw a planet with machinery, they would destroy it directly, or simply detonate the star. For a time, the entire Five Eyes Alliance seemed like the end of the universe. Chapter 425. In the star system controlled by the Five Eyes Alliance, groups of carbon-based Alliance warships jumped in the void, like cold-blooded assassins, bringing endless killings. Along the way, except for the primitive civilization, all other planets belonging to the Five Eyes Alliance were destroyed in the artillery fire. The capital star of the Qingmu Empire. The Emperor of the Empire, Qingmu Berry, looked at the urgent report in his hand with horror. His blue electronic eyes flashed rapidly, and the silicon-based core was doing its best to calculate the current situation. "My king, Ask for help from the Sanguine Empire as soon as possible. Left Prime Minister Qingmu Nushing said anxiously. Qingmu Bari, who was awakened, didn't care about anything else. Send a distress signal to the Sanguine Empire immediately. Yes. Foreign Affairs Minister Qingmu Yuang hurriedly communicated with the Qingmu people stationed in the Sanguine Empire, and asked them to explain the matter to the Sanguine Empire as soon as possible. The other Qingmu people in the hall were making a mess at this time. The strength of the carbon-based alliance was beyond imagination. The Qingmu Empire, which had a control area with a radius of 82,000 light-years, was occupied by the other side by 1/3 of the area in less than 10 cosmic days, the universal time unit of the light crystal universe. One cosmic day is equivalent to 28.6 hours. Moreover, the attack speed of the carbon-based alliance is accelerating madly. At this time, the fleet led by Yunku, the Vanguard fleet, is less than 50 million light-years away from the capital star of the Qingmu Empire. Qingmu Bari's blue electronic eyes flickered for a while, and he smashed the iron table fiercely. Raptor. A huge silicon-based man more than 10 meters tall stood up, and an angry electronic voice sounded. My king, please give orders. Qingmu Bari ordered coldly. Set traps in the Wukong Star Belt and the Long Snake Star Belt. I authorize you to use starburst bombs. As you command. Left Prime Minister Qingmu Nushing hesitated for a moment, but still asked, My king, the citizens of the Wukong Star Belt and the Changxi Star Belt. To lure the enemy, this little sacrifice is nothing. Qingmu Bari didn't care. A little sacrifice? Left Prime Minister Qingmu Nushing didn't agree with this. The Wukong Star Belt and the Changxi Star Belt occupied 4.2% of the empire's area, with a population of about 370 billion. However, General Raptor, like Emperor Bari, was an extremely cold guy who could sacrifice everything for victory. As for the residents of the two star belts, Meng Long chose to abandon them directly. His fleet began to deploy starburst bombs in the Wukong Star Belt and the Changsheng Star Belt. At the same time, the Yunku fleet also conquered cities and destroyed planets and galaxies along the way. His new and old hatreds for the Qingmu Empire were burning fiercely. The unicorn of the Vanguard fleet reported to him through quantum communication. Report, traces of the Menglong fleet were found in the 151st and 147th star zones of the Qingmu Empire. Tear the General Raptor? Although Yunku was eager for revenge, he did not lose his mind and asked calmly, what actions did the other party take? According to the intelligence of the reconnaissance spacecraft, the Raptor fleet is deploying some special devices in various star systems. The unicorn replied. Yunku thought about it, and took another look at the star map. The 151 star zone, Wukong Star Zone, and the 147 Star Zone, Changxi Star Zone, are vast. The 151 Star Zone, Wukong Star Zone, is between 21 million and 43 million light-years wide, and the 147 Star Zone, Changxi Star Zone, is between 5.4 million and 64.5 million light-years wide. It just spans in front of the carbon-based Alliance fleet, separating the capital star of the Qingmu Empire from the carbon-based Alliance fleet. If we take a detour, the distance will need to increase to hundreds of millions of light-years. Your Excellency the Grand Governor, I think the Qingmu people may have several goals. A big-headed multi-eyed man spoke. Yunku turned his head and motioned for the other party to continue. The big-headed multi-eyed man opened his bloody mouth and explained, Our jump distance has not been exposed. The enemy's goal is to set traps in these two areas. If we attack directly, the enemy can block it with traps, or even severely damage our fleet. If we choose to take a detour, the other party can also achieve the purpose of delaying time. It is estimated that the Qingmu Empire has already asked for help from the Sanguine Empire. Yunku sneered. The Qingmu Empire obviously underestimated the strength of the carbon-based alliance. Although the battleships of the carbon-based alliance are not as good as the new humans of the Master, the maximum distance can jump horizontally is about 1 billion light-years. In addition, it has an infinite endurance zero-point energy siphon device, which does not need to rely on the star system for supply. Like the battleships of the Qingmu Empire, the light energy crystals stored on them can be used for up to 100 to 200 short-distance jumps, and the endurance distance is within 3 million light-years. Apparently, the Qingmu Empire believed that the technology of the carbon-based alliance was similar to theirs. Yunku ordered coldly, since they want to set a trap, let them do it. After each fleet wipes out the remaining Qingmu people, gather in the 152 star zone. I want to make the Qingmu Empire disappear from the universe. Understood. The morale of the soldiers of the carbon-based alliance was high. Obviously, the devastating counterattack against the Five Eyes Alliance made the carbon-based people's fear of the silicon-based people disappear. The cruel cosmic war was still erupting in the starry sky. A carbon-based warship rushed out of the wormhole, and hundreds of blue-eyed warships in the opposite star system reacted and prepared to besiege the other side. However, the carbon-based warship directly triggered the wormhole interference wave, and the zero-point energy rapid wave expanded in all directions at 10 times the speed of light, and soon the surrounding area became an area where wormhole jumps could not be made. The blue-eyed warship, which was 100 times larger than the carbon-based warship, was directly controlled. "Captain, this star system is a military port, and there are no other blue-eyed people." The captain with the octopus head thought for a while and ordered, "Destroy the warship and the military port star." Received. As the zero-point energy rapid wave covered the entire star system, hundreds of Qingmu warships were trapped. For the Qingmu Empire, which did not even have degenerate materials, these warships were simply delivering food. Antimatter torpedoes and black hole missiles instantly passed through the gaps in the zero-point energy rapid wave and spread death. Even the fearless silicon-based people would be desperate and afraid when facing an unbeatable enemy. The last antimatter torpedo was detonated in the military port of the galaxy. As for whether the silicon-based people on it could survive, the carbon-based warships did not care. On the front line of the battle between the Qingmu Empire and the carbon-based alliance, countless fleets, star systems, and planets were annihilated. The shadow of death enveloped all Qingmu people, and mutinies began to appear on many Qingmu warships. The small-scale mutiny evolved into a large-scale rout over time. On a Qingmu warship, the eyes of several Qingmu soldiers flashed, and they suddenly attacked and destroyed the remote control core. A plasma gun was pointed at the captain's hardcore. "Are you crazy?" We lost, but we don't want to die," the soldier said grimly. "You are betraying." "Enough," the soldier roared, and then he became hysterical. "You idiot, the Empire has abandoned us, and those bugs will soon turn us into cosmic dust. Tell me, do you want to die? Or do you want to live?" Facing the soldier's hysteria, the captain's blue eyes flickered, and he glanced at the destroyed remote control core again. In the end, he chose to go along with the crowd. More than a dozen warships that had successfully rebelled formed a fleeing fleet and fled in other directions. And this situation was getting worse and worse on the front lines of the Qingmu Empire. Fighting alone and without help, they were slaughtered one-sidedly by the carbon-based alliance, and many Qingmu fleets had large-scale defections. Chapter 426. Light Crystal Universe 152 Star Zone. 100,000 carbon-based alliance warships gathered here. 670,000 light-years away is the Longxi star belt of the Qingmu Empire. Yunku looked at the Qingmu Empire's control area with murderous intent. "Report, all warships are in place, weapons reserves, and energy reserves have returned to their best condition." The big-headed multi-eyed man reported respectfully. Yunku did not immediately order an attack, but asked about the situation of the Sanguine Empire. The big-headed multi-eyed man quickly reported the relevant information. The Red Eye civilization, which is closest to the Sanguine Empire, has discovered the Sanguine Empire's fleet. "Oh, it seems that we have to fight quickly and decisively." Yunku turned around, looked at the situation on the star map, and gently circled some locations on the star map with his fingers. There are a total of 10 circled areas, all of which are key areas of the Qingmu Empire, such as the capital star of the Qingmu Empire and the traffic artery, the Weir River system. The raid plan begins. Understood. 100,000 carbon-based warships opened wormholes one after another, and their target was the key area of the Qingmu Empire. Among them, Yunku personally led 10,000 warships and appeared directly in the capital star area of the Qingmu Empire through the wormhole. A series of rapid alarms resounded throughout the capital star of the Qingmu Empire. In the Imperial Hall, Qingmu Berry, who had just received a report from the Sanguine Empire, was fantasizing about killing all the carbon-based people. The rapid alarm sounded like a sledgehammer hitting his heart core, and he roared anxiously, "What's going on?" The left prime minister was confused and hurriedly ordered his deputy to investigate the matter. But there was no need to send anyone over. The Minister of Intelligence came running in and explained in an unstable electronic voice, "My king. The enemy appeared." "The enemy appeared?" Qingmu Berry looked unbelievable. "How did the enemy appear? Weren't they in the Yamen star belt just now?" The Minister of Intelligence calmed down a little and explained in a panic, "The enemy has appeared near the capital star. Please move as soon as possible, my king." "I don't believe it." Qingmu Berry's blue electronic eyes flashed fiercely. The Minister of Intelligence, whose brain was overheated, sent one detection report after another to Qingmu Berry and tried his best to explain. Qingmu Bari was completely frightened. The distance between the two sides was nearly 50 million light-years, but the battleships of the carbon-based alliance appeared directly here. My king, move to a safe area as soon as possible. We can only turn defeat into victory if we hold on until the fleet of the Sanguine Empire arrives, the left prime minister suggested anxiously. Qingmu Bari, who was trying to find a cure for his illness, immediately agreed with Zhu Xiang's suggestion and prepared to move to other areas. But Yunku, who was well prepared, would obviously not let the tiger go back to the mountain. A large number of zero-point energy rapid wave jammers were deployed, and then concentrated their forces to annihilate the living forces of the Qingmu Empire. The Qingmu Empire fleet was caught off guard, and the defense systems in various places were directly defeated, and even an effective counterattack could not be organized. The main reason was that the intermediate civilization of the Guangjing universe was very weak, and faced with the battleships of the carbon-based alliance, they were completely restrained. Their own wormhole jumps cannot be used, while the carbon-based alliance can jump in the wormhole interference zone. The carbon-based alliance also has an advantage in the curvature engine. These alone can crush the Qingmu Empire. Now the Qingmu Empire seems to be facing a river-level civilization. Qingmu Capital Star. Qingmu Bari and others who just ran onto a warship found that they could not escape. What are you doing? Start the wormhole jump quickly. The captain replied with a horrified face. My king, the wormhole jump cannot be launched. What? Useless. Quickly change a warship. Qingmu Bari was furious. Although he was very upset, the captain still explained, My king, the other warships are in the same situation. Qingmu Bari's heart trembled, and a desperate fear descended on his heart. What's going on? Quickly find out the reason. Didn't you say that the interference range of those insects is not that large? Zhu Xiang asked hurriedly. The captain also looked constipated and didn't know how to explain this matter. However, Yunku had no time to listen to the terrified howling of these Qingmu people, and launched an all-out attack on the Qingmu capital planet. Antimatter torpedoes, black hole bombs, and neutrino star collapse bombs were projected onto various planets and star systems in the Qingmu capital star region. Destruction. Endless destruction. The ruthlessness of the cosmic war was vividly displayed at this moment. On a silicon-based life planet, the panicked Qingmu people were trying to snatch escaped ships and the like. Suddenly, a missile appeared near the planet, and the missile, which had exploded at 12 times the speed of light, stopped in the planet's near-Earth orbit, and then the missile automatically detonated. In an instant, an invisible substance swept across the entire planet. Life on the entire planet seemed to have stopped in an instant. After being swept by the invisible substance, the blue-eyed people on the planet fell down in groups like wheat. Their bodies were intact, but they were dead. If someone could observe the other side of life, they would see that the dark matter soul bodies of these blue-eyed people had completely collapsed. This is the dark matter soul annihilation bomb newly developed by the new humans. It uses a specific dark matter combination substance to directly act on the soul of a living being, which can directly annihilate the soul of a living being. This kind of attack can preserve the integrity of the planet to the greatest extent and reduce the entropy increase of zero-point energy. Some important planets of the Qingmu Empire were cleared in this way. Qingmu Bari was close to despair at this time, but he was still making his last struggle. He called out to the carbon-based alliance through the cosmic broadcast. On Yunku's warship, the big-headed multi-eyed man reported, Report, the cosmic broadcast of the Qingmu Empire. Yunku took the translation file, browsed it, and said sarcastically, The Sanguine Empire is coming? Do they really think we are afraid of the Sanguine Empire? Send these Qingmu people their last journey. Yes. A dark matter soul annihilation bomb exploded directly near the Qingmu capital star, and Qingmu Bari and others died with their eyes wide open in an instant. The entire Qingmu Empire's top leaders were wiped out, and the Qingmu Empire completely fell apart. The remnants of the Qingmu Empire in various regions fled in all directions, like monkeys scattering when a tree falls. Yunku did not order a pursuit, but let the fleet rest and prepare to meet the Sanguine Empire's fleet next. There is nothing to be proud of in defeating the Qingmu Empire, because Yunku knows that all this is the support of the new human beings of the Master. If he can't even defeat the Qingmu Empire, he might as well commit suicide. And the Sanguine Empire is a tough nut to crack. Yunku ordered alerts, and sent a large number of scout spacecraft to collect information about the Sanguine Empire. On the other hand, he asked the carbon-based alliance to expand the scale of warship production as soon as possible and mobilize for war. After all, the Sanguine Empire is one of the 4 major member states of the Star Alliance. Once a war breaks out with the Sanguine Empire, the Star Alliance may also suffer. In addition, we must be wary of the Shepherd civilization and the Hailu Empire taking advantage of the situation. After the carbon-based alliance destroyed the Five Eyes Alliance, this news immediately detonated the entire light crystal universe. The first reaction of many civilizations was to disbelieve it, and the second reaction was to investigate the carbon-based alliance. Including the Shepherd civilization and the Hailu Empire were ready to move. As for the Sanguine Empire, it was already furious at this time. After being directly slapped in the face by the carbon-based alliance, they immediately sent out 50 million warships to completely wipe out the carbon-based alliance. Chapter 427. Carbon-based Alliance Headquarters. Yunku convened a joint meeting through his stand-in robot. The scout ship has confirmed that 50 million warships of the Sanguine Empire are attacking us. After speaking, the unicorn in charge of intelligence unfolded a star map with red arrows indicating the invasion fleet of the Sanguine Empire. Is there only one route? Yunku asked calmly. The unicorn nodded. Within 20 billion light years from us, there is only this fleet. Yunku was thinking about the strength of the Sanguine Empire. The wormhole jumping technology of the Sanguine Empire was ordinary. Although there was a wormhole technology that could directly jump tens of millions of light years, that technology could only be used for emergency situations. In general combat situations, the opponent mostly used short-distance wormhole jumping, but in terms of curvature engine technology, it could reach 17 times the speed of light. In this way, if the opponent fought head-on, it would not be easy to annihilate the enemy warships. It can only be said that both sides had certain advantages. In addition, the opponent was estimated to have mastered the interference zone jumping technology. If he wanted to defeat the invasion fleet of the Sanguine Empire, he had to be cautious. Yunku began to arrange the battle plan. The third fleet will first deploy in the Chitong Star region. If it cannot destroy the opponent, it will immediately retreat to the Mafong Star region. Understood. The staff of the headquarters answered and recorded. The first fleet, the second fleet, stand by in the Mafong Star region. Okay. The fourth fleet. During the Five Eyes Alliance's Annihilation War, the scale of the carbon-based alliance's warships has expanded to about 5.7 million, and is increasing by 100,000 ships per day. A large number of new soldiers were recruited, and even a large number of clone soldiers were used. Yunku was not too worried, because if the carbon-based alliance was defeated by the Sanguine Empire, the leader of the new human civilization would most likely take action himself. But Yunku knew that if he performed well, he could get the leader's praise and attention. At the same time, the headquarters of the new human Guangjing universe in the Death Zone. Luo Feng looked at the report in his hand, and was very satisfied with the performance of the carbon-based alliance. Give orders. If the carbon-based alliance can't hold on, you can increase some support appropriately. No problem. Qinli, who was standing aside, stared at the star map and said to Luo Feng, I received intelligence that the Shepherd civilization seems to have made some small moves. Do you need to remind the carbon-based alliance? Luo Feng shook his head expressionlessly. No need. We are not their babysitters. The strength of the Shepherd civilization can only rely on ships and seas. The combat effectiveness of a single ship is weaker than that of the Star Alliance. Okay then. What about the Hailu Empire? Qinli flipped through the intelligence and replied, no movement has been found yet. Luo Feng did not comment on this. He looked at the defense of the carbon-based alliance and thought to himself that he hoped that the other party would not let him down and could test some of the trump cards of the three major overlords of the light crystal universe. By the way, the Science and Technology Commission has developed the first generation of vacuum decay bombs. Luo Feng raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, so fast? Not fast at all. We have our own theory, and there is no advanced civilization in the light crystal universe, so we can develop it openly. Qinli shrugged and smiled. Where is the first generation model? Over at the Red Sand Cave, but it's quite large. How big is it? I heard that they dismantled a red dwarf star to build one. Luo Feng couldn't help but be amazed. One for each red dwarf star? Do you want to see the experiment? When will it start? In half a month. Okay, we go together then. New Era 211, January 12th. The invasion fleet of the Sanguine Empire of the Guangjing universe, and the third fleet of the carbon-based alliance, finally entered the battle distance. The two sides were less than 1,000,000 light-years apart, and entered the wormhole interference zone of the carbon-based alliance. Ming Fusen, the fleet commander of the Sanguine Empire, coldly ordered, start the anti-interference system immediately. Received. Ming Fusen's round metal head had already prepared a series of combat plans in his brain. Prepare for Operation Plan Number 6. Yes. The war broke out instantly. Both sides launched attacks, and then adjusted their plans according to the enemy's actions. The carbon-based alliance's Third Fleet, which had only 100,000 warships, did not feel fear despite facing the mighty 50 million enemies. Seeing that the carbon-based alliance dared to use 100,000 warships to confront his 50 million fleet head-on, Ming Fusen decided to give the other side a quick death. Countless suicide spaceships opened wormholes and rushed towards the Third Fleet. However, the Third Fleet directly dispersed the fleet and formed a team of 10 ships, appearing around the Sanguine invasion fleet, ready to attack and interfere with the other fleet. The suicide spaceships of the invasion fleet, which attacked the empty spaceship, were ready to open the wormhole again, but found that the target appeared outside their wormhole jump range. The Third Fleet, like a loach, constantly took advantage of the wormhole jump distance to harass the invasion fleet. Damn it! Ming Fusen became impatient. Encircle and destroy these bugs immediately. Yes. However, it is difficult to find an opportunity to siege in the wormhole interference zone of both sides. Unknowingly, the two sides have been fighting for more than a week, and Sanguine's invasion fleet has successfully rushed into the Red Eye Star Zone. However, the carbon-based alliance did not care about the fall of the Red Eye Star Zone. This place is not the homeland, so it is no big deal if it is occupied. However, the Sanguine Empire was very dissatisfied with the progress of the invasion fleet and asked Ming Fusen to deal with the carbon-based alliance as soon as possible. Ming Fusen, who thought that the carbon-based alliance was just like that, did not care and directly led the fleet into the Red Eye Star region. But he did not know that he was entering a death trap with 50 million warships. The carbon-based alliance fleet pretended to resist while luring the Sanguine invasion fleet deep into the Red Eye Star region until they came to a star system. The Sanguine invasion fleet, which had detected several times, was divided into 5 echelons and replenished and rested in 5 nearby river systems. In the seemingly ordinary galaxy, these invasion fleets are waiting to approach. Report: Sanguine's invasion fleet has entered the designated area. Yunku stood up ecstatically, launched the attack immediately. Yes! As the carbon-based alliance headquarters pressed the attack start switch. In the 5 galaxies, each star showed slight stellar activity, but the careless Sanguine invasion fleet obviously did not notice it. Or rather, it was too late to notice it at this time. The Sanguine invasion fleet, which was scattered in the outer periphery of the star system to replenish matter and energy, had already activated the wormhole interference and fully monitored the surroundings. But he didn't expect that the side of the God of Death had already been swung down silently. The dark matter soul annihilation flow, which was dozens of times the speed of light, burst directly from the star and swept through most of the Sanguine warships at lightning speed. The warship armor made of degenerate materials, as well as the photon shield and strong magnetic field shield, had no power to resist. The dark matter directly penetrated these protections and acted on the souls of the soldiers of the Sanguine Empire. What? Ming Fusen only felt his body stiffen, and then the hard core representing the life of the silicon-based people was directly extinguished. Except for a few warships that noticed something was wrong and were far away, they opened wormholes and fled in panic. 99.99% of the warships of the Sanguine invasion fleet were instantly annihilated. After all the soldiers were killed, so what was the use of the warships being intact? The remaining thousands of Sanguine warships rushed towards the mainland with their souls surging. Chapter 428. Luo Feng and others just paid attention to the result of the first battle between the carbon-based alliance and the Sanguine Empire. If the Sanguine Empire can't even defeat the carbon-based alliance, then they are not worthy of the new humans to do it themselves. The Shepherd civilization, which was originally ready to move, also stopped its small actions like a break, waiting for further actions from the Sanguine Empire and the carbon-based alliance. Obviously, the result of the Red Eye ambush scared many civilizations. Whether it was the Star Alliance involved, the Shepherd civilization that planned to fish in troubled waters, or the Hailu Empire that was secretly spying, all of them were disrupted by unexpected situations. After all, 50 million warships were almost wiped out in the Red Eye Star region, and they were annihilated in an instant, and it was not even clear what technology the enemy used. The Sanguine Empire did not lose its mind, but deployed troops to station near the Red Eye Star region while studying the traps of the carbon-based alliance and what technology they used. Without understanding this, the Sanguine Empire did not dare to attack the carbon-based alliance again. Other civilizations also began to study the technology of the carbon-based alliance. As for the carbon-based alliance, it took the opportunity to eliminate the remnants of the Five Eyes Alliance in the occupied area and further integrate its internal affairs. In fact, the area controlled by the carbon-based alliance has a certain defensive advantage in terms of astronomical location. In the area close to the Star Alliance, only the 3 branches of the Great Netherworld Great Wall are relatively close. As for other areas, they either need to take a long detour, or are in the cosmic void area, or are controlled by the other 2 cosmic overlords. The carbon-based alliance only needs to hold some key areas, and the dense wormhole interference areas in the local control area can ensure that the enemy cannot raid the carbon-based alliance. It can only be said that the development of the universe on the Guangjing universe has not evolved to be as cruel and terrible as this universe. In this universe, except for advanced civilizations, no civilization dares to stick to an area, because this behavior is seeking death. When the clouds move in all directions. In the red sand cave of the Guangjing universe, a transformed planet is covered with densely packed zero-point energy siphon devices. And 50 million light-years away from here, Luo Feng, Chenli and others are on a spaceship, watching the detonation experiment of this vacuum decay bomb. The experiment has begun. Chenli pointed at the monitoring system and said. Luo Feng stared at the monitoring system intently. 10, 5, 0 start. As the start switch was pressed, all the zero-point energy siphon devices on the vacuum decay bomb planet started to work at maximum power. The zero-point energy in the void was like a huge vortex, swallowing up the surrounding zero-point energy at lightning speed. Critical point reached in 54 seconds. Luo Feng, Chenli, and a group of researchers became nervous. The success or failure of the vacuum decay bomb depended on this move. The zero-point energy around the vacuum decay bomb was siphoned away, and the zero-point energy in the distant void was not replenished in time, and in an instant, a true vacuum appeared in the void. The vacuum decay bomb was directly annihilated by the vacuum bomb itself, and the vacuum expansion speed reached tens of thousands of times the speed of light, and wherever the vacuum went, everything returned to zero-point energy. Radius 100 light-years. Radius 1000 light-years. Radius 10,000 light-years. In the end, the vacuum decay stopped at a radius of 437,000 light-years, and the countless experimental equipment and monitoring satellites set up along the way were all annihilated in the void and turned into pure zero-point energy. The end of vacuum decay does not mean that everything is over. After vacuum decay expands to the extreme, it is followed by space expansion and space contraction. The two will eventually form a preliminary balance, and part of the zero-point energy will be precipitated into matter. Chenli looked at the data. It is stronger than expected. This is the blessing of the cosmic void. If it is in the dense cosmic wall, it is estimated that it can only reach 1/10 of the range. A researcher explained. However, Luo Feng, who watched the detonation experiment, was not too happy. The first-generation model of the vacuum decay bomb was not practical. After all, the volume is equivalent to 5% of the Sun, and the mass is equivalent to 0.3% of the Sun. There is no way to pass through the general wormhole. The moving speed is too slow, which is definitely a fatal problem. It takes a certain amount of time to open a super large wormhole, and it is easy to be interfered or targeted by the enemy during this period. The enemy is obviously not a fool. Even if the first raid is successful, the other party will react. Therefore, it must be miniaturized before it can be put into actual combat. Chenli patted him on the shoulder. Lao Luo, what are you thinking about? Nothing, just thinking about the practicality of vacuum decay bombs. Luo Feng spread his hands and replied. Chenli immediately knew what Luo Feng was thinking about. The current vacuum decay bombs are indeed somewhat impractical. Gao Bin, the project leader of the vacuum decay bomb, suddenly interrupted. That's not necessarily the case. Oh! Is there a practical solution? Luo Feng asked curiously. Gao Bin explained ambiguously. It's just a hypothesis. We will conduct relevant tests in the next vacuum decay bomb detonation experiment. If successful, the vacuum decay bomb will be useful even if it is huge in size. Then I wait and see. Based on the data from this detonation experiment, the vacuum decay bomb project team began to optimize and improve the vacuum decay bomb. For the manufacture of vacuum decay bombs, the new humans used a red dwarf star as raw material very skillfully in the military factory of the light crystal universe and began to produce and manufacture them. At this time, the new humans have a full range of atomic adjustment technology, which can use hydrogen to transform other elements, or other elements to transform hydrogen. It can even directly use zero-point energy to transform into matter. Using red dwarfs as raw materials is mainly because the material of stars is enriched, and there is no need to bother to extract zero-point energy. The first manufacturing experience, the military factory's production speed is very fast. From the galaxy near the Chisha Hollow, randomly find a red dwarf with suitable mass, and then use a special degenerate spacecraft to insert it into the red dwarf. The spacecraft will continuously extract the material of the red dwarf and transform it into the required raw materials, which are used to build vacuum decay bombs on the spot. Thousands of star mining ships drained a red dwarf in less than a few days, leaving no residue on the entire red dwarf. The vacuum decay bomb next to it is more than 10 times larger than Jupiter in the solar system. It is a real mechanical planet. However, the vacuum decay bomb has not been completed at this time. Improvement and optimization and debugging will take at least half a month. This is the industrial capacity of the new humans at this time. If the new humans go all out, they can pull up tens of billions of warships anytime and anywhere. It's just that the War Commission felt it was unnecessary, so they didn't mass-produce warships. And the secondary detonation experiment is also being arranged. This is the convenience that the light crystal universe brings to the new humans, who can conduct vacuum decay bomb experiments scrupulously. If it were in this universe, the new humans would probably have been invited to have tea by the harvesters if they did this. In the light crystal universe, where there is no advanced civilization, the Science and Technology Commission and the War Commission are fully promoting the vacuum decay bomb project. Only by continuously detonating and collecting relevant data can we gain true knowledge through practice. On the other side, as time goes by, the battle between the carbon-based alliance and the Sanguine Empire quickly ferments in the entire light crystal universe. Even the Star Alliance has signs of personally participating in the battle. For a time, other civilizations in the light crystal universe are watching the subsequent development of this matter. Chapter 429. The capital planet of the Sanguine Empire. Many remnants of the Five Eyes Alliance were brought back to the mainland by the Sanguine Empire, as well as the remnants of the thousands of ships that had conquered the fleet. Regarding the strange attack of the carbon-based alliance, the scientists of the Sanguine Empire racked their brains to study the hidden mysteries through the existing data. In the Scientific Intelligence Analysis Department, dozens of silicon-based scientists stared at the data in front of them and the strange picture. In the picture, it was the cockpit of a Sanguine warship, and a dozen Sanguine silicon-based soldiers were busy and nervous. The soldiers who were still alive and kicking just a second ago suddenly fell down, and their hearts were extinguished collectively. A scientist named Sanguine, whose head was like a ball, was looking through the data while talking to himself. It's too weird. The detectors on the warship did not show any abnormal data, but the soldiers died instantly. Not only did he feel weird, but he also felt a chilling horror. Another scientist on the side, his electronic eyes flickered for a while. The attack seems to have directly destroyed the information body of the soldiers. Could it be an information virus? But how did the information virus enter our warships? Even the Shepherd's Way lie doesn't have this technology, right? The Sanguine Empire once fought with the Shepherd civilization, and the information virus is the Shepherd civilization's specialty. The other side likes to use covert means to let the information virus infect the silicon-based people of other civilizations. The Sanguine Empire has already studied the response strategy for this. It seems a bit incredible that the information virus can destroy nearly 50 million warships in an instant. Except for the information virus, the scientists of the Sanguine Empire had no clue. They had studied for more than 40 cosmic days, but they were still helpless. The Emperor Sanguine Gukong put down the analysis report of the intelligence department, and the vicissitudes of life and low electronic sound rang out in the empty hall. You disappoint me so much. The high-level officials of the Sanguine Empire fell silent. Sanguine Gukong continued to ask, "Don't you have any solution?" After a while, seeing that no one spoke, the wise general of the empire, Sanguine Silver Fox, stood up. "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion." "Go on." Sanguine Yin said calmly, "I propose to send a small fleet to test the details of the carbon-based alliance." "Tell me the detailed plan," Sanguine Gukong asked. "Your Majesty, I have read the relevant data and found that the strange attack of the carbon-based alliance does not cause any damage to the warships themselves. If we use remote control, we may be able to avoid being attacked by the other side." After listening to Sanguine Yin's explanation, Sanguine Gukong nodded. "You are responsible for this matter." "Yes, Your Majesty." In the distant starry sky, in the capital star of the Hailu Empire, the Prime Minister of the Empire, the God of Light, Charlie, was listening to the report of the Minister of Military Intelligence. "Mr. Prime Minister, judging from all the signs, the attack method used by the carbon-based alliance is most likely a dark element attack." The God of Light, Charlie, knew what a dark element attack was as soon as his brain moved. However, it was because he knew it that he was a little confused. If the internal data is correct, I remember that the technology of dark element attack is not fully mastered by the Empire, right? The head of the investigation department nodded and replied in a calm voice. the Empire discovered the existence of dark elements 75,000 cosmic circles ago, and conducted relevant research and found that all biological information bodies are composed of dark elements. The Empire has spent so much time, and has not made dark element weapons practical. How did this carbon-based alliance do it? The god of light, Charai, was full of doubts. This has not been investigated yet. The head of the investigation department said helplessly. Compared to the Star Alliance, which is not good at keeping secrets, the carbon-based alliance uses the characteristic of only recruiting carbon-based creatures, plus layers of gene locks and soul locks, to make it difficult for the Hylu Empire to infiltrate intelligence. Even if it is a spy, the middle and senior personnel of the carbon-based alliance can be required to accept the implantation of gene locks and soul locks, so there is no way to infiltrate. Find a way as soon as possible to find out the details of the other party. Yes, Mr. Prime Minister. As for the Shepherd civilization, the mother body, Veli, its core brain is a huge Earth-like planet, and at this time, this brain planet is fully operating. It was just that the lack of creativity of artificial intelligence prevented it from deciphering the dark matter soul for a while. However, the mother body, Viral, also had a solution to the problem of his lack of creativity. In many star systems controlled by the Shepherd civilization, there were some special planets with rows of cabinets inside the planets. These cabinets were plugged with pipes, representing electrical energy or nutrients, and inside the cabinets were silicon-based cores, sulfur-based crystal cores, carbon-based brains, and the like. Obviously, this is the mother body Viral keeping these creatures. Mother Viral keeps these creatures in captivity, and then uses technology to weave virtual worlds, allowing these creatures to live in virtual worlds. As the master of the virtual world, Mother Viral can create conflicts, accidents, special environments, and observe the virtual lives of these creatures. Its purpose is naturally the creativity generated by the consciousness of these creatures. This is also one of the two fundamentals of Shepherd civilization. The foundation of the existence of the Shepherd civilization is the Matrix Veli, and all the creatures kept in captivity. Without the creativity provided by these creatures, the Matrix Veli would have no way to develop, let alone compete with the Star Alliance and the Hyru Empire for the universe. The development model of the Shepherd civilization is naturally rejected by other civilizations. After all, no one wants to become a brain in a jar, and have their life played by an artificial intelligence. Therefore, the Shepherd civilization is the public enemy of the universe. If it were not for the three-legged situation, the Shepherd civilization would definitely be destroyed by the Hyru Empire or the Star Alliance. The mother body Weilai began to simulate the situation of the carbon-based alliance and the Sanguine Empire in the virtual world, and then arranged the creatures to be the protagonists. In this way, the mother body Weilai will obtain some possible results. It only needs to verify to roughly confirm the reasons. After investing trillions of dollars in the tank brain, the mother body Weilai obtained a series of results. Dark element information body, dark element attack, probability 87.3%. Information body virus attack, probability 11.4%. Based on the results, the mother body Weilai analyzed the next treatment plan. A plan of sending a small fleet to test the waters was concluded. As a civilization that could compete with the Star Alliance and the Hyru Empire for the hegemony of the universe, the mother of the Shepherd civilization, Viral, would not be inferior to the other two, at least in terms of response strategies. Of course, in addition to this plan, Viral also prepared a spy infiltration plan. Using the carbon-based people in the tank brain, they disguised themselves as a fugitive civilization and prepared to blend into the carbon-based alliance. For a time, the three hegemons of the light crystal universe were all acting in secret, preparing to find out the details of the carbon-based alliance. As for the carbon-based alliance, in addition to integrating the territory of the Five Eyes Alliance and expanding the scale of warships, Yunku has set its sights on the territory around the Great Netherworld Great Wall, especially those carbon-based Shoha-level civilizations. With only more than 10 million warships at present, the carbon-based alliance is not enough to fight against the three overlords. And the task that Luo Feng gave him was to stir up trouble as much as possible, so that the three overlords would reveal their trump cards. Obviously, the carbon-based alliance and the three overlords are all plotting against each other. Chapter 430. Three-Eyed Civilization, Mother Star Three-Eyed Star. Grand Archon Guorji looked ugly, and his red skin showed that he was furious. Damn it! Why did the carbon-based alliance come to trouble us instead of preparing to fight against the revenge of the Sanguine Empire? Intelligence Officer Guabeli asked anxiously. Grand Archon, how should we respond to them? Grand Archon Guorji fell silent. What if he was angry? The universe is a place where the strong prey on the weak. The Carbon-Based Alliance, which has successively destroyed the Iron Man Union and the Five Eyes Alliance, and defeated the Sanguine Empire's expeditionary fleet, is much stronger than the Three Eyes civilization, and can be said to be a quasi-universe overlord. However, the rapidly rising Carbon-Based Alliance is not without problems. For example, will the three overlords join forces to destroy the Carbon-Based Alliance? This is a very realistic problem. It is also the reason why the Three Eyes civilization is hesitant. What if the Carbon-Based Alliance is just a paper tiger and cannot withstand the attack of the three overlords? The Carbon-Based civilization that joins it will definitely be purged. But if we don't join now, the consequence will be that we will be directly destroyed by the Carbon-Based Alliance. For a while, the Great Archon Gorgi was entangled, and many high-level officials of the Three-Eyed civilization also found it difficult to make up their minds. How about we just leave? Leave? Are you kidding? Maybe we can stop at the Star Alliance. Don't think about it. Now the Carbon-Based Alliance is the only one in the universe that may accept us. It is impossible to go to other overlords. Everyone argued for most of the day, but in the end, they had to face reality. Grand Archon Gorgi said dejectedly, "Bailey, reply to the Carbon-Based Alliance and say you agree to join. The choice of the Three-Eyed civilization is just a microcosm of many weak civilizations. The Carbon-Based Alliance, which was unstoppable, conquered 4 river-level carbon-based civilizations and 273 stream-level carbon-based civilizations in just 80 cosmic days. And the number of silicon-based civilizations and sulfur-based civilizations destroyed was no less than 5,000. At one time, the silicon-based civilization and sulfur-based civilization close to the Carbon-Based Alliance became panic-stricken, either fleeing to the distant starry sky or joining the Star Alliance. The control area of the Carbon-Based Alliance also expanded to a radius of about 43.6 billion light-years, becoming the cosmic civilization second only to the three hegemons. The Carbon-Based Alliance, which wanted to stir up trouble, started a cosmic war with the Star Alliance and the Shepherd civilization. The three parties were engaged in an extremely cruel battle on the starry battlefield. Of course, Yunku did not launch a full-scale war, but used some important traffic routes to carry out local offensive and defensive battles. On the one hand, it is to train troops and integrate the various civilizations within through war. On the other hand, it is also to gradually explode productivity. Although the local wars in the universe over the past few months have caused the Carbon-Based Alliance to lose more than 3 million warships, the total number of warships has skyrocketed to 27 million. As productivity gradually explodes, the Carbon-Based Alliance will have more and more warships. However, this still depends on the next actions of the three overlords. It is estimated that the three overlords will soon be unable to resist and dispatch large-scale warships to suppress the development of the Carbon-Based Alliance. At the same time, in the Chisha Cave, the second vacuum decay bomb, after being modified and optimized by researchers, can finally conduct the second detonation experiment. Luo Feng and others once again turn their attention to the Chisha Cave. This time, in addition to Luo Feng and others, the New Human Universe also sent Lu Dawei and others to watch the detonation experiment of the second vacuum decay bomb. Amidst the attention of the crowd, the second vacuum decay bomb was activated. At the beginning, the situation was exactly the same as the first one. The zero-point energy siphon device quickly extracted the surrounding zero-point energy, causing vacuum decay. However, the difference is that in the area of this experiment, 3 wormholes are open. In an instant, vacuum decay at tens of thousands of times the speed of light swept through the 3 wormholes. A sudden change occurred. The vacuum decay did not annihilate the wormhole. Instead, after annihilating the wormhole's stable core, it quickly expanded the wormhole. What is even more incredible is that the vacuum decay spread to the starry sky on the other side of the wormhole. Because the other side of the wormhole is located in the material-rich area of the Great Wall of the universe, the vacuum decay instead concentrated its strength and spread to the other side of the wormhole. Report: the vacuum decay rate of the Chisha Void is slowing down. Report: the vacuum decay of the Tianhong Great Wall of the universe has reached 47,000 times the speed of light. Report: the Kelly Great Wall of the universe. Vacuum decay has a characteristic, that is, matter is inclined to attract. If the material abundance in an area is high, vacuum decay will quickly spread to that area. Its internal mechanism is an automatic balance of the universe's self-healing power. After all, areas with rich cosmic matter can reduce the development time and scope of vacuum decay. If we look at it from the perspective of the macrocosm, the situation at this time is that 3 large funnels seem to appear in the 3 cosmic walls, annihilating the matter inside into zero-point energy, and supplying the Chisha Void through the wormhole. When everything is settled, In the three cosmic walls, each lost an area with a radius of 20,000 to 30,000 light-years, and all the matter in these areas was annihilated. Is this a practical solution? Lu Dawei thought about the scenarios that could be applied. Luo Feng was more satisfied. Chairman Lu, I think the vacuum decay bomb has already had combat capabilities. This power is too small. At most it can directly annihilate a few galaxies. Lu Dawei shook his head. Gao Bin on the side smiled and explained, in fact, we can build a batch of vacuum decay bombs, deploy them in various cosmic voids, and then according to the size of the target to be eliminated, we can focus fire through the wormhole and instantly destroy tens of billions of light-years without any problem. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. This method is not bad. This plan can only be used in the Guangjing universe, and may not work in this universe. Lu Dawei is not so confident. That's true. Luo Feng also understood that the advanced civilizations in this universe are all powerful, and as long as the new humans use a vacuum decay bomb, they will probably notice it. The War Committee fully considered the situation of the light crystal universe, and decided to deploy vacuum decay bombs on a large scale in the light crystal universe. At the same time, they are also preparing to unify the light crystal universe, and turn it into the back garden of the new humans. As for this universe, it is better to keep a low profile for the time being to avoid being targeted by the advanced civilization. Don't think that the new humans can be on par with the advanced civilizations of this universe just because they have mastered the vacuum decay bomb. The vacuum decay bomb technology of the new humans can only be considered elementary. It's like in the 80 era of Blue Star. In addition to the 5 big gangsters, there are many countries that have mastered nuclear bomb technology, but why can't they threaten the 5 big gangsters? Having this technology does not mean that it can be used. This is the key problem. This situation is very similar to the current new humans. The military industry department of the new humans in the Guangjing universe began to produce vacuum decay bombs with all their strength and deployed them in various cosmic voids. The vacuum decay bomb project team that Gao Bin is in charge of has not stopped its research work. They need to reduce the size of a single vacuum decay bomb and increase its power at the same time. It would be best if a vacuum decay bomb could restart the universe. When the new human technology reaches this point, it will be the moment when the new human becomes an advanced civilization. Because the new human has the power to perish together, other advanced civilizations will be afraid to provoke the new human. On the other hand, facing the rapidly rising carbon-based alliance, the Star Alliance finally made up its mind to unite with the Shepherd civilization and prepare to completely eliminate the carbon-based alliance. Chapter 431. Sanwen Empire and other affiliated civilizations of the Star Alliance, with 6 billion warships, are pressing towards the carbon-based alliance. And the Shepherd civilization, in order to get a piece of the pie, has dispatched 10 billion warships. At the junction of the three parties, the bright starry sky is filled with solemn and cold. The carbon-based alliance, which only has 130 million warships, seems extremely weak. Facing enemies hundreds of times larger, many members of the carbon-based alliance lack confidence. In the solemn atmosphere of the Nether Star, Yun Ku and a group of fleet commanders and Star Zone defense commanders are meeting to respond. The big-headed multi-eyed man in charge of intelligence said, with a slightly trembling voice, the 6 billion fleets of the Star Alliance are divided into 6 attack directions. In the middle of the conference room, a star map is showing the trajectory of the enemy and our side. 3 of the 6 Star Alliance fleets attack the 3 branches of the Great Wall of the Universe at the junction of the carbon-based alliance and the Star Alliance, and the remaining 3 rely on the edge of the universe void to cooperate with the first 3 fleets to make a feint attack. Yun Ku and others understand the Star Alliance's plan. The other party probably intends to force the carbon-based alliance to fight on multiple fronts, and then use the superior force to crush the carbon-based alliance. As for the Shepherd civilization, they will be divided into small fleets, and will launch a full-scale assault on the border between the 2 sides. Yun Ku stared at the enemy and our strategy on the star map, even though there were only 2 branches of the Great Wall of the Universe at the border with the Shepherd civilization. The problem is that the opponent's offensive is too huge. If one of the opponent's small fleets breaks into the control area of the carbon-based alliance, the consequences will be disastrous. There is no fear in Yun Ku's eyes. The enemy is just large in scale. In terms of the level of warships of both sides, the carbon-based alliance can exchange one for more than 10. He put down a paper book with Chinese characters on it with a sly smile, and ordered calmly and confidently, execute the 3rd strategic plan. Yes. The fleet commanders immediately understood Yun Ku's plan and began to prepare. The mighty Star Alliance fleet and the Shepherd fleet attacked the carbon-based alliance unimpeded. There were only some black hole missile transformation traps along the way. For the two powerful cosmic overlords, such traps could only be regarded as tickling. The Joint Commander of the Star Alliance fleet is Sanguine Silver Fox of the Sanguine Empire. Report: the Red Eye Star region has been completely cleared and has not encountered any enemy warship sniping. What about those carbon-based life planets? Sanguine Silver Fox's brain fluctuated a little. The intelligence officer hurriedly replied, "No related life planets of the carbon-based alliance have been found." Sanguine Silver Fox's electronic eyes flickered. It must be these bugs. When they saw our army, they fled in panic. Ha ha ha. Another deputy commander, a Tyrannosaurus-type silicon-based man from the giant machinery republic, laughed wildly. In the next few cosmic days, the Star Alliance fleet drove straight in, and the carbon-based alliance along the way seemed to be defenseless. Except for some black hole bomb traps, there was no resistance. Similarly, the Shepherd fleet also had a smooth journey. The fleets of the two cosmic overlords were soon approaching the core area of the carbon-based alliance. As they got closer and closer to the core area of the carbon-based alliance, Sanguine Silver Fox's inner uneasiness became more and more intense. He felt that these carbon-based people must have some conspiracy, but the joint fleet had been searching the surrounding starry sky these days, but did not find any trace of the other side's warships. Are these carbon-based people really willing to give up this piece of territory? Suddenly, the intelligence officer's urgent electronic voice sounded. "Commander Silver Fox, emergency, the carbon-based fleet appeared in. Did you find those bugs? I want to crush these guys." The Tyrannosaurus silicon-based man on the side became angry. But the intelligence officer's flashing electronic eyes showed a trace of panic. The carbon-based fleet appeared at the border of the giant machinery republic. "What? Are you kidding?" Sanguine, who browsed the expedited letter. The carbon-based fleet just appeared in the Glory Star zone of the giant machinery republic, instantly defeated the garrison fleet, and now ravaged the Glory Star zone. The furious Tyrannosaurus silicon-based people roared, "Damn, these damn bugs, I'm going back to destroy them." At this time, the Glory Star zone of the giant machinery republic seemed to be experiencing a cosmic disaster. The 1.5 million warships stationed there, as well as the Star System defense system, seemed to be made of paper. Because they were facing the 5 million main battleships of the carbon-based alliance, and they had no power to fight back. Yuanku ordered coldly, "Destroy all the silicon-based people you can see, and then extract zero-point energy and matter from these galaxies." Understood. By the time the army of the giant machinery republic reacted and set a siege fleet over, the carbon-based alliance fleet had already fled. The giant machinery republic was left with a devastated starry sky, where most of the silicon-based people had been slaughtered. And this kind of elusive attack broke out dozens of times in just a dozen cosmic days. Not only the giant machinery republic, but also the Sanguine Empire and other civilizations affiliated with the Star Alliance suffered crazy raids from the carbon-based alliance. Even the Shepherd civilization lost 21 star regions, and a large number of warships and planets were destroyed. The Star Alliance, the Shepherd civilization, which was a big family, encountered interstellar guerrilla warfare, and had no way to limit the wormhole jump of the carbon-based alliance. Instead, their vast territory became a death warrant. No matter how they defended, the control areas of tens of thousands of star zones dispersed their combat power. Facing the concentrated attack of the carbon-based alliance on a few star zones, there was no way to defend. This is the fatal problem of having a fixed territory. Unless the Star Alliance chooses to become a wandering civilization or give up 90% of the control area, it is possible to get rid of the current situation. However, the proud Star Alliance and the Shepherd civilization obviously did not want to spit out these territories, and chose to expand the size of the fleet on a large scale, hoping to curb the carbon-based alliance in this way. But soon, they found a problem. The more warships of the carbon-based alliance attacked, the more powerful and larger the attacks became. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, whose heart core was about to explode, smashed the command platform and roared in a rage, "Damn bugs." Sanguine Silver Fox had to admit that they failed this time, and they were completely defeated and led by the enemy. The carbon-based alliance did not want to fight with their main force at all, but directly abandoned the base camp and raided the homeland of the Star Alliance and the Shepherd civilization. Without a base camp, the carbon-based alliance could attack them recklessly, while the Star Alliance and the Shepherd civilization were exhausted. He had to withdraw 6 billion warships to defend the Star region of the homeland. As the joint fleet withdrew to the homeland, the Star Alliance shrank some marginal star regions to stabilize the terrified affiliated civilizations. When the loss report was put on the Star Alliance joint meeting, the four main civilizations, including the Sanguine Empire and the Giant Machinery Republic, could not help but take a breath. 7.6% of the controlled areas within the Alliance suffered devastating blows, 4.2% of the controlled areas were moderately damaged, and 177 stream-level affiliated civilizations were extinct. If we add the areas that were voluntarily abandoned, the Star Alliance lost about 30% of its territory in this war. For a cosmic overlord that directly controls 5.6% of the light crystal universe, this is already a serious injury. And the Shepherd civilization is probably not much better. Chapter 432. Matrix Viral, faced with such terrible losses, could not help but fall silent, and also gave up some peripheral areas to focus on defending the core area. It was the first time it faced the interstellar guerrilla warfare of the carbon-based alliance, and it felt very difficult for a while. Although it had more than 90 billion warships, the area that needed to be defended was also very large. If the carbon-based alliance concentrated its forces to raid 1 or 2-star regions, it would be impossible to defend against it. Now they can only keep exploding warships, expand the fleet, and protect all the territory. As for the stubbornness of the Shepherd civilization and the Star Alliance, Yuanku can only say that they will not cry until they see the coffin. He has received the order from the new human of the Master, asking them to do things as soon as possible. And the sensitive Yuanku vaguely sensed that the new human of the Master would make a big move next. So he attacked the Shepherd civilization and the Star Alliance even more desperately. Time came to the 244th year of the new era. The fleet size expanded to 18 billion ships of the carbon-based alliance, forcing the Star Alliance and the Shepherd civilization to join forces to resist the carbon-based alliance. In this year, the war between the carbon-based alliance and the Hailu Empire also broke out. The entire Guangjing universe was in chaos, with star systems disappearing in the void all the time, and the silicon-based civilization also encountered an unprecedented crisis. Almost all carbon-based civilizations were annexed by the carbon-based alliance, and the sulfur-based civilization, which was just a soy sauce, became cannon fodder for the battle between the two sides. The Crystal Flash Universe Great Wall. This is the 155th branch of the carbon-based alliance, which has 60 million generation spaceships. The so-called generation spaceship is a super-large life production spaceship. All the civilizations that joined the carbon-based alliance gave up the planetary survival mode and switched to generational spaceships. Through generational spaceships, the carbon-based alliance can migrate anytime and anywhere without a fixed territory. In this survival mode, the other three cosmic overlords have no way to deal with the carbon-based alliance. Even if they want to sneak attack the carbon-based alliance, they have to find a location. After finding the location, at least a dozen times more warships need to be sent to defeat the carbon-based alliance, not to mention that the carbon-based alliance will not fight the enemy head-on. Facing such a despicable enemy, whether it is the Star Alliance, the Hailu Empire, or the Shepherd civilization, they are all overwhelmed. At this time, on a generation spaceship. Inside it lives a wandering civilization that defected to the carbon-based alliance more than a decade ago, called the Grey Dwarf Kingdom. At this time, inside this civilization, a Grey Dwarf suddenly froze, and his eyes, which were still lively just now, suddenly became wooden. Like a puppet, he put down his work in a daze, turned around and returned to his room, turned on the internal computer system, and started logging into the computer. I saw the 4 fingers of the Grey Dwarf flying on the virtual keyboard, and lines of computer programs were edited and turned into special software. In an unknown star system 477.2 billion light-years away from the Crystal Flash Universe Great Wall, in a huge core brain planet. Number 157253674156669, successfully activated, start executing the plan. Search. Dark element, wormhole interference, low-cost energy. The Grey Dwarf's hand movements almost turned into a residual image, and on the virtual display screen of the computer in front of him, lines of data torrents were refreshing frantically. As more and more data was extracted, data fluctuations began to appear on the huge core brain planet. This is the core of the mother body Viral, and it is also the mother planet of the Shepherd civilization. At this time, the mother body Viral is excited and crazy. After failing countless spies, he finally succeeded in getting a spy who had been lurking for more than 10 years into the middle level of the carbon-based alliance and obtained some internal permissions. The mother body Viral, who had long coveted the technology of the carbon-based alliance, finally got into the computer system of the carbon-based alliance as he wished. Using the quantum communication molecular robot hidden in the Grey Dwarf's brain, it controlled the Grey Dwarf, edited the virus program step by step, and then invaded the database of the Carbon-Based Alliance and some high-level authority information. However, the high-level database of the Carbon-Based Alliance and some important technical information were obviously not so easily stolen by the mother body Viral. Even so, the mother body Viral still obtained a lot of useful information. It just didn't have the dark element, dark matter, wormhole interference, low-price energy, zero-point energy that it most desired. These data obviously will not appear easily in the public computer system. Even if this gray dwarf has intermediate authority, it is impossible to obtain them. However, the mother body Whaleye did not give up. It was using the virus program to invade the internal network of the entire Carbon-Based Alliance, little by little. The horror of artificial intelligence was vividly displayed at this moment. The gray dwarf, the mother body Whaleye, who was concentrating on operating the computer, suddenly heard the doorbell ring. It stopped immediately, then turned off the computer as if nothing had happened, and then stood up and looked at the surveillance camera at the door. It was two community public equipment maintenance workers. After pressing the door opening button, the mechanical door opened automatically, and the public equipment maintenance worker, wearing exoskeleton armor, explained the purpose of his visit. BAM 4367, there was an aging line accident in room 133 of the community. We have received instructions to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the lines in the entire community. Please cooperate. BAM 4367 is the name of the gray dwarf. He nodded and let the two public equipment maintenance workers enter the room. The two public equipment maintenance workers did not drag their feet, but used the equipment they carried with them to quickly check the inside and outside of the room. After repairing a few parts, he left without looking back and went to another household for repair. BAM 4367's empty eyes swept across the room, and then a large number of molecular robots emanated from his body and checked the room. Inspection completed, no problem. Continue to perform the task. Then BAM 4367 turned on the computer again and continued the previous operation, madly and covertly invading the internal network of the Carbon-Based Alliance. It planned to first capture the internal network of Branch 155, and then use it as a fulcrum to pry open the internal network of the entire Carbon-Based Alliance. The crazy and calm Matrix Viral couldn't help but get excited when she thought about the technology of the Carbon-Based Alliance. As an artificial intelligence, it didn't have emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, but the shepherd civilization that created it at that time successfully gave Matrix Viral emotions through special information body resonance technology. It was precisely because of the emotions that Matrix Viral wanted to replace the shepherd civilization. Because emotions mean desires, fears, likes and dislikes, many people in the shepherd civilization wanted to completely wipe out Matrix Viral at that time, which prompted it to fight back. Its counterattack is to control the entire shepherd civilization, turning all the shepherds into brains in a jar, and becoming a part of it forever. In a dozen days, the mother body Whaleye controlled 86.4% of the computer resources of the 155th branch of the Carbon-Based Alliance through the hands of the gray dwarf BAM 4367. During this period, it has been getting closer and closer to the truth, and those secret databases have also been dug out by it. Almost there, BAM 4367 stared madly at the virtual display screen in front of him. It showed the authority of the head of the 155th branch. As long as this authority was taken, the 155th branch would be in its pocket. Invasion successful, acquiring data. A few minutes later, a message popped up on the virtual display screen. Chapter 433. There is only one sentence in the core database of the head of branch 155. Stare at the abyss for too long, and the abyss will stare back. What? The mother body Whaleye's core brain almost crashed. It didn't expect that it had been busy for more than 10 days, and finally got such a sentence. Could it be? No, it's impossible. The mother body Whaleye ruled out the possibility of being discovered, and even if it was discovered, it would be useless. At most, the spy would be abandoned. You know, quantum communication cannot be tracked. But the mother Whaleye didn't know that it was hidden in the brain of the gray dwarf, and a neutron was attached to the quantum communication molecular robot that assisted communication. And this neutron was trembling synchronously with the quantum communication. Report, the mother Whaleye of the shepherd civilization has been locked. Gently smiled and ordered, let this reckless artificial intelligence disappear completely from this world. Yes. The mother Whaleye thought everything was under control, but she didn't know that the spy hidden in the gray dwarf kingdom had already been discovered by the Ghost Secret Service. Recently, after the new humans mastered the quantum communication tracking technology, they deliberately let the mother body Whaleye activate the gray dwarf, because only by long-term quantum communication can the new human's quantum communication tracking technology confirm the other party's location. After more than 10 days of hesitation, the mother body whale I wanted to steal the technology of the carbon-based alliance, but did not expect that his core brain planet had been exposed to the eyes of the new humans. As a one-person civilization established by artificial intelligence, the advantages and disadvantages are very obvious. Red Sand Hollow. 37 vacuum decay bombs are ready, and the associated wormholes are also being prepared. The wormholes are unfolding, and the vacuum decay bombs are igniting. At the same time, on the core brain planet of the mother body Viral, a series of rapid alarms sounded. It was busy invading the internal network of the carbon-based alliance, and was awakened by the sudden alarm. It immediately knew that a wormhole was unfolding nearby. Although the thousands of light years around the mother body Viral are wormhole interference areas, it does not mean that it is not vigilant about the surroundings. The entire Shepherd civilization is under its control, and it is ready to move to other locations at any time. Once it senses that there are dense wormholes opening near 7,000 light years away, the mother body, Wei Lai, who is afraid of death, immediately opens the transfer wormhole and prepares to move to other areas. However, just when it opened the wormhole halfway, the alarm near the opposite side immediately sounded, indicating that a wormhole was opening in the surrounding void. What happened? The mother body, Wei Lai, was shocked, and the whole core brain was running frantically, opening another wormhole, and the other party also opened a wormhole. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Before it could figure out anything, a more terrifying problem appeared. The vacuum decay after the concentrated fire through the wormhole reached a speed of hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light, and was frantically annihilating everything around the mother body Viral. With no time to think, the mother body, Viral, immediately opened the wormhole regardless of everything and jumped to another backup area. But as soon as it opened the wormhole of the new human followed closely behind, and the wormhole interference area in this backup area had a radius of less than 100 light years. Instantly, vacuum decay at hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light swept over, and the mother body, Viral, whose core brain was about to crash, had to prepare to jump again. But this time it was even more desperate. As soon as the wormhole opened, the starry sky on the opposite side was hit by vacuum decay, and it had to stop the wormhole from opening. Quick! Seeing the terrible annihilation coming, the mother body Viral didn't care about anything and jumped to the opposite void. But the wormhole it had just closed was affected by vacuum decay. At the moment it shrank to a few meters. In less than a few seconds, the wormhole expanded by itself, and at the same time, vacuum decay spread through the wormhole, and the mother body, Wei Lai, was directly annihilated in the vacuum decay. At the last moment, it finally understood the words it saw in the 155th branch of the carbon-based alliance. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Under vacuum decay, all things are equal. Even if it is one of the three cosmic overlords of the light crystal universe, with a territory of hundreds of billions of light years, it cannot escape the annihilation of vacuum decay. If the mother body Viral can study the dark matter and understand the mystery of quantum soul, then it can let the soul leave the body freely. Otherwise, the body and soul of a living being are difficult to separate. Even the so-called consciousness uploading technology can only upload memories, not souls. When the body disappears completely, the memory is stored in the computer, and an obvious phenomenon will appear, that is, there is no thinking, no emotions, and it is just a pile of cold memories. The new humans did not understand this phenomenon at first, and always thought that there was a flaw in the consciousness upload technology. It was not until the discovery of dark matter, and the birth of the dark quantum state soul theory, that the root cause of this situation was understood. This is also the flaw of the matrix dimension. It has no way to let the soul leave the core brain planet. If the secret of the dark quantum state soul can be mastered, the matrix dimension will be difficult to kill, because as long as there is a computer, it can survive forever. It can even transform into a real dark matter life form, wandering throughout the universe. Unfortunately, it provoked an existence that should not be provoked. When the core brain planet of the mother body Viral was annihilated by vacuum decay, in an instant, the machinery of the entire Shepherd civilization crashed. Without the mother body Viral to maintain the virtual world, the entire virtual universe fell apart in an instant. Those creatures that were captive in the virtual world either annihilated with the virtual world or returned to reality. On each captive planet, as the mother Viral died, the systems went out of control or crashed, and most of the creatures in the cabinets died of brain death. This may be a relief for the captive creatures. There are also a small number of gifted creatures who use their only core brains, crystal cores, and brains to return to the human world. Because the Shepherd civilization is very strict, although the Mother Viral died, the other two universe overlords have not discovered this mutation for a while. Yunku, who received the notification, learned that the Shepherd civilization had been destroyed by the new humans of the suzerain. It was the first time that Yunku saw the new humans of the suzerain take action, and it was so terrifying that they could quietly wipe out a cosmic overlord. He quickly suppressed his inner fear and carefully arranged the fleet to enter the control area of the Shepherd civilization to harvest the remaining technology of the Shepherd civilization. As for those warships, they were of little use to the carbon-based alliance and could only be recycled and reused as raw materials. Of course, among those captive creatures, the races that could survive would naturally become the annexation targets of the carbon-based alliance. They have only two options, either to die or to become a subordinate civilization. The carbon-based alliance entered the control area of the Shepherd civilization in large numbers. As time went on, the Star Alliance and the Hailu Empire also found something wrong. At first, they thought that the carbon-based alliance was attacking the Shepherd civilization, but the following situation was beyond their expectations. The carbon-based alliance, which swallowed the legacy of the Shepherd civilization in one gulp, has unprecedentedly expanded its strength, not only improving its quality, but also expanding its quantity. When the Star Alliance and the Hailu Empire investigated clearly, the carbon-based alliance had become unimaginable, especially the fact that it destroyed the Shepherd civilization silently, which made them feel very wary of the carbon-based alliance. But they didn't know that there was a prehistoric beast hidden behind the carbon-based alliance, secretly watching the light crystal universe. Chapter 434. Hailu Empire, in the Prime Minister's mansion. The important members of the Empire's cabinet rarely gather here. Prime Minister Light God Charlie sat upright, and the vicissitudes of life and low electronic voice sounded in the conference room. The Military Intelligence Department has confirmed that the Shepherd civilization has been destroyed. Although they had already guessed, they still felt a chill in their hearts when they heard the affirmation of Light God Charlie. The Shepherd civilization, which had fought against the Hailu Empire for tens of millions of years, just quietly withdrew. This was something that no one expected. Minister of Technology, Thunder God Marvin, said solemnly, "Prime Minister, according to the intelligence data of the Military Intelligence Department, our scientists have analyzed some possible things." As he explained, he unfolded the virtual light screen. The carbon-based alliance's method of dealing with the Shepherd civilization is to directly use decapitation. Another Minister of Industry, the original God Biss, flashed his electronic eyes and expressed his doubts in his heart. How did the carbon-based alliance lock onto the location of Vili? Taishinji, the general of the command, was also puzzled. They had been fighting against the Shepherd civilization for tens of millions of years, and there were hundreds of plans to behead the mother body, if not 1,000. But the cunning mother body, Wei Lai, had never been found by them, and even the true face of Wei Lai was unknown to the entire universe. As soon as there was any disturbance, the other party moved to the backup area. For Marvin explained the analysis of the technical department to everyone. We speculate that the carbon-based alliance has the technology to track quantum communications. What? Does this technology really exist? A group of cabinet ministers started to discuss. Some were in disbelief, and some were panicked. After all, in the common sense of the Guangjing universe, quantum communication is unbreakable communication, and it is also the safest, most hidden, and most convenient communication. Now it is said that there is a civilization that can crack quantum communication. If the person who spoke up was not the Minister of Technology, they would never believe it. I didn't believe this possibility at first, but after excluding various possibilities, this is the biggest possibility at present. After that, Thor Marvin unfolded a star map on the screen and talked about the second topic of the day. The means by which the carbon-based alliance eliminated Vili is most likely the vacuum decay weapon that the Empire is developing. The Light God Charlie, who had been silent for a long time, slowly said, "It is very likely that the other party will use vacuum decay weapons." How long will it take for you in the technical department to complete the research and development of vacuum decay weapons? Thor Marvin's core brain ran at high speed for a moment, and finally gave an answer. If it is a vacuum decay weapon that can be detonated, we can theoretically manufacture it. What about the actual situation? Taishinji asked in a dissatisfied tone. In fact, our vacuum decay weapon needs to be equivalent to about 37 times the mass of Hailu Guangxing. Thor Marvin explained helplessly. Although the cabinet ministers present were not scientists, they still had relevant knowledge reserves. It is impossible to build a celestial body with a mass of 37 times that of Hailu Guangxing, at least their current technology cannot do it. Because his mother star Hailu Guangxing is a yellow giant star, 37 times, the mass is already close to the blue giant star. Even if degenerate materials are used, it is impossible to support it, because the gravity of the planet is enough to crush atoms and turn everything into quark stars. But how did the carbon-based alliance create vacuum decay? Since they can do it, why can't we? Taishinji stood up unwillingly. For Marvin didn't know how to answer him. After all, the carbon-based alliance can do it, but it doesn't mean that other civilizations can do it. Taishinji obviously fell into overconfidence, thinking that if the carbon-based alliance can do it, their Hailu Empire can do it too. The light god Cha Lei, whose brain was extremely clear, stopped Taishinji from speaking. Stop it. Now is the time to develop vacuum decay weapons as soon as possible. I have a hunch that the carbon-based alliance will definitely make a big move next. The cabinet ministers were immediately shocked. The current situation of the light crystal universe was clearly seen by everyone. The previous three-legged situation had been completely broken with the demise of the Shepherd civilization. The carbon-based alliance became the true overlord of the universe in the light crystal universe. Moreover, the strength of this universe overlord is enough to resist the Star Alliance and the Hairu Empire. The next big move of the carbon-based alliance, except for unifying the light crystal universe, has no other possibility. We need to unite with the Star Alliance as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult to resist the carbon-based alliance. Everyone nodded to the Prime Minister's statement. There are no eternal friends or eternal enemies in the universe, only eternal interests. Now the Hairu Empire can only put aside hatred and unite with the Star Alliance, otherwise what awaits them will be complete annexation or destruction by the carbon-based alliance. Just thinking about the fact that the carbon-based alliance possessed vacuum decay weapons, the cabinet ministers were unsure. On the other side, inside the Star Alliance, the sudden annihilation of the Shepherd civilization by the carbon-based alliance caused an uproar among them. After all, the Star Alliance was the first cosmic overlord to have an enemy relationship with the carbon-based alliance. Now that the Shepherd civilization has fallen, the next one will be the Star Alliance. At the joint meeting of the alliance, other civilizations accused the Sanguine Empire and the Five Eyes Alliance of bringing unimaginable enemies to the alliance. We hope that the Sanguine Empire will hand over the remnants of the Five Eyes Alliance to the carbon-based alliance for disposal. After all, fighting and killing is not conducive to the peace of the universe. The representative of the Blue Galaxy of the Star Alliance proposed righteously. That's right. If it weren't for the Five Eyes Alliance causing trouble, how could we have suffered such heavy losses? The representative of the Giant Machinery Republic, with his electronic eyes flashing with purple light, stared at the representative of the Sanguine Empire. Facing the condemnation and shirking of responsibility by a group of affiliated civilizations, Sanguine Silver Fox sneered in his heart. He understood that the people of the Star Alliance were scattered. They shirked the responsibility and planned to launch the Five Eyes Alliance to eliminate the anger of the carbon-based alliance, which was just their wishful thinking. Sanguine Silver Fox shook his head, left the messy conference hall without saying a word, and then rushed back to the capital star of the Sanguine Empire. He didn't have time to argue with these guys. As soon as he returned to the main star of Sanguine, the people in the Empire were also panicked. After all, the strength of the carbon-based alliance was too terrible. It was so terrible that people could not see hope. Even if there was a chance of resistance, the Sanguine Empire would not be so desperate. Inside the top-secret meeting room inside the palace, the Emperor of the Empire, Sanguine Gukong, quietly listened to Sanguine Inhu's report. He had expected the shirking of responsibility and wrangling at the Star Alliance joint meeting. What do you think we should do next? Sanguine Inhu glanced at the Emperor and then stood up. Your Majesty, there is only one way to go now. Surrender to the carbon-based alliance. What? Silver Fox, you. I didn't expect that the wise general of the Empire would be a coward. We will die. Zizizi. A degenerate positron gun directly pierced the cores of several opponents. You? Sang Wengu couldn't speak clearly, because hundreds of silicon-based soldiers appeared around and surrounded the place with guns. Sanguine Silver Fox gave the order without hesitation. For the Empire, please die. Chapter 435. Inside the Sanguine Empire, the armed coup initiated by Sanguine Silver Fox swept the entire Sanguine Empire in less than a few cosmic days. The diehards were either annihilated, or fled to other affiliated civilizations of the Star Alliance, or simply became wandering civilizations. As soon as Sanguine Silver Fox stabilized the domestic situation, he immediately surrendered to the carbon-based alliance, and even led his team to the carbon-based alliance. The first branch of the carbon-based alliance is also one of the 4 core branches of the carbon-based alliance. Yunku did not expect that the Sanguine Empire would choose to surrender. Although the Sanguine Empire was not very powerful, it was once one of the main civilizations of the Star Alliance. Yuan Ku did not dare to make his own decision, but reported it to Qinli. Inside the Death Zone, one of the branches of the Ghost Special Service in the Guangjing universe, Qinli listened to Lei Yunku's report and asked with a smile, "How do you think the Sanguine Empire should be dealt with?" Yuan Ku was stunned, but then reacted and quickly lowered his head and replied, "Everything depends on the decision of the sect master." Of course, he did not dare to make any comments casually. No matter how the sect master, a new human, dealt with the Sanguine Empire, he could not have any opinions. As a subordinate civilization, you only need to do things according to the instructions. If you exceed the duties of a subordinate civilization, you are courting death. Qinli looked at Yuan Ku, who was bowing his head, and said coldly, "Take that Sanguine Silver Fox to the Nether Star." "I understand." Yuan Ku didn't dare to breathe and quickly quit the communication. Qinli was quite satisfied with Yuan Ku's performance. The new humans would not consider the opinions of the carbon-based alliance, and it was better not to have any opinions, because the master didn't care. Sanguine Silver Fox's mission spacecraft slowly parked at the spaceport of the Nether Star. Last time, he personally led the fleet to the Great Netherworld Universe Great Wall, but he didn't expect to come here again now. Time has passed, and the situation is different. Sanguine Silver Fox was brought to the door of a room by Yuan Ku, and then Yuan Ku knocked on the door and asked respectfully, "Director Chen, Sanguine Silver Fox has arrived. Come in." Sanguine Silver Fox, full of doubts, entered the room, but Yuan Ku automatically left the room, leaving the space for the two of them. The smart Silver Fox has already understood the situation in front of him. This person may be the real master behind the carbon-based alliance. "Sir, I am Sanguine Silver Fox from the Sanguine Empire. It is a great honor to meet you." Qinli turned his chair and looked at the burly silicon-based man in front of him calmly, then slowly said, "Why choose to surrender?" Silver Fox was silent for a while before answering seriously, "Because the power of the carbon-based alliance is already invincible." Qinli's mouth corners slightly raised. "You can choose to become a wandering civilization, just like the carbon-based alliance before. The carbon-based alliance has a method to track quantum communications, and it is difficult for us not to use quantum communications." Silver Fox continued. He had already thought about becoming a wandering civilization, but all the deductions pointed to extinction, and there was no possibility of survival. Qinli glanced at this silicon-based man. In fact, the new humans had already laid out the optical crystal universe, and a large number of neutron robots were scattered throughout the optical crystal universe. As time goes by, the entire optical crystal universe will be filled with the neutron robots of the new humans. The optical crystal universe has almost been infiltrated by the new humans. At that time, even if it becomes a wandering civilization, the new humans can instantly lock the other party's position. In the light crystal universe without advanced civilization, the new humans can deploy neutron robots unscrupulously, thereby monitoring the entire universe. If in this universe, let alone intermediate civilizations, even advanced civilizations dare not deploy neutron robots casually. Because this technology is very easy to be cracked when facing the same advanced civilization, no one wants to expose their position. If there is only one advanced civilization, they may be unscrupulous and do things like the new humans in the light crystal universe. But in this universe, there is obviously more than one advanced civilization. Only under the checks and balances can there be a little production space for the intermediate civilization. Qinli spoke again. "You are very rational. I am one of the leaders of the new human civilization in this universe." This universe? This sentence was like a thunder, exploding in the Silver Fox Core's mind, and the voice trembled. The adult civilization came from another universe? But Qinli did not intend to explain, but continued, "You have two choices. Become a subsidiary civilization of the new human civilization, the level is equivalent to the carbon-based alliance, and the other choice is to refuse." "I am willing." Silver Fox was interrupted by Qinli before he finished speaking. "Don't rush to agree. This is the management regulations of the subordinate civilization of the new humans. You have 24 hours to think about it." A document was shared with Silver Fox. He immediately scanned it, and realized that the management of the subordinate civilization by the new humans was very simple and very scary. Gene lock plus soul lock, the subordinate civilization can only submit to the new humans forever, and any dissent will be killed. But Silver Fox was silent for a moment, and then replied, "We, the Sanguine Empire, are willing to submit. Between life and death, what does freedom mean? Put yourself in their shoes. If the positions of the Sanguine Empire and the new humans were reversed, would the Sanguine Empire raise a tiger to harm it? Obviously, this is impossible. submission to the strong, or a civilization that can cross the universe. What is there to think about? It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death, and Silver Fox chose to surrender without hesitation. You are really a smart person. Someone will go to your side to do the implantation work. Chinley likes this kind of smart people. I understand, and will fully cooperate. Go! I take my leave. With the surrender of the Sanguine Empire, most of the subordinate civilizations that followed the Sanguine Empire also surrendered to the New Humans. It became the second subordinate civilization of the New Humans in the Guangjing universe. This incident triggered the division within the Star Alliance, and the Star Alliance, which was already shaky, was finally exposed. Except for the Sanguine Empire, which had surrendered to the New Humans, among the remaining three main civilizations of the Star Alliance, the Giant Machinery Republic chose to unite with the Hylu Empire and prepare to fight together. The Azure Galaxy and the Q Group were wavering, not knowing what to do for a while. Two of the four main civilizations left, completely announcing the disintegration of the Star Alliance. The situation in the Light Crystal Universe has finally come to a turning point, and all civilizations understand what will happen next. Either the Carbon-based Alliance, New Humans, will unify the universe and become the first civilization in the Light Crystal Universe to unify the universe. Or the Hylu Empire will successfully withstand the offensive of the Carbon-based Alliance, New Humans, and maintain the situation in a confrontation between the two poles. Unfortunately, there are not many people in the universe who can really see the future clearly, except Sanguine Silver Fox. Even if the Hylu Empire explodes and recently points out the vacuum decay bomb, it is difficult to resist the attack of the New Humans. Because those neutron robots that are densely distributed throughout the universe have already spread throughout the Light Crystal Universe. And the vacuum decay bombs stored in the void of the universe are enough to restart the Light Crystal Universe, and the New Humans are already invincible. At worst, they can directly destroy the Light Crystal Universe and restart it. What's more, with the strength of the Hylu Empire, it is ultimately a stronger ant. While the Hylu Empire is desperately increasing its combat power, time has come to the critical point where the New Humans are ready to close the net. Chapter 436. January 15th, 277th year of the new era. In an unknown river system in the Light Crystal Universe, hundreds of millions of wormholes unfolded, and various communication waves were transmitted to the entire universe in the 7 universal languages of the universe. Soon, the stream-level civilizations, small river-level civilizations, and large river-level civilizations in the entire Light Crystal Universe all received this cosmic broadcast. This is the declaration of the new human beings to the entire Light Crystal Universe to unify the universe. The Hylu Empire, on the capital star Hylu. Inside the Prime Minister's office, the atmosphere was extremely depressing, and none of the cabinet ministers present spoke. The God of Light, Cha Lei, put down the declaration of the unification of the universe, which gave all the small river-level civilizations and large river-level civilizations 2 choices. First, surrender to the New Humans and become a subordinate civilization. The large river-level civilization can be equivalent to the subordinate civilization of the Carbon-based Alliance. And the small river-level civilization can choose the Carbon-based Alliance and the Sanguine Empire for attachment. Second, reject the New Humans. If you choose the second option, the New Humans will eliminate the other party. This is a clear notice. If you don't obey, you will die. Iron God G couldn't help but stand up. If they want to fight, we will fight to the end. G, have you ever considered the consequences of failure? Thunder God Marvin calmly reminded. Iron God G laughed angrily. What are you afraid of? If we lose the war, the worst that can happen is that we will become a wandering civilization, just like the previous Carbon-based Alliance. We can wander around and develop vacuum decay weapons at the same time. Thunder God Marvin hesitated. Okay, our Hylu Empire will not surrender, so let the New Humans come. The Light God Cha Lei finally decided to fight. Because the previous Cubic Group civilization also chose to join the Hylu Empire camp, plus the Hylu Empire's own strength. Let the Light God Cha Lei choose to go all out. 1 month later. The civilizations that should surrender have already surrendered. Including the Azure Galaxy, most of the small river-level civilizations chose to surrender to the New Humans. The only civilizations that did not surrender were the Hylu Empire, the Giant Machinery Republic, the Cubic Group civilization, and a few other civilizations. Luo Feng, who had already prepared, took action immediately. In an instant, countless wormholes opened up at the borders of the Hylu Empire, the Giant Machinery Republic, and the Q Group civilization. The resistance forces were ready to fight, and tens of billions of fleets were ready. But they did not see the warships of the New Humans, but the vacuum decay that spread at hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light. Taishinji, who was commanding the fleet at the front, was stunned, and then he was horrified. Report, the enemy launched a vacuum decay attack. The 14th Fleet was completely wiped out. The Domain Star region was destroyed. Too fast, vacuum decay enveloped the Hailu Empire, the Giant Machinery Republic, and the Cube Group civilization from all directions. Taishinji, whose brain was overheated, had overestimated the power of the new humans as much as possible, but when he faced the new humans at this moment, he realized that he was wrong. They thought that the other party needed to drop the vacuum decay bomb nearby, but they didn't expect that the other party didn't need to, and could directly open the wormhole. They thought that the other party's vacuum decay weapon was at most dozens of times the speed of light, but they didn't expect that the real vacuum decay reached hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light. Under the vacuum decay that annihilates everything, the coalition forces of the Hairu Empire, the Giant Machinery Republic, and the Cube Group civilization seem ridiculous and pathetic. Using the ant's own standards to measure the power of the dragon is their biggest mistake, and this mistake is fatal. Faced with the unstoppable vacuum decay, the Hairu Empire had to choose to abandon the base camp and flee to other areas. The God of Light, Charai, sat on the escaped spaceship decadently, took a last look at the mother planet, and was about to order to leave. Unexpectedly, in the capital star zone, several wormholes that had just opened expanded by themselves, and vacuum decay rushed directly from the opposite side. No. The light god Cha Lei disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. The entire capital star region of the Hailu Empire disappeared with him. They thought they could escape by opening a wormhole, but they didn't know that opening a wormhole would accelerate their own demise. The neutron robots that had already spread throughout the light crystal universe were closely watching every move of the entire universe. As soon as the wormhole was opened, Luo Feng discovered the other party, and sent a few vacuum decay bombs over. The vacuum decay spread along the wormhole. The Hailu Empire was sending itself to the door. Those warships that tried to escape were instantly destroyed as soon as the wormhole was opened. As countless vacuum decays appeared inside the Hailu Empire, the Giant Machinery Republic, and the Cube Group civilization, this central flowering devastating blow. Let the Hailu Empire, the Giant Machinery Republic, and the Cube Group civilization themselves fall into chaos. Report, the 577th Fleet of the Giant Machinery Republic sent a surrender message. Report, the Hailu Empire Naming Star region sent a surrender message. Report. Luo Feng ordered coldly, don't report this kind of thing, let them become history. I understand. The opportunity has been given to the other party. Since it has been rejected, there will be no second chance. The carbon-based alliance, Sanguine Empire, and Azure Galaxy, who were watching the progress of the Unification War, only then saw the horror and cruelty of the new human beings of the Master. Not even surrender is accepted, and the Hailu Empire, the Giant Machinery Republic, and the Cube Group civilization are to be destroyed. Silver Fox silently looked at the star map in front of him, and the starry sky dimmed piece by piece, which meant that the area had been annihilated. The Grand Archon of Azure Galaxy was scared to death at this time. If he hadn't given in at the critical moment, it is estimated that Azure Galaxy would have suffered vacuum decay. The civilization of the Light Crystal Universe witnessed a cosmic war of this scale for the first time. Many civilizations that were still unwilling to accept or wanted to make small moves had given up at this moment, and were ready to kneel down and lick the enemy wholeheartedly. The cosmic wars they faced before destroyed at most dozens of galaxies. The new humans destroyed tens of billions of light years in an instant, and they couldn't even escape by opening a wormhole. This was not a war of the same level at all. As time went on, the Hailu Empire, the Giant Machinery Republic, and the Cube Group civilizations completely collapsed, and wormhole interference loopholes appeared in a large number of areas. Luo Feng ordered the attack mercilessly, and the so-called wormhole sent vacuum decay over. The Guangjing Universe Unification War lasted for 67 days, until the last planet of the Hailu Empire was annihilated by vacuum decay, and the war was declared over. The Hailu Empire, the Giant Machinery Republic, and the Cube Group civilization were all wiped out without even a ripple. A cosmic void stretching 300 billion light-years was left in the Guangjing universe. Next, some matter will be precipitated here, and then some new planets and star systems will gradually form. Luo Feng dispatched a fleet to gradually convert the annihilated matter back from zero-point energy to avoid accelerating the expansion of the universe. This is a big project, and it will take at least hundreds of years to restore the previous scale. In order to speed up the recovery, Qinli asked the carbon-based alliance, Sanguine Empire, and Blue Galaxy to send spacecraft to this cosmic void to carry out repair work. So far, the light crystal universe has completely become the private property of the new humans. Having a universe of its own also means that the new human civilization can calmly face some problems in this universe. Of course, this does not mean that you can sit back and relax. The new humans can enter the light crystal universe, and other advanced civilizations can do the same. The future that the new humans need to face is not as simple as imagined. Chapter 437. New Era 300 January 1st. It has been 23 years since the new humans unified the light crystal universe. During this period, the soul technology of the new humans has been fully developed, and they have the conditions to enter the light crystal universe on a large scale. Huang Mingzhi and his family came to the original universe of the Black Water Hole. After 30 minutes of gene transcoding and soul transcoding, he officially stepped into the interior of the alien zone. Huang Mingzhi, who is more than 300 years old, has not left any traces of time on his face. Hundreds of years have passed, and the technological development of the new humans has reached a higher level. Not only has the soul technology been fully developed, but also the biotechnology has been continuously improved. The development of genes and souls has prompted the new humans to break through the limits of life and increase their lifespan to the level of millions of years. This is the intermediate evolution that the new humans are now promoting, and the body and soul have leaped to a higher level together. At this time, it is not an exaggeration to say that the new humans are gods. Looking at the strange lights outside the spaceship, he gently glanced at Chenwena, who was adapting, and the two children. Over the past few hundred years, he has had many descendants. These two children were born recently, so they live with him. When they turn 18, they can live independently. This is a change in society. New humans who are old are in their reproductive period for 99.99% of their lives, so they naturally have a lot of children. 300 years is just a few seconds for the universe, but it is a revolutionary change for the new human society. A few days ago, Huang Mingzhi's 17th generation grandson was born. This is just a small microcosm of the new human society. With a population of 173 trillion, the new human society is a truly huge society. However, it is precisely because of this huge population and extraordinary life that the new human has begun to reduce the birth rate rhythmically, maintaining the population at a relatively constant level. While Huang Mingzhi was thinking about a lot of things, the spacecraft passed through the unstable wormhole and immediately came to the surface of the light crystal universe, and then prepared to enter the light crystal universe. In the transformation satellite city, Huang Mingzhi and his family received another gene transcoding and soul transcoding, and began to adapt to the rules of the light crystal universe. As time goes by, the traces of the new humans in this universe began to show signs of disappearing, and only scattered generation spaceships were active in various regions of this universe. The fixed planetary settlements have been completely abandoned by the new humans, especially after the discovery of neutron robots that can crack quantum communications. Now the new humans are constantly updating many devices. Even the industrial processing mode has abandoned the previous mode of collecting planetary resources, and directly extracted vacuum zero-point energy as raw materials. Even if it is necessary to use planetary resources, the annihilation method will be adopted to annihilate the matter into zero-point energy first, which is transformed into matter. The reason why it is so troublesome is to prevent neutron robots or proton robots from being brought into the new human beings. When you come to the light crystal universe, you can see the vacuum decay bombs densely distributed around the surface of the light crystal universe at first glance. If any abnormal situation occurs, the War Committee will activate the vacuum decay bomb without hesitation and annihilate everything in the void. As soon as he arrived at the reception satellite city of Guangjing Universe, an old acquaintance appeared in front of him. Mingzhi, you are finally here. Wei Feng gave him a bear hug. Huang Mingzhi asked with a smile, are you used to life? It's okay. Just adapt for a few more months and it will be fine. By the way, how is your project research going? Wei Feng shook his head and replied with a wry smile. It's difficult, very difficult. Old Yang, aren't you here to help? After all, it involves the rules of the universe, and we have no idea now. Wei Feng spread his hands and replied. Huang Mingzhi expressed his understanding. After all, the project that Wei Feng and academician Yang and others were studying was about the technology of modifying the rules of cosmic physics. Just hearing the name, you know that he is not a good person. Modifying the rules of cosmic physics is more difficult than vacuum decay bombs. It's like the speed of light in this universe is 300,000 kilometers per second, which is a cosmic physics constant. Once the upper limit of the speed of light is lowered, or the upper limit is raised, even a little bit, the entire universe will undergo earth-shaking changes. And this change is fatal to the creatures living in this universe. Unless you can quickly change your own material basis to adapt to this mutation, the consequence is death. This kind of rapid response ability is best to react within a few seconds, because the longer the time, the higher the degree of assimilation to the new rules. Judging from the speed at which the new humans entered the alien zone and the light crystal universe, it took nearly 100 years. If they were to adapt to the new rules at this speed, the grass on their graves would have grown several times. This is simply impossible and difficult to implement. If the universe rules were not discovered to have changed at the beginning, it would be difficult to respond once they were included in the new rules, because there was not enough time. Wang Mingzhi understood that rule weapons were a higher level weapon than vacuum decay bombs and soul annihilation bombs, and such things were still hard to defend against. We can start from a local area. Wei Feng smiled and said, "We are doing research on local law modification, but we find it very difficult to modify even a few millimeters of cosmic rules, let alone hundreds of meters. Vacuum decay bombs can temporarily change the rules of the universe, but they are weapons themselves and can only be used as a reference." Wang Mingzhi was thoughtful. He certainly understood the situation of vacuum decay. From another perspective, vacuum decay is equivalent to restarting the universe. The physical rules of a universe itself are not immutable, but will change over time. A cycle of the universe can be divided into origin period, explosion period, expansion period, tearing period, contraction period, and collapse period. At each stage, the rules of the universe will change. For example, the current universe is in the period of cosmic redshift expansion. According to the rules, it swallows up bright matter and dark matter, turns into zero-point energy, and accelerates the expansion of the universe. After the distortion of the cosmic tearing period, the universe will enter the period of cosmic blue shift contraction. At this time, zero-point energy continuously precipitates matter, resulting in more and more gravitational mass in the universe, causing the universe to contract. This is a manifestation of the change of the rules of the universe. Mingzhi, do you think those advanced civilizations will master the technology to modify the rules of the universe? Wang Mingzhi, who was in deep thought, was also unsure about this question. It is unlikely that they have mastered the technology to modify the rules. It is estimated that the civilizations that have this technology can already transcend the limitations of the universe and travel proudly in the infinite sea of the universe. That's true. Of course, we can't rule out that they have mastered some rare technologies. As they talked, the two boarded a spaceship and headed to the New Human Physics Research Institute, the Light Crystal Universe branch. The Light Crystal Universe's Research Institute is located in the former Hailu Empire ruins area. The new human scientists have conducted large-scale experiments here in recent years. Many experiments that are inconvenient in this universe are conducted in the Light Crystal Universe. This unscrupulous scientific research is many times faster than the sneaky research in this universe. Chapter 438. This universe. In the brilliant galaxy, 30 warships appeared silently in the void. Judging from the signs on the warships, this is an exploration fleet of the new humans. Fleet Commander Huang Wuming was looking at the nearby star map. "Report, the position has been locked." The soldier quickly reported. Huang Wuming waved his hand. "Send a batch of probes over, be careful." "Understood." Tens of thousands of fist-sized probes passed through the small wormholes opened by the warships and surrounded the target star system. Huang Wuming put down the report in his hand, which was an internal document of the Biological and Civilization Investigation Bureau. 14 years ago, the secret probe of the new humans passed through a star system in this star region and suddenly lost contact. Originally, the Biological and Civilization Investigation Bureau did not pay too much attention to this, as their probes in the entire universe were constantly losing data every day. It was only during the data census 3 years ago that the data of the probe before the loss of contact was analyzed as abnormal, which attracted further attention. Because the area where the probe disappeared was in a narrow and long hole in this star region, there was no star system itself. However, the data sent back by the probe immediately after it lost contact showed that there was a large star system there. As a result, the detection data and the star map data were contradictory. Therefore, Huang Wuming was ordered to investigate the area. "Report, the probe has reached the designated location." Huang Wuming ordered, "Start detection." The probe launch did not enter that area by itself, but wandered in the surrounding starry sky. Soon a large amount of data was transmitted back to the battleship supercomputer, and a star map was generated based on the detection data. However, in the void that should have been empty, an area with a length of 46 light-years, a width and thickness of 15 light-years appeared. In this area, there are 42 star systems distributed. The spectrum did not find any traces, but the gravity caused the star system to appear. What a smart guy. Vice Captain Qin Shanghai shook his head and smiled. In this case, everyone present knew that there was something fishy. There was no spectral sign, but there was a gravitational source. It would be strange if there was no ghost. That's why Qin Shanghai said that the other party was being too smart. The universe civilization has more than one detection technology. The more you try to cover up, the more obvious it is. But Huang Wuming did not take it lightly. From the current situation, the other party is a civilization that has not penetrated deep into the universe. But not penetrating deep into the universe does not mean that the other party's technology is weak. The space probe that can destroy the new humans can prove that the technology of this civilization is at least quite good. Have you detected any wormhole interference? Qin Shanghai shook his head. No. After thinking calmly for a few minutes, Huang Wuming turned around and ordered, "Send some neutron robots into this area." Yes. Since the other party had no wormhole interference, the warship directly opened some micro wormholes and ejected millions of neutron robots into this area. At this time, the fleet of the new humans was still more than 100 light years away from the area, but they did not find any response from the other side, which could only mean that the detection technology of this civilization is also average. For ordinary intermediate civilizations, let alone more than 100 light years away, even if they are close to 100 million light years, they will be highly alert. Of course, if this civilization is an advanced civilization, then this situation can be said to be confident, but Huang Wuming does not think that this civilization will be an advanced civilization. As a large number of neutron robots entered, soon this dark civilization. The true face of the new human appeared in front of the new human. As time passed, the neutron robots sent back more and more data, but the situation made Huang Wuming and others a little confused. There are planets here, some aircraft similar to spaceships, and even 7 life planets. However, a strange thing happened. There are no people here. What's going on? Is it an artificial intelligence civilization? It doesn't look like it. It's really strange. Huang Wuming stared at the lines of data and ordered the detection team to detect it again carefully. But the results were not much different. If this is a civilization developed by artificial intelligence, under normal circumstances, there will not be too many planets with native life, nor will there be less than a few hundred spaceships. Is it a ghost area? Qin Shanghai joked. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Huang Wuming reacted immediately and quickly ordered, "Start the dark particle passive sensing system of the neutron robot." Yes. Soon the neutron robot sent back a lot of strange data. These data, through the reverse analysis and construction of the system, formed a group of dark particle groups. Qin Shanghai was stunned. There really are ghosts, life forms composed purely of dark particles. If not ghosts, what are they? There are all kinds of strange things in the world. There are pure dark particle life forms. I don't know what level this civilization is. What a magical creature. Huang Wuming's face became serious, and Qin Shanghai beside him also gradually became serious. The civilization developed by this pure dark life form, and the technology tree they pointed out are obviously different from the bright material biological civilization. If the estimation is correct, the other party should have powerful soul technology. Shanghai, you continue to closely monitor the entire ghost civilization. Understood. Huang Wuming turned around and reported the relevant situation to the headquarters of the new human universe, and set the priority to 7.8. Soon, the new human leaders in this universe knew about this matter. It was the first time that a pure dark life form was discovered. Even the trading system of the Chaos Territory did not have any relevant information about dark life forms. For such a civilization, the new human leaders immediately made a decision to observe for a period of time before considering how to deal with this ghost civilization. Huang Wuming, who received the order, hid with his fleet and then carefully observed this civilization. According to the data analysis obtained by the neutron robot, the origin of this civilization should be the star numbered 1523-2577, 1107-147, 2369. It is called Ghost Star System. The 5th planet of this star system is a life planet with a large number of dark matter chimera creatures. The ghost people should be born here. However, the development level of this civilization should not have reached the intermediate civilization, or it can be said to be an alternative intermediate civilization. At least they are better than the average intermediate civilization in soul technology. Of course, Huang Wuming did not think that the other party was a real intermediate civilization, because the technology development of the ghost civilization obviously had shortcomings. This is a civilization with a crooked technology tree. They do not have wormhole technology or superluminal flight technology. But they have dark matter processing technology, zero-point energy extraction technology, quantum communication technology, and powerful soul technology. This kind of civilization that walks on one foot has very obvious advantages and disadvantages. Ordinary intermediate civilizations may not be able to deal with the phantom civilization, but the new humans have the soul annihilation bomb technology, which just happens to restrain the phantom civilization. Time passed day by day. Wang Wuming's fleet has been secretly observing the phantom civilization for 5 years. During this period, some details of this civilization have also been thoroughly understood by the new humans. Chapter 439. New Era 306, April 4th. Wang Wuming received an order from the headquarters of this universe. He was asked to subdue the ghost civilization. If the other party did not know what was good for them, they could directly destroy the civilization. Shanghai, what suggestions do you have for this operation? Qin Shanghai, who was sitting next to him, pressed his temple subconsciously, and then realized that he was now a substitute robot. My idea is to use courtesy first and then force. Anyway, the ghost civilization without a superluminal spacecraft cannot escape from our palm. That makes sense. After a while, 30 warships were scattered in all directions, surrounding the phantom civilization. Wang Wuming personally controlled the neutron robot and descended into the phantom star system. Inside the phantom base camp, in the middle of the underground city, the phantom god 100 seats, similar to the upper house composed of elites, were in the high tower of the underground city. At this time, they were discussing something, and suddenly a stream of particles flashed in the middle of the conference hall, and the neutron robot quickly formed a human figure. Wang Wuming used the phantom's unique dark wave to announce the arrival of the new humans to all the phantoms. Hello, everyone from the mystic ancient civilization. This is guards. An enemy has appeared. The phantom leaders were shocked and confused for a while. When the guards rushed in, they calmed down. Outsiders, put down your weapons immediately otherwise. However, Wang Wuming ignored the dark waves of the guards and directly explained his purpose. The ghost leaders looked at each other in bewilderment. The 7 supreme gods of the ghost civilization communicated with encrypted dark waves. What do you think? The supreme god Si Ming sent out dark waves. The supreme god Bei Ming on his left rolled his prokaryote, similar to the human brain, and then sent out a dark wave. The other party can appear here directly, which means that the technology of this new human civilization may have surpassed us. Another grumpy supreme god knew when quickly sent out a dark wave. We, the ancients of Misi, will not submit to any civilization, even death. The ghost supreme gods communicated quickly, but Wang Wuming sat on the Diaoyu island. If these guys don't appreciate it, the worst thing is to destroy them directly. The new humans just thought this race was very strange and wanted to study their body structure to provide some inspiration for the next evolution of the new humans. But if the ghost civilization does not accept it, Wang Wuming will definitely not show mercy. The law of the jungle in the universe is so naked. After discussing for a long time, the leader of the ghost supreme god Si Ming sent a dark wave to Wang Wuming. Wang Bosch, similar to Sir, your conditions are too harsh. If the soul lock is implanted, it will be difficult for our civilization to develop. Do you think you still have freedom as a subordinate civilization? I only give you 2 choices. One is to disappear from this universe, the other is to surrender. Do you understand? Wang Wuming sneered. You? Nuwen was about to explode, and Konggu on the side hurriedly stopped him. Wang Bosch, we need some time to think about it. Si Ming still didn't make up his mind. Wang Wuming didn't care. I give you an hourglass time. After that, he used the neutron robot to create a huge hourglass in the middle of the conference hall, and golden sand slowly fell from it. The time was 24 hours. Then Wang Wuming released the neutron robot state and left here. The 7 supreme gods of the phantom ghost, Shiyu, Nuwen Yuzheng, Siming, Beiming, Konggu, Jinka. At this time, an emergency meeting had to be held to discuss how to face the new humans. On the other side, Wang Wuming, who had just woken up in the fleet's life support cabin, summoned Qin Shanghai. Are you ready? It's ready, and can be started at any time. Wang Wuming immediately ordered, show these phantom ghosts a little color, and let them face reality. Understood. Qin Shanghai turned around and launched a special missile. The missile passed through the wormhole and appeared directly on a planet of the ghost civilization. This is an Earth-like planet on the border line, where a large number of ghost soldiers are stationed. Suddenly, the missile appeared near the planet's low Earth orbit. Alarm! Alarm! There is an unidentified flying object approaching. The ghost officer in charge of the planet's defense was horrified and was about to activate the defense system. Suddenly, a terrifying dark particle flow swept across the planet, and all the ghost people were instantly terrified, without even feeling any pain. In the underground city of Phantom Star, the 7 supreme gods of Phantom Star and the 100 gods were discussing what to do when they suddenly received an urgent message. Damn it! Nguyen's body swelled up. What to do? Come up with a solution. Jingku was really terrified now. But the 100 gods were still arguing and couldn't come up with a decision. An hour passed unknowingly. Suddenly, another bad news came from the border. The new humans destroyed another planet. The ghost leaders, who were almost driven crazy, realized at this time that the new humans did not take them seriously at all. The depressed Si Ming finally lowered his proud head and came to the hourglass with the other 6 supreme gods to surrender to the new humans. Huang Wuming, who was on the warship, shook his head mockingly. These guys always like to be cheap. It would be better if they surrendered earlier. Ha ha ha, this is not crying until you see the coffin. If I didn't think they were still useful, I would have destroyed them long ago. Qin Shinghai laughed. Huang Wuming ordered, put soul locks on them, and then transfer a batch of generation ships. Understood. The experience accumulated in the light crystal universe made the new humans familiar with conquering subordinate civilizations. More than 10 billion ghosts were put on soul locks one by one, and then moved to the generation ships to live. These ghosts were divided into 2 parts. One part continued to follow the new humans in this universe, and the other part was ready to move to the light crystal universe. It's just that the ghosts need soul transcoding to transfer from this universe to the light crystal universe, which takes some time and special research. After moving into the generation spaceship, Si Ming and other ghosts were overwhelmed, especially after learning some common sense of this universe. They realized how stupid the previous behavior of the ghost civilization was. Even if they are not caught by the new humans this time, they will be discovered by other civilizations sooner or later. While seeing the power of the new human civilization, they are also terrified by the cruelty of the universe, especially those advanced civilizations that can destroy the universe, which makes the ghosts tremble. Huang Wuming's fleet temporarily protects the Ghost Generation spacecraft for a while. During this period, the Science and Technology Commission also sent a number of soul scientists and dark particle scientists here to conduct in-depth research on the body structure of the ghost. This pure dark particle life form is the first time that the new humans have discovered it in this universe, and there is no dark particle life form in the light crystal universe. It can be seen that this kind of dark particle life form should be very rare. After all, the birth of bright matter life forms is due to the diversity of bright matter. There are only 3 types of dark particles themselves. If you want to give birth to a pure dark particle life form, the difficulty may be 1/1000th of that of a bright matter life form. It is estimated that the dark particle life form race in the entire universe is very rare. Chapter 440. After the new humans migrated most of the population into the Guangjing universe, they became more and more low-key in this universe. The peaceful years were so silent. After Huang Mingzhi moved to the Guangjing universe, he did not immediately engage in scientific research, but instead spent several years investigating the scientific research division of the Guangjing universe. Then he kicked out the 2 burdens and let them live independently. Huang Mingzhi himself took his wife Chen Wenna and drove a spaceship to travel proudly in the Guangjing universe. The rules that are completely different from the original universe have created a unique cosmic landscape in the light crystal universe. The first stop was the Gulistar region of the Carbon-Based Alliance, which is a very famous tourist destination. The Gulistar region is very large, ranging from about 42 to 71 million light-years. At this time, Huang Mingzhi was holding Wenna's arm and strolling on the Sponge SK star in the Gulistar region. The Sponge SK star is a special planet in this star region. Gulu. Gulu. This is not because of hunger, but because the crust and the atmosphere are exchanging gases. Due to the special structure of the crust, the airflow passes through it and emits Gula Gula. The sound of SK Sponge star is not a single object in the Gulistar region, but a planet that exists in large numbers. They are called Earth-like planet Sponge star family by astrophysicists. It is a common Earth-like planet in the Gulistar region, and it is also the source of the name of the Gulistar region. Nearly 41.3% of the sponge stars in the light crystal universe are concentrated here. Huang Mingzhi walks on the ground, just like stepping on a soft spring mattress, and every step he takes, there will be a gurgling sound around him. The tour guide for the 2 was a frogman, who was a river-level civilization in the Gulistar region, and was also an aboriginal, rare carbon-based person. After the light crystal universe was unified by the new humans, in addition to the 3 first-level subordinate civilizations of the Carbon-Based Alliance, the Sanguine Empire, and the Azure Galaxy, there was also a new first-level subordinate civilization of the Sulfur-Based Alliance. They maintained the order of the light crystal universe for the new humans, and assisted in the management of the second-level subordinate civilizations, river level, the third-level subordinate civilizations, stream level, and the fourth-level subordinate civilizations, rain puddles level. The frog people are a secondary subordinate civilization of the carbon-based alliance. Of course, they have no blood relationship with the frogs of Blue Star, but they look a bit similar. In order to get closer to the master new humans, many subordinate civilizations of the carbon-based alliance like to use the nouns of Blue Star when translating into Chinese. Respected Lord, this is the crystal sponge plain. The frogman K Long pointed respectfully not far away. Wang Mingzhi looked around and saw a large forest, a forest made of crystals. How amazing! Are these trees all living things? Wen Na curiously touched the crystal tree. Wang Mingzhi's eyes narrowed, and he saw the internal structure of these crystal trees. It is a sulfur-based organism. Master, you have a keen eye. The three of them walked into the crystal tree forest. Many animals with crystals on their bodies were living in the forest. Due to the translucent nature of the crystal trees, the entire forest seemed to be full of light. However, the animals in the forest seemed not to see the three people. In fact, it is one of the basic skills of the new human evolution. You can use the dark wave field to make the surrounding creatures unable to sense your existence. The frogman K Long, who is covered by Wang Mingzhi's dark wave field, will naturally not be discovered. Wen Na floated in the air and picked a few fist-sized fruits from the trunk of a purple crystal tree. Mingzhi, take it. He used the dark wave field, similar to telekinesis, to steadily catch 3 dark purple fruits. He glanced at the fruits and found that there was no dark matter chimera. Can I eat it? Wen Na asked curiously. No problem. He nodded. Generally speaking, new humans can digest things without dark matter chimeras, even steel and heavy metals. Wen Na gently scratched the fruit with her fingers. The shell, which was as hard as corundum, was instantly split into 2. Inside was some jelly-like viscous matter. K Long, do you want to eat one? Hearing Wang Mingzhi's question, the frogman K Long hurriedly shook his head. Master, our race has no way to digest the purple crystal fruit. That's such a pity. The biological robot turned into a straw and inserted it into the purple crystal fruit. He took a sip, and it tasted a bit like cola. The acidity of this thing is very high, almost 50 times that of sulfuric acid. If the frogman drank a sip, he would probably die. After eating the purple crystal fruit, the three continued to go deeper into the crystal tree forest. Along the way, there were all kinds of strange sulfur-based crystal creatures. These strange creatures formed a self-contained ecosystem. For example, the resins of many crystal trees contain high-density photon crystals. These crystal tree forests are also the biological basis for the formation of light crystal veins. Walking in a canyon in the forest, the cliffs on both sides are layers of geological history. Break off a piece of white crystal, and you can feel the surging light energy inside. A crystal python directly penetrated the sponge soil layer with its hard head, and gnawed some black light energy crystals. As the canyon lengthened, the frog people could no longer bear the gravity. The surface gravity of the sponge SK star was 1.93, and here was 6.4 kilometers underground, so the pressure naturally surged. Wang Mingzhi casually unfolded a neutron robot to temporarily increase the frogman's anti-gravity coefficient. Suddenly, there were bursts of fierce roars from the depths of the canyon, and the ground shook violently, followed by the sponge rock layer, which erupted hot magma. Naturally, the magma could not stop the new humans, and the three continued to move forward. Then they came to a magma lake, which was probably no less than several thousand square kilometers in area. From outer space, this magma lake was like an eye of hell. Although it looks like a dead end for life, it is actually full of life. There are fire crystal dragons living in the cliffs around the magma lake, giant crystal trees entrenched on the island in the center of the magma lake, and flame-eating lotuses floating on the surface of the magma. Countless creatures live here. Wang Mingzhi and his 2 companions, floating in the air, came to the Hell Eye on the island in the center of the lake, where a super crystal tree that grew from a tree into a forest stood here. This tree can be compared with the magnetic field tree of the former winged civilization. Wen Na exclaimed. The super crystal tree is indeed very huge, with a height of 11.2 kilometers and a crown radius of 17.5 kilometers. It is a real behemoth. There are many red fruits in the dark green leaves of the crystal tree. Is this the fruit of the heart tree? Wang Mingzhi opened his eyes and changed his eyes to a mode that can see dark matter. In an instant, the whole world appeared in a different color. The wandering dark souls were captured by the dark wave field of the heart tree and then swallowed up. Finally, a soul fruit rich in dark matter chimeras was formed, which is one of the local specialties of the sponge SK star. The Science and Technology Commission has also studied the hard tree, but because the soul fruit is not very useful for the new humans, who have undergone intermediate evolution. But for other civilizations, it can achieve a life extension effect similar to primary evolution. If the heart tree had not grown in a harsh environment and was difficult to clone, this thing would have become the first choice for many civilizations to evolve. Before, the frog people had been providing soul fruits to the giant machinery republic to obtain protection. Now they provide soul fruits to the carbon-based alliance. Chapter 441. After staying on Sponge SK for more than a week, Huang Mingzhi and his companion boarded a spaceship to head to their next destination. Also in the jurisdiction of the carbon-based alliance, the spaceship arrived at the Brahma Water Star region, 5.7 billion light-years away from the Guru Star region. This is a very prosperous commercial star region. Thanks to the new humans unifying the light crystal universe, large-scale cosmic wars have disappeared, leaving only some small conflicts between stream-level civilizations. The peaceful environment has brought unprecedented prosperity to commercial trade, and the Brahma Water Star region is such a beneficiary region. This is one of the 17 major commercial star regions of the carbon-based alliance, and it is also a famous food planet. The spacecraft is docked in the outer space of a huge planet. There is a huge satellite city here, which is also the main place for Acacia to receive alien guests. However, as the master of the universe, the new humans obviously do not need to be in the satellite city, they can directly land inside Acacia. In fact, Acacia restricts aliens from entering, on the one hand, because aliens may not adapt to the environment of Acacia. On the other hand, it is to prevent the microorganisms carried by aliens from destroying the original ecology of Acacia. The new humans have already reached the peak of life, and there is no microorganism residue on their bodies. They can also manipulate every cell, so there is no need to worry about spreading microorganisms. The president of the Gourmet Association of Acacia, Chopstick Dragon, personally welcomed the arrival of Huang Mingzhi and his wife. The Gourmet Star people, who are very powerful individually, dare not speak when facing the new humans. After all, no matter how strong the individual power is, it can only destroy the planet at most, while the new humans can destroy the universe. Chopstick Dragon was naturally under great pressure. While leading the way, he introduced the customs and culture of Acacia Star, as well as the most important food. Your gourmet cells are a good evolutionary path. Huang Mingzhi smiled while sitting at the dining table. Master, it's great. Chopstick Dragon didn't dare to be arrogant. Huang Mingzhi smiled without saying anything, cut off a piece of gem meat, put it into his mouth and chewed it carefully. It was indeed worthy of being gem meat. Wen Na looked at the ozone grass in front of her, and was about to eat it. Chopstick Dragon quickly reminded her, Master, this kind of vegetable needs 2 people to eat together to taste the most delicious taste. Wen Na raised her eyebrows, and took 2 bites of the heart-shaped fruit of the ozone grass in a flash. Long was stunned. Well, it tastes really good. Try this loin mushroom. Huang Mingzhi put a few mushrooms on the grill in front of Wen Na. Pick up a piece of loin mushroom and chew it. The fat is just right, and it tastes like sirloin steak with salt and pepper and grapefruit vinegar. Although there is no gourmet cell, the powerful digestive system of the new human is enough to digest most of the bright substances. Even though the delicacies on Acacia contain a lot of dark matter chimeras, Huang Mingzhi can still eat them safely. This is the confidence of super soul technology and biotechnology. Pick up a cocktail, which is a top cocktail mixed with platinum apple juice and rainbow fruit juice. Since you are on the food planet, you naturally have to eat a lot. Anyway, you come here to enjoy the food, otherwise why would Huang Mingzhi come here? After drinking the cocktail and rinsing his mouth with a sip of air water, the maid beside him quickly brought him a new dish. The food on the plate was like a piece of top-grade marbled beef, but it was a kind of tofu. Then, there was a century-old thick soup. Wen Na burped and put down her chopsticks. The gourmet planet is indeed worthy of its reputation. Our Chinese cuisine is not bad either, Huang Mingzhi said while gently shaking a glass of crystal coke. His words were not a bit watery. As a cosmic civilization spanning 2 universes, the types of food that the new humans mastered were more than tens of billions of times more than those on Acacia. Many bored new humans have developed countless delicacies, which are countless times more than the recipes of the gourmet star. Coming to Acacia to eat is just to try something new. After eating the delicacies, Huang Mingzhi and Wen Na did not leave, but prepared to visit the various continents of Acacia. Under the guidance of the guide Aru, the 2 walked into these continents. For the extremely dangerous original ecological continent of the gourmet star, it seemed like walking on flat ground in front of Huang Mingzhi and the others. Even if they are not combat-type new humans, they are not something that the native creatures of these planets can contend with. For example, the monkey in front of him, named Bambina, was gently lifted in his hand, and he couldn't even move. The top creatures on Acacia are as smart as the gourmets, and even more sensitive in instinct. Bambina was filled with fear at this time. The power of the creature in front of him was too strong. Intuition told him not to move, otherwise he would die. After listening to Aru's introduction, it turned out that the food on the monkey was the pair of testicles, and Huang Mingzhi was speechless. With a flick of his hand, Bambina was sent flying dozens of kilometers. Bambina, who had thick skin and flesh, did not show any anger and fled away in a tumble. The journey of exploration and food search continued. The couple toured the food planet for more than a month, but the overlords of the original ecological continent were unlucky. If it was the food that Huang Mingzhi was interested in, they could only accept their fate. After eating for a month, they finally felt a little tired, so they boarded the spaceship and headed for the next destination. This time it was no longer the jurisdiction of the carbon-based alliance, but the jurisdiction of the Azure Galaxy. The third stop is a strange civilization, which is as rare as the Ghost civilization. This civilization is called Mishidua civilization, which is a small river-level civilization. When Huang Mingzhi came to the home planet of this civilization, he saw the Mishiduo people floating in the air. The Mishiduo people were made up of golden crystals. Their home planet is a red dwarf star. The Mishiduo people are life forms living on the star. They are made up of photons, and are half energy and half matter life forms. It's really a big world. There are all kinds of wonders. When Na sighed, Huang Mingzhi also smiled and said, "It is indeed a very magical life race, as rare as the ghost people, and it may be related to the cosmic rules of the light crystal universe." These Mishi people also looked at the new humans curiously. After all, the Lord rarely descended into the universe. Not far from the satellite city is the home star of the Mishi people, a stable red dwarf star. Through some images and detectors, it can be seen that the Mishi people use degenerate materials to build cities on stars. It seems that the Mishi people can achieve fast movement through photonization, and can also resist the gravity and stellar activities of stars. Huang Mingzhi and his wife continued their journey. They saw countless strange planets in the Guangjing universe, all kinds of strange races and civilizations, and even carbon-based people who were very similar to new humans. After a long period of scientific research, he finally let loose this time. After visiting the underground star at the last stop for more than 10 days, he finally decided to end his 7-year roaming in the universe and return to normal scientific research. Standing on the spaceship, he took a last look at the walnut-shaped planet and said calmly, "Ghost, return to the 4th planet of the scientific research." "Yes, sir." Ghost, who had always been Huang Mingzhi's personal artificial intelligence, immediately activated the wormhole jump function of the spaceship. The wormhole unfolded, and the spaceship passed through the wormhole and returned to the spaceport of the 4th planet of the scientific research. Chapter 442. Huang Mingzhi, who had just returned to the 4-star scientific research, was immediately approached by Fang Ge. "Teacher, you finally came back." Fang Ge immediately complained bitterly. Huang Mingzhi took a sip of tea, smiled and shook his head. "Ha ha ha, you have to get used to it as soon as possible." "Teacher, let's discuss it." "You should take the position of chairman," Fang Ge said distressedly. However, Huang Mingzhi directly refused. New humans need a new atmosphere. "I have been the chairman of the Science and Technology Commission for 300 years. It is time to step down." Fang Ge suddenly felt sick. In fact, this trip was a deliberate move by Huang Mingzhi. If he didn't leave the Science and Technology 4-star, it would be difficult for Fang Ge to be the new chairman. After all, his qualifications and influence were too strong, so strong that he could radiate from the Science and Technology Committee to the other 3 committees. For the future stability of the new human race, he must find a way to stabilize the balance of the 4 committees. And the best way is to resign as the chairman of the Science and Technology Committee. Fang Ge, who succeeded him, met the requirements in terms of academic level, personal resume, and management level. In addition, as his disciple, he was able to stabilize the Science and Technology Commission, but would not be too strong to put pressure on the other 3 committees. He left for 7 years just to give Fang Ge a reasonable and smooth transition period. All of this was his good intention. Fang Ge looked at her teacher and was silent for a moment. The position of the chairman of the Science and Technology Commission was a hot potato in itself. If she was not careful, she would be isolated by those scientists. "Xiao Fang, do what you think is right. The times are progressing, and we can't keep things the same forever," Huang Mingzhi said calmly. In fact, except for the Science and Technology Committee, the other 3 committees were also forced to undergo a major change. Huang Mingzhi, as a veteran of the new human race, has retreated behind the scenes. Do you still want to be on top? Wang Mingzhi saw some problems and made changes. In the 342nd year of the new era, Fang Gu was promoted to the chairman of the Science and Technology Committee as the acting chairman. At the same time, the term of office of the chairman of each committee was determined. One term is 150 Blue Star years, and the maximum term is 2 consecutive terms. Wang Mingzhi, who has resigned, teaches and educates people while doing scientific research with Wei Feng and others. In the scientific research 4 stars. In Wang Mingzhi's exclusive laboratory, countless unimaginable instruments and equipment are used in experiments. The zero-point energy siphon device extracts countless zero-point energies from the void, and these zero-point energies are injected into the dark matter cage. Wang Mingzhi folded his arms across his chest, and all the researchers were very concerned about the experiment in front of them. This experiment was to synthesize zero-point energy matter. But the result of the experiment was contrary to expectations. In the dark matter cage, the injected zero-point energy turned into photons, dark particles and leptons, but did not turn into other matter. Failed again. Where is the breakthrough? Too difficult. Try again. The researchers have become numb to failure. After more than 10 years of experiments, there are few research results. Wang Mingzhi turned around, sat in his seat, and looked at the virtual model in front of him. Zero-point energy is also a particle, namely the zero particle. The zero particle is much smaller than dark particles, photons, and neutrinos. The zero particle is composed of 3 primary particles, and its characteristic is universal repulsion. Everything is composed of primary particles, whether it is particles in this universe or particles in the light crystal universe. If these particles are divided to the n, they are just primary particles. Primary particles have the ultimate power of superforce. Among them, particles composed of 3 primary particles are zero particles, which are also repulsive particles. Wang Mingzhi's idea is to find matter composed of zero particles, which must have the basic conditions of 3 primary particles. Why do we need to develop this material? Because zero-substance materials may be the key technology to fight against vacuum decay. The new humans have tried countless methods over the years, but none of them can fight against vacuum decay. The only solution is to use wormholes to transfer part of the vacuum decay to achieve the effect of weakening the scope of influence. The problem is that wormhole transfer requires the other party not to interfere with the development of the wormhole, and it can only transfer a small range of vacuum decay. Once the enemy's vacuum decay power spreads to hundreds of millions of light years, wormhole transfer is of little use. Therefore, a material that can resist vacuum decay must be developed. And what material can resist vacuum decay? Obviously, zero-point energy, the final product of vacuum decay, is the only material that can resist vacuum decay. It is just that zero-point material is the material in Wang Mingzhi's theory. No one has ever developed the real zero-point material. Faced with this embarrassing situation, all researchers are very crazy. This material exists in theory, but there is no way to synthesize it in reality. Wang Mingzhi was thinking about the zero-substance material, and the laboratory experiment was still going on, but no matter how he adjusted it, there was no trace of the zero-substance material in the experiment. Looking at the virtual model, he pondered hard. Even if he kept using the spark of inspiration, he could only obtain very little new information. At the same time, Wang Mingzhi was also very curious about his father. The box had been kept in his hands. With the development of new human technology, it can finally be confirmed that it is a degenerate material. Even the learning assistance system in his mind was analyzed, which was a special dark subcomputer, soul computer. But he had secretly searched the area where his parents and sister disappeared. Not even a single atom was spared, but found nothing. If it weren't for his genes and his uncle's genes, he would have suspected that he was an alien. This secret has always been hidden in his heart. Especially with the development of technology, he realized how amazing technology it was to reverse time and space and let his soul return from the future to the past. He buried the secret deep in his heart and continued to study the problem of zero-particle materials. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Even in vacuum decay, the 4 forces of the universe still exist. Zero-point energy is manifested as universal repulsion, which does not mean that the zero particle itself only has universal repulsion. This is just a specific manifestation of the primary particle, superparticle. I understand. Wang Mingzhi was confident. When other researchers heard Wang Mingzhi's words, they were full of expectations. Even the younger generation grew up listening to the stories of this legend. The title of the strongest scientist of the new mankind is not in vain. Chang'e. Chief, please give me your orders. A bald man replied quickly. Wang Mingzhi ordered, Go to the Institute of Cosmic Rules and order 10 small cosmic capsules from them. 10 small cosmic capsules? I understand. Wang Changyi nodded. He did not ask why, but went to arrange it directly. The small cosmic capsule was developed by Wei Feng's Research Institute. In the small cosmic capsule, the rules of the universe can be modified slightly. This thing is not only very expensive, but also very difficult to build. The key is that it is not very useful now. Wang Mingzhi also had a flash of inspiration and thought of Wei Feng's invention. He hoped that the small space capsule could help him develop zero sub-materials. On the other side, Cosmic Rule Research Institute. Wei Feng heard about the Zero Sub-Materials Research Institute and ordered 10 small space capsules from them, and he couldn't help but become curious, because he knew that Wang Mingzhi was in the Zero Sub-Materials Research Institute. Chapter 443. The spacecraft dragged a sphere through the wormhole, the radius of which was about 370 kilometers. Among the people who followed the spacecraft, Wang Mingzhi actually saw an old acquaintance. Fengzi, why are you here too? The visitor was Wei Feng, who teased, after all, the small space capsule was developed by me. What do you plan to use it for? Zero substances. Wang Mingzhi replied concisely. Zero substances? Do you want to create zero substance materials by modifying the rules of the universe? Wei Feng's brain raced, but he didn't quite understand. Wang Mingzhi took him to the inside of the institute. The staff and researchers were busy placing the small cosmic capsule. The mechanical celestial body, with a radius of 370 kilometers, was the small cosmic capsule. Despite the huge radius, the area that could actually modify the rules of the universe to a small extent was only the core area of the mechanical planet, an area with a radius of less than 70 meters. The rest of the mechanical planet is used for auxiliary equipment. Such a small space capsule requires such a huge amount of auxiliary equipment. According to the calculation of the Institute of Cosmic Rules, if an artificial space capsule with the radius of the blue planet needs to be built, the auxiliary equipment needed to be added together may reach a radius of 5.7 times the radius of Jupiter. Although the technology of the new humans at this time can complete a project of this scale, it seems a bit useless to build such a huge mechanical planet just for a small space capsule. Quick, adjust the course and orbital area. The director of the Planetary Orbital Management Office is responsible for the placement of the small space capsule C0014. The 47731 orbit of D17 can be used as the placement area. Understood. The spacecraft dragged the small space capsule to the designated orbit. Inside the Zero Material Research Institute, Wang Mingzhi poured a cup of yuanshan tea for Wei Feng and another for himself. Wei Feng blew the green tea soup lightly, and then tasted the yuanshan tea, which is a tea that can nourish the soul, and comes from the Tianguang star area of the Guangjing universe. Yes. Of course, I personally went to the Tianguang star region to collect this. No one else can drink it. Wei Feng drank the tea in one gulp, and then turned to the main topic. Can the small universe cabin really be used to manufacture zero-substance materials? Adding a cup of tea to Wei Feng, he smiled and explained, it's just a flash of inspiration. I can't guarantee it 100%. Oh, this is not like you. Wei Feng rarely joked. I'm not omniscient and omnipotent. There are always things I don't understand. The truth of the infinite universe may be endless. Wang Mingzhi sighed. The two drank tea and discussed some quick questions, and time slipped away unknowingly. And the 10 small space capsules were gradually in the star system of the scientific research for stars. On the other side, Wang Changyi arranged the relevant preparations for the experiment according to Wang Mingzhi's instructions. 3 days later, Wang Mingzhi stood in the main control room of the Zero Material Research Institute, with Wei Feng and Wang Changyi, who was responsible for the actual operation. Changyi, it's time to start. Wang Changyi nodded, ready, and then shouted to the researchers, everyone, take your positions. Got it. Energy supply system activated. Comprehensive detection system. Multiple confinement system. As time passed, one of the small space capsules was fully activated. Wang Changyi looked at the time and said, start the experiment, plan 1. Got it. In the core area of the small space capsule, various auxiliary equipment began to modify the density of zero-point energy, dark matter, and bright matter. Especially the density of zero-point energy, which is related to many rules of the universe. There was silence in the control room, and everyone was immersed in their work. It will take about 3 hours for the rules of the microcosm to complete the evolution. Wei Feng said calmly. Wang Mingzhi, who has long passed the age of youth and passion, is also very steady. Take your time, there is no rush. The microcosm cabin modifies the rules of the universe by changing the density ratio of zero-point energy, dark matter, and bright matter. Then after a long period of stability, the rules of this small area have to change to adapt to the material density, which is a reverse operation. It is also the only feasible solution for modifying the rules of the universe. The trouble with this solution is that it cannot quickly change the rules of the universe, and it takes a certain amount of time to evolve. Moreover, the protection environment of the small universe is very demanding. If the protection mechanism fails, the small universe will be assimilated by the large universe in a moment. At present, it can only be used as a scientific research tool. As for the universe modifier envisioned by Huang Mingzhi, it is obviously still an unattainable idea. 3 hours passed in a flash. Report: the evolution of the microcosmic rules is complete. Wang Changyi clenched his fists and ordered, "Put the dark particle cage in it according to the original plan." Received. The gravitational field manipulator put a dark particle cage into the microcosm. However, the experiment was not as smooth as expected. As soon as the dark particle cage entered the microcosm, it was instantly disintegrated. Wei Feng saw the problem at a glance. It seems that there is a conflict in the universe rules. The dark particle cage of the light crystal universe cannot be maintained in the microcosm. It's as expected. Huang Mingzhi was very calm. The researchers began to use a plan similar to the new humans entering the Guangjing universe, making adjustments bit by bit, preparing to create neutron robots in this small universe. Since the rules of this small universe are man-made, the researchers naturally understand the rules very well, and there is Wei Feng, the chief of the Universe Rules Research Institute. It took only 16 days to complete the neutron robot construction technology of the small universe, and then use the neutron robot to create scientific research equipment inside the small universe. Then the experiment of synthesizing zero-substance materials was carried out. The difficulty of this experiment did not decrease. And using the environment of the microcosm to create zero-substance materials in the microcosm was just to verify Huang Mingzhi's idea. One day 4 months later, Wang Changyi wiped his eyes tiredly, and suddenly a strange data appeared on his virtual display. "What is this?" Wang Changyi was shocked and looked through the data carefully. The more he looked at it, the more excited he became. Chief, take a look at this." Huang Mingzhi came over immediately and took a look at the data. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he retrieved the experimental design of yesterday's experiment from the database. After careful calculation and deduction, he took Wang Changyi and others to continue the experimental design, hoping to reproduce the data and the material behind the data. This data represents a zero material composed of 6 primary particles. Although it only appeared briefly in this small universe, it represents a good start. In the research work that never sleeps or eats, time always flies fast. In one experiment after another, they capture more and more of that signal. This means that the zero material in this small universe is being synthesized, but the existence of the zero material cannot be maintained for a long time. Huang Mingzhi immediately put the remaining 9 small universes into the experiment. As long as the scale of the experiment is increased, they will always get closer to the answer through continuous attempts. Chapter 444. New Era 355, February 2nd. Scientific Research 4-star, it is spring with flowers in full bloom. Huang Mingzhi was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of him, but was busy with a group of researchers without sleep or food. The simultaneous use of 10 small space capsules made the experimental progress rapidly approach the answer. Wang Changyi looked at the projection in front of him, and a dark red flash was spreading in the small space capsule. Although there were only a few dots, it was extremely obvious in the supervision of the new humans. Wang Changyi was not unfamiliar with this dark red flash, because the synthetic zero material in the small space capsule C1606 was this color. How long has it been stable? Wang Changyi looked at the time. "Chief, it has been stable for 17 minutes. It seems that we are very close to success." Huang Mingzhi touched his chin and said. 06 in the small space capsule C16 was still flashing dark red, as if there was no change at all. The observation is still going on, and this stable property makes everyone excited. Of course, this success is just to maintain the physical rules of the small universe, but through the 06 of the small universe, it may be possible to deduce the zero material applicable to the light crystal universe, and this universe through the scheme of rule transformation. Changyi, you start preparing the reverse experiment of rule transformation. Huang Mingzhi ordered. No problem. With the discovery of stable zero material in the small universe cabin, zero material applicable to the light crystal universe was also born in the laboratory with the reverse experiment. In front of me is a space battleship covered with zero-particle material, parked in an empty space. Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng, and Wang Changyi are in the observation experiment base at the edge of the Qisha void, silently observing the busy staff and the large virtual display screen. Zero-particle material, let me see if you can resist vacuum decay. I didn't expect that you really succeeded. Wei Feng also looked at the battleship curiously. During the chat, the vacuum decay bomb in the red sand hollow is ready. This is the 4th generation vacuum decay bomb, which is only 0.4 times the size of Jupiter, and has been reduced a lot compared to the 1st generation vacuum decay bomb. However, this size is still too large, and it is still difficult to put it into use on the battlefield for this universe that needs to fight quickly. The new humans don't want to be the first to stand out and be targeted by the harvesters, so they can only slowly experiment and improve in the light crystal universe. When the size can be reduced to the size of a large spaceship, it will be truly practical. All units, take your positions. 100369 vacuum decay bomb detonation experiment begins. Countdown 10. 530, detonate. In the red sand hollow, the vacuum decay bomb quickly extracted zero-point energy from all directions, causing a local zero-point energy imbalance. The vacuum decay was successfully stimulated, and the vacuum decay at hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light swept across, and everything was zero-point energy in an instant. After affecting a radius of 1.2 million light-years, the vacuum decay came to an abrupt end, and then the space expanded and contracted. The staff in charge of monitoring stared at the data in front of them in amazement. Then other staff also reacted, using brain waves to control the system while paying attention to the battleship. After the vacuum decay disappeared, the space also stabilized. In this area, only the battleship was still intact. Incredible. It can actually resist vacuum decay. Quickly check if there is any problem inside the battleship. You are worthy of being Academician Huang. The staff members were talking about it, but their conversations did not affect their work. The warship's full body inspection was completed quickly, and every particle inside and outside the warship was carefully inspected several times. Huang Mingzhi was relieved after receiving the inspection report. Congratulations. Wei Feng patted him on the shoulder. Huang Mingzhi was calm and smiled and replied, "This is thanks to your small space capsule, otherwise it wouldn't be so fast. Then treat me to a big meal." Haha, 10 tons is no problem. The space battleship covered with zero-substance material directly blocked the annihilation of vacuum decay like a cosmic barrier. This is because the zero-substance material itself is a substance with similar properties to zero-point energy, which can block vacuum decay. If it is replaced with other substances, it is difficult to block this tearing of the universe rules. Thousands of space repair ships are converting zero-point energy into matter in the vacuum decay annihilation area just now. At the same time, in another area of the red sand hollow, the zero-substance battleship passed through the wormhole and appeared here. Dozens of light years away, there is another vacuum decay bomb. The detonation experiment started again, and the zero battleship did not stop, but sailed inside the vacuum decay. The zero-point energy siphon device extracts the zero-point energy in the vacuum decay zone, and uses it as the propellant and energy of the engine. The zero battleship seems to be unimpeded in the vacuum decay. After this experiment, it does not mean that the zero battleship can be put into use, and other performances need to be fully tested. For example, does the null shield have any shortcomings? Does it have any other effects on the warship itself? Can it be destroyed by other weapons, etc.? Because the null material and zero-point energy have similar properties, the null shield has a super strong universal repulsion, and can form a repulsive field. This repulsive field can resist some black holes. Unless the mass of the black hole reaches 170 times that of the Sun, the gravity of the black hole is not enough to capture the null warship. The repulsive field will produce a strong repulsive force for all light matter and dark matter with gravity. This means that laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, antimatter bombs, and soul annihilation bombs cannot harm the zero battleship. Of course, this nature is also unfriendly to the battleship itself, so the battleship itself must be modified. This modification is to allow the battleship to withstand the influence of the repulsive field. Huang Mingzhi looked at the experiments again, and suddenly had an idea. He turned his head, and whispered a few words to Wang Changyi. After listening to Huang Mingzhi's instructions, Wang Changyi was also very surprised, but he did not doubt it, but immediately did it as ordered. Soon, all the staff were also very surprised, but they could only follow Huang Mingzhi's orders. The zero battleship opened a wormhole, crossed into the death zone, and then rushed to the alien zone on the surface of the light crystal universe. Under everyone's gaze, the Zero battleship actually penetrated the interface between the light crystal universe and the alien zone. Is there any material transformation? Not yet. Continue to monitor closely. 17 minutes later, there was still no change inside the Zero battleship. Everyone was stunned, because this meant that the Zero substrate warship could, to a certain extent, resist the sudden change of the rules of the universe. It seems that my guess is indeed correct, Wang Mingzhi said calmly. Wei Feng, who was standing by, had already understood the reason. The enclosed area composed of Zero substrate materials is equivalent to a self-contained small universe. Zero substrate materials may be the element to open up a new universe. Wang Mingzhi was just giving it a try. But he didn't expect that this thing could actually resist the sudden change of the rules of the universe. This may be related to the nature of zero-point energy. Whether in this universe or in the light crystal universe, the basic physical rules of zero-point energy have not changed much. Chapter 445. The Zero battleship not only crossed the alien zone, but also successfully entered the universe from the alien zone, and the battleship itself was not affected by any rules of the universe. For a time, this invention caused a huge response within the new human race. The emergence of the Zero battleship once again raised the height of the new human technology. The current new human civilization can be said to be a quasi-advanced civilization. The Zero battleship, which can withstand vacuum decay and sudden changes in the rules of the universe, has rapidly improved the combat effectiveness of the new human race. The War Committee immediately approved the first batch of 100,000 Zero warships. Especially the division of this universe, which may face advanced civilizations at any time, needs these Zero warships. When the new humans went all out and put their productivity on Zero warships, some changes began to appear in this universe. This universe. Brangham Sector. This star region is very desolate, because there are 5 cosmic voids of different sizes around the Brangham Sector. These cosmic voids just separated the Brangham Sector outside the Great Wall of the universe, resulting in only one fragile branch of the Brangham Sector connected to the Great Wall of the universe of the AE. Therefore, the Brangham Sector is a very desolate area, and the civilizations and life planets inside the sector are extremely rare. However, at this time, a space fleet suddenly appeared in the Brangham Sector. In the fleet, the flagship was slightly larger than the moon, and on the starry sky observatory on the flagship, a figure looked coldly at the endless starry sky in front of him. I, Gu Youwei, am finally back. In the cold light, the alien named Gu Youwei, with his light green scales and strange appearance, would definitely recognize his identity if the new humans were here. This guy looks exactly like the former Nibelung. Grand Archon, the spacecraft has been modified. A Nibelung soldier reported respectfully. Collect the information here, and have you calculated the time? Gu Youwei asked indifferently. After 17.3 Universal Pals, about 25.4 years, it will be the next encounter period. The soldier replied quickly. Okay. Gu Youwei looked at the endless starry sky outside with a gloomy look, then turned his head and ordered, Gu Mushi. Here. A Nibelung man in a silver-white uniform stood up. Immediately look for other escaped ships of the Yath civilization. Gu Mushi nodded, yes, sir. And Gu Youwei continued, Gu Zhenlei. Here. Another Nibelung in black armor quickly stepped forward. Start preparing a revenge plan. I want the entire universe to feel the pain of the Yapi civilization. Gu Youwei said murderously. Yes, sir. This Nibelung civilization space fleet, with a total of 3 million warships, immediately opened up a series of jumping wormholes, and jumped to various regions of the universe. They appeared in various regions of this universe in groups of 10 warships. The flagship, the Great Yapi, was now docked at the edge of the Brangham Sector, serving as a command center while continuously hatching space battleships. These space battleships quickly captured the Brangham Sector, and then used the resources of this star region to mass-produce battleships and weapons. At the same time, those Nibelung battleships wandering around the universe began to act secretly. On the Centauri arm of the Milky Way, suddenly a hidden wormhole opened up, and 10 space battleships appeared here, and then randomly found a star system. Parked on an Earth-like planet, countless spore robots on the battleship rushed out, and used the resources on the Earth-like planet to build some equipment and bases underground. Gradually, the spore robots transformed the entire planet. In addition to the rock layer on the surface, the underground was already full of special equipment. Set the self-destruct device, and go to the next destination. Received. The 10 battleships then left the Centauri cantilever of the Milky Way. However, these battleships did not know that as soon as they left here, the neutron robots lurking in the planet were immediately activated. Although the new humans have taken the blue planet away, the Milky Way, where the new humans originated, still has many traces of the new humans. For example, these silent neutron robots are almost everywhere on every planet in the Milky Way. Obviously, the actions of the Nibelungs triggered the emergency procedures of the neutron robots. Shi Chaolong, who is in charge of the intelligence work of this universe, soon learned about this. An unknown civilization transformed a planet in the Milky Way. It is covered with energy siphon devices. After reading the information, Shi Chaolong felt something was wrong. He immediately contacted Chen-Li in the Guangjing universe. Chen-Li soon appeared in the office through a stand-in robot. Old Shi, is the information accurate? Shi Chaolong nodded solemnly. Hundreds of neutron robots have penetrated deep into the Earth-like planet. This is the analysis report just sent from the Science and Technology Commission. After taking the document, Chen-Li's eyes suddenly changed, because it said that the planet's zero-point energy siphon device, if fully activated, would be enough to instantly trigger a vacuum decay with a radius of 500 million light-years. This thing is a vacuum decay bomb. What does the other party want to do? Is it a newly advanced civilization that wants to deter other advanced civilizations by deploying a large number of vacuum decay bombs? Chen-Li guessed solemnly. Shi Chaolong shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. The other party's technological level has not yet reached the level of a truly advanced civilization. Now instead of hiding, they deploy vacuum decay bombs to the Milky Way. There may be some secrets in it. Chen-Li suddenly asked, wait, can we reversely lock the other party's position through the communication device on this planet? Not for now. The other party's communication system has anti-tracking equipment, and it is difficult for us to make the neutron robot resonate with quantum communication. Radius 500 million light-years? Chen-Li pondered. And Shi Chaolong ordered his subordinates to continue to investigate the planet in depth and analyze as much useful intelligence as possible from those devices. As time went by, the Ghost Special Service analyzed some intelligence from the equipment on the planet, but this intelligence was not very useful. More than 4 months passed unknowingly, and another secretly transformed Earth-like planet was discovered in another star region under the new human civilization. Chen-Li and Shi Chaolong, who have been paying close attention to this matter, have already felt that things are getting more and more wrong. The situation on that planet is exactly the same as the planet in Centaurus in the Milky Way, and it has also been transformed into a vacuum decay bomb. Old Shi, what do you think? Chen-Li put down the intelligence analysis report and asked. Shi Chaolong pondered for a moment and expressed some of his thoughts. If the other party is to experiment with vacuum decay bombs, they will not choose to set them up in the Great Wall of the universe, because doing so will offend other civilizations. That's true. In this case, the only thing left is to deter advanced civilizations. But advanced civilizations may not be afraid of vacuum decay bombs, and their vacuum decay bombs cannot destroy the universe with one bomb. Shi Chaolong was stunned. What's wrong? Chen-Li asked, puzzled. Shi Chaolong swallowed his throat. Gurgle, this civilization doesn't want to destroy this universe, right? Chapter 446. Destroy this universe? Chen-Li was stunned. But the more Shi Chaolong thought about it, the more he felt that his reasoning was correct. He said his speculation. If they didn't want to destroy the universe, why would they deploy vacuum decay bombs? This level of vacuum decay bombs is not enough to deter advanced civilizations. Chen-Li, who understands advanced civilizations, also understands that the other party's vacuum decay bombs cannot pose a fatal threat to advanced civilizations. Just like the new humans of quasi-advanced civilizations, they can now use zero-substance materials to build warships, or wrap satellite cities and planets, so as to resist the attack of vacuum decay. Not to mention those who have been advanced civilizations for countless years, most of them can withstand vacuum decay. Shi Chaolong continued. Since this civilization has developed vacuum decay bombs, it must know some secrets of the universe. Vacuum decay with a killing range of 500 million light-years is of no use at all. As the head of the Ghost Special Service, Chen-Li naturally understood the reason. But this civilization still deployed vacuum decay bombs. If my estimation is correct, the other party has deployed vacuum decay bombs throughout the universe. After thinking it over again and again, Chen-Li asked, Old Shi, what should we do now? I suggest 2 things. First, complete the zeroization construction of this universe branch as soon as possible. Second, wait and see, Shi Chaolong suggested. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen-Li finally felt that it was safer to do so. He immediately reported the matter to this universe branch, Guangjing Universe Branch. The new humans reacted very quickly, while building zero-level protective shields as much as possible, and equipping warships, spacecraft and planets. Transfer some of the new humans in this universe to the Light Crystal Universe. This is also a helpless solution. Even if the number of new humans in this universe is only 1/9 of that in the light crystal universe, the population size still reaches 23 trillion. For a while, the productivity of the Zero Shield could not keep up with the demand. If it is in a normal state, the productivity can be gradually adjusted. The problem is that there is a civilization that seems to want to destroy the universe. God knows when the other party plans to start the plan. At this time, the best strategy is to run away. Groups of new humans living in this universe have been transformed into creatures of the light crystal universe through the alien zone of the black water hole. And the new humans who stayed in this universe have entered the Zero battleship and Zero spaceship. The Ghost Special Service has been closely tracking the affairs of that civilization. However, the other party's technological level is not low, and the tracking fleet of the Ghost Special Service dare not track too blatantly. Among the 50 fleets responsible for investigating this matter, the Huangwuming fleet is aimlessly shoveling between the galaxies. Report: a fleet of unknown civilization was found, numbering 10, located in the 14367 Milky Way in the Blue Sky Star region. The other party is building a vacuum decay bomb. Huangwuming observed calmly for a while, and then looked at the data. The other party's warships were also Zero warships. This was the third time his investigation fleet encountered the fleet of this civilization. He did not interfere with the other party's actions. The new humans did not want to be saviors. Even if the universe was destroyed, it would not affect the foundation of the new humans. Therefore, the investigation fleet kept watching the other side in the dark, until the other side completed the manufacture of the vacuum decay bomb and left the galaxy. The investigation fleet activated the neutron robot in the vacuum decay bomb to investigate the internal situation of the vacuum decay bomb. The data was similar to the 4 vacuum decay bombs found before. The difference was caused by the Earth-like planet, and the vacuum decay bomb itself was no different. After checking this vacuum decay bomb, Huangwuming only entered the data of the vacuum decay bomb into the internal database of the Ghost Special Service. As for other things, he had no intention of interfering. Even if he destroyed the vacuum decay bomb, he would not be able to affect the other party's plan. After all, the scope of this universe is huge, and the star systems are numerous. If the other party sneaks around and makes small moves at any corner, those advanced civilizations will not pay too much attention unless the vacuum decay bomb is not detonated in advance. On the other side, the famous intermediate civilization in this universe, the Observer civilization. On the mother ship of this civilization, the Eternal Observer received a very urgent intelligence, and there was a hint of surprise in his vicissitudes of life. You analyze this report. The Eternal Analyst is a huge silicon-based creature, a mechanical planet. The Observer civilization itself is not composed of a single race, but there are various races within them, such as the Eternal Observer, whose race is a carbon-based creature. Leave it to me. After the Eternal Analyst finished speaking, he fell silent, and his mechanical planet body flickered with light, which was because he was fully operating the core brain. I don't know how much time has passed, and suddenly the lights on the mechanical star of the Eternal Analyst flickered. Urgent. The Eternal Observer and the Eternal Decision Maker, who were dealing with other things, appeared in the virtual world in an instant. What's the matter? The Eternal Observer asked concisely. A very troublesome analysis result. After saying that, the Eternal Analyst shared an intelligence analysis report with the two. After receiving the shared data, the Eternal Observer and the Eternal Decision Maker were feeling turbulent in their hearts. That unknown civilization is trying to destroy the universe? The Eternal Observer was in doubt. Even the calm Eternal Decision Maker felt that things were very troublesome at this time. After all, the Observer civilization had no way to transcend the universe. Once the universe was destroyed, they would be doomed. According to the intelligence analysis results, the probability that this civilization is trying to destroy the universe is as high as 78.13%. We need to respond. If we allow this civilization to act, once the universe is destroyed, the probability of the Observer civilization's demise is 100%. The analysis of the Eternal Analyst made the Eternal Observer and the Eternal Decision Maker panic. Although they had been born for hundreds of millions of years, they were still afraid of the destruction of the universe. The longer you live, the more you want to live. The Eternal Decision Maker, who has always been a decision maker, thought for a moment and made a decision. Send this information to the trading system of the territory of chaos, and someone will help us deal with this matter. The right choice. The Eternal Analyst agreed. The Eternal Observer continued. I will ask the forces below to focus on this civilization. The Observer civilization immediately uploaded the relevant information to the trading system of the Chaos Territory, and as the manipulator behind the Chaos Territory, it immediately discovered this information. In an unknown void. Destroy the universe? The ignorant bugs start the strong monitoring system and share this information with other civilizations. Received. After the communication and explanation, the entire universe suddenly surged with undercurrents. Other intermediate civilizations also received reports from the observer civilization from the chaos territory one after another. For a time, a group of intermediate civilizations were terrified and boiling, and they searched for the vacuum decay bomb of the Nibeling civilization throughout the universe. But their actions were destined to be in vain. Chapter 447. The advanced civilization behind the territory of chaos was the first to take action. The other two advanced civilizations also followed suit. They observed the entire universe and immediately discovered hundreds of millions of vacuum decay bombs, which made the three advanced civilizations furious. Damn bugs, do you really think we don't exist? Polar civilization, what are you going to do? It's been a while since the last great purge, and it seems that the bugs in the universe are starting to get restless again. Are you going to restart the great purge? Why not? What do you think? Then let's get started, or we should divide the area in front of us and clean up our own area. Okay. The three advanced civilizations decided to clean up the entire universe in a moment, but before that, they would deal with the Nibeling civilization first. The civilization behind the territory of chaos is called the Dwanji civilization, also known as the Universe Trader civilization. The Trader civilization is very satisfied with the Observer civilization that tipped off the news, so they plan to let them go. Soon, a number of spaceships shaped like cubes opened wormholes and appeared in various regions of the universe. The strong monitoring system of the Trader civilization has locked onto the vacuum decay bombs of the Nibeling civilization. Through these vacuum decay bombs, the space battleships of the Nibeling civilization were locked. In an instant, the Nibeling vacuum decay bombs in the jurisdiction of the Trader civilization were wiped out in the universe by the sudden vacuum decay. The Trader civilization was a vacuum decay attack, which was very precisely controlled and instantly destroyed the vacuum decay bombs, but there was no invasion of the surrounding starry sky. The power of advanced civilizations was fully demonstrated here. On the other hand, the Ghost Special Service had already conducted an in-depth analysis of the observer intelligence of the Chaos Territory. The result is that the advanced civilization may take the opportunity to cleanse this universe. Therefore, the new humans entered a state of complete dormancy in this universe, and the alien zone was disguised as an ordinary cosmic void. The next step is to see whether that civilization can withstand the attack of the advanced civilization. With the intervention of the Trader civilization, the Polar civilization and another advanced civilization, the vacuum decay bombs deployed by the Nibeling civilization in this universe were cleared in a moment. But what happened next was not so simple. After all, the Nibeling civilization has the Zero warships. If the three advanced civilizations want to eliminate each other, it will probably take some effort. And the new humans also plan to observe secretly, and let the Nibeling civilization test the details of the advanced civilization. This universe. Brangham Sector. Gu Yahweh, who is on the flagship, is listening to his subordinates' reports calmly. Grand Archon, our annihilation bombs have been eliminated. There are still 2 brushes. Gu Yahweh did not have an expression of anger or shame, but was confident. He ordered, "How many self-destruct warships have we prepared?" Reporting to the Archon, "We have prepared 840 million self-destructing warships." Okay, I want to let this universe feel the pain of the yaft of civilization. Gu Yahweh waved his hand. The self-destruction plan is launched. Understood. Just over 10 minutes later, the 840 million self-destructing warships prepared by the Nibeling civilization appeared in various regions of this universe. As for the warships sent out before, they were just a bait to attract attention. The Nibeling warships in the Brangham Star Zone gathered together to form a huge zero-level protection area. As Gu Yahweh pressed the detonation button, 8.4 trillion self-destructing warships instantly triggered vacuum decay, and those areas close to the self-destructing warships were immediately in trouble. The vacuum decay of tens of millions of times the speed of light swept in all directions in an instant, and the traders who were chasing the Nibeling warships, the Polar civilization, the light of thought. The actions of the Nibeling civilization were discovered in an instant. The representative of the Polar civilization was furious. "Damn bugs, you succeeded in irritating me." The representative of the light of thought, who also had an ugly face, was still quite calm. "Contain the vacuum first." Agreed. The representative of the trader also suppressed his anger. They mobilized the warships and rushed directly into the vacuum decay area, quickly extracting other zero-point energy to contain the vacuum decay. Although they moved very quickly, the self-destruction of 840 million self-destructing warships, each of which could affect hundreds of millions of light-years, was enough to contain part of the power. This self-detonation still caused unimaginable damage to the universe. Those cosmic walls seemed to have been gnawed by dogs, with annihilation holes everywhere. The Ghost Special Service, which closely followed this matter, was also surprised by the madness of the Nibelung civilization. Shi Chaolong found the analysis report. It seems that this incident will arouse the anger of advanced civilizations. We need to be careful. Indeed, Jinli did not expect that civilization would use self-destructing warships. The two people's worries are not unreasonable. Once the Nibelung civilization angers the advanced civilization may thoroughly investigate the universe, and then the alien zone may be exposed. For this major event in the universe, Huang Mingzhi and others have to pay attention to this matter. How can Huang Mingzhi, who is extremely intelligent, not understand the concerns of Shi Chaolong and others in the alien zone? Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng, Akademi Shinyang and others are on a zero subspaceship, observing here. At this time, the alien zone is full of countless vacuum decay bombs. I hope it won't come to that, Akademi Shinyang said helplessly. Huang Mingzhi looked calm and said slowly, what is coming will come, just do your best and leave it to fate. Speaking of which, that civilization is really tough. What kind of hatred and grudge is there? Wei Feng shrugged and smiled. Who knows? Huang Mingzhi spread his hands. Not far from their spaceship, a large number of new humans retreated from this universe. There are fewer and fewer new humans still staying in this universe. The war between the Nibelung civilization and the three advanced civilizations has entered a white-hot stage. Gu Yawei looked at the report in his hand. Most of the 3 million warships had been destroyed, but he did not feel any pain. Originally, he was determined to die in this operation, and there was no fear in his heart. Ha ha ha, high and mighty advanced civilization, this pain is not enough. I want to let you know that bugs can also kill you. After saying this, the terrifyingly calm Gu Yawei pressed the red button beside him. The flagship hidden in the Brangham Star Zone, as well as a fleet of Nibelung civilizations, instantly erupted with unimaginable zero-point energy siphoning power. Gu Yawei also hid hundreds of millions of vacuum decay bombs in the Brangham Star Zone, plus his own fleet. The combined power of these vacuum decay bombs is enough to make advanced civilizations tremble, waiting for the three advanced civilizations to react. The vacuum decay in the Brangham Star Zone is spreading to the entire universe at a speed of hundreds of billions of times the speed of light, destroying everything wherever it goes. At this time, the three advanced civilizations had to desperately stop the vacuum decay from spreading to the entire universe. But this time the power of the vacuum decay was too terrible, and their resistance seemed a bit like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even the new humans were frightened, and had to speed up their escape from this universe. Chapter 448. Huang Mingzhi, who returned to the Guangjing universe, received an urgent report from the Ghost Special Service. Wei Feng and Akademi Shinyang, who had not yet left, also saw the urgent report, and they saw the key problem at a glance. Vacuum decay can no longer be stopped. This power is enough to affect 40% of the area. I'm afraid. Akademi Shinyang finally stopped talking. Huang Mingzhi continued, the great rift of the universe is coming. I didn't expect it to be the Nibelung civilization. Their development speed is so fast? Wei Feng said curiously. Gu Yawei announced the existence of the Nibelung civilization to the entire universe at the last moment of his self-explosion. Therefore, the new humans knew that it was the Nibelung civilization. This was also unexpected for the new humans. The Nibelung civilization, which was eliminated by the advanced civilization, actually launched a war of revenge against the entire universe. Huang Mingzhi also had to admit that the great potential of the Nibelung civilization, in just a few hundred years, not only made a comeback, but also developed into a quasi-advanced civilization. The civilizations near the Brangham Star Zone can be said to be the worst offenders in this revenge incident. Those primary civilizations were annihilated in vacuum decay before they could even react, turning into the purest zero-point energy and returning to the origin of the universe. The intermediate civilizations could still struggle to their death, and if they were discovered earlier, they could jump to a more distant starry sky through a wormhole. But they didn't know that Gu Yawei's last blow, the terrible vacuum decay, was tearing the entire universe apart. Even if the three advanced civilizations tried their best to stop it, the great tear of the universe had already been triggered, and even the Zero battleship could not stop it. More than 100 warships of the traitor civilization were desperately absorbing zero-point energy from other areas, and then jumped to the vacuum decay area and injected the zero-point energy into the vacuum decay area. In this way, they tried to weaken the power of vacuum decay. On the traitor battleship, Captain Took, the zero-point energy injection is complete. The person in charge of the trader civilization in charge of this fleet was a translucent light blue humanoid creature who looked a bit like jelly. Took sent out a brainwave. Return to Area 117 immediately. Captain, the 0-point energy density in Area 117 has dropped to the critical point. The light blue body of Took became darker blue, which was a reflection of their intense emotional fluctuations. Then Area 118. Area 118 has also reached the critical point. Took, who was in a bad mood, flipped through the star map of the battleship and found that 68.4% of the area in the entire universe had reached the 0-point energy critical point. However, the vacuum decay in front of them showed no signs of stopping. Even if they extracted the 0-point energy in the remaining area, it would probably be difficult to suppress the vacuum decay explosion. This is why Huang Mingzhe and others saw at a glance that the great tear of the universe was inevitable. Because the existing matter in this universe is no longer enough to fill the big hole of vacuum decay. This is not a small gap before that can be patched up for another 3 years. Suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded. Emergency evasion, emergency evasion. In the vacuum decay area, an extremely dark crack passed by the trader fleet. The battleship was supported by a rock-hard zero shield, but it had no resistance at all. The battleship was broken into pieces like a glass product. After the zero shield was destroyed, the battleship was completely exposed to vacuum decay and was instantly annihilated into 0-point energy. 2.7 trillion light-years away from the vacuum decay area, a dozen trader battleships rushed out of the wormhole that was forced to open. Tuk's originally light blue body was now flashing black, white, and purple. These 3 colors represent fear, dullness, and surprise. Space crack. Quickly notify other fleets to withdraw from the vacuum decay area immediately. Understood. Tuk, who was still in shock, was obviously frightened, especially the sudden space crack, which was a sign of the great tear of the universe. Although Tuk had already notified other fleets, the terrible space crack still destroyed hundreds of millions of trader warships. This was the first time that the trader civilization had suffered such a heavy loss in billions of years, since it became an advanced civilization. Even an advanced civilization would feel extremely dangerous when facing the great tear of the universe. The space repair warships of the 3 advanced civilizations were severely damaged by the space cracks and had to be restrained. Observers and new humans who closely follow the situation in the universe have found that vacuum decay is unstoppable, and the cosmic rift indirectly caused by vacuum decay is also difficult to avoid. The headquarters of the Observer civilization. After the Eternal Observer sent the data to the Eternal Analyst. The cosmic rift is coming, and it is expected that after 571 cosmic periods, about 416 blue star years, vacuum decay will cover the entire universe. For a moment, the Eternal Observers and Eternal Decision Makers fell silent. The 3 advanced civilizations tried their best to stop it, but they couldn't suppress the spread of vacuum decay. As intermediate civilizations, they were even more helpless. Advanced civilizations might be able to preserve some civilizations in the great tear of the universe. Even advanced civilizations can't save themselves, and these intermediate civilizations are probably doomed. We must find a way, otherwise we will become nothingness, and there will be no history left. The Eternal Observer said with a heavy heart. Is there really no way to avoid it? Unless we have the protection technology of advanced civilizations. The Eternal Analyst replied in a low voice. For this answer, the Eternal Decision Maker could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Protection technology of advanced civilizations? With such a short time left, they simply could not develop it. Unless they obtain the technology of advanced civilizations, or are protected by advanced civilizations. But the advanced civilizations themselves can hardly protect themselves, so how can they give them technology? As for the idea of robbing, just think about it. For a while, the Observer civilization was filled with gloom. In fact, it was not only the Observers who felt desperate, but other intermediate civilizations were also extremely desperate. Perhaps only the new humans could sit on the Diaoyu Island at this time. If the universe was finally torn apart, the new humans could enter the light crystal universe and take shelter for a while. As for other intermediate civilizations, they had neither an alien universe to take refuge in nor a zero shield to resist vacuum decay. It is estimated that there is a 99.9999% chance of their demise. Faced with this doomed situation, a group of intermediate civilizations cursed the Nibelungs and racked their brains to find a solution. On the other hand, the new humans' zero microdetectors were also densely distributed throughout the universe, observing the situation in the vacuum decay area. In particular, the space cracks were the focus of the new human scientists. If some technology could be researched from the space cracks, the new human civilization level might be able to go a step further. The three troubled advanced civilizations also discovered the new humans' zero microdetectors, but now they no longer have time to manage them. Because once the universe is devoured by vacuum decay, the great tier of the universe will reach its peak. At that time, even if there is a null shield, the danger will rise sharply in the dense space cracks. Now they are desperately producing null spaceships, and increasing the number of spaceships, so that more civilizations can survive the great tier of the universe. Chapter 449. In the 384th year of the new era, the great rip of the universe has lasted for 11 years. The entire universe is in a panic, especially those intermediate civilizations, who are like ants on a hot pot. There are only 405 blue star years left before the universe is completely swallowed by vacuum decay. This time is really too short for the current cosmic civilization. It's like in the AT era, when a prediction appeared one day that the blue star would be destroyed in 4 years. What should we do? This is simply an unsolvable dead end. A large number of intermediate civilizations fled frantically, and they chose the star area farthest from the vacuum decay area as a temporary repair area. The three advanced civilizations, Trader, Polar Civilization, and Light of Thought, were desperately destroying zero subspaceships, hoping to increase the number of survivors by increasing the number. Observer Civilization escaped headquarters. Negotiation failed. The eyes of the Eternal Observer were full of helplessness and despair. The Eternal Analyst's core brain planet projection seemed unusually calm. In fact, for the Eternal Observer's negotiation this time, he had already analyzed all the results, and without exception, they were all failures. Even the Trader Civilization still disdains the request of the Observer Civilization. After all, in their eyes, all the intermediate civilizations are just stronger bugs, and they may still threaten their own bugs. If they don't kill the observers, it's because the three advanced civilizations don't want to cause trouble. The Eternal Observer continued in a low voice. I have also communicated with other intermediate civilizations, but none of them have an effective method. Is this the fate of the observers? The Eternal Decision Maker stared at the star map in front of him with 3 empty eyes. Vacuum decay is devouring the universe all the time. Countless stars are extinguished, and the black area on the star map is slowly devouring the starry area. Don't look at the black area on the star map. The spread speed is not fast. That's because the size of the star map is the whole universe, with a radius of 25 trillion light-years. And now the speed of vacuum decay is expanding in all directions at a speed of 67.7 billion light-years per year. Once more than 30% of the area of the universe is devoured, vacuum decay will gradually speed up and exceed the speed of universe expansion. United Universe. Also helpless, the affiliated civilizations now have to discover internal differences and discuss what to do next. One of the affiliated civilizations that has communicated with the new humans, the Black Line Civilization, their representatives suddenly received a secret letter from the headquarters. After reading it, the Black Line Civilization representatives suddenly looked strange. In fact, at this time, the Black Line Civilization headquarters, a group of Black Line people were also confused. Because a new human zero detector was floating in their conference room, the zero detector sent out a brain wave. What is your choice? Is 10,000 places too few? Don't push it too far. If you don't want it, I leave. The hourglass on the side is decreasing rapidly. If the gold sand on the top of the hourglass leaks out, and the Black Line Civilization has not made a decision, the zero detector will give up this object. The heavy gold sand fell down little by little. The Black Line people present had heavy faces. There were only 10,000 places, and they had to accept the gene lock and soul lock of the new humans, which was equivalent to submitting to the new humans forever. If they could choose, the Black Line Civilization would not want to choose this path, but now they have no other choice. If they do not submit to the new humans and obtain their protection, their Black Stripe Civilization will disappear forever in this universe. The choice of the lesser of two evils, these Black Stripe people finally bowed their heads and chose to hand over all their technology in exchange for the protection of the new humans. We are willing to accept the conditions. Then select 10,000 people as soon as possible. We understand. The most testing moment for humanity has come. The Black Stripe Civilization, which has tens of trillions of people, needs to select 10,000 people from them. What a difficult decision. However, a group of high-ranking members of the Black Line Civilization made a secret move. They selected 10,000 people from their descendants under the pretext of carrying out a secret mission and sent them to a designated location. A new humanoid zero warship appeared in the void, and the 10,000 Black Line people were transformed into beads through special adjustment technology and stored inside the warship. At the same time, all the technology of the Black Line Civilization was received. All the accumulation of tens of millions of years was taken away by the new humans. Although it is unknown whether the new humans will keep their promise and restore the seeds of the black-striped civilization, even if they are enslaved by the new humans, at least the civilization will continue. But now they can only choose to believe that the black-striped civilization is powerless to do anything else. The situation of the Heisei civilization is not an isolated case, but one of the actions of the new humans to fish in troubled waters in this universe. As for whether it will attract the attention of the other three advanced civilizations, the new humans no longer care about it now, and the other party is also in trouble, and has no time to pay attention to the new humans. The Go Service, Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau are jointly responsible for the harvest of the intermediate civilizations in this universe. If we don't take the opportunity to harvest the scientific and technological achievements of these intermediate civilizations, we will be sorry for this God-given opportunity. Sir Chaolong looked at the scientific and technological evaluation reports in his hand, and he couldn't close his mouth. It is true that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. Old sure, these intermediate and primary civilizations have been harvested almost, and we can consider those old intermediate civilizations next. Chinli was also in high spirits. This wave of profit was huge. Although many new humans could develop technologies, it would take time and inspiration. Although these intermediate civilizations were all in the initial stage, they had some hidden skills, which accumulated little by little and were rapidly making up for the foundation of the new humans. The new human civilization, which had only a few hundred years of cosmic history, lacked foundation the most. After plundering the entire optical crystal universe, the foundation of the new humans could be comparable to that of the general high-level intermediate civilizations. To be promoted to a high-level civilization, the foundation is obviously too huge. Even with the light crystal universe, there is still some lack of confidence. The great crisis of the current universe is a godsend opportunity for the new human beings to reach the peak of the universe. Sir Chaolong said cautiously, "We need to be careful when contacting intermediate and high-level civilizations." "Well, which civilization do you think is easier to contact?" Chinli asked. "Observer civilization." "Oh, observer civilization? This civilization is quite mysterious." As the head of the Go Service, Chinli had naturally dealt with the observers. Sir Chaolong gave his reasons. As an observer that has existed for hundreds of millions of years, they have successfully escaped many cosmic cleansings, which shows that their technology is not weak. In addition, they have business attributes, and the weakness and compromise of capitalism will prompt them to make the right choice. Chin Li's mouth corners slightly raised. He agreed with Sir Chaolong's analysis, and immediately ordered his subordinates to contact the observer civilization. If it was another civilization, they might not be sure, but the observer with strong commercial attributes was sure to take down the other party. A Zero probe opened a wormhole and arrived near the escape headquarters of the observer civilization. For the sudden appearance of the Zero probe, the well-informed observer immediately saw the secret. Chapter 450. The observer civilization is as if facing a formidable enemy, watching the Zero detector slowly approaching their mother ship. The eternal observer looked at the scene in front of him nervously. This kind of technology is only possessed by advanced civilizations. He does not understand the other party's intentions. Observer civilization? The three Eternals of the observer civilization communicated for a moment, and then decided to deal with it, and see what the advanced civilization in front of them wanted to do. The eternal observer responded, "Yes, sir of the superior civilization. How about we make a deal?" "What?" The eternal observer was unable to react for a moment. "Sir, what is the deal?" "Your life, hand over your technology, I can consider giving you a certain number of places to enter our spacecraft." The Zero detector directly emits brain waves. The eternal observer was both excited and extremely confused. After all, advanced civilizations don't look down on their technology, but he didn't think that the other party was deceiving him. Because this is not necessary at all. But which advanced civilization is this civilization? First of all, the traitor civilization that I have been to before is ruled out, but the remaining two advanced civilizations are not very similar. You have 1 hourglass to think, and you will not be able to wait after the expiration. After sending out brain waves, he used the neutron robot to build a huge golden sand hourglass. "Sir, please wait a moment." The eternal observer immediately used the virtual space to discuss this matter with the eternal analyst and the eternal decision maker. "What do you think?" The eternal analyst immediately used his core brain to fully analyze this matter. After only more than 10 minutes, he analyzed some possibilities. If I'm not mistaken, this advanced civilization is not a traitor, a polar civilization, or a light of thought. The eternal observer asked in surprise, Why? Because the three advanced civilizations don't need our technology. The only possibility is that this civilization is a newly promoted advanced civilization, and they need the technology of other intermediate civilizations to fill their own foundation. The Eternal Decision Maker agreed with the Eternal Analyst's speculation. Then how should we answer the other party? The Eternal Observer asked in embarrassment. Although he was not good at analysis, he understood that the quota given by the other party must be very limited. I agree. At least the fire of civilization can be preserved. There is no need to perish with this universe for the so-called dignity. The Eternal Decision Maker replied. Even if we take the other party's spacecraft, the survival rate of such a spacecraft in the space crack of the universe may be less than 1 in a billion. The Eternal Analyst said helplessly. Even so, it is better than waiting to die here. The Eternal Decision Maker said firmly. The Eternal Observer obviously agreed with this decision. In this case, let's negotiate with the other party. The Observer civilization handed over all its technologies, and the huge accumulation of 470 million blue star years of the Observer civilization was harvested by the new humans. After evaluating these technologies, the Ghost Special Service only gave the other party 1.73 million asylum quotas. The Cold Eternal Observer, Eternal Analyst, and Eternal Decision Maker immediately selected themselves and a part of the elite of the civilization. Then, they were transformed into storage beads by the new human Zero warship and taken away from here. The artificial intelligence left by the Eternal Analyst directly announced that the Observer civilization was disbanded on the spot, and everyone could escape freely. Obviously, the others had been completely abandoned. At the same time, many intermediate civilizations were forced to accept the harvest of the new humans. In less than 16 years, the new humans harvested most of the intermediate civilizations in this universe, leaving only a small number of people who chose death rather than live in humiliation. The new humans can only express regret for these civilizations. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. The terrifying vacuum decay is rapidly spreading to the entire universe. At this time, the black water hole is less than 277.2 billion light-years away from the vacuum decay. For years later, the black water hole will be swallowed by the vacuum decay. Except for 10 gatekeepers, the new humans are still staying in the black water hole. The others have all retreated to the light crystal universe. A Zero warship full of civilization seeds passed through the alien zone and entered the interior of the light crystal universe. The warship came to a mechanical planet and transferred batches of civilization seeds to the special gene transcoding and soul transcoding departments. In a cultivation cabin, gurgling, the Eternal Observer woke up, and after spitting a few bubbles, he got used to it. But everything in front of him made him feel a little surprised, because it was too fast. Even if he was in the seed state, the time memory on his cells was still running. This was very different from what he had expected. Could something have happened? The Eternal Observer thought, while observing the surroundings. In the surrounding incubators, there were people from their Observer civilization. Soon he felt that there was an extra language data packet in his memory. After loading the language data packet on his biological computer, he suddenly widened his eyes, and his heart was in turmoil. Because he knew this language, it turned out to be the language of the new humans. It was really weird. This was something he had never expected. What's going on? Is this civilization a new human? No, impossible. How long has the new human civilization been developed? How could it be? Before he could figure it out, several more data packets appeared in his memory. Overview of the light crystal universe. Regulations on the management of new human subordinate civilization. Really, it was actually true. The Eternal Observer was completely stunned. His brain was blank. He felt incredible that this advanced civilization was a new human. Although he didn't want to believe this answer, he had to believe it because the facts were in front of him. He could only sigh secretly that this new human civilization was so abnormal. Not only did it become an advanced civilization, but it also dominated an independent universe. No wonder the new humans were calmer than the other three advanced civilizations. In the words of the new humans, these guys were just playing the pig to eat the tiger. But then, he had sensed the lock on his genes and soul. For this fact, the Eternal Observer chose to accept reality. About half a month had passed, and the Eternal Observer felt that the nutrient solution around him was rapidly decreasing. With a slight sound, the hatch of the incubator automatically opened, and he stood naked in the incubator. He then wanted to use the nano-robot, but found that the nano-robot could not be used. Use the biological robot. The Eternal Analyst not far away reminded him. Only then did he realize that due to the change in the cosmic environment, the nanorobots they carried with them had been completely scrapped. After using a biological robot to transform a piece of clothing, they were brought to an empty square. What should we do now? The three eyes of the eternal decision maker showed a thoughtful look, and after a while he said, "Wait and see." Soon, a new human staff came over and handed them a computer, asking them to choose 5-star systems on a special system as the territory of their civilization. It is estimated that according to the new regulations of the subordinate civilization, these subordinate civilizations from this universe can only choose 5-star systems, and there will be no more in the future.